For some reason, this planet suddenly sank into a dense darkness. The strange giant creatures also seized this opportunity to invade the world. At this moment, fate decides everything. Those who perceive the power will gain great strength, admired by all. The young man engrossed in the screen was none other than Yeonmu, a normal high school student just like anyone else. The world thirsted for fame and power. He was fascinated by pointless games. On one side, his attractive younger sister was crying for help. The other side, all right, I'm coming, don't worry too much. He was focused when suddenly someone pushed hard into him, shouting, move aside, the convoy of the Lord is passing through," followed by many police cars escorting, along with murmurs as people saw the powerful Lord. "Oh my God, I've seen him." Yeonmu didn't care much, walking alone, shrugging and smiling disdainfully. "What's so scary about power? I'd rather focus on my sister." Turned away, ignoring the big shot, and continued staring at the screen. "Sis, I'm here, it's starting soon." The girl in the game looked straight at him and said, "If you want to start the game, please place your hand in the light zone." Without a second thought, Yeonmu followed immediately. Instantly, the screen emitted a powerful energy. Loud sound astonished him, and his hand was sucked into the screen. The girl in the game announced, "The system has been successfully activated, you have completed the connection." The screen began to flicker, while Yeonmu still didn't understand what was going on. "What is the shadow system? Why is it like this? Wait a minute, something is moving in my shadow. What exactly is this?" A terrifying shape appeared. At this moment, Yeonmu's face turned pale. "What is this? Why is there someone coming out of my shadow?" A system notification rang out, "Shadow transformation successful. Congratulations, the system will reward experience points when you complete tasks, and you can exchange rewards." Yeonmu froze for a moment. Could this be the tyrannical system everyone mentions in novels? And it's like this right from the start. System continued, "Only the user can see this shadow. You can control it to fight and complete tasks." Yeonmu tried swinging his hand and said, "So this is my shadow, I can control it. Aha, this system must be from my sister's game. The rewards might even be beautiful sister." Just thinking about that, he felt excited and chuckled inwardly. "Let's see if there are any simple tasks I can do right now. I'll do the easy ones first." Yeonmu took a deep breath and shouted, "Go my shadow." The shadow dashed away like the wind, but suddenly its body shrank. Yeonmu was shocked, his face changing color. "What's going on? Why is it shrinking?" The shadow crawled into the grass, then punched an ant, sending it tumbling. Then it turned and kicked another ant's stomach. Yeonmu sat stunned by the grass, exclaiming, "I didn't expect my shadow to fight so fiercely." A moment later, another notification arrived. "The ant extermination task is complete. Would you like to receive your reward now?" Yeonmu was overjoyed, jumping up. "Of course, how can I not accept the reward?" He slowly raised both hands, the light from the reward shining on Yeonmu, making him feel itchy. "Is this the mystic power? I can feel the mystic power now. Before, I could only dream of it, but now it has become a reality." Yeonmu rushed home, shouting nonstop, Mom, I can feel the mystic power, I have a chance now." Suddenly, two people standing by the road whispered. The man asked, "That must be the boy from the Lee family, he probably doesn't know about it yet, right?" The woman beside him replied, "Definitely, otherwise why would he be coming back at this time?" Yeonmu didn't pay attention to their conversation, and quickly entered the house. He was carefree, opened the door and walked in. "Mom, I've made a huge breakthrough." The sight before him left him stunned. His mother was handcuffed behind her back. She screamed, "Yeonmu, hurry and run." Yeonmu immediately recognized that these were the mystics he had encountered before. His mother screamed again, "Yeonmu, don't worry about me, go quickly." Yeonmu's emotions were chaotic. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, one of them appeared, using a speed skill to appear before him and broke his neck. He subdued Yeonmu, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Where are you running to? Shut up and stay still." Yeonmu was not afraid. He turned and confronted him. "You, on what grounds are you breaking into my house and doing this?" The man replied in a deep voice, "Your father fled while on a mission, leading to the destruction of a government army. We have orders to investigate." After speaking, he released Yeonmu, who still shouted defiantly, "My dad. No way, he is someone who always sacrifices for others, he could never do that." The man, smoking a cigarette, said calmly, "Don't get agitated, we've only just begun the investigation. If anything is wrong, come with us, the investigation will clarify things." But Yeonmu couldn't accept that truth. He ran like the wind, speeding past the man. He snatched the gun from his hand. The man paused for a moment before reacting. Yeonmu stopped immediately, turned around and pointed the gun at him, shouting, My dad would never run in battle. Don't slander a good man. Let my mother go now. The man laughed. Kid, stop playing around. This gun can only be activated by those who can sense mystic power. What's it gonna do if you hold it? Yunmu sensed the mystic power, immediately transferring it into the gun and activating it, shouting in the man's face, "You forced me to do this." Guard beside him shouted in panic, "Oh my god, he's activated mystic power. That kid has mystic power, catch him now." The more he was threatened, the more determined Yunmu became, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bullet carrying mystic electrical energy shot out. The bullet whizzed straight towards the man in sunglasses. Contrary to expectations, the man only lost his cigarette and hat, effortlessly blocking the bullet. Yunmu gritted his teeth, furious, asking in a stutter, "Is this the power of a mystic?" The man showed no signs of anger. He moved closer to Yunmu and announced, "Unexpectedly, kid, you can sense mystic power. We currently don't have the right to arrest you, but your mother, we must take her." Yunmu screamed, "I won't let you take my mother. My father is completely innocent." Seeing the situation too tense, his mother spoke, "Yunmu, listen to them, put it down." Yunmu tried to retort, but she interrupted, "Yunmu, mother knows you sense the mystic power. It just means your parents might not witness your growth anymore. Mother always hopes for your bright future. Remember to take care of yourself later. Your parents will be proud." His mother was led away. The man passed by and said, "I also believe your father is innocent, but everything must follow its own rules. And if you want to save your mother, quickly awaken your mystic power." Kid still stubborn at this point, Yunmu had nothing to lose, accepted the truth. He was determined to plan to become a mystic, only 1 week left. Next Friday is the annual mystic power test. Missing it means waiting another year. He turned to ask the system how much experience needed to awaken mystic power. The system responded immediately, 100,000 points. The host's sensing can convert into experience. Yunmu looked at 100,000 points, sighed. Must he destroy 100,000 ants this week to awaken? Hearing his doubt, the system suggested, auto-grind mode possible. Host need not worry. Yunmu did not think, commanded immediately, activate auto-grind mode. The system responded at once, obeying. Yunmu's shadow dash, farming experience for him. Yunmu sat dazed, murmured, relying only on the shadow won't suffice, must train more. The more mystic power sense, the more certain the awakening. He took out the book 100 Ways to Sense Mystic Power to study experimentally. This time, memories of his father, Li Zhongmin, flooded his mind. The book was a birthday gift from his father. He looked at the book, eyes resolute, told himself, "Father, wait for me. This time I will protect you." Week passed, 7 days gone on the important day. High School No. 16, Katfong City. Class 12A3, where Yunmu studied. Tense atmosphere, teacher's voice echoed, "Today you participate in the most important day mystic power awakening test. If not sensed yet, it's fine. Teacher hopes you strive in society, become good citizens. If awaken mystic power, join the protection team, fight space monsters, become noble guardian. If awakening occurs in the contest, you become respected heroes, though odds low, still the hope of Jiangsu continent." Suddenly Yunmu slammed open the classroom door, shouted loudly, "Sorry teacher, I'm late." He panted as if running full speed. Students moved to the gym, starting the test. Teacher's announcements rang continuously. Wang not awakened, next person. Yunmu sat in the corner, panting, silently thankful. Luckily, almost missed the mystic test. Looking around, noticed many had quit. Participation number dropped significantly. Suddenly a voice sounded beside, "Oh hello, isn't it Yunmu?" Thought he'd chicken out, didn't expect he had the nerve. Kaiyan Fei, classmate of 12A3, only son of wealthy merchant. He mocked his father, known citywide, standing nearby added, "You think mystics are vegetables, do as you like." Students around deliberately spoke loudly for Yunmu to hear. "Heard your father ran away in danger. Previously knew he was in army, tried to get close, lucky indeed." Suddenly a loud shout, all fell silent. Kaiyan Fei, little villain, relationship with beauty queen, smart mind leave, bark wrongly, don't blame. This was Zhang Kai, Yunmu's close friend, pointed at the crowd beside Kaiyan Fei and shouted, "Guys too, strip off the hypocritical mask. Previously wanted to approach Yunmu through me, now family in trouble, any shame left." Kaiyan Fei, seeing no argument, turned away, muttering, "Just a stray dog lost support. Let's see how long your mouth lasts." When things calmed, Zhang Kai sighed, satisfied. This time the scolding was perfect, literary skill improving day by day. Yunmu turned and smiled softly, "Thanks." Zhang Kai pointed at him, chuckled, "No need for formality, how's your father, all right?" Yunmu serious, "Fine, rest assured," they said, still investigating. "We just line up, almost our turn." Linla, school beauty and childhood friend of Yunmu, ran over calling, "Yunmu, you came specially to cheer me right." As they faced, Zhang Kai stepped back, "I won't block, line up first." Yunmu frank, "No, I'm also taking the test." Linla continued, serious eyes. Yunmu heard about your father, though not the time, still wanted to tell you. A few days ago I sensed mystic power. Yunmu noticed the coldness in Linla's words. Asked again, really. Linla continued, voice even but resolute though chance small. I want to step into the world everyone dreams of, still want to try. So sorry, Linla pretended to tear up. Tears looked real. Yunmu understood her intention, smiled it off, silently cursed it. Previously promises, flattery only for father's reputation. Childhood protector was fake. Fathers taught to know faces, not hearts, true. Linla saw him silent, worried, feared impact on image. Continued good girl role. Yunmu, you alright? Yunmu turned coldly, I understand. Wish you success in test today. Finished speaking, he strode onto the test podium, past the lining crowd. Zhang Kai, wise friend, shouted, hey Yunmu, line here, I hold spot, come here. Yunmu feigned deaf, didn't look back, continued up. Just then Kai Fei smug, laughed heh heh, finally my turn. Yunmu stepped forward, threw Kai Fei back, shouted loudly. Step aside. Kai Fei fell, yelling curses, this crazy guy, pushing line, don't know status. Yunmu coldly, based on what? Based on the fact that I am now a mystic. Saying this, he pressed hand on test machine. Machine lit, eyes dazzled, mystic aura spread around. Everyone saw, Linla horrified stammered, impossible. Could this be? Kai Fei stunned, sweating, cursed silently. This dog has fully awakened. Truly as a mystic. Suddenly Zhang Kai jumped, slung arm over Yunmu, suppressed dominant aura, laughed loudly, brother, you've awakened. Hidden well, let's see who dares underestimate you now. A man with glasses carrying a box came over. Unbelievable, at 16 already meets good seed. No external item needed to awaken. This is your mystic badge. From now you enjoy Mystic Alliance privileges. Zhang Kai, naive face holding badge, asked, who is this old man? Yunmu snapped at Zhang Kai, let go, too embarrassing. Suddenly Linla stepped forward, continued weak girl act, spoke. Yunmu about that matter. Yunmu scratched head, mocking. How should I put it, let me think. He passed by, replying verbatim, perhaps I was selfish to say that. I want to step into the elite world everyone dreams of, so sorry. Yunmu walked on, she felt struck. Linla had no time to react. Shortly after at home, Yunmu called his mother. She joyfully exclaimed, excellent, my son awakened mystic power. Your father no longer threatened and receiving the best treatment. Gao Yun reassured his mother that he had grown up, and she only needed to take care of his father. He would visit him when he had time. When the machine stopped, Gao Yun looked down at the badge on his chest and thought, this is something everyone desires, but it's actually not that special. He realized the main function of the mystic badge was to open the void realm and control spatial perception. Knowing this, Gao Yun felt excited, thinking, so I can enter the void realm immediately. Just then, a notification rang in his ear. The void realm was preparing to launch. The mystic badge had been successfully verified. Mystic badge number 930-664. Gao Yun was permitted to enter the void realm. Currently updating. When the loading finished, his body was suddenly pulled into a twisting, strange space. A few seconds later, Gao Yun opened his eye. Before him were countless sparkling lights like snowflakes covering everything. Beyond this scene he saw nothing else. Gao Yun walked around to observe. Suddenly he sensed something behind him. Turned around in panic, is someone there? Before Gao Yun were two empty mannequins. He sighed, thinking, what are these left here to scare people, makes no sense. At that moment a loud laugh rang from behind, making Gao Yun startled. He turned and saw the culprit was a dancing teddy bear. Gao Yun felt even more confused, thinking, what is this bizarre toy? Luckily the teddy bear was harmless. It jumped closer, bowed, hello, I am your guide, you can call me Pedro. This is the Void Realm, where he could collect many martial techniques and combat forms. To be honest, this is the key place for mystics to enhance their power. Next, you two must shape your forms in this realm. Gao Yun was puzzled, wondering, what two of you, I'm alone. Pedro replied, teasing the young boy, you are clearly two beings. Our kind is colorblind but not number blind, don't underestimate. Gao Yun only saw his shadow, asking, you mean it counts too? After confirming, Gao Yun thought, the Void Realm treats his shadow as a separate entity. Fine, maybe it helps break spatial rules. Thinking so, he cheered, let's start creating the character. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth, oh, headache. Better keep the face realistic, just tweak some accessories. He chose dynamic sportswear for his shadow for future tasks. Pedro continued the guidance, if you are ready, I will bring you into the Void Realm, are you prepared? Gao Yun asked, going now, is it necessary? He hadn't finished speaking. The ground beneath Gao Yun disappeared, he fell. Tears, snot, and a scream, let me prepare first. When his eyes adjusted to the speed, he looked ahead and thought, here it is. I see the light, is this right? Sure enough, behind the clouds, the Void Realm, a magnificent snow-white place. Moreover, he and his shadow gently descended. As if weightless, Gao Yun observed around, evaluating. Then exclaimed, "Wow, this place is huge. Truly the highest place." Pedro explained, "Time in the Void Realm moves 3 times faster than reality, so those who stay here have more time to train." Gao Yun was surprised. No wonder great figures always try to enter the Void Realm. Suddenly, he heard murmurs from the crowd beside him. "Wow, look." The Scarlet Tribe was challenging the ancient master. Gao Yun unconsciously gaped, looking at the screen above full of strange scenes. Pedro saw this and explained, "This is the Void Battlefield, a combat simulation, copying your power to fight others. Many choose this place to train skill." Gao Yun was extremely excited. "Hurry, let me join." Pedro was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "Right now, okay, as you wish." The Void Battlefield begins. Just after speaking, the ground beneath Gao Yun gradually disappeared. Soon after, skyscrapers turned into dense trees. Then suddenly, 2 items were sent to Gao Yun's hand. He looked at them doubtful. "What is this now? Oh, why suddenly give me this?" Suddenly, a gust from behind startled him, sensing clear danger. A strange feeling, but thanks to it, Gao Yun turned to the right in time. Dodging an arrow flying towards him, it lodged deeply in the ground. The arrow still emanated mystical energy. Gao Yun immediately aimed his gun at the arrow, preparing. A stranger appeared from above, laughing gleefully. "Ha ha, my object isn't bad. Meeting a clumsy rookie in the first match. Hey kid, stand still and enjoy. Meeting me in the first match, just unlucky for you." After speaking, he shot multiple arrows at Gao Yun continuously, but none hit. Gao Yun rolled several times and hid in a nearby bush. The man chased while cursing, "Brat, don't think you can escape. Instead of wasting time, better come here and finish quickly, less pain, right?" Gao Yun remained silent, not responding. The man moved closer, shouting, "I said come out, don't blame me." Right after speaking, Gao Yun appeared beside him, whispering, "What are you rushing for?" He was startled, his whole body careless. Immediately after, an explosion sounded. Gao Yun pulled the trigger, ending him. The battle was over. He put his hands in his pockets, lecturing, "Chasing me on the street, really stupid. I'm new but not a rookie for anyone to bully. Strong but poor tactics, what's to be proud of? Even my house ant is stronger." His figure vanished, revealing a large golden planet and several small blue planets. Gao Yun frowned, muttering, "What is this?" Suddenly 4 planets shot toward him, directly hitting him, causing him to scream in pain. After a while, his legs went limp. He sat down, panting, and asked, "What was that just now? Why did it enter my body? Did I do something wrong?" At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have absorbed void energy." The first time, the reward was an A-grade martial technique, Golden Robe, in the Void Battlefield. If defeating someone with mystic power, the host can receive void energy, used to exchange for martial techniques in the Void Shop. Gao Yun wondered, what martial technique? Is this a human method for training, used during the prosperous era before the world fell into darkness? The system continued announcing, "The Golden Robe technique just obtained is an ancient defensive combat skill, reducing 30% of damage taken. Each upgrade reduces the potential loss that can occur." Yun Mu felt the strong protection from the shimmering metal armor surrounding his body and thought to himself, "This is amazing. I must test its power right away." He called out loudly, "Pedro, where are you?" Immediately, Pedro popped his head out from the bushes nearby and replied, "I'm here." Yun Mu walked over and suggested, "I want to fight again, is that all right?" Pedro stood stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You're not that grown up yet. Fine then, start the next PK match." The system quickly changed the scenery around them. Yun Mu sighed in frustration, always wasting time changing the location at the start. "This is such a hassle." While talking, his opponent appeared. This time it was a red-haired girl, with a curvy figure and a pair of daggers in her hands, leisurely walking out. She seemed to dislike sudden attacks like the previous guy. Yun Mu scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Are you my opponent? I've never fought a woman before, not even with a handkerchief. But to win, I have no other choice." Yun Mu did not hesitate, and immediately pulled the trigger. Gave the girl a cold metal candy, quick as lightning. The girl quickly used her sword to block the bullet. Then she shouted angrily, "Bastard trying to sneak attack. Aren't you ashamed being a man?" Yun Mu approached and whispered, "Listen, I'm here to win, not to joke around." He looked up and counterattacked. "Luo Pu's mysterious power, huh?" Yun Mu asked in surprise, "What mysterious power?" The girl pumped her mysterious power into the daggers, launching a fierce attack, striking while saying, "Don't you know what the mystical power spectrum is? Seems like you're really an old Luo Pu master." Yun Mu was a bit confused, then replied, "What's the mystical power spectrum?" Girl added more mysterious power to her daggers, continuing the attack. "You don't even know the mystical power spectrum. You're really getting too old." Yun Mu gathered all his strength and knocked her away. He shouted loudly, "What exactly are you trying to say? She twisted her body a few times before landing far away. She took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. I'll finish this match quickly." Suddenly, her mysterious power surged, enveloping her body like a layer of fire. It seemed like she had activated a special martial art. Her eyes opened and light burst from them. That moment, she sprang up and moved as fast as lightning. Charged, continuously attacking Yeonmu. He was still standing still, unable to realize what was happening. Drops of blood began to spurt out. His back felt every wound. Only then did he realize he had been hit. The pain shot through with each slash. He screamed in pain. The move she used was called the Heavenly Extinction 36 Strike. She thought Yeonmu had been defeated. Without looking back, she stood arrogantly. The Heavenly Extinction 36 Strike is an extremely powerful martial art. No one can match it. She had not finished speaking when Yeonmu appeared next to her, making her lose her words. The girl seemed surprised, utterly astonished. She was about to turn around to attack, but it was too late. Yeonmu had already made his move to end the match. Yeonmu continued, "You just said no one could beat you. I couldn't hear you clearly." Her consciousness began to fade, returning to a void state, and she thought to herself, "This is impossible. How does he have that martial art?" Meanwhile, Yeonmu was recovering from his injuries, sighing, "Phew, that really hurts. I thought I was going to lose." This Heavenly Extinction 36 Strike seems to be an attacking martial art. Fortunately, my golden armor helped reduce the damage. At that moment, the system announcement rang, "Congratulations, you have gained 76 points for defeating the enemy and understood basic combat skill." Yeonmu was a little startled, exclaiming, "Is it really that much? Defeating strong opponents usually gives more points." He felt full of energy, thinking to himself, "All right, let's continue, Pedro, next round." At the same time, his victory notification appeared on the leaderboard, and someone muttered, "Done already." This loss must have been really frustrating for Xiaoyu. Being defeated by a low-level master is something she always avoids. Who was Yeonmu anyway? The fact that he could endure the Heavenly Extinction 36 Strike is hard to believe. Perhaps he possesses a special defensive martial art. That's why he could do that. 3 days later in the city of Yuntian, Yeonmu was strolling, carrying some fruit, sighing as he walked. "Big cities are really troublesome. Even the old hospital took forever to find. Even my father, despite receiving the best treatment, still wouldn't choose a larger hospital. The facilities in this far-off hospital, I wonder if they are enough to treat my father. That's what worries me." Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice, "Please, please don't do this." Yeonmu looked over and saw a group of thugs pushing a girl against a wall. One of them spoke up, "Don't worry, we're just having a little chat. What's the problem? If you agree, we can even have a few drinks with us." The girl lowered her head, face flushed, and spoke softly, "Sorry, but I really have something urgent to attend to." Thug leader sneered, "I understand now. Your father is in the hospital. You need money, right? Of course, you'll be compensated well. I'm not short on cash." As soon as he finished speaking, a basket of fruit flew into the thug leader's head, knocking him to the ground. The gang members panicked and rushed over to help, but suddenly Yeonmu appeared. He coldly spoke to them, "If you're looking to cause trouble somewhere else, I suggest you go somewhere else." The man in blue turned around, questioning, "Who are you?" Yeonmu didn't reply, bent down to pick up the scattered fruit, sighed, "Oh no, my stuff is ruined. I bought these for my dad in the hospital." The girl stood still, recognizing Yeonmu. She whispered, "Yeonmu, why is it you?" Yeonmu looked at her, expression unchanged, cutting her off, "Don't say anything more. Really, it's so troublesome, and you still don't know how to take care of yourself." The man in blue had gotten up by now. He drew a knife and threatened, "Do you know who my father is?" Yeonmu didn't hesitate, punched the knife out of his hand, and calmly said, "I know, of course I know who my father is. As for you, it seems you don't know, let me explain." With that, Yeonmu kicked him with a painful blow. Screams and threats echoed in the alley, but they were all in vain. Yeonmu continued to teach him a lesson mercilessly. After a while, his face was covered in blood, lying motionless. Yeonmu searched through his wallet, sat on him like a chair, and mocked, "What a joke, bringing money to play the big boss. I'm just taking the fruit money." The man in blue groaned, "Bro, you've beaten him up. The compensation is enough. Can we go now? You don't plan on protecting this girl for life, do you?" Yeonmu looked back, a little surprised. "What hero saving the beauty thing? What nonsense are you talking about? She is my sister." After a while, Yeonmu took the business card from the other person, read it, then shook his head and sighed. "Turns out he is Liu Xiao Guang, a drug dealer. Every time I see my sister, she brings so much trouble. Is she some kind of magnet for thugs? And she keeps mumbling apologies." Yeonmu could only sigh. "Well, I guess it's just fate. If I hadn't met her here, I wouldn't have found the hospital either. As for that business card, this young man is exactly what it said. Honestly, I don't care. I just tossed it straight into the trash." Ruyan looked at Yeonmu, hesitated, and explained, "Because Dad's condition is worse than we thought. That's why the money she has earned in the past few years is nearly gone. Don't worry, I've been saving money. I won't let Dad get kicked out of the hospital. Yeonmu, hearing this, looked confused. Why do you feel guilty? I'm not blaming you. As an adopted daughter, you've done your duty. Leave the money to me. I'm a mystic now. I have plenty of money. You've been through a lot all this time. A while later, Ruyan took Yeonmu to the hospital. Go ahead and enter the patient's room. I'll go pay the fees. Ruyan nodded but didn't forget to ask, do you know your dad's room yet? Yeonmu immediately replied, I know, you go ahead. A few minutes later, Ruyan entered the room and said, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Yeonmu's mother turned around and smiled gently. Ruyan, you must be tired. Sit down and rest a bit. Have some water. Yeonmu's father, Lee Jong-min, lay in bed and smiled. You've been taking care of me so much lately, even though you're busy. Thank you so much. Ruyan, with wide eyes, responded, Dad, stop saying that. She continued, by the way, you don't have to worry about the hospital fees anymore. They've been fully paid. Lee Jong-min weakly replied, I told you, just go and ask a few of my friends for money. They'll definitely lend it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Yeonmu suddenly walked in, interrupting him. Hey, old man, I don't remember you having any connections like that. Both Yeonmu's father and mother were startled by his sudden appearance. Yeonmu didn't care, continuing to walk into the room. How's Dad doing? Has he improved at all these past few days? His father forced a smile and replied, this kid, if it weren't for you provoking me, I'd be much better now. However, Yeonmu suddenly realized something. He stiffened when he saw his father's condition. Lee Jong-min realized he couldn't hide it anymore and calmly said, what's with that serious look on your face? Haven't I been fine, talking like usual? It's just that I don't have my legs anymore. Don't make such a fuss. Such a big accident and all I lost were my legs. There's nothing to complain about. I'm actually very lucky. Oh right, you've paid the hospital fees, haven't you? You're so young, how do you have so much money? Yeonmu saw him sit up suddenly, quickly reminding him, Dad, don't move or you'll tear your wound. I've already told Mom, don't worry, I've awakened. Now I'm a real mystic. I'll get a monthly salary. Upon hearing this, his father laughed heartily. Haha, stop talking nonsense. I don't even know how strong you are. Don't talk about awakening. You probably don't even have the sense yet. Don't mention salary or armor. And if I laugh more, your wound will tear open. Yeonmu, being belittled by his own father, was so angry he almost steamed up. He turned and left immediately. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I'm leaving. You take care of yourself. Lee Jong-min stopped joking and called out, still keeping that childish attitude. How long do you think you'll be a mystic? Ruyan, help me get that box over there. And you, why are you standing there like a fool? Let me take it. Yeonmu stood up with the box, confused. Isn't this the warrior armor my dad loves the most? His father confirmed, yes, this armor will greatly enhance a mystic's strength. Yeonmu asked again, is this really that valuable? Do you really want to give it to me? Jong-min explained, I don't think I'll have the chance to use it again, so keeping it is useless. It's better to give it to you, but remember, this armor can't always be used. It needs to be adjusted to your body, so be careful not to bring disaster upon yourself. For someone with mystic power perception and who has awakened, this armor is very useful. In general, whether you can wear it or not depends on the armor itself. It will assess whether you have the ability. Yeonmu confidently said, let me make it clear, I'm not taking this armor from you, I'm just going to try it on. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to help you stand up with your own legs. Yeonmu began to channel his mystic power into the armor. The armor changed rapidly, accompanied by continuous ripping sounds. He extended his hand to receive the parts of the armor. Here, meet your new master. Ruyan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. Dad, is that? Lee Jong-min responded proudly, yes, that's it. Looks like he's not joking. He really has awakened. After finishing, Yeonmu was panting heavily. Phew. Finally finished packing my things. Tomorrow we have to go to Fengyunbao. I won't be back in a short time. He felt a bit uneasy. The scene shifts to the next day. At the Mystic Guild of Kapfeng City. Hey, isn't that the second young master of the Wang family? Liu Sanjia, I told you, the young master will definitely awaken. Just then someone walked over, don't block the way. Isn't that the first new mystic from Kapfeng City? This is Luo Pu, the young master of the Luo family. People around began to admire Luo Pu. I heard his father has reached the super mystic level. At that moment, Duk Sheng, the son of the richest man in Kapfeng City, also appeared. No way, this place is so noisy. Should we trust Feng Yunbao or just go home? It's fine, Dad, just a bit unfamiliar. Nothing to worry about. Consider it an experience of ordinary life. And besides, you gave me money, it's fine. Just as he finished speaking, another figure appeared. It was Nai Jai, the granddaughter of the Mystic Guild leader. Finally, a day like this. Going to Tian Yun Bao means I can meet Grandpa. The appearance of all these important figures caused more excitement than ever. This city has really gathered talent. and this year, the top 8 of the Mystic Power exam had impressive results. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey, you all are too many this year. There's someone who has awakened in our school, number 16. Who stands out the most? Yeonmu stands out even more. He was even carried in a palanquin, wrapped up like a wedding procession. Zhang Kai stood proudly beside him introducing. The gong rang, followed by firecrackers. Please welcome the awakened Yeonmu from our school to the stage. Yeonmu's face turned bright red, unsure where to hide. People around couldn't help but be shocked. What is this kid doing? Dixing saw this and laughed out loud. Ho ho ha, Dad, look at that guy over there. That guy must have some mental issues or something. Yeonmu was sweating coldly, his face red like a tomato, feeling like he wanted to die. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. The young man was carried through the crowd, his curious gazes making him feel like he couldn't breathe. Naijai, unlike the others, simply smiled Yeonmu. Turns out he's also one of the newly awakened this year. At that moment, a woman stepped out and shouted, "All right, it's almost time. All the new people, please come in. Next, we will divide you into groups and move to Tianmingbao. Whoever is called, please come forward." First group roll call, Luo Pu. He was the first to be called, his face expressionless, just responding with a single word, yes. Female manager continued, "You and Duxing are in the same group. You can enter the teleportation gate now." Duxing was thrilled like a child discovering the world. "Finally, I'm second." He turned to Luo Pu and asked, "You're the young master of the Luo family, right? Have you teleported before? Is there any danger? I'm afraid of dying." Luo Pu, irritated, replied, "Stop making noise." Just a minute later, both of them vanished in the teleportation space. Female manager called out the next group's name, Yeonmu and Naijai. Hearing that, Naijai immediately lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. She pulled him toward the teleportation door. The young man was still confused and didn't understand. Then Naijai turned back. She gently introduced herself, "I am Naijai, pleased to meet you." Yeonmu mumbled back, "Pleased to meet you too," but in his heart he thought her voice was very pleasant. Next morning, Yeonmu had to carry his blade to class as soon as he opened his eye. The young man yawned while opening the door. "Everyone good morning." But glancing around, he was astonished to see only Naijai. The head of the house waved cheerfully, greeting good morning. The young man wondered why it was only him. Where were the others? It was the first day and they were all absent. Naijai explained kindly, "The first lesson is theory on phantom energy, its system and monsters. New students can sense phantom energy immediately, so everyone studied theory before coming to Tianyunbao. Theory class is for those just awakened." Yeonmu put his hands in his pockets, snorted, "We really are fools. Luckily there's you. If it were just me it would be embarrassing." As the two conversed, the teacher entered, looking shocked. "New students this year, indeed rare. I am your teacher, return to your seats." Naijai wondered why he was here. This person is Professor Li Bo Wen. Hearing that, Naijai ran over. Of course she came specially to see the teacher, long time no see. Li Bo Wen smiled and asked how she had been lately. "Yes, grandfather is well, bones strong. This year there are new students needing class, you must teach well, he is a good seed, if not taught well you know." Yeonmu could only stare blankly, seeing his only friend step out to greet warmly, "Let's go first, study hard." Yeonmu wanted to sigh, still the only fool in the end. The old teacher stood thinking, first student in my class in 4 years, his foundation isn't bad. But this year no one awakens naturally without blood or crystals, and being familiar with the teacher's granddaughter, definitely special. Seeing Yeonmu hesitant, the teacher asked, "Alone in class uncomfortable, want to change seat, just the two of us, no need for pretension." The two went to the rooftop to talk, no teaching needed. "You really know nothing, not even basic phantom energy." Yeonmu snapped, "No need for teacher's concern." Li Bo Wen still explained enthusiastically, "Phantom ranks from low to high are common crystals, black, silver, gold, and rainbow. Higher than that surpasses phantom to become super phantom." Hearing that, Yeonmu was motivated, jumped down eagerly. Finally to the topic, "Teacher, how to advance ranks." Li Bo Wen sat beside, explained, "First activate phantom points. There are 12 points, chest and abdomen boost defense, soles and calves boost agility, hands and arms boost attack. Skull points enhance neural reflexes. Activating all 12 points reaches black crystal rank." Yeonmu asked directly, "How to activate phantom points?" "HNG point activation not hard. Just defeat enough phantom beasts. Absorb their phantom crystal." Time passed quickly. 3 days later, all freshmen gathered. Yeonmu, still sleepy, mumbled, "Why call everyone so early? Are the teachers free?" Suddenly, Hu Yu teased him as usual, "Still must learn theory daily." "What era still learns basic theory? Don't understand how he got in. Yunmu frowned, thought really annoying, why cling to me, taking his girl. Li Bo Wen stepped out, tapped Huyu's head sternly. In my class, don't be messy. Return to line, listen carefully. Li Bo Wen said jokingly, don't think I'm handsome and elegant. I'm a teacher on salary. A moment later, serious, back to main point. Today is practice class you've awaited, show it. Yunmu still puzzled, mumbled practice class, what to learn here. Li Bo Wen announced, today form pairs, move to different locations to complete lesson. Yunmu's goal today is to defeat 10 phantom beasts. Yunmu clenched fists, thought, this is what I need. Li Bo Wen continued, phantom beasts won't yield, but if life threatened I will intervene, otherwise trust yourself and teammate. That's survival, now form teams and report when done. Suddenly Luo Pu approached, called, classmate Naijai. I want to invite you to form a team with me, do you agree? Naijai sweated, thought, Luo Pu invites me again. What to do, I don't want to be with him. Thinking a moment, she gathered courage, replied, classmate Luo Pu, I know you are strong, but. At that moment, Yunmu quickly seized the opportunity. Naijai, you agree to form a team with me, right? Yunmu and Naijai, practice transported to Ruin 7. Naijai with rich knowledge quickly recognized Ruin 7, once a key human base in 5th dimension, now desolate due to unpredictable monsters. Yunmu didn't care, still thinking of refusing Luo Pu, clearly strong, easier if going together. Naijai explained he is always arrogant and cold as if the world owes him. I dislike his treatment of others, but thanks for prior help. Yunmu replied directly, nothing to thank. I don't team with others, classmates avoid me, only you. Just then, a fierce roar from behind startled him. Turning, hands ready to defend, mumbled low-level space beast, here they come. Naijai warned cautiously, careful, these monsters appear in groups, and a stronger leader will lead. Don't know where it's hiding. For understanding, a space beast appeared behind, swung a powerful punch. Yunmu was thrown into the ruin. Naijai watched, amazed at the monster's strength. She whispered, smashing hard, definitely the leader. Naijai stayed calm, jumped to observe, smirked, big dumb beast, weak defense, not a match. Then not a match for me, go away. She spoke while preparing to attack, but the beast didn't let her use skills, teleported close to charge. Naijai sweated, trembling, could it be? Could it be a common space beast, how possible? The monster opened its mouth to bite her. At that moment, Yunmu appeared, helped block the attack. He spoke gently, wake up Naijai after all, one of the strongest warriors in class. Scared of just a common beast. Come on, Yunmu turned to face it. Challenge, hey, how long will you keep trying to bite my hand? This uniform is expensive. Are you ready to appear before me yet? Before he could think, he suddenly kicked the creature hard in the face. The kick sent it flying back into the air, leaving a deep dent. As it landed, Yunmu could not hide his delight. Could this be a mid-level creature? Its strength is not too great. As he turned back, Than Enhe noticed Naijai still standing there, pretending to be in pain. Crying out, oh heavens, my hand hurts so much, it must be broken, what should I do now? I really don't deserve the top prize. Naijai sighed in exasperation, stop performing in front of me, no need to pretend anymore. I know you have excellent defensive skills, that hit didn't affect you at all. Yunmu's eyes widened in fear, quickly asking how he knew about that. Naijai calmly explained, the girl you defeated earlier in the arena is my friend. Of course I witnessed the entire match. Everyone thinks Xiao Wu lost due to weak technique, but I know clearly, Xiao Wu's 36 ultimate moves have enormous destructive power. You can resist attacks as fast as wind, and as strong as a storm from that skill proves you are no ordinary person. But Naijai understood you didn't want to reveal your strength in public. She emphasized, the world always fears the unusual, extraordinary people like you are often shunned. Yunmu scratched his head, thinking, actually I didn't want anyone to know about my defensive skill because of my ordinary background. If discovered, I'd be interrogated and become a test subject. Now Naijai knows, so no need to hide anymore. He shrugged and smiled. Initially just wanted a normal friendship. Now that she knows, no need to. Hey you space creatures, relax and enjoy a bit. The monsters saw Yunmu shout and jumped in panic, screaming loudly. Save me, oh heavens, I want to go home. After a while the sun rose. Light shone on ruins number 7, bringing hope. Yunmu kept fighting with all his might. He kicked straight into the face of the last low-level space creature in the pack. Done, he stood panting, huffing and puffing, truly exhausted. Didn't expect even just a few to drain him so much. Yunmu turned to Naijai with curiosity. Naijai, how can an ordinary person have shadow mystic power like yours? Nijai looked at him seriously. Shadow mystic power is a high-level secret. He paused briefly, then continued. But since I know your secret, I have no qualms speaking it, though knowing won't help much. Shadow mystic power is a strength obtained through training, but there is another way to acquire it. That way is to defeat a royal-level space creature and absorb its crystal. But don't dream, royal-level creatures are strong and can control packs of low-level creatures. Moreover, superiors worry inexperienced people will act recklessly and die. That affects overall strategy, so they keep it secret, not public, you understand. Yunmu sighed. Got it, young lady. Li Bo Wen stood at the gathering point, looked around and sighed. Strange. Why is the speed so slow this year? Is there a problem? Soon the teleport gate sent a signal. Who will reach the finish first? A voice rang out. Shortly after, Yunmu and Nijai appeared, standing there waiting from before. Li Bo Wen saw it, unable to hide surprise mixed with sarcasm. Wow, unexpected. The two are the first group to finish. How does it feel? Are ruins number 7 interesting? Yunmu could not contain his anger, replied to the teacher angrily, stomping hard in the face. You bastard. Clearly you said only low-level creatures. How do you explain a mid-level appearing? Nijai nearly died. Did you know? Li Bo Wen feigned surprise. Eyes not leaving Yunmu. Mid-level creature. I know nothing. Yunmu realized he couldn't trust the words, turned back sarcastically. The teachers here are good at talking but never present when needed. Wen smiled at his back, still mighty. Perhaps mid-level creatures still haven't scared him. A few minutes later, 2 parents stepped through the teleport gate. Yu flatteringly said it's really great to be grouped with big brother Luo Pu. Defeating 10 space creatures was easy as porridge. This group will surely lag. Confidence vanished when seeing Yunmu and Nijai already standing. Yunmu sneered. Zolo, Ko Zin, Yu, right. Why did you slow down the progress of Elder Luo Pu? You are already second. Luo Pu, next time consider carefully who to group with. Don't randomly accept. It could cost yourself. Provoked by Yunmu, Luo Pu stepped closer, tone firm. Sorry, let me through a bit. Yunmu stepped aside, not blocking, blood swirling as if nothing. Luo Pu stepped up, suspicious eyes, asked Nijai how they finished so quickly. Did Yunmu contribute too? At this time, Duxing just appeared from the teleport gate, paying attention to Luo Pu's conversation. Nijai silently cursed. Damn, why ask me all of a sudden? She knew Luo Pu's personality. Even if she credited Yunmu, he wouldn't believe. Thinking so, she quickly made an excuse. Just because the beasts were countered by me, handled easily. Luo Pu heard that, nodded in satisfaction, face brightened with a slight smile. So it is, you are really lucky. A male in Duxing's group said, Yunmu is really lucky, fortunate to be paired with super strong Nijai. Now he doesn't need to do anything and still leads the practice. Duxing disagreed, scoffed sarcastically. Lucky, don't believe it. I don't believe in luck. It's just a trick to mislead everyone. Half a year passed, Thong truck still at ruins number 7. A creature roared, the ground shook. Its own blue blood puddle. It turned out everything had been cleared by Yunmu, lying everywhere. He sighed, bored. Fighting these is no longer fun. Luckily the training day at Van Bao Room was about to end. Now the fun activities begin. The city ranking competition of Central Continent. He returned to school in high spirits but thought the cultivation speed over 6 months was too slow, even though the shadow system had updated for half a year. Surely it's tricking me. Wait until I wake up. It will know what manners are. Muttering, he scolded. These teachers are too free, coming early again to gather. Yesterday trained all night. No energy to listen. This time don't just stand. Are all parents present? If complete, I will get straight to the point. Yunmu, today you practice for announcement. Next week the official city ranking competition begins. Rules: Tianyun Hall will bring everyone to GM River area. New students from each city will form teams of 5 to 7 people. Task is to defeat space monsters. Points from defeats will be totaled, used to rank cities and compare with others. During that, Space Eyes will monitor 24/7. All actions transmitted live to all major cities, no cheating. Receive survival armor from the Guild of Mystics. It will save you in emergency. After receiving armor, you can freely form teams. No limits at all. I wish you all the desired points, Yunmu thought. Free armor sounds good, but better use father's warrior equipment for sure. Went to find Nijai to form a team. He proposed. Nijai shyly said, sorry, I've already formed a team with someone else. Yunmu was startled, shouted loudly, damn, that fast. Nijai explained that the guild had made prior arrangements, and I had to cooperate with Luo Pu. Meanwhile, Yu had formed his own team. They believed that coordinating with someone from another city, even if it achieved a high rank, would hinder their efforts to earn points for their city. Yunmu, after hearing this, patted Nijai on the head and interrupted. All right, you follow the guild's plan. Nijai saw that he was still standing there and turned back to ask, what about you? What are you going to do? Yunmu waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I agree. Even so, he was still thinking to himself, No one would want to join my team. I don't know anyone in this class. Suddenly Dixing spoke up, his tone friendly. Hey bro, is something wrong? If you're feeling lonely, why not join my team? I'll take care of you. Mu was taken aback and immediately thought, he's Duksheng, the son of the richest family in Feng City, right? I've never spoken to him before. Why is he suddenly inviting me to his team? Mu wondered to himself, is it the right time to refuse? Despite this, he still tried to stay calm. All right, I don't mind who I team up with as long as I have a team. Dixing happily said, great, then let me introduce you to the members of our team. Mu was even more surprised when he realized that the team Duksheng was referring to included Ling En, the son of the second richest family in Feng City, and Lu Qiang. Lu Qiang was the son of the third richest family in the city, and of course, Duksheng was the son of the richest. Mu looked around, his face filled with confusion, silently cursing. What kind of team is this? Is this some kind of paradise for spoiled rich kids? Duksheng cheerfully announced, the welcoming ceremony is over, the team name will be Duksheng. Now, I'll go register with the teacher. Lingen reminded him, what's wrong with you? We only have 4 people. The teacher said we need at least 5 to form a team. Duksheng was startled. Mu worried to himself, should I just quit now? These guys are seriously not thinking straight. The next day, Mu took the free survival armor and went to sell it. The owner handed him the money and said, here's 7,500 space coins, check it yourself. After the transaction, Mu took the bag of money and sighed in disappointment. I thought it would be worth a lot, but it's only 7,500 coins. With this amount, I can't buy anything. Even the most basic stuff, like a raincoat, I can't afford. How am I going to buy other necessary items? Looking at Lu Qiang spending money on expensive items, Mu silently admired. I really envy these fools. Duksheng pushed the cart full of goods towards Mu and loudly asked, Mu, aren't you going to buy anything to prepare for the competition? Mu smiled awkwardly and replied, do you think everyone has money to shop like you guys? Duksheng was surprised. You don't have money. You don't even have essentials like a vehicle and a sleeping tent. Mu casually responded, it's fine, if I don't have a vehicle, I'll run. If I don't have a tent, I'll sleep on the ground. It's more in tune with nature. Hearing this, Duksheng was moved and rushed over, grabbing Mu's hand. I didn't expect you to be this poor. Duksheng will definitely make sure you're not at a disadvantage. Come, follow me. Mu stood there, silently thinking, what's with all the crying? After saying that, Duksheng dragged Mu to the shopping counter. Duksheng slammed his card on the table, declaring, boss, I want everything here, pack it all for me. The boss hurriedly followed through and calculated, your total damage is 143,000 space coins. Duksheng simply said 2 words, swipe the card. Also, I want that vehicle, put Mu's name on it, get me the best tank and get it this week. Mu stood aside, silently thinking, having money is great, I have nothing. The boss finished calculating and announced, thank you, your total damage for this transaction is 12,700,000 space coins. Duksheng didn't stop there, pointing to the tent behind, pack the most expensive tent for my friend here. The boss responded, yes, that's 600,000 space coins. Duksheng casually declared, no problem, swipe the card. Mu was sweating profusely, silently worrying, am I being considered as being sponsored? Well, this is getting tough. Back at the guild headquarters, the sound of Hu Yu's laughter echoed. Hee hee, Luo Pu, do you think Mu can make it into the Central Region ranking qualifiers? Luo Pu replied coldly, I don't know and I don't care. Hu Yu continued to boast, this time Nijai is on our side, no one will team up with him. Luo Pu asked, what does that have to do with me? Why are you so focused on him? Hu Yu explained, I don't like him, he clearly comes from a low background but acts like he's important. Just looking at his face pisses me off. Suddenly, a shiny sports car zoomed by, nearly hitting him. Shouted angrily, who's driving so recklessly? Come down and talk. And to his surprise, the luxurious car belonged to Mu. He poked his head out, looking clueless, while Hu Yu was shocked. What? Luo Pu and Hu Yu met again, with Hu Yu angrily shouting, what are you doing here at the guild? Mu stepped out of the car and calmly said, what else can I do? I'm here to accept a mission. In the upcoming ranking battle, I'll only hunt space monsters, earning points for whatever mission I complete. Hu Yu laughed mockingly, what did you just say? You have an A-team. As he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind, Mu. He turned around, his face stunned as if struck by lightning. 3 more supercars suddenly appeared right behind. Duksheng, sitting in his car, confidently said, I've been waiting for you, how do you like the car? If you're not used to it, feel free to get a new one. Hu Yu looked at the lineup of luxury cars, unable to hold back his sarcasm. This is considered a war machine. A bunch of second-generation rich kids like you think you can hunt space monsters. Are you going to crush the monsters with money? He added. Not to mention, you're already short one person and you're still trying to show off. Yeonmu looked worried, glancing at Duxing. Duxing remained confident and reassured. Don't worry, I've already handled the 5th team member. Timing it precisely, that person should be here soon. Before he could say anything, the sound of a large displacement motorcycle roared towards them. Yeonmu frowned, seeing just one monstrous bike rushing toward them. The person performed an impressive wheelie right in front of Yeonmu. Spinning around, the bike appeared behind him. Who saw the scene stepped forward and laughed. The 5th team member, that's funny. Luo Pu, standing next to him, did not think so and became flustered, stammering, She's a student from the 2nd-tier school in Fenghua, Ling Zhu. Xing waved his hand in a friendly manner. Hey, long time no see, Ling Zhu. The words made Yeonmu feel awkward. He looked even more confused by Ling An's words. Sis, why are you here? How are you managing him? Yeonmu couldn't help himself and pointed at Ling Zhu, asking wide-eyed. No way are you two from the same bloodline. This can't be your family's jealousy, no way. Ling An, upset, jumped up and shouted, You're looking down on me, right? I have a family tree, do you want to see it? Luo Pu stepped forward, reminding Ling Zhu, people from other cities participating will be accused of cheating. This could greatly affect the results of the C-letter 1ED5 Fong City. Have you thought this through? Ling Zhu replied indifferently, I've already transferred to the C-letter 1ED5 Fong Academy. You still confused, asked Luo Pu, Boss, who is this woman? Is she strong? Luo Pu explained seriously, Fenghua's overall ranking is higher than C-letter 1ED5 Fong S. Ling Zhu here has reached the Black Crystal 2nd tier. I heard that a few years ago, she was taken as a disciple by a powerful wizard and taught 2 extremely powerful combat techniques. Among the younger generation, she's considered one of the top experts. Xing laughed joyfully. Ling Zhu, as long as we have enough people, it's fine, you don't need to help too much. Ling Zhu smiled lightly, joking. It doesn't matter, Duxing Lu Qiang, you two are looking like men now, Ling An whined, Sis, I don't want this. You should go back to Fenghua, I want my freedom. Ling Zhu teleported and pinched his cheek. Dare to open your mouth. When my parents hear that you're last in class, they'll beat you up. My parents sent me here to discipline a brat like you. At this moment, Yeonmu spoke up. All right. The siblings continued their chat, now heading to register with the teacher. The straightforward attitude caught Ling Zhu's attention, thinking to herself, this kid is not simple. 1 week passed by and the city ranking competition was about to begin. The organizer's announcement echoed through the system, attention. Tian Yunbao successfully landed, the gate opened, and the competition began. We hope that the new student representing C-letter 1ED5 Fong achieves great results this year. Live footage was broadcast on the large screen in C-letter 1ED5 Fong Square, with the crowd whispering, It's starting, Teacher Li from Tian Yunbao. The ranking this year depends entirely on you. In Tianyun, Yeonmu's father, Li Zhongmin, called Lu Ruyan to help him keep an eye on his son. He smiled, Go ahead, kid, open up your future. Back to the competition, Yu smugly drove the vehicle for the guild's members, grinning, Don't worry, everyone. With my driving skills, no one can overtake us. The best space monster will be ours. Luo Pu ordered, according to the map, there's a safe river zone ahead. Stop so everyone can put on their armor and prepare for the battle. Jai pondered, is Yeonmu okay? Haven't seen him lately. I wonder if he's joined a team for the competition. This kid is worrisome. Luo Pu reminded, hearing a growl from behind, everyone be on high alert. Yu asked, could it be a space monster? Why is it coming so soon? The growl from the vehicle behind got louder. He silently trembled, this can't be. I've already directed changes to the car structure, how could any vehicle be faster? Furthermore, in this celestial cloud fortress, no one has driving skills as excellent as mine. So who are they in the end, could it be? Thinking this, the car suddenly shot up into the sky. It flew over the top of his car. The other person looked out and realized it was Yeonmu's group. And the skilled driver was none other than Ling Zhu, the boss from Fenghua City. A moment later, the whole team stopped by a picturesque waterfall. Yeonmu impatiently asked, So, have you finally decided? Where are we going next? What's the point of leading if Yeonmu still doesn't know the goal? Ling Zhu casually replied, I don't care where we go, for me, dealing with the space monsters here isn't difficult. Ling An then looked up and hesitantly suggested, Sis, take us to a safer place. After all, the Luo Pu team and the elite warriors will grab the highest points, we don't need to take any risks. Unexpectedly, Duxing interrupted with great enthusiasm. I hate those who just talk about retreating. We have Ling Zhu here, plus this car is top tier. If we can't win, at least we can run away. Well, I have an idea. Let's pick this spot as our first checkpoint. Lu Qiang looked at the location with confusion, his eyes wide. Isn't this the area of the dwarf witch monsters? Are you kidding me? Yun Mu, still as clueless as ever, asked, "What's a dwarf witch monster?" Lingyan quickly leaned forward, frowning. "You do know. Those are some of the toughest space monsters in the River Gorge area." Yun Mu innocently asked, "Are they really that strong?" Ling Zhu explained. "If we talk about each individual strategy, they're not that strong. Some might even call them weak, but the main issue is, dwarf witches always live in colonies. Their intelligence develops far beyond that of other monsters, and especially, they absolutely hate humans. Once a fight starts, they gather into a large swarm to attack their prey. If we get surrounded, we might not have a chance to survive." Yun Mu swallowed hard, still not giving up, but seeming to maintain some optimism. At that moment, Duxing explained further why he chose this spot. Most of the teams participating know this. No one wants to face them. In other words, if we can defeat them, the points will be ours because no other team can compete. Lu Qiang looked up and swore, "Duxing, what did you drink? If our team goes there, we'll be dead before we even score anything." Lingyan added, "Stop it. If you want points, you need to stay alive first. Without life, how will you get points?" Duxing reassured, "What are you worried about? We have boss Ling Zhu here. Everything will be fine." Yun Mu turned to ask, "Ling Zhu, what do you think?" Ling Zhu, sucking on a lollipop, answered without hesitation, "You guys decide. I'm fine either way." Yun Mu made up his mind quickly. "Then I agree with Duxing." Duxing knew that his suggestion had both supporters and opponents. Ling Zhu remained silent, choosing to be neutral. He didn't hesitate, decided right away, "Then it's settled. If three of us agree, let's go. Dwarf witches, here we come." Lingyan immediately ran to Ling Zhu, his face twisted in a frown. "Sis, let me off here. I don't want to die. I'm not going anywhere." Duxing pulled him back, sternly saying, "Shut up. If you get off the car, you'll die even faster." After a while, the whole team's car reached the edge of the dwarf witch monster territory. Ling Zhu spoke up, "A few hundred meters ahead we'll likely encounter them. Get off the car, put on your armor, and get ready to fight." Duxing was the first to wear his armor, looking heroic, wielding a mighty weapon, and asked, "Is everyone ready?" His armor was a weapon of destruction, silver saddle, mystic force-infused cloak. Lingyan donned his armor, cross-rotating cleaver, and said, "We're done here." Lu Qiang was also ready, his armor a hunter's weapon, silver saddle, deadly blade. Lu Qiang helplessly asked Lingyan, "Are you afraid of death? Why does your gear look so defensive?" Ling Zhu wore battle armor designed for offense, gently announcing, "I'm done here." Duxing looked around, asking impatiently, "What about Yun Mu? Is he ready?" When he saw the armor Yun Mu wore, Duxing's eyes widened. "Unbelievable," he exclaimed in surprise. "How did you get this armor?" Yun Mu was puzzled, not understanding why Duxing was reacting so strongly. Duxing noticed his confusion and quickly explained, "This armor is from the War God Temple. It's incredibly rare, money can't buy it. I've tried looking for it, but there wasn't a single set. Let me try it, it must feel amazing." Yun Mu broke into a sweat thinking, "What's so special about this armor? I really don't understand how my dad had it." Suddenly, a sound came from a distance, followed by the silhouette of some legs moving. Ling Zhu immediately became alert. He turned around and commanded, "Quiet, something is approaching. Split up, find a place to hide." Duxing used his gun sight to observe, replying, "I've spotted Yun Mu and the target. They're two dwarf monsters, probably patrol soldiers." Ling Zhu commanded, "Check if there are other space monsters around." Duxing responded, "Check, no sign of Yun Mu or any other target." Ling Zhu ordered Yun Mu, "Get ready to move." Yun Mu replied, "Understood." A dwarf monster suddenly became attracted by something, looked down and stared at the object. It turned out to be the lollipop Ling Zhu was sucking on. The monster had never seen such a thing, rushed to pick it up, never taking its eyes off it. Duxing couldn't hold back his laughter, smirking, "Bingo, you hit the jackpot." Pulled the trigger, blowing the dwarf monster's head off. The other one startled, trying to run. Yun Mu suddenly appeared from behind, launching a fierce combat skill strike. Decapitated the dwarf monster, his gaze cold. Successful attack, Yun Mu is eliminated. In the monitoring room, there were discussions. The H team is really impressive this year. Just halfway through the day, they're already in the top 4. One person commented, "Can't compare to Snow White City, they only pick the best seeds. Making it to the top 10 this year is already a huge leap." I heard this year Feng Cheng has a super rookie named Luo Pu. This achievement is definitely thanks to him. No joke, just relying on him. How could Feng Cheng make it to this position? Back to Yun Mu's group. Ling En screamed in panic as the dwarf monsters caught up. Yun Mu, where are you? If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Where are you? Help me. Yun Mu heard and jumped out from the grass. What's all the fuss about? You need to take your time even if you want to hurry. He delivered a powerful kick. The head of a dwarf monster chasing Ling and was kicked away. Yun Mu finished it off and continued waving his hand, taunting the others. Come at me, I'm in a hurry. No time to play with you. Let's see if you can handle my infernal flame slash. The monsters, relying on their numbers, tried to overwhelm their opponents. Each aggressive vanguard was instantly defeated. They were chopped in half immediately. Yun Mu continued to strike, beheading the other monsters. The remaining monsters were decapitated, seemingly unable to resist. Feeling the attacks were too slow, Yun Mu decided to use his combat skill. His blade moved like flowing water and drifting clouds. The dwarf monsters fell each time he moved past them. After finishing off the monsters, he gently landed on the ground, his face bright with a smile. Truly amazing, such style is truly admirable. He let out a breath after the intense battle. Suddenly, two dwarf monsters, not fully dead, got up with the intention of attacking him to avenge their comrades. However, Yun Mu was not concerned at all, looking at them like mindless corpses. At that moment, two powerful mystic blasts pierced through their heads, quickly finishing them off. Lingzhu called out from above, "Feel free to attack, go all out. Let us handle those ones." Suddenly, one surviving monster stood up, trying to flee. Lingzhu quickly shouted through the intercom, "Yun Mu, don't let it run. It's trying to report back to the tribe." At this moment, Lu Qiang stepped forward, his voice full of confidence. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." With that, Lu Qiang began expertly spinning his dagger. Then he activated his battle skill and flew toward the dwarf monster to attack. His attack immediately ended the monster's life. Lu Qiang cheerfully shouted, trying to run, "No way." Lingzhu observed and then praised, "The team coordination is much smoother now." Roughly calculated, this time we've killed over 30 dwarf monsters, earned quite a few points. Dixing turned around, eager. "Then let's continue with the next round, Ling En. Go lure a few more monsters here." Ling En yawned, tired. "I'm not going anywhere. I almost got eaten by them already." Dixing didn't miss the chance, dashing over, grinning slyly. "Well, if you're not going, let Yun Mu go and you stay to fight close combat with him." Ling En, irritated, made a silly face, wondering in his mind if he should do anything. He had no choice but to shout back, "Wait, I'm not taking the lead, let me lure them, it's much safer." Xing walked over to Lingzhu, puzzled. "What's up with Lingzhu looking so dazed?" Lingzhu thought for a moment and then said, "He's definitely been a mystic for less than a year, right?" Dixing nodded, "Exactly. I heard he only started sensing mystic power about a week before the annual exam." Lingzhu continued, her voice thoughtful, "So that means he's achieved this in just half a year. In just half a year to gain this power, there must be something strange." Xing replied, "Of course, he's not like an ordinary person. Exactly because of this uniqueness, I invited him to join our team." Just after speaking, Ling En had already lured a few dwarf monsters back. He shouted loudly, running at full speed with his crooked legs. Everyone who heard it was startled, ready to run. The group turned back pale-faced, clearly frightened. That's the team of the witch leaders. They all hurriedly withdrew. The team ran non-stop until they escaped the witch monsters' territory. They stopped to make a campfire and rest. Dixing opened the statistics board and laughed brightly, "Haha. You really made a great haul today. Let's check it out." Yun Mu had killed a total of 230 space monsters, taking up 43% of the team's total points. Second place was Ling Zhu, who killed 92 monsters, earning 35%. Pretty good. She was only supporting the team but still killed that many. Truly a black crystal level mystic. Yun Mu, hearing this, raised his head to thank her. "If it weren't for your help, I couldn't have killed this many. If you wanted to be first, it'd be easy." Ling Zhu was silent, but in her heart she secretly assessed, he's trying to hide his real talent. This action proved he wanted to keep some secret. As the atmosphere calmed down, Dixing suddenly turned around and asked with concern, "Ling En, why are you looking so gloomy?" Ling En could only lower his head, his hands clenched tightly like a child being scolded, eyes welling with tears. "I only killed 5, got 5 points, am I useless?" Lu Qiang saw this and stepped forward to pat him on the back, comforting him. "You lured them, so how could you have enough strength to kill more? I only got a few more points than you." Lingzhu also couldn't bear it, speaking up, "All right, I'll transfer some points to you, it's fine." Yun Mu, hearing this, was startled. "Wait, points can be transferred to someone else." He immediately said, "Then I'll transfer 15 points to Lu Qiang." Lu Qiang, surprised, widened his eyes. "Are you sure? That's the points you worked hard for." Yun Mu grinned, what's the big deal, we're a team, we rise and fall together. Lu Qiang laughed, happily thanking him, thanks Yun Mu, if you were a girl, I'd definitely love you. Ling Zhu gently reminded, it's getting late, let's divide the spoils and rest, there's still a long way to go in the battle. A while later, the group returned to the tent. Yun Mu sat down, took out the spoils, examined them, and wondered, this must be the mystic crystal Duxing mentioned. It looks quite nice, and it's even glowing. He suddenly recalled Ling Zhu's reminder, the mystic crystal is only effective for 12 hours, it must be used before it expires. After thinking for a while, Yun Mu decided, although he planned to go back to Tian Wenbao, the current situation couldn't wait. He opened the system, his hand trembling slightly, muttering as if to reassure himself, there's always a first time for everything, but why am I so nervous? Which acupoint should I choose? Each one has its own effect, this is tough. At that moment, Li Baowen's advice suddenly appeared in his mind. I suggest trying the Heavenly Man's acupoint first, because it's the only acupoint on the head but has the greatest effect. Without hesitation, Yun Mu decided to use the crystal. His eyes were determined, Heavenly Man's acupoint, then I'll choose it. After speaking, he immediately crushed the crystal. Absorbing the mystic power, he extended his hand before his chest to adjust the energy. A glowing ball of light condensed and flew into his forehead. The system quickly displayed the information. Acupoint progress 15%. Immediately, Yun Mu's legs began to tremble. The feeling of imbalance, he almost fell. After a long while, he finally steadied himself, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and continued, using the remaining 5 mystic crystals. An hour later, he tiredly checked the result, then sighed, only 70%. The teacher said people with poor talent only need 2 crystals. Does that mean my talent is worse than that? Just then, a familiar voice rang out in his head, congratulations, host. The photo system has been updated successfully. He was stunned, standing still for a few seconds. Then, as if hitting the jackpot, he jumped up, yelling, my system's back, haha, activate the photo mode. Immediately, the shadow figure appeared. Yun Mu squinted his eyes, intrigued, what's this? You're wearing armor just like me, that's pretty cool. Before he could rejoice, the system provided new information. The strength of the shadow figure is now equivalent to the host's. This information made Yun Mu pause for a moment to digest it. After understanding, he laughed, so I can control the shadow figure's body. He didn't hesitate, immediately focusing his mind to control his consciousness to leave his body. His body felt drained of all life, collapsing to the ground as if every ounce of energy had vanished. At the same time, his consciousness fully merged into the body of the shadow. Gao Yun could not help but be astonished as he noticed the change in his perspective. Is this really me? Felt like a real nightmare. I'm actually inside his body. This feature is indeed powerful, worth waiting 6 months for. It would be a waste to leave it unused while I sleep at night. Tonight will be an excellent hunting night. However, he must avoid Duxing and the others from discovering this. Shortly after, the sky brightened, the sun rising behind the mountain. Gao Yun dragged his exhausted body into the tent, placed the bag on the sofa, panting as if he had run to his limit. Phew, finally done. Last night I had to fight monsters and return to shelter, my body almost exhausted. Luckily, the crystals collected were enough to activate the heavenly acupoint, a small achievement. He pulled out a strange object, turning it over in confusion. But what is this, I wonder? The dwarf wizards I defeated yesterday seem to be protecting it, so it must be important to them. A voice called from outside, Gao Yun, awake yet? Prepare your gear, departure time is near, Duxing shouted. Hearing this, Gao Yun quickly put the strange object into storage, deciding to investigate later. Lu Qiang asked Ling'an curiously, how did you absorb the mystic crystals yesterday? Ling'an shrugged, it's okay, I used 4 crystals to activate 80% of the heavenly acupoint. Lu Qiang sighed in frustration, well that's good, I needed 5 crystals to activate 75% of the foot acupoint. Seems like my aptitude is worse than yours. Just then, they saw Gao Yun stepping out of the tent and hurriedly asked, and you, how many acupoints did you activate last night? With your aptitude, it should be decent. Gao Yun replied calmly, I don't remember clearly, seems like 5 crystals only activated about 70% of the heavenly acupoint. Two looked at each other, shocked, asking in unison, 70%, are you sure, even lower than us? Gao Yun just nodded. Both laughed heartily as if discovering something fortunate. Perhaps we are stronger than expected. At that moment, Ling Zhu stepped out, ready for battle, reminding the group, stop dawdling, let's go, where will you head next? Duxing replied resolutely, does Ling Zhu even need to ask, of course to retaliate against the wizard leaders. Time passed quickly. Over the next 4 days, their team progressed remarkably. Each member began coordinating more smoothly, acting as if they had trained together for years. They even combined to defeat a high-level dwarf wizard, something previously unimaginable. Gao Yun still used his shadow body each night for training, increasing his power nearly beyond all limits. By now, he had activated 4 mystic acupoints, with total power nearly double what it was at the start of battle. Gao Yun's battles were recorded through the spatial eyes, broadcast live to every city in the world. His extraordinary performance quickly caught the attention of a mysterious old man, sitting in a dark room, eyes cold. His fingers twisted a black ring, seemingly calculating something. His face radiated danger. The door opened quietly. A subordinate stepped in respectfully. "Sir, any instruction?" The old man glanced at him, then spoke slowly. "This year there is an outstanding talent in Feng City, have you heard?" The subordinate replied immediately, voice full of disdain, "Yes, I know, his name is Gao Yun, humble origin, nothing remarkable." The old man interrupted coldly, "How can he be considered small? He is doing things many geniuses admire." The subordinate understood, nodded. "Indeed, that boy and his team have earned many points, even surpassing Luo Pu's team, the most anticipated." The old man's gaze grew sharp, cutting to the point. "Gao Yun and Luo Pu are truly outstanding talents. However, the talents of Feng City cannot be used, which may pose great risk to our plan." The subordinate looked at the old man, understanding his thoughts, and asked, "You mean eliminate him?" The old man smiled wickedly, voice cold as a blade. "A few deaths in city ranking contests are not uncommon." Without further words, the subordinate bowed respectfully, "Understood. I will handle it immediately." Elsewhere, the atmosphere in Gao Yun's camp grew tense. He turned to Duxing anxiously. "Are you sure we should continue attacking this tribe? They have more than 10 wizards always using magic and an elder adept at taming beasts." Duxing nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, I investigated thoroughly. Those you mentioned are out hunting. None remain in the tribe." Gao Yun scratched his chin thoughtfully, eyes full of determination. "You know, dwarf wizards usually score higher than other dwarf monsters. This is an opportunity we cannot miss." At that moment, Ling Zhu spoke, cold but encouraging. "I think Duxing's suggestion is reasonable. We should attack there." He looked at the 3 boys, furrowed her brows, and explained, "Over the past 4 days, you have improved greatly. Time to test yourselves against stronger beasts. Also, I need black crystals from them." Gao Yun pondered, a feeling of gratitude filling him. Indeed, Ling Zhu helped the team enhance their strength all this time, yet seemed to gain nothing for herself. He tapped lightly on her shoulder, stepped forward, and declared, "Let's go, Duxing. Time to face stronger monsters." Ling Zhu tilted her head, seriously added, "Ling En, you are still in charge of bringing them out." Time passed slowly, night fell completely, and Ling En still had not returned. Gao Yun looked at Duxing anxiously. "I have a bad feeling. Is Ling En okay?" Duxing patted his shoulder reassuringly, confidently, "Don't worry, he will return soon. These days he successfully activated his right-hand acupoints. In terms of power, he's not weaker than me." Before he finished speaking, a whistling sound cut through the air. Ling En had returned just in time. A furious roar echoed behind. A giant dwarf monster charged at incredible speed, swinging its arms to attack. Ling En quickly dodged, immediately countered with a lightning-fast slash. Giant monster's arm was severed instantly. It fell to the ground, making a loud crash. However, he dared not risk more. Quickly returned to formation, shouting, "Thought I was easy to deal with. Don't dream, everyone prepare for battle. They are at the gates." Gao Yun jumped up, brushing off dust, sneering, "Oh, I thought Lack was missing. Now let's get to the main task." Before forming formation, whistling sounds came from behind. The culprit stepped from the shadows, mocking, "Oh, isn't this the team everyone was talking about? I see nothing special. Frankly, they are as weak as ordinary people. Aren't your scores like this? Sorry, we cleared everything already." Dwarf wizards passed above Gao Yun, laughing as if playing cat and mouse. One landed in front of Ling En. His lips curled, speaking contemptuously, "Hard work, fool. Seems your effort is wasted." The provocation finished. 2 others like lightning shot into the sky, passing Ling En's hand, charging toward the dwarf monster army. The dwarf wizards still did not understand what happened. Leader's limbs were instantly shattered. The arm was severed in an instant. After that strike, they began acting as if playing in a park, swinging swords lightly, but each dwarf monster fell one by one. Gao Yun watched from a distance, heart racing. He exclaimed, able to slash dwarf wizards in a blink again. Where did these 2 come from? Ling Zhu explained immediately, "Surely they are elite members from other city teams, here to steal our points, as we attracted too much attention." After clearing the battlefield, the 2 turned back, casting Gao Yun's group a condescending glance. "Oh, you know your place, thanks for the free points." Duxing remained silent for a few seconds, then turned to leave. "Let's go." Lu Qiang gaped, eyes wide. "Just leave like that?" Duxing didn't bother looking back. "The points are taken, why stay to talk?" Lu Qiang, face red with anger, definitely need to teach them a lesson. On the other side, the man in white laughed scornfully, clearly not satisfied. He glanced at Gao Yun's group and walked off. Look, they are deliberately ignoring us. The other one sneered, HMPH, getting robbed blatantly and only knowing how to retreat in despair. Truly a group of cowards who only hide behind points. Both of them shouted together, I know you're dissatisfied. If you're not happy, come back like men and teach us a lesson. Did not finish speaking before teleporting behind. Duxing prepared to sneak attack, but before he could strike, he was hit by a rapid blow to the neck with a sharp cracking sound. His master was thrown back with a surprising burst of energy. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed. The man in white stood frozen like a statue, screaming in terror. What just happened? Duxing coldly warned, you two have taken your points. Now leave immediately. Otherwise, don't wonder why the sea water is saltier than tears. Immediately, a shrill golden sound tore through the air, followed by a flare exploding in the sky. The group looked up, startled. What the hell is that? Sweat began to bead on Duxing's forehead. He swallowed hard and said seriously, this is a signal flare. No time to waste, everyone run now. Still unsure about the meaning of losing everything then. The ground shook violently. A massive figure descended from behind, landing right next to Duxing. A creature with a human body but a wolf's head. Its eyes were full of murderous intent, staring at its prey. It immediately attacked the blonde-haired man. Attack ripped his clothes and he fell flat on the ground. Though he escaped death, his body was left with scratches. Each cough caused a spray of red fluid. Yunmu shuddered lightly, then whispered to Ling Zhu, what is that monster? On the other side, the monster roared and stood tall. It stomped the remaining half of the man into the ground. The man in white could not stand seeing his comrade hurt, charging forward like a live bullet. Duxing shouted, don't be reckless, seeing him throw himself into danger like a sacrifice. Idiot, come back here, don't go there. But it was too late. A huge hand swept across, pressing him into the ground. His armor was mostly decorative, unable to resist, just as expected. The Ma-Ao slowly turned its head to look at Duxing, as if evaluating the next target. He froze, sweat pouring down like a river. Even his good armor might not withstand another blow. Lingen observed the surrounding, still uneasy, whispering, should we save those two? Master Lingen hesitated. Yunmu decisively shouted, don't worry, just run, they won't survive. In another corner, Duxing drew his gun, his eyes cold as if predicting disaster, thinking, HMPH, my armor is broken. One more hit and I'm finished. No time to think, Duxing retreated with the team. At the same time, he fired continuously at the Ma-Ao in front of him. But danger appeared from another direction. Another Ma-Ao jumped out to block the path, with a short witch on its shoulder looking arrogantly, laughing maliciously. Heh heh, where do you think you're going? In this critical situation, Yunmu reacted, crouching low to dodge the claw, shouting loudly, not good, there's another one ahead. Duxing immediately turned back to warn. That one is the tribe elder, don't stop, keep pushing, retreat to the vehicle. No need for words, the whole team changed direction, taking another route. While running, Yunmu wondered, why are there so many Ma-Ao, when did they gather like this? Duxing gritted his teeth, it must be the short witch elder's trap. Yunmu asked, what kind of trap? Duxing answered, still looking ahead. The signal flare earlier was their way of communicating, we've walked right into their encirclement. Ling Zhu quickly analyzed, her voice cold, the short witch elder is very strong. He must have known the other tribes were attacked by us these past few days and set this up. Before they could stabilize, another Ma-Ao appeared, blocking their retreat. Yunmu asked urgently, what do we do now? Before they could react, the entire team was surrounded by the short witch leader and a group of low-level monsters. In the middle of the encirclement, Lingen panicked, almost crying. Oh no, what should we do? I don't want this to end so soon. In the midst of the tension, the voice of the short witch elder rang out. You've harmed our kind these past few days. Today here I will take blood debt. Yunmu smiled, mocking, oh how ugly, and you even try to speak like an adult. First time meeting something as bizarre as you. The short witch elder was startled, shouting, I am the elder commanding the tribe. I am an intelligent spatial monster, do you hear me? Lu Qiang stepped forward without hesitation, his voice cold, you're nothing but a damn elder. Before he could finish, the elder roared, you insolent children, falling into my hands and still showing disrespect. Do you want to die? He swung his whip in command. Deal with them quickly. The Ma-Ao immediately obeyed, growling and charging. Stench filled the air. Their sharp teeth showed through the saliva. The entire team was surrounded, with no way out, tearing them apart. Two Ma-Ao began charging, their mouths full of sharp teeth, as if they wanted to eat everyone alive. Yunmu held his ground with the system, saying, Ling Zhu, you're the only one who can break through the encirclement. Wait for me to break through to the vehicle, drive back to pick us up. We'll hold out until you return, Ling Zhu worriedly asked. Are you sure? Yunmu smiled lightly. It's really possible. Stopping briefly, he pulled his hand into the system to search for an item. Shortly after, he pulled out a glowing long sword. He jumped up, leaving a message. It's best if you return quickly. Ling Zhu saw him leap up. He also leaped after him, using force to accelerate. Yunmu single-handedly broke through the encirclement, his sword cutting through the enemy, causing heavy losses. A witch aimed at Yunmu and charged, but his sword slashed strongly into its chest. Ling Zhu was looking for an escape route when a short witch blocked her way. Ling Zhu left it behind, sweating, thinking, Nanny must hold out until I get back. At the same time, a Ma'ao appeared, growling and charging towards her. Ling Zhu wasn't prepared in time, and when she turned around, the Ma'ao was already very close to her. At the same time, a crash echoed, screws and other tools scattered through the air. Luckily, Ling'an quickly dashed forward to shield his sister, protecting Ling Zhu from a blow. Seeing his sibling bleed because of him, Ling Zhu shouted anxiously, Zia Owen. Ling'an gritted his teeth and said firmly, don't look back, keep running. If you can't drive the tank home, none of us will survive. Immediately he shouted, come here, you dog, your opponent is me. Having said that, Ling'an charged at the Ma'ao, suddenly attacked, forcing it to retreat. Moments later, its claws continued aiming straight at Ling'an. Of course, he did not stand still. The two swords in his hands quickly blocked the strike ahead. He crossed the two swords, his hands skillfully spinning them into a circle. Seeing the opportunity, Ling'an thrust the sword straight forward. This move was called the 10 Deaths Rotation Station. Finally, he brought down the ferocious Ma'ao, Ling'an's face showing fatigue from blood loss. Remaining two sorcerers with weapons continued their relentless attacks. Lu Qiang was ready, standing proudly waiting for the enemy. Thanks to careful preparation and considerable strength, Lu Qiang quickly struck down the two short mages in an instant. And he exhaled lightly, not noticing another sneaking from behind. As it flew up to attack, a loud sound erupted, causing the short mage's body to explode. The noise startled Lu Qiang. He turned in shock, staring at the scene before him. Luckily, Dixing shot accurately in time, warning, watch out behind. On another side, the sorcerers were continuously attacked, their limbs flying everywhere. Yunmu grimaced, not a single moment of rest so far. Yunmu's hands moved swiftly. Any sorcerer approaching was taken down. Yunmu's attack rhythm grew faster. The number of sorcerers defeated so far was considerable. Yunmu stayed alert, thinking, the sorcerers keep coming. If this continues, we won't hold until Zhai Zhu returns. At the same time, a piercing scream shattered his thought. Yunmu was startled, turned around, horrified at the scene before him. Ma'ao was dragging Ling'an up. Dixing continuously fired at its remaining arm. Hung upside down, Ling'an's mind spun. He tumbled chaotically like a teased pig. Immediately after, the Ma'ao threw Ling'an straight. Force was so strong his head ached sharply. Seeing this, the two Dixing froze, exclaiming in amazement. Yunmu gritted his teeth, calculating. Not good, they're about to break, need a plan. He immediately moved behind the sorcerer, still considering the threat from the Ma'ao and its controller. The elder short sorcerer stood among the troops. To take him down, one had to get past them. Yunmu thought while charging, to catch the bandit must catch the king first. Eyes blazing, Yunmu gripped his sword, fiercely slashing through. They could not have imagined that he would focus on the elder. He was stunned for a moment. When Yunmu almost slashed, the elder still had not regained his senses, completely unaware. At the time he regained his composure, he hurriedly turned and fled. Luckily, Yunmu only managed to lightly cut his robe, tearing it apart. He regretfully shouted. The elder angrily yelled, Ma'ao, you're really stupid, being scolded unexpectedly. The two dogs looked at each other in surprise. The elder sorcerer always looked at them with an angry gaze, shouting, why haven't you come to save me yet? During this time, Dixing began to provoke them. Why did you stop? However, Ma'ao was not easily tricked. They quickly launched sharp claw slashes accompanied by internal force. Yunmu didn't miss the opportunity. His eyes were sharp, and he immediately dodged the attack. He was lucky to have fast reflexes, immediately leaping back, creating distance from them. As he dodged the attack, Yunmu looked at the short sorcerer lying on the ground with frustration. Just a little more, and he would have succeeded. The Ma'ao didn't give up in their eyes. Yunmu had become the primary target. The whole pack charged in. Yunmu calculated carefully, 1 against 3. He had no choice but to use all his illusionary power. He shouted loudly, channeling all his internal energy. Yunmu's eyes suddenly turned blood red. A terrifying force emanated from his body. A red lightning bolt shot out. The skill he executed was chaotic dance of the broken blade. Yunmu truly wanted to fight to the end with these 3 Ma'ao. Dixing looked at him, sweating, wondering if one person could control 3 Ma'ao. He also joined the battle, shooting at a nearby Ma'ao. Lu Qiang asked, hey, do you see this? Liu Qiang looked at Yun Mu with suspicion, considering his current state. Could it be like the old people say, he's entering a state of transcendence? Yun Mu's eyes were red at this moment, and his smile was even colder than before. Duxing chuckled lightly, asking back, "Are you saying that he has reached the legendary war god state?" Duxing looked at Yun Mu, wondering, what secret does this kid have that makes him so powerful? Elder Sorcerer was still observing, and he too was stunned. How could one person defeat 3 Mao? In the blink of an eye, Yun Mu appeared in front of him. His smile made anyone shudder. Suddenly, his subordinates were sent flying in all directions. The elder was now panicked, his whole body trembling with fear. The short elder sorcerer turned back, angrily shouting, "What is happening now?" A familiar voice rang out, "You bastard, try this." Soon as the voice finished, a large gun immediately fired continuous shots into the group of short sorcerers. The weapon was so fast they couldn't react. The whole group could only stand frozen. Duxing was helping Ling and Liu Qiang joyfully shouted, "Duxing, look. It's Ling Zhu, she's back." Ling Zhu shouted loudly, "The car S here, everyone hurry up." Duxing shouted excitedly, "Yun Mu, hurry, get in the car." But at this moment, Yun Mu continued to frantically slash, as if he didn't hear their words. Duxing then realized, he shouted, his condition is not right. Change at the Sorcerer's Guild, everyone was looking at the system scan screen. One person in the group was startled and reported, "Guild leader, someone has reached the level of war god." Another person followed up, "Is it him? Has the image been blocked?" The other person immediately responded, "All image data has been blocked. It's no longer viewable." The guild leader nodded in satisfaction. "Good, quickly report to the saints." Back to Yun Mu, he yawned and felt extremely relaxed. Yun Mu sighed, glad to have escaped. His body felt very tired after all that had happened. Liu Qiang spoke, "Have you calmed down? Just now you have no idea how ruthless you were." Yun Mu looked confused. "I don't know what just happened, but now I feel a strength surging within me." He raised his hand, looking at his palms, the thirst for battle rising uncontrollably. Immediately, Duxing grabbed his shoulder. "Don't mention it anymore, let's go." He continued to check the system. Even though this time, everyone's lives were hanging by a thread, we still gained quite a bit. Aside from 10 regular spirit stones, there were also 2 black spirit stones. He kept checking the scan. "This time, we can say Yun Mu saved our lives. I think we should give everything we got this time to Yun Mu." Yun Mu was startled when he heard that. Looked at everyone in confusion and asked again, "All of this for me?" Ling An cheerfully replied, "Just take it. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead by now." Liu Qiang added, "That's right, you deserve everything." However, Yun Mu immediately stood up, his voice cold, "I don't want it." Next words moved everyone. During this expedition, everyone had worked their hardest. "Let's divide the spoils like we always do." Actually, I didn't do more than anyone. Back then I was just like everyone else. I only tried my best to save you, Yun Mu said with sincere eyes, looking at everyone. Duxing responded, "All right, since you said so, we'll divide it according to the rules. After escaping danger, everyone's exhausted. Let's find a place to rest." Having friends like this is sometimes truly wonderful. After dividing everything, everyone found a place to rest. The sound of water flowing gently, it was so soothing. Yun Mu finished his bath and treated himself to a bit of sweet water. Sighing in relief after the bath, he felt much more comfortable. Suddenly the system rang with a notification. "Ting ting, congratulations, subject." Yun Mu listened silently. The system continued the announcement. "Since the subject performed excellently, the system will issue a reward." Surprised, a reward. The system continued, "This is an origin box. The subject's reward has been issued. Please check the server." Yun Mu carefully looked at the box in his hand, the origin box. System explained, "The origin box is a type of item that can be used for drawing, with a chance to receive equipment and battle skill." Yun Mu put the can down, saying, "So it's really about opening a gift." He happily opened the box. "If it's not something European, I'll at least see what the gift is." Immediately the origin box opened, and accessory parts started to appear. Each part was revealed from the box, making Yun Mu gape in awe. These items made Yun Mu gasp. He opened his eyes wide and stared at them. The system quickly disappeared, leaving Yun Mu confused. "Wait, what is this?" He was angry, pushing nothing in the air, yelling, "There's nothing, just an empty box." The system reappeared. "Ting ting, congratulations, subject, for obtaining an extremely large reward." Yun Mu was furious. Congratulations for what, there's nothing here. The system continued, a level equipment part, no flight tail. He was surprised, and a level equipment part. System spoke again, congratulations, you have obtained a level combat control skill. Do you want to focus your efforts on learning it? Yunmu smiled in satisfaction. Do I need to ask? Of course, I'll learn it. Immediately, a beam of light surrounded Yunmu, and the combat skill was imparted. Yunmu was excited. The light seemed to guide him to another place. After a moment, his body felt a new surge of energy. The system announced, no flight tail has been successfully learned. Yunmu smiled contentedly. I really can't wait to try this technique. The sky darkened, the forest was still, and the sound of crickets chirping could be clearly heard. Under the light, a short sorcerer was holding a torch, patrolling. Suddenly, a shadow of Yunmu appeared and attacked him from behind. Short sorcerer was unprepared. A powerful blow sent him flying. He could only scream. Not stopping there, Yunmu continued charging, relentlessly punching and kicking the falling short sorcerer. In the blink of an eye, he had to endure countless attacks. Finally, number 1 finished with a precise thigh kick. The witch's blue light scattered. His mouth struck so hard it could not close. Number 1 looked extremely pleased with this move. Amazing, this skill was truly captivating and spectacular. Meanwhile, in Yunmu's room, a shadow silently opened the door and stepped in. The intruder observed him, then compared him to the photo in hand, exactly like the person in the picture. It was unclear why he came, but after recognizing Yunmu, he whispered, "Sorry, little buddy." He grinned slyly and tossed the photo away, continuing, "Your skill, sure to obstruct others." This intruder kept muttering non-stop, "I hope you remember this, the leader in your next life." Number 1 watched the witch closely. Unable to hide his pride with this skill, the enemy was completely powerless. At the same time, the system sounded, "Alert, alert," and number 1's expression instantly changed. It announced that Yunmu was in danger. The subject was being threatened. Return as soon as possible. At this moment, number 1 was extremely anxious and shouted loudly, "System, return to the entity immediately." Turning to Yunmu after saying enough, the intruder immediately struck. Thinking he was asleep, but at the critical moment, Yunmu's eyes flared open. Instantly, the bed echoed with a shocking explosion. Yunmu leapt, flipping several times like a professional athlete. Then he landed at a safe distance. It was unclear when Yunmu woke, but he must have heard the intruder's monologue. Few objects fell at Yunmu's feet. The intruder's voice echoed. He had evaded the attack. In the smoke, the intruder's face gradually revealed itself. He praised, "This kid is very alert." Yunmu watched him warily and immediately asked, "Who are you?" Even being discovered, he remained calm. "Who I am does not matter. What matters is pausing a bit tonight." Yunmu observed him cautiously. His inner strength surged, eyes glowing, grinning slyly. "Continue, you must die." Acting quickly, Yunmu immediately drew a weapon from the system. He pulled out his familiar long sword, surrounded by a strong aura. His attack was coming. Yunmu had to release the weapon to protect his arm. Both seemed highly sensitive to speed. Yunmu landed on the ground. Sweating heavily, he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn, too fast, didn't grab the weapon in time." He observed the light emitted by him. Kim Kwang had entered Kim Thatch Mystic stage. Why would a high-level mystic target him? The intruder said, "Your reaction was quick. Can you escape this time?" As soon as he spoke, he launched another attack toward Yunmu. Before taking a breath, he charged for close combat. Yunmu was struck hard in the stomach, spitting out blood. Seeing him weak, he kicked again. Yunmu flipped in midair. The kick sent him flying out of the tent, tearing a large hole. Yunmu looked up, blood flowing non-stop, thinking silently, without a weapon, completely powerless. Watching himself fall freely, facing a strong opponent, he thought, surely dead. He looked at Yunmu, still breathing, then said, "This will release you." After speaking, he leapt high, his shadow on the ground disappearing. The intruder, powerful, prepared to deliver a decisive kick to Yunmu. Farewell. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached him. It was Ling Zhu, running while anxiously shouting, "Yunmu." Hearing the familiar shout, Yunmu felt salvation, glancing quickly. The sword in Ling Zhu's hand was thrown forcefully, escaping the sheath. Ling Zhu shouted loudly, catching it. Yunmu faced the dangerous situation. It seemed Ling Zhu threw accurately. Yunmu caught it in time. With a weapon in hand, he finally had a chance to counterattack. Yunmu shouted thanks. The intruder was surprised by Ling Zhu's appearance, feeling astonished. Before reacting, Yunmu used the furious blade to strike continuously. The two figures clashed. Ling Zhu tensely observed from below. Yunmu turned the situation around. The other sneered, "We have the same weapon." He exhaled, inner strength rising. "Have I struck enough? Now it's my turn to counter." His hand formed a fist, spinning continuously in midair. Facing Yunmu, he was confident, fighting while grinning like tormenting small prey. Yunmu struggled, using the sword to block in front. Immediately, he decided to use consecutive slashes. slashing continuously toward him. This guy was formidable, eyes following the sword like a 180-degree camera. He dodged each strike skillfully, praising Yun Mu's exquisite sword technique. Yun Mu focused fully, not letting the opponent distract him. Finally, Yun Mu's blade was blocked barehanded by the intruder. He put his hand in his pocket, disdainfully commenting but not powerful enough. He flung Yun Mu aside, scornfully saying, "Useless against me." Due to the force, Yun Mu flew like a ball across the common platform. The intruder landed as he fell. Tears looking at Yun Mu, the game ended. Before striking, he remarked, "You're a good seed, pity to kill, but business is business." Yun Mu listened silently, struggling to stand. At the same time, the intruder drew internal power, dense flames enveloped around. This was the 8th extreme flame dragon surge. His eyes looked at Yun Mu, still full of contempt, go die. From the flames appeared a terrifying demonic face charging at Yun Mu. This attack caused strong winds to rise around him. Unexpectedly, Yun Mu smiled mysteriously. This subtle change caught the intruder's eye. He looked at him in surprise. The flames approached. Yun Mu was about to be hit, but he wondered, what is this kid smiling at? Yun Mu's entire body emitted a gentle blue light. The system sounded, Total Furious Blade reached level 4, skill upgraded. Yun Mu became more confident, shouldering the sword, casually smiling at him. He thought Senza made it, must have been expecting something all along. Gao Yun Mu gripped the sword tightly, his aura rising. This time he used the ultimate skill Origin Sever Slash. The other glanced over and guessed, this kid intended to snatch the Deem Long Cauldron from him. Yun Mu immediately lunged straight into the raging fire. In an instant, he shifted his stance from defense to attack. Powerful slash cut out, the cold light like ice suppressing the flame. The two forces clashed instantly, the battle reaching extreme tension. No one could predict who would win. Around them, red flames spread throughout the space, burning fiercely. In the critical moment when the advantage seemed to favor the intruder, his fire suddenly vanished without a trace. The intruder had not realized anything, standing stunned in surprise. Suddenly his gaze changed, looking extremely urgent. Moments later, an arm was severed, blood spilling to the ground. He was shocked and unable to react in time. Yun Mu pointed his sword at the opponent, saying, "This time just to block the arm, next time I will kill." Soon the pain spread. He clutched the wound, shouting, "My arm, it hurts too much." Yun Mu remained calm, standing and observing him. The wound made the intruder pale, his eyes filled with rage, unforgiving. Yun Mu casually withdrew the sword, challenging, "So, still want to continue?" Then he warned him, if not dealt with quickly, he would lose too much blood and risk his life. This was completely reasonable. The intruder panicked, flying away after leaving a reminder, "Kid, remember well." The night passed, the intruder retreated, the space returning to peaceful as before. Lingzhu stepped forward looking at Yun Mu and shouted, his breath slightly hurried. Immediately after the call, Yun Mu suddenly coughed up blood and fell. This reaction frightened Lingzhu, shouting, "Yun Mu." She ran to lift him, worried, "Are you okay?" Yun Mu was tired but tried to reassure, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Though he said so, the fatigue on his face was undeniable. He silently regulated his breathing. Afterwards he said to her, "Thank you, I owe you my life." Luckily he didn't realize I was faking. I would have died if continued. Lingzhu said nothing, only handed him a towel. Yun Mu quickly responded, "Thank you." Everyone gathered. Duxing wondered why Ling An and Lu Qiang patrolled tonight like mysterious figures without killing anyone. He looked at Yun Mu and deduced, it seems the opponent's target was not the entire force but only Yun Mu heard that and his expression darkened. Duxing's words made perfect sense. Lingzhu continued, "We obstructed high-level interest, so assassins were sent to eliminate the main force." Ling An said, "If so, why only target Yun Mu when he is very strong?" He analyzed, "Our family is famous. Even superiors dare not attack casually." Lingzhu said, "My master is the holy sage. Everyone must respect him." Yun Mu secretly despised, bullied because of lack of background, just soft prey. Thinking so, he nurtured hatred, determined to repay the grudge. Duxing worried, "Don't act, rest here, we will discuss after Yun Mu recovers." He spoke, "I'm fine, we have arranged." Lingzhu patted his shoulder, interrupting, "What are you talking about, fool?" She turned and reminded, "Your life is more important than the test results." Hearing this, Yun Mu's heart warmed. Soon after, Lingzhu reminded, "All right, everyone rest, I will guard tonight." Yun Mu wiped the blood on the ground with his hand, thinking, this is not over, cannot ignore. He commanded the system, scan information from the blood. The system appeared, analyzing the blood on Yun Mu's hand. In a moment, the intruder's information was identified and stored in the data. Duxing's voice sounded. Yun Mu was startled, thinking, I've been discovered. Morning arrived, the forest air was more pleasant. Yun Mu seemed awake before the sun. Perhaps he did not sleep last night. In his hand was a flow of green power. its purpose unknown. Immediately after, he clenched it in his palm. Yun Mu was pleased. Now the power would penetrate all meridians. He smiled. The past 2 days, shadow monster battles had been very rewarding. He reminded himself if advancing further need to condense mystic stone armor, but using the shadow must be more careful than last time nearly discovered. Last time Yun Mu lied to update the system. Duxing did not suspect. He also said needed an update. Lying on the sofa, the system announced he had 10,000 points accumulated, asking the host whether to use. This time, the points were used to solidify the second shadow. Yun Mu immediately sat up to look at the second shadow. Tram 2 thought the second shadow meant double combat experience. Thinking so, Yun Mu cheered excitedly. Excellent, solidify, 10,000 points spent. Instantly, black streams of light radiated from Yun Mu's hand. He observed his body, the other shadow forming. The process was time-consuming. A large circular hole appeared in front. Yun Mu looked amused, smiling slightly. This is new shadow, unlike the first, shaped like a robot. The condensation process succeeded. Yun Mu said to himself, need to name to distinguish the 2 shadows. He smiled, deciding to number them. Yun Mu was pleased. The 2 shadows would be numbers 1 and 2, feeling like naming himself. Just as happy, a sound outside startled him, calling, "Number 1, number 2, come back." The knocking annoyed him. He opened the door saying, "Here, what's urgent?" Seeing the person, he immediately changed his tone. "Ah, Zhaizu." Ling Zhu got straight to the point. Many seated players were attacked by assassins, including Luo Pu's team. Yun Mu worried, "Nijai, is she okay?" Ling Zhu reassured, "Don't worry. Luo Pu is severely injured, the rest light." He said the Mystic Hall is conducting a thorough investigation. According to Ling Zhu, the Mystic Hall takes this seriously. The mastermind and the city involved will be punished severely. Yun Mu stammered. He pointed, asking her, "Why are you at the camp today, not training with Duxing?" Ling Zhu was startled. Face red, voice worried, "Actually because." Finally Ling Zhu said, "From observation, I see you are a good man." Her face blushed, today staying to talk privately with him. Felt his face burn with heat, wondering if it was due to Ling Zhu's influence. Ling Zhu lowered her head and said loudly, "I've thought about it for a long time and have decided. Now, I finally have the courage to say it." He strode forward, gripping Yun Mu's hand tightly, and continued, "So, you must agree with me." Yun Mu's face turned bright red and his body suddenly felt hot. He screamed inside, "It's really happening." Ling Zhu smiled at Yun Mu and continued, "I want to test your swordsmanship. Let's fight a match." Yun Mu was taken by surprise. His heart skipped a beat and he exclaimed, "Huh." Before he could even recover, Ling Zhu drew her sword and asked, "Ready? I'll start now." Yun Mu scratched his head, hastily drew his sword and replied, "All right, I'm ready." Yun Mu still felt embarrassed, mentally scolding himself, "Why am I so stupid, looking like a fool?" Immediately Ling Zhu swung her sword at him, shouting, "Here I come." Yun Mu didn't strike, but simply dodged her powerful sword blows lightly. However, it was undeniable that Ling Zhu was indeed formidable. Every sword strike was precise and swift, without any opening. Nevertheless, Yun Mu wasn't willing to back down. He silently vowed, "No matter what, I won't accept defeat." Yun Mu's sword wasn't slow either. When he attacked, Ling Zhu managed to dodge in time but was still startled by the speed. Too fast. Yun Mu's hand swiftly turned, his sword sweeping gracefully through the air. Yun Mu smiled smugly, watching Ling Zhu, and followed up with a powerful strike. Ling Zhu quickly moved away, now at a safe distance where she could avoid the attack. She sighed, looking at him, continually praising, "That's quite a lot of power." Ling Zhu looked around, eyeing the wind trails Yun Mu created. Ultimate territory, return slash. "Why did you use your ultimate move so early?" Yun Mu didn't respond. He remained silent for a moment, then shouted, "Try my move," making Ling Zhu jump. The first slash barely made it to level 1, but as Yun Mu used the same wind technique, Ling Zhu quickly dodged, overwhelmed by the pressure. Just like that, Ling Zhu had fallen. She furrowed her brow, realizing she couldn't underestimate him. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Mu appeared beside her, smiling as he asked, "Where are we now?" 2 were now at close range. Ling Zhu gritted her teeth to block his strike while Yun Mu calmly said, "We're on level 2 now." Ling Zhu was secretly surprised. 2 levels? How can his techniques transcend time like this? For some reason, she decided to flee, but Yun Mu didn't pursue. Ling Zhu clenched her teeth, quickly calculating and realizing if she didn't escape now, she'd be in trouble. Facing him, all she encountered were tricks. She had to find a way to break his swordplay. As she thought, Yun Mu charged again. Yun Mu's sword struck powerfully, just a little slower than usual. If not, Ling Zhu would have taken a fatal blow. This was a level 3 sword move. Though it was somewhat challenging, Ling Zhu still managed to block it. After a while, Yun Mu stopped using long-range moves. He prepared for close combat, ramming his shoulder into her. Yun Mu's eyes glinted with killing intent as he coldly said, "Level 4." Suddenly, Ling Zhu gripped Yun Mu's sword tightly. This sudden action surprised Yun Mu. He thought to himself, what's going on here? Ling Zhu gasped. His swordplay was getting more powerful, and every move was filled with strength. She paused briefly, glaring at Yun Mu with killing intent. "I'll take you down in one move." Immediately, Ling Zhu's other hand seized the long sword, seizing the opportunity to attack. Sword tip slashed across his neck, and Yun Mu realized this was a decisive blow. He sensed the imminent danger. Ling Zhu gleefully shouted, "The winner is clear." Yun Mu seemed unaware of the situation. Facing Yun Mu, such a strong opponent, Ling Zhu still felt intrigued, though her breath was a little quick. Yun Mu couldn't stop breathing heavily. Ling Zhu was indeed a formidable adversary. Two stood silently for a while, their sword positions still unchanged. Both were exhausted after the recent battle. Sweat dripped from Ling Zhu's forehead, but she smiled at Yun Mu and said, "I won." Then Ling Zhu sheathed her sword. Yun Mu couldn't help but praise, "She truly is a crazy woman." Ling Zhu, having to block that strike, still had blood flowing from her hand non-stop. The sunset was slowly fading and the sun began to set. Ling Zhu turned back with a cheerful expression, "We're heading back." Sheng, always paying attention to his teammates, asked Ling Zhu, "What's wrong with your hand?" Ling Zhu looked at her bandaged hand and pretended, "It's nothing, just a scratch." Sheng began recounting the situation. "Today, we surveyed the witch tribe's territory." Sheng continued, "From what I saw, the witch tribe became very cautious after the last encounter. Therefore, even though Yun Mu's wound has healed, it will be difficult for us to attack the old way." Yun Mu listened quietly. Sheng paused for a moment, then cheerfully continued, "But I just received some interesting news and thought of a new strategy." Sheng said happily, "I came up with a great plan. We can use this to attack." He looked at Ling Zhu and smiled, "But it'll be difficult for you." Suddenly being mentioned, Ling Zhu was slightly surprised. Ling Zhu glanced over, unsure of what he was plotting now. After the discussion, everyone returned to their tents to rest, preparing for the next morning. Lingen appeared very excited. He smiled at Duxing, "Everything's ready." Duxing nodded in satisfaction. "All right, we can set off once Ling Zhu is ready." A shy voice rang out, "Ling Zhu, do I really have to wear this?" Duxing laughed. "Of course, it's necessary for the strategy." Yun Mu secretly blushed. Though unwilling, Ling Zhu had no choice but to accept. Recalling the previous night, she had strongly objected, "I don't want to attract attention from the short-statured clan leader." Duxing chuckled wryly, "I knew, but it's all for the team." Yun Mu also wondered, what kind of strategy is this, that Ling Zhu has to sacrifice her image? Hu Qiang recounted, "When we were investigating this morning, we encountered an older witch killing a goblin. We overheard that they demanded a beautiful girl be presented to the elder." Duxing said, "Hearing that, I immediately came up with a big plan. We'll use this tactic to defeat the clan leader." He extended his hand, his face full of cunning, saying, "We'll capture the short-statured clan leader, then eliminate them all." They had arrived. Duxing softly said, "Do you see them? It's them." Ling Zhu was anxious, but Duxing still smiled and said, "Just follow the plan." Duxing said confidently, "I'll pretend to chase you away so they'll see, and then they'll capture you and present you to the elder. We'll follow them." Yun Mu was hiding in a tree, ready to execute Duxing's plan. "When the time comes, we'll kill the clan leader and eliminate them all in one go." Duxing called this plan the human strategy, and Ling Zhu couldn't help but laugh wearily. Finally, Ling Zhu agreed, "All right, let's get ready," and a loud shout broke the silence. The loud noise caught the attention of the short witch, who turned around to look. According to the plan, Ling Zhu quickly dashed past them. She yelled loudly, "Help," and Duxing chased behind her. Duxing smiled cunningly. His performance was flawless. Ling Zhu continued pretending to be terrified, thinking to herself, "I really want to vomit at this trip." Two worked in perfect harmony, however. Duxing tripped over a small stone at his feet. Forming impressively, he suddenly fell face down to the ground, causing him to panic and shout, "Oops, ouch." At the same time, Duxing's hair tie snapped, falling to the ground. Duxing's hair fell loose. He sat up and brushed off his face. "Damn it, why did I fall now?" After slamming his face into the ground, Duxing couldn't hold back the tears. He groaned, "It hurts so much." It was unclear why, but to the short sorcerers, the scene seemed incredibly wet, and both were surprised, glancing at each other. In the end, everything unfolded unexpectedly, and it was Duxing who was taken away. He panicked and screamed, "Let me go." Ling Zhu also stopped, surprised. Could my charm really lose to a man? By the large tree, the three young men were also startled. What is going on here? Seeing Ling Zhu's frustrated expression, Duxing continued shouting, "Let me go." What are you all doing? She stood still, muttering to herself, this situation is just like a dream. The three immediately left their hiding place. Lu Qiang shouted nervously, what should we do now? It's over, the plan has failed, and Duxing was caught. Yun Mu quickly reassured everyone, don't panic. Things aren't as bad as you think. He immediately ordered, follow Duxing, connect to his network, and determine his location. Ling Zhu immediately complied. Quickly the detector began to work, and his location was pinpointed. Yun Mu then said, actually, the only change from the original plan is replacing Ling Zhu with Duxing. There's no need for us to panic. Casually continued, we will stick to the original plan and cooperate with Duxing to eliminate the Sorcerer King. Let's start moving. It seems like today is going to be a long day for our Duxing. Back in a dark cave, there was only a small candle illuminating the interior. Inside the cave, a girl was tied up with her hands behind her back, wearing a gentle outfit. The girl was none other than Duxing. He was forced to wear strange clothing and was feeling frustrated. The ropes were tied really tightly. At the same time, a short sorcerer's voice rang out, the beauty you wanted is inside, my lord. The man entered, satisfied and reminded, good, you can withdraw now, wait a moment, don't disturb me. He entered holding a bouquet of flowers and a wine bottle. Seeing Duxing, his eyes lit up, ah, my little beauty. Have you been waiting long? The look in the Sorcerer King's eyes could not hide his lust as he stared at him. Outside, Yun Mu was still fighting relentlessly. Many sorcerers had fallen. He said in satisfaction, the monster guarding the cave entrance has been dealt with, we can go out now. Ling Zhu reported the coordinates showing that Duxing was in this cave. It seems to be the lair of the short sorcerers, but we need to move faster. Duxing's coordinates haven't changed for a while. I think he's been taken close to the Sorcerer King now. Yun Mu nervously reminded, Ling En, Lu Qiang, stay close, being left here is no joke. Lu Qiang immediately responded. Immediately, they quickly entered the cave, with Yun Mu lighting, ready to move forward. On Duxing's side, he angrily kicked the Sorcerer King in the face and shouted, get away from me. He glared at him disdainfully, muttering under his breath, this disgusting man. The short Sorcerer King staggered to his feet. The bouquet in his hand was thrown hard to the ground. He couldn't help but charge at Duxing, my dear, you're so hot, let me love you. A sly grin spread across his face. That's right, since you're so hot, why don't we play a little game? He squeezed Duxing's face tightly, applying more force. The short Sorcerer King asked again, do you agree? Meanwhile, Yun Mu's group was still nervously following Duxing's trail. Finally, they were close to their target. Yun Mu saw the entrance, but it seemed like a maze. Yun Mu poked his head out and immediately heard the soft sounds of the short sorcerer. He immediately ordered to stop, wait a moment. Ling Zhu asked what's going on. Yun Mu leaned against the wall and whispered to her, there are guards, we cannot go this way. It was now quite tense. Confronting them in the dwarf witch's cave was not a good idea. Ling Zhu should find another path. Ling Zhu was also worried, but this was the only path to the dwarf witch king's bedroom. Qiang added, what now what? You don't want to fight them here, right? At the same time, Yun Mu noticed a small hole on the ceiling. He suddenly came up with a bold idea. Yun Mu smiled, pleased with his thought. Duxing, wait for me, I'm coming. The chains binding Duxing's hands to the wall were released. He could finally feel more at ease. The dwarf king then suggested, now we play a game, how about it? Raised the key, speaking slyly. The game is, you run first, I chase if I catch you because resistance excites me. Duxing looked at this long-nosed pervert, unable to hide his disgust. Truly a terrible game. Immediately, the dwarf king could no longer hold back. He lunged at Duxing. The game began. Dwarf king's eyes glowed red. He laughed loudly, running, little beauty. Duxing immediately leapt up and said, who's running, you disgusting monster? Strong hand pushed his head, causing the dwarf witch to flinch slightly. He didn't have time to react. Duxing quickly continued the assault. He showed no mercy, immediately kicking the dwarf king in the face, causing him to spit blood. In his eyes, Duxing was just a weak girl who could not resist. He was slightly surprised by the situation. Duxing quickly braced herself on the ground, pushing off with her legs for momentum. Then she spun and delivered a powerful kick. The chains on his hands were cumbersome but could not stop Duxing. She used them to strangle the dwarf king. His arms were bound tightly in a short time. Facing Duxing's speed, he could only stand still and endure her punishment. He excitedly tightened the chains, shouting with exhilaration, end the game. Just when he thought he was defeated, the dwarf witch's sly voice echoed, finished, who said so? Somehow he spun quickly, avoiding Duxing's binding attempt. Of course, she could still dodge, but the situation changed rapidly. The dwarf king gained the upper hand. Not stopping there, he drew a weapon from his sleeve, lunging at Duxing, beautiful woman. Dwarf king pressed his face close to Duxing. his expression terrifying. He hated using chains to restrain him. The Dwarf King was delighted by her struggles. "I've got you now." Dixon could not help shouting, "You ugly creature," at the same time. The ventilation hole above started reacting slightly. Yunmu swooped down like a hero from above, kicking him. "Stay away from him." Dixon fell to the ground while he still looked stunned. Yunmu asked happily, caught in time. Lingzu worriedly, "Are you okay?" Dixon smiled brightly. "If you had been slower, I'm afraid it wouldn't be intact." Yunmu immediately changed expression. He looked at the Dwarf King, preparing to fight. He stood and laughed loudly. "Damn human. Found such a beautiful woman to challenge me." His eyes were now ferocious. "You really made me angry." Dixon laughed loudly, lifting her shirt. "Too shy. I am a man. If I deceive you, what will you do? Bite me. I just want to deceive you." Hearing this, his anger flared again. "You can only laugh now." The Dwarf King then drew in her strength, strong winds rising. A surge of powerful energy emanated around him, like the Dwarf King was evolving. The rocks were lifted into the air by the shockwave. Yunmu gritted his teeth, wondering what this being was doing. He looked up at the Dwarf King, astonishment clear in his eyes. The pressure radiating from him made he tremble. The Dwarf King continued to transform. He gritted his teeth and roared loudly. As the whirl spun up and down, everything around seemed drawn into the vortex. Outside, even the large boulders trembled incessantly. In a moment, Yunmu was outside the cave, dust making him cough repeatedly. Yunmu stood watching, unable to hide his admiration. This mystical power was enough to collapse the entire cave. Dwarf King stood on a high rock, looking down at him contemptuously, calling human there. His form had completely changed. The foolish look vanished. He coldly asked if he was ready to die. A red emergency alert appeared on the system screen, warning that crimson energy had been detected. The supervisor could not hide his surprise. Crimson energy indeed. He stared at the report, eyes full of worry. "This is..." After calming down, he stood up to report, "Chairman, the Dwarf Wizard King has activated a grand curse, turning spacetime into a king-level monster." The other was startled upon hearing this. This grand curse falling down was extremely dangerous. Five-dimensional life would destroy all test subjects. On the console, his hands moved rapidly. What was the purpose of these imps provoking him? Summon the test teams, dispatch Kim Thatch Hyenjia to assist evacuation, the rest shout prepare. Turning to Yunmu, the Dwarf King now advanced towards him. He raised his hand with sharp iron claws, aiming straight at Yunmu. Not stood up yet, the flames were already rushing forward. The Dwarf King stood there, releasing another surge of power. He continuously spewed blood energy, clearly confident he could defeat him. Yunmu watched him closely, astonished to notice his aura had changed. Observing the mirror in his hand, Yunmu confirmed he could not handle this now. He sweated, the pressure from him was frightening beyond anything he had felt. He spun his sword into a circle, then lifted it high. Immediately, the Dwarf King slashed hard into the ground aimed at him. Yunmu tracked the attack, body trembling uncontrollably. He did not dodge, eyes still fixed ahead, body frozen in fear. At this moment, Ling Zuchi dashed forward, shouting, "Idiot, what are you doing?" He threw Yunmu to the ground, reminding him to stay alert. There was no time to delay. Lingzu quickly drew her sword, calling, "Ugly one." She spoke as she slashed at the Dwarf King. Opposite to Yunmu's fear, Lingzu was full of excitement. Yunmu breathed heavily, telling himself to act quickly. He anxiously looked at his two friends, Ling En, Lu Qiang, unsure if they were all right. They had been unconscious earlier, seemingly unable to withstand the king's might. At this moment, Lingzu was also struck, her body hitting a large rock behind. Yunmu looked at her startled, calling out, "Lingzu." Dwarf King looked at her, mockingly praised, "What a remarkable woman, what a pity." About to die, his eyes filled with murderous intent, the sword began to move. Yunmu panicked, pounding his numb legs, telling himself to move immediately. Dwarf King lifted his sword again, coldly saying, "Farewell, woman." Yunmu urgently, gritting his teeth, shouted, pushing himself forward. The Dwarf King's sword descended onto Lingzu. The wind whistled loudly. Yunmu worried, screaming to urge himself into action. Lingzu's body was paralyzed from the impact, only able to look up and endure. Finally, Yunmu did not disappoint her. Overcoming fear, he lunged forward. Front leg trembling, back leg kicked strongly at the Dwarf King's head. Unprepared, he lost momentum, flying straight into the cliff. Yunmu worried, turning to ask Lingzu, "Can you still stand?" Despite heavy injury, she still smiled brightly, asking him, scared of trembling legs kid. Yunmu smiled confidently, no time for fear, had to act now. He accelerated, stabbing his knife into his leg to block the pain from the king. Lingzu was shocked. "You losing blood," Yunmu said. "Fine, get ready to run." Just as he finished speaking, a vehicle rapidly approached, surprising them. Lingzu stood up, the vehicle stopped right in front. It was Duxung, he shouted, "Get in." This action requires a quick retreat. Ling Zhu approached, saying, "Find my brother and Liu Qiang first." "Where are they?" Yun Mu pointed. The Dwarf King regained consciousness, clutching a rock as he rose. Dwarf King looked at Yun Mu. His cold voice made him flinch. He rubbed his wound, eyes red like a demon. "Kid, your life will pay." Yun Mu stared determinedly, resolved to reclaim his life. The Dwarf King repeated, "I will take your life." His legs flew up, confidently saying, trying to run in vain. Yun Mu silently observed, yet to find a way to counter. Dwarf King flew higher, looking down, showing disdain. Thunder rumbled, his hand gathering thunderous power. Yun Mu trembled, inner voice screaming, "This is." Yun Mu looked at Ling Zhu shouting, "Get in the vehicle quickly," but she still paused. A huge explosion sounded. Ling Zhu was thrown far away. Fortunately, Dixon caught her in time, saying hastily, "No time, get in now." Ling Zhu struggled, shouting, "No, my brother is still in there." Just as she finished speaking, Ling En and Liu Qiang flew out. Yun Mu shouted, "Quickly take them." Seeing them motionless, Dixon was surprised. "Ling En, Liu Qiang, what happened?" No time to hesitate, Yun Mu pulled their collars, saying, "Ling Zhu, let's go." His father stabilized in the vehicle. Dixon shouted, "Okay, ready to depart." But Ling Zhu still worried, "Wait, aren't you taking Yun Mu?" Dixon started the engine, saying, "If we don't run now, there won't be another chance. To defeat a king-level monster requires magic." Ling Zhu still worried, mind like turbulent waves, but Yun Mu. Dixon reassured, "Don't worry, if there's a miracle, only Yun Mu can do it." Pausing a moment, he continued, "Only you." Ling Zhu remained silent. Dixon's sharp eyes placed full trust in Yun Mu. Not far along, a loud scream pierced the sky. "Stop the vehicle immediately." It turned out the one rushing behind was Yun Mu. He shouted frantically, "Wait for me." Even though Dixon placed full trust in his friend, he did not expect the other to handle the situation so swiftly. Ling Zhu urgently commanded, "Yun Mu, Dixon, stop the car immediately." Yun Mu ran and shouted, "Slow down, I cannot continue." At this moment, Dixon realized he hadn't misheard and quickly slammed the brakes. As Yun Mu got in the car, Dixon couldn't help teasing, "Escaped early. I was ready to recall the heroes." Yun Mu embarrassed, "Recall the heroes what?" Ling Zhu was surprised, "How did you escape? Or did you defeat the Witch King too?" Yun Mu waved, "Of course not. How could I do it myself? I only noticed he was stronger in a limited area. I tried to retreat." Dixon could not help praising the kid's cleverness, lucky to escape safely. Yun Mu nodded too, leaning tiredly against the car seat indeed. Recalling the battle, Yun Mu was truly exhausted. Blood still spurted from his mouth. The witch stood there watching him survive. How could it be? Pulled Yun Mu by the hair. Yun Mu silently fumed. Damn, the golden core was pierced. The short king admired, even stayed for a friend. Moved by friendship, he immediately used inner strength to fling Yun Mu like a ball. Yun Mu was weak. His back slammed hard against the rock, blood spurting again. The short king looked contemptuous. Despite little strength, still wanted to oppose me. Yun Mu grinned slyly. "They went far. Surely they don't know what's happening. Surely they won't see." Yun Mu pointed at him. "Hey, Donatio." He changed expression. Now Yun Mu looked excited. "Today I will show you something interesting." Eyes shining brightly at the short king. "You should thank me. System activate." Yun Mu leaned against the rock. "I will show you something interesting." He shouted, "Number 1, number 2. Two streams of blue-purple light shot from Yun Mu's body. Short King was dumbfounded, standing as the two strange lights surrounded him. What? Without delay, the two shadows revealed their true form. The Short King had never seen this, wondered what these things were. Yun Mu wiped the blood from his mouth. "You think I let my friend run and sacrifice? I just didn't want them to see how I handle you." He looked at him embarrassed but still smug. "Not everything can be shared." Yun Mu shouted, "All right, number 1, number 2, attack him." Number 2 rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch toward the Short King. He didn't fully understand what he was fighting, but still leaped to escape. From above, he looked at number 2 but still puzzled. Damn, another spatial creature, impossible. Yun Mu sat like watching a play, shouting, "Hey, ugly one." He sneered, "Did you forget that thing?" Number 1 had been standing behind the Short King all along. Yun Mu continued, "I still have one more." Number 1 immediately stabbed from behind. Blood spurted from the back and mouth, pain making him scream. Yun Mu relaxed watching the fight, mocking, "Look at that." Yun Mu stood up, brushing his hands. "All right, done. Let's go back." The Short King wondered where this kid was going. Yun Mu replied bluntly, "Of course, running away." Short King shouted angrily, "You just run, don't want to fight, come here and face me." The two shadows continued to attack. He had to defend as soon as he shouted. He frowned and smiled, "Please, I don't want to fight, why stay here? I'm not challenging you." His words and attitude made him furious. The Short King gritted his teeth. He turned away, throwing a reminder, "This is the battlefield. Victory is everything. The enemy is contemptible." He turned back and stuck out his tongue. "I don't think you're an idiot." He laughed loudly and leisurely ran off. I'm leaving. Number 1 and number 2 are up to you. Meanwhile, Lingzhu couldn't help but cough violently due to her severe injury. He worried Lingzhu, are you okay? She lowered her head and reassured, I'm fine. Felt guilty, had to say, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lingzhu smiled gently, not blaming him. The first time meeting a king-level monster, ordinary people would have given up. Duxing said, yes, look at the two of them sleeping soundly. This is the first reaction to a king-level monster. Your willpower is too strong. He asked, is that the normal reaction when facing a king-level opponent? The system chimed. He guessed that the short wizard king had been defeated. But contrary to his thoughts, the wizard was still gasping. He gripped his sword tightly. The system announced that the match was over for the shadow. Everyone was dead, but the short wizard king still stood proudly. He heard the news, his eyes immediately stopped, a surprise. His face tensed, thinking, damn it, the shadow was taken down too quickly. The system announced that the subject's shadow had died. Do you want to resurrect it directly or with thought integration? He pondered, resurrection with thought integration, huh? System explained, resurrection with thought integration upgrades the shadow into a dark soul, with emotions, intelligence, and better combat skill. The upgrade requirement is 2,000 points. He sighed, all right, I choose resurrection with thought integration. Looking out at the chaos, he wondered why the surrounding spatial monsters were going crazy. The system reported, you have successfully resurrected and upgraded the dark soul. The walkie-talkie crackled, an urgent voice said, all test team members pay attention. A king-level monster has appeared. The Mystic Association has ended the competition. Evacuate immediately. Xing was surprised. The competition is over. Are the points gone? Never mind, life is more important. He turned to ask him, do you think they... He hadn't finished speaking, seeing him asleep in the car after the shock. Duxing sighed, he's asleep, truly exhausted. Turning to the short wizard king, after taking down 2 shadows, he breathed a sigh of relief and rested. Looking at the spoils, the short wizard king was determined. Even though he had killed 2 of them, that human got away. Next time we meet, I will definitely. He hadn't finished speaking when a strange sound suddenly echoed nearby. Short wizard king's eyes lit up, gritting his teeth as he observed. Soon, a strong light made the short wizard king startle and fall. The body of shadow number 1, severed, was reviving. Everything seemed to be reset. After a moment, shadow number 1's eyes gleamed brightly. He sat up, looking at the intense light, wondering what is happening. The revived shadow spoke, mimicking its master's voice, hey, ugly guy. The short wizard king gritted his teeth, silently observing. Shadow number 1 happily continued, didn't expect that, see you again soon. His smile, reminiscent of Yun Mu's, bloomed on the face of number 1, carrying a teasing tone as he loudly asked, do you remember me? Short king quickly stood up, realizing it's you, you're inside there. Before he could snap out of it, number 1 charged forward with sharp eyes, looking even stronger than before. Short king thought to himself, how did he get here so fast? Number 1 immediately kicked hard, causing the short king to fall to the ground. He quickly sat up, unwilling to fall into a passive position, but his mind was filled with worry. Damn, the power from the space curse is weakening. I'm getting weaker. He silently calculated, it seems I have to borrow a source of power like the turtle curse. Short king couldn't control his yell, this kid dared to come back. This time I will make you pay. Number 1 shielded his eyes, assessing the situation and silently thought, planning to use thunder again. Suddenly, number 1 was so surprised he couldn't hide it in his gaze. Wait, this is... Seeing the light circle on the ground, number 1 realized it was the turtle curse formation. Number 1 wondered, has it always been there and I didn't notice? Could the shadow's eyes see energy that human eyes couldn't? At that moment, the short king hurriedly raised his hand. The turtle curse formation combined with thunder to form a terrifying combination. A huge beam of light surrounded the short king, constantly rotating around him. Number 1 silently thought, has this guy regained his strength, and is the ceiling circle the source of his energy? He calculated in his mind, I need to find a way to destroy this magic circle. The short king arrogantly said, it's done, almost finished. He rushed forward, I can send you on your way now. The sword in his hand immediately appeared. The short king now seemed serious. As he rushed forward, preparing to strike the final blow, number 1 still stood there calmly. In an instant, the short king attacked, and a loud explosion sounded. Surrounding him was dust and smoke. The short king yelled, this kid dodged too quickly, where is he? At the same time, number 1's shoe was almost at his head, silently calling, hey, over here. The short king immediately raised his hand to block, moving and dodging skillfully. Number 1 was knocked back, quickly using his hand to maintain balance. Both hands slammed down on the ground, sending everything around him soaring high. Number 1 didn't stop, continuing to leap and kick hard at the short king's head. Of course, he didn't let number 1 attack freely, quickly grabbing number 1's leg. At this moment, number 1 couldn't help but be surprised. The short king's speed was truly not to be underestimated. He gripped number 1's ankle tightly and threw him away, angrily saying, "How boring, this kid just keeps jumping like he's trying to die." Number 1's body was like a ball, thrown so far by him it was unbelievable. For some reason, number 1 smiled faintly, as if there was something he had planned. The short king quickly realized, his gaze filled with surprise. Suddenly, the short king's eyes changed, as if he had realized something. He stood still watching Yun Mu's speed, silently guessing. It must be. He wants to destroy the magic circle. Number 1's hand had already touched the circle, everything unfolding as previously planned. The short king quickly realized this, secretly startled. How is it possible? How can this person do this? He paused for a moment, not believing his eyes, realizing that his turtle sealing circle was being broken. Number 1 laughed joyfully, exclaiming, "Found it." His hands quickly slid into the gaps of the circle, tearing it apart decisively. In the blink of an eye, the short king's turtle sealing circle was completely broken. He couldn't control his anger, yelling, "Bastard, this kid actually managed to do this." The short king, full of rage, screamed, "Unforgivable." With that, he charged into the air. The ground beneath his feet shattered from the shockwave. Number 1 was affected, sitting up from the pile of rocks, coughing a few times. It hurt so much. The shadow of number 1 silently calculated. Even though he couldn't absorb more power, he was still much stronger than himself. Number 1 quickly calculated. He couldn't let him have the chance to attack, but when he saw him land, he was surprised. Why haven't I defeated him yet? Thinking this, number 1 smiled slyly. This move was perfect for the situation. Number 1 immediately shot towards the short king. The short king was also slightly startled. Strike whizzed past, the rocks like they had engines attached, flying towards him. Of course he could still dodge it, his body unharmed. Short king looked down, sneering. This kid was ruthless just now, now it's my turn. Number 1 innocently asked, "Did you forget that your opponent isn't just me?" Right after number 1 spoke, number 2 appeared behind the short king, startling him. Short king's eyes flashed, his fangs grinding together in anger. Before the short king could react, number 2 quickly knocked him down with a blow. Number 1 seized this opportunity, not giving the enemy much time to think, quickly charging forward and kicking. Number 1 and number 2 were extremely happy, treating the short king like a ball, constantly passing him back and forth once more, again and again. He was beaten relentlessly and couldn't do anything, only silently fuming. Their blows flowed like water. I couldn't escape. He quickly realized they knew direct attacks couldn't defeat him. Now they wanted to turn the tide and finish him off. The short king thought, this time, I will truly be killed by this evil villain. Will I die so shamefully? He used his last reflex, grabbing number 1's leg, silently thinking, I can't accept this. Number 1 didn't expect that he could still resist at this point, shouting in surprise, "What?" The short king immediately climbed onto number 1's back and held on tightly. Number 1 yelled in discomfort, "What the hell are you doing?" The short king, furious, yelled loudly, "Anyway, I'm going to die, so you die with me." Number 1 was greatly surprised, turning to look behind, seeing the short king inflating uncontrollably. Number 1 quickly realized his intention. Seeing him like a balloon, number 1 was enraged. He wants to drag me down with him. Number 1 was tightly squeezed by him, unable to struggle, angrily cursing, "Damn it." Number 1 quickly reached out, yelling loudly, "Armed warrior." Immediately after, as his body stretched to its limit, the short king let out a scream. A loud explosion sounded, and smoke and fire billowed into the air. The explosion shook the surroundings, as if there was an earthquake. Passers-by couldn't help but wonder what had happened. They were the elite team of the Tianyun Temple, the girl quickly guessed. Someone must have defeated the short sorcerer king. We're too late. They ran quickly toward the scene, both surprised to see a green figure faintly visible in the thick smoke. The young man looked on curiously, seeing the armor on the person, which looked very unusual. Observing more closely, he realized the armor belonged to number 1, from the War God Temple. Yun Mu turned pale. He woke up from a short nap but still couldn't stop trembling in shock. Action worriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yun Mu confusedly answered, "Yeah, that's right." He sat back in his seat, feeling truly dangerous. Thankfully, he had managed to disconnect from the dark soul in time, otherwise it would have been the end. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the strongest space beast dwarf sorcerer king in the area." Yun Mu quietly rejoiced. It seems like number 1 hasn't been destroyed, yet thanks to the protection from the armed warrior and metal armor. Immediately, a series of notifications followed. It seemed Yun Mu would receive quite a lot of loot this time. He couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "This is amazing. We've struck it rich, Duxing also yelled. What are you doing? Almost gave me a scare. Yun Mu looked out the car window and cheerfully said to Duxing, hey, look over there. Yun Mu immediately realized something was wrong. It seemed like someone was surrounded by space monsters. Duxing looked over and saw, isn't that Li Si from our academy? Why is she alone? Could she have been separated from her team? Suddenly he had a bold idea. Why don't we go save her? Duxing was surprised. Save her. Yun Mu didn't hesitate and opened the car door. After all, we're all from the same academy. Helping each other is natural. Duxing worried, this is too dangerous, don't go. Duxing looked at him, wondering why he seemed so excited after waking up. Ling Zhu joked happily, I guess you've taken a liking to that girl. This question surprised Duxing greatly. Li Si was struggling with several monsters, constantly dodging them. Her face was covered in their blood, making Li Si uncomfortable, annoyed. Why had these space beasts suddenly become so aggressive? Everyone had been separated, Li Si muttered as she frantically attacked the monsters. Engrossed in the fight, Li Si didn't realize she had stepped on the tail of one of the monsters. She lost her balance because of the tail, which continued to lash out aggressively. Li Si was thrown off, her small body aching from the impact. As she was injured, the monster immediately charged at her, growling and attacking. Li Si had no strength left to resist. She closed her eyes, inwardly thinking, this is it. At that moment, a powerful arm quickly grabbed the neck of the space monster. Yun Mu didn't look at her but saw she had closed her eyes, so he called out to her, hey. Yun Mu easily lifted the monster and turned to call her, Li Si. Sunlight shone down, making Yun Mu stand out like a hero. He asked worriedly, are you hurt? Around Li Si was a pink hue. She felt her face flush, subconsciously responding, I'm fine. After confirming his friend was okay, Yun Mu immediately focused on dealing with the monsters. His body was covered in their blood, but to Yun Mu, these monsters were nothing. After defeating the entire group, Yun Mu was still full of vigor. This is the last one, it's done. Li Si stood there looking at the boy in front of her, thinking, it looks like he's Yun Mu, he's really impressive. Just then a voice rang out, pulling Li Si back to reality. She immediately turned her head to look. Duxing looked at Yun Mu, teasing, are you done playing? We should head back soon. Li Si looked at Duxing, startled. That pervert in women's clothes. Duxing replied gruffly, I'm not. Yun Mu pointed at Duxing, asking Li Si, do you want to ride with us? Li Si smiled brightly, oh really, thank you. The car quickly sped toward the academy. It was the Ancient Wall Academy. Ling En and Lu Qiang were still unconscious. They were placed on stretchers and carried away. Yun Mu looked at his friend who had been shocked, frustrated. I'm telling you, be gentle, he's injured. Why can't you handle him carefully? Two young men saw Yun Mu from a distance and asked each other, hey, isn't that him? The other one was startled, what? The young man explained, yeah, don't you know, their group did really well. He directly raised the Ancient Wall City's rank by over 30. In the future, the city's status and resources will improve greatly. The people of Ancient Wall City, who were always behind, can finally hold their heads up now. Yun Mu was pointing when suddenly, Duan jumped up from behind and slapped his back. My dear little brother. Yun Mu turned around and angrily yelled, hey, what are you doing? You almost gave me a shock. Duan grinned mischievously, teasing, did I scare you? Come on, take a breath. Don't be scared. Yun Mu coldly asked, do you believe it? If you keep touching me like this, I'll beat you up. Duan continued to joke, look at yourself, you must be hurt. How else would your clothes be so dirty and torn? Yun Mu disdainfully replied, it's nothing, go away, don't touch me. He turned away, distancing himself from this annoying person, thinking, damn, what's wrong with this guy? He's like a pervert. And where is Nai Jai? Li Si looked around and walked over, speaking up, causing him to turn around in surprise. Hello, Yun Mu. Yun Mu looked over, surprised, is that you? Li Si frowned, what do you mean, is that you, so cold? He asked, why do you call me Yun Mu? Li Si replied, didn't the pervert in women's clothes call you that? What others can call you, but I can't. Yun Mu didn't want to argue with this annoying girl. Fine, do whatever you want. Li Si smiled brightly, by the way, tonight we. Yun Mu ignored Li Si and looked at the boy walking over. Classmate, have you seen Nai Jai? The other replied cheerfully, he must have gone back already. I saw their war chariot parked there. Li Si was curious, worried about Nai Jai. Are you two dating? Yun Mu's face darkened. Why should I tell you? Li Si was unhappy with Yun Mu's coldness. She quickly changed her attitude. Forget it, I'll tell you, she's fine, just a minor injury. She must have gone back to rest. Yun Mu cheerfully asked, really? He walked ahead, Li Si followed, not hesitating to speak. I'm saying, let's go eat dinner. Yun Mu, surprised, asked, eat dinner? She casually replied, yes, to thank you for saving me. I'll invite you to my dorm to try my cooking. However, Yun Mu refused. Sorry, I have something to do tonight, really no time. Another time I'll treat you to a meal. Li Si looked a bit sad. She silently covered her current expression with her hand. But Yun Mu didn't pay attention, quickly leaving fine goodbye. Li Si wanted to chase after him, but she kept her composure. He hadn't gone far when Li Si couldn't hold back, shouting, Yun Mu. Yun Mu turned around, wondering, what is it? Li Si smiled cheerfully. When will the other time be? He continued smiling cheerfully, asking again, when will the other time be? Yun Mu couldn't refuse outright, he just stammered a reply. He hesitated, actually meaning, it means. Duxing still hadn't changed his strange outfit. He hid in a corner of the wall, moved to tears. Yun Mu has finally grown up. His friend passed by and looked at him, feeling odd. This pervert is crying and peeping. Finally, he was able to return to his room. Yun Mu yelled in joy. Finally, I can check the reward from the self-destruction of the dwarf sorcerer king. I can't wait anymore. He began picking up each item to inspect. Quite a full set: crystal, leather paper, space box. Yun Mu suddenly noticed something special. Startled, wait a minute. He held the stone in his hand. His face darkened. Could this be? Yun Mu examined the stone, thinking, could this be the legendary item? Base stone sample, he spoke, then raised the stone to examine it closely. He hurriedly ran off. That's right, I remember seeing a record about it in a book. After rummaging through his room, Yun Mu finally found it, joyfully saying, found it. He searched for a while and was satisfied, placing the stone in front of the drawing to compare. It's correct. According to the records, Space Stone Sample is a treasure that can open an independent world after refinement. The owner of it will control that world. Yun Mu felt satisfied. This time he really found a treasure. The dwarf sorcerer king really didn't die in vain. Yun Mu happily shouted, System, I want to refine the Space Stone Sample. However, refining requires 30,000 points. Yun Mu was startled. So expensive. Are you playing with me? The stone is mine. Why is refining so expensive? Finally he compromised. Fine, 30,000 it is. There's no other way. After that, Yun Mu closed his eyes to rest for a while, just dozing off when the system notification rang, refining successful. Yun Mu was surprised and quickly opened his eyes, praising that was fast. When he opened his eyes, Yun Mu was startled to realize he was no longer in his bedroom, but standing in a world formed by the primordial stone. He looked around with delight. The vast starry sky seemed to invite him to admire it. Unable to contain his excitement, Yun Mu raised both hands and shouted, beautiful. He sat down to contemplate. The space was vast, but the ground beneath was too small, truly unbelievable. He threw the stone in his hand. Anything thrown into the confined space was pushed away. The stone vanished the moment it touched the ground, as if drifting in an endless ocean. Yun Mu gasped and shouted, oh, this land keeps expanding. He looked around. The land seemed to widen after absorbing the spatial crystal. Thinking he had discovered something interesting, he was thrilled. If so, then perfect. Yun Mu continued to throw countless stones, the space expanding more and more. Breathing heavily, lying down, he had thrown over 100 spirit stones, feeling exhausted. Certainly worth it, the space he lay on had now expanded significantly. He wondered, this vast space, would it be of any help to him? Thinking of that, he realized his impulsiveness, spending many crystals without knowing their purpose. The system explained, this is the inner world news of his realm. Yun Mu asked, inner world news. System said, forces generated within the subject can only absorb damage due to the current low level. Yun Mu darkened, biting his hand, turns out also for defense. The golden heavy armor and martial gear enhanced by the world's power. System continued, his realm is still small, absorbed damage almost negligible. Yun Mu gasped, small, but the area is 780 square meters. I noticed this place is quite dark. After much debate, Yun Mu sat down, sighing, after spending 30,000 points and over 100 spirit stones, receiving something not very useful. He lay looking at the system. Theoretically, with enough spirit stones, the spirit realm is nearly invincible. Maybe he could throw a few more crystals. Thinking so, Yun Mu felt enlightened after a long experience. Thought to himself, too dangerous, luckily avoided the system trap. This is a bottomless pit intending to defeat him. He shouted silently to himself. Even absorbing damage, still too tempting, cannot ignore. Yun Mu was silent, eyes scanning the system, observing carefully. His mind screamed, maybe throw one more stone, just one. Yun Mu now seemed addicted, unable to stop. At the same time, the intercom rang. Duxing called. Picking up, he spoke urgently. Yun Mu, quickly change clothes and come to the square. He was startled. Why so urgent? Explain. Yun Mu quickly arrived at the grand courtyard square, as Duxing instructed. Running, breathing heavily, the entire gathering. I thought Duxing was in trouble. Li Zai saw him and waved happily. Yun Mu, over here. Yun Mu wondered, why me? Li Zai surprised, what do you mean? Yun Mu bluntly, return to your team. Why linger around? Li Zai disappointed. Ling Zhu joyful. Youth is truly amusing. A cheerful voice rang out. Yun Mu hadn't reacted before being hugged from behind. luckily still fine. Nijai laughed, long time no see Duxing. Yunmu annoyed, you startled me, too heavy. Nijai gently, heard you were also targeted like Luo Pu. I was worried, now seeing you safe relieved. Seeing Nijai smile brightly, Li Zai's face blushed like a steamed bun. An arrogant voice rang out, isn't this Yunmu and the wealthy second-generation team? Yu's mocking voice, surprisingly, thought you were dead long ago. He looked at Yunmu, attacking, how's everything, amusing the rich lackeys, he thought angrily. Why this monster again, such trouble? Still no response from Yunmu, who Yu shouted, hey, I'm talking to you, before reacting Duxing had arrived. He looked at him, not increasing strength for a long time. The bad breath improved slightly. Yu angrily lunged, grabbing Duxing's collar. Second-generation stinks, wanna fight, try it. Duxing coldly, I don't wanna fight, but if you want, just say. Then fight, his face fierce, eyes icy, staring at Hu Yu. Seeing Duxing's stance, Hu Yu released, pushed him away, then intended to leave. He turned to see Uncle Wen, Master Li sarcastic. Young people are hot-tempered. Uncle Wen ignored Hu Yu, turning to Ling Zhu who was seated. Retracting the illusion gun, Ling Zhu smiled lightly. Teacher has noticed. Ling Zhu looked at Hu Yu, kid should thank teacher, otherwise just now you might have acted. Gaze 10 times scarier than Duxing, coldly threatening him. Yunmu took off his shirt and stepped forward. Hu Yu shouted, huh, wanna fight? Duxing stepped back, sly smile, kid Hu Yu really unlucky. Ling Zhu regretful, Hu Yu keeps provoking Yunmu. Duxing forced a smile, that's right. Lingen shouted Yunmu, he is mocking us. Lu Qiang excited, don't let it go too far. Hu Yu rushed toward Yunmu. I've endured this kid long enough, now time to teach him. Yunmu easily dodged lightly before his intent. Hu Yu sensed something wrong but did not stop. He unleashed over 10 moves. Yunmu still casually evaded. Seems Hu Yu is no match. Punch hit face but Yunmu caught it. Hu Yu provoked, hide like a dead bug, hit me fast. Yunmu ducked to evade, amused if you say so. No longer held back, the punch landed. Hu Yu just stood stunned. The punch arrived, Hu Yu was knocked away, shouted loudly. Surroundings stirred, just Hu Yu knocked away in an instant. Li Zai, Lingen and Lu Qiang cheered. Excellent, Yunmu. Hu Yu's blood dripped, he struggled to stand. Yunmu stopped to observe, wanting to know his intention. Hu Yu stood tall, gaining momentum to leap. Aggressive flames appeared on his hands. Hu Yu shouted, I surrender. Yunmu briefly admired, but remained still observant. Hu Yu's eyes frenzied, shouted like a wild beast and charged at him. Yunmu punched hard, Hu Yu cried, nose bleeding. Yunmu added another strong punch. Hu Yu was once again knocked away. The students stirred, completely dominated, didn't expect Yunmu so skilled. Seeing him lying flat, everyone was surprised, thought Hu Yu skilled and a main force. He heard the chatter but could not move. Fan Bao stepped forward, the childish fight is over. Now you can go to the warehouse to claim your reward. Yunmu immediately obeyed. Indeed, he had wasted too much time on such useless matters. At the same time, Ling Bao was startled, looking at him. The scene before him left him amazed. Yunmu spoke to Xing, we should head toward the treasure, follow behind me. Hu Yu could not win, so he attempted a sneak attack. Regaining composure, Ling Bao became alert and shouted, careful. Yunmu remained calm, glancing over his shoulder behind him. Yu realized he had been discovered, shouted loudly, Yunmu, I will never lose to you, you must die. The knife in his hand was ready to stab. Hu Yu hated so much he wanted to tear Yunmu apart for this humiliation. He quickly dodged, once again foiling the assassination attempt. Yunmu immediately grabbed the arm holding the knife, applying considerable force. With a simple move, Hu Yu's bones cracked as if effortlessly. Screamed in pain like a wounded beast, the arm that was once intact now bent. Onlookers outside were terrified, oh my, Hu Yu's arm was crippled, truly cruel. Never anger Yunmu again. Hu Yu writhed on the ground, shouting, my arm, Yunmu, I will kill your ancestors, I must kill you. He looked over, pretending to exaggerate, don't do anything. He intentionally destroyed my right arm. I want to report to the guild, I want to sue him. Duanan spoke coldly, you tried to kill him. They only crippled one arm that was already lame. Continued, regarding your attempt to kill, I will report to the guild. Hu Yu, what's there to fear? Yunmu asked seriously, Senior, may I go inside and take the treasure? He waved, go go go, you've wasted too much time already. Lingen shouted happily, okay, then let's go in first. Li Si looked a little sympathetic, though Hu Yu was annoying, was it necessary to cripple his arm? Yunmu calmly replied, if I don't teach him a lesson, he will continue to cause trouble. Li Si looked at him attentively, Yunmu continued, I cannot forgive him when he intended to kill. Remember this. Never leave a chance for the enemy to counterattack. These words made Yunmu look very serious. On this side, Lingen hurried, Duxing moved quickly. I cannot wait any longer. Everyone was tense, this must be an A-grade vault. Should we open it? 1, 2, 3. Yunmu pushed the door inside. Everything seemed to glow. glow endlessly. Lingen looked as if his eyes were spotlights. He shouted, "This place is amazing, isn't it?" He went crazy. This was an A-grade treasure vault, full of items that money cannot buy. Lu Qiang, why do you think this arrogance suits me? He still acted indifferent toward all these items. At this moment Ling Zhu shouted, "Hey, Yun Mu, I found something amazing here." He curiously went over. Ling Zhu, what did you find? Ling Zhu replied, "Hey, this is far more interesting than those swords and blades." Yun Mu looked at the item and immediately recognized it as the skill transmission orb. Ling Zhu casually tossed it over. "Here, look." Yun Mu hastily caught it. "Hey, don't throw it." The moment he touched it, he immediately felt a strange sensation. Ling Zhu explained, "This is a powerful sword technique, very suitable for your combat style." Yun Mu thought silently, "This skill seems made for me, should I choose it?" At the same time, the system announced, "Valuable item detected near the subject. The subject should not miss this opportunity." Yun Mu quickly glanced. It turned out to be a finely crafted golden bow. Upon seeing it, his gaze could not leave the bow. He set down the orb and said to Ling Zhu, "I'll take a closer look." Ling Zhu called out, "Trust me, nothing suits you better than this." Yun Mu quickly picked up the weapon. Ling Zhu saw him lift it. She was surprised. An old bow covered in dust. The bow's body was a black bird symbol, looking extremely mysterious. Yun Mu studied the symbol for a moment and said, "I've decided I want this." Ling Zhu was quite surprised. "Really? You want to give up extreme observation swordsmanship for this old bow?" Yun Mu pondered, I don't know why, but seeing it, I felt it was destined for me." Then he quickly took the item. Ling Zhu called, "Hey, you're really not reconsidering, what a pity." He was helpless. This kid really didn't heed advice. Lingen turned around. "Sister, you haven't chosen yet." Extreme observation here suits Yun Mu well." Ling Zhu didn't look back. "Choose extreme observation, do as you wish." Lingen held the orb, surprised herself. "This is useless to me too, but it's up to you." Yun Mu got what he wanted, walked silently. The Duxian group chased. "Hey, Yun Mu." Xing looked at him, loudly asked, "So, the rewards you ran off yourself?" Yun Mu smiled brightly. "Sorry, I just wanted to study the bow again, forgot about everyone." Lingen handed him the green orb. "Here, take it." Yun Mu was surprised. "It's extreme observation." Lingen cheerfully said, "Yes, my sister gave it to me because she didn't need it, but it wasn't suitable for me either, so I give it to you." Lingen paused, then whispered, "I think my sister chose it for you. She just didn't dare to say." Yun Mu hesitated, but this was precious, and in this situation, Ling Zhu wouldn't have it. Lu Qiang quickly said, "I think you should take it." Lu Qiang analyzed, "The Hu family is strong, they might seek revenge, you must equip yourself. I think Ling Zhu agrees." Xing added, "Yes, just take it, don't forget we are friends." Lingen also added, "My sister and I will help you too." Yun Mu looked at everyone, his eyes showing an indescribable emotion. Finally, Yun Mu looked at the green orb in his hand. "Okay, I'll take it." He felt as if everything around was covered in pink. Yun Mu smiled brightly, "Thanks everyone." His heart warmed. He hadn't felt the warmth of friendship like this in a long time. At last he reached home. Yun Mu lay exhausted on the bed, feeling relieved after a busy day. System, learn extreme observation. The system announced he needed 4,000 experience to learn. Yun Mu groaned. "Again, this isn't the first time my black store has tricked me." Just then the orb in his hand suddenly flew up. Yun Mu silently watched it. The orb opened to reveal a mysterious blue scene. Yun Mu exclaimed excitedly. Energy enveloped him. Yun Mu said excitedly, "Wow." In a short while, the system announced he had completed learning extreme observation. Yun Mu panted, "This forced feeling is really unsuitable. No matter how many times I tried. Hey, is this the valuable item you mentioned?" He picked up the bow, feeling in the dark as if it was waiting for him. System announced again, "Congratulations on receiving the 7-dimensional battle." Yun Mu was startled, repeated, 7-dimensional battle. During this, Yun Mu immediately thought of a person named Manhwa. According to the system, this bow seals the soul that disrupts Manhwa. Yun Mu wondered, perhaps the attraction I felt is this soul. He was curious, but even if the soul is powerful, it's useless if sealed right. The system continued to announce, "You can upgrade the system after completion. You can unseal it." Yun Mu sensed someone waiting for him. He shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade the system. So fast? I thought it would take half a year." After finishing his words, Yun Mu was immediately pulled into another space. He felt as if all his senses were being twisted, his mind spinning uncontrollably. In an instant, Yun Mu felt his whole body being drawn deep inside. His vision blurred. Only after a while did he gradually regain clarity. He looked around, unable not to wonder, where was this place? As things became clearer, Yun Mu was surprised to find himself in front of a massive door. He stood there astonished, eyes wide with amazement. Was this a prison? Before he could collect himself, Someone in the room spoke, "Hey, how did you get in here?" Yunmu quickly stepped forward, explaining, "You are King Mingna, I came to lift your seal. But I need your power in exchange for this, you must lend me your strength." Hearing this, his gaze grew sharper. Mingna sneered, "You think you can save me? Really a joke." Did not hesitate, immediately shouting, "System, lift the seal." But lifting the seal required great inner strength, and his was insufficient. Yunmu replied, "Then use all my inner strength, as much as can be used." System immediately agreed and began absorbing his inner strength. The system finished absorbing, his inner strength now 0, but the chains were only slightly chipped. Mingna contemptuously said, "You have spoken much yet only broke a small part." He could not suppress a laugh, turns out just a boastful child. Yunmu snapped, "Is there such a difference?" Mingna continued, "You think a normal seal can bind me? I have 3 powerful seals, you only broke the outer layer." Pausing a moment, he said, "But no matter, I will lend you some power." As he spoke, a golden light flew straight toward Yunmu, startling him. The light quickly formed into 3 bird-shaped figures. Yunmu wondered, "What are these?" Mingna explained, "These 3 Mingna will obey your commands, and if you remove the seal, I will grant you more power." Yunmu rejoiced, held out his hand for them to perch. "Do not worry, I will help you. This also helps myself." Mingna never revealed his face. After finishing, he said, "That is enough, I am tired. You may leave now." Yunmu heard this, immediately departed from the place. His face, like plaster, constantly changed into various expressions. Felt his whole body soften like dough in water. Yunmu suddenly regained consciousness, shouting. Very quickly, he opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his head, could not help groaning. He lay on the bed, panting, "I am back." Looking beside him, the bow still in hand, his mood somewhat complicated. Yunmu rubbed his forehead, sighed, that was a scare. The scene shifted. He was standing in a large building. Yunmu held a paper in his hand, following directions to this place, indeed a literary martial location. He stood before the door, surprised, could not believe such a building existed in this era. This was a pawn shop. While pondering, a voice called out, "Little one." An elderly man, kind-faced, stepped forward smiling, asking, "What brings you to our shop?" He smiled, saying, "We have everything and can appraise items. Surely you will be satisfied." Yunmu looked at him, said, "I am not here to buy, how should I say this? I heard this place accepts illegal items." Upon hearing, the old man was startled. He quickly understood, said, "Ah, so you came for business, let's go inside and discuss slowly." Immediately, he invited Yunmu in. Shortly after hot tea was served, Yunmu drank. The old man sat down, blandly holding a cup, asking, "What treasure does the little friend wish to sell?" Yunmu placed the item on the table, said, "This is not high-end look." The old man was startled. "Is this the crown of the king's trial?" He looked at him, secretly amazed. This young man seemed ordinary, yet had such a valuable item, unbelievable. After examining, he raised his hand, preparing to appraise the item. Yunmu immediately dissatisfied. 150,000 is too low. This item is surely worth more. The shop owner said, "I said 1,500,000. Hearing this, Yunmu was surprised. He looked at the crown, saying, "From ancient times, heroic youth, you have such ability. I will take a loss and befriend you." Yunmu now began to trust him. "All right, seems he will not deceive me. What about these items?" The shop owner remained serious. Looking at the items he presented, he nearly fainted. "This is the Witch Elder's battle set. Ring, staff, a complete set, no need to speak. I want to buy. I will pay 12 million. Yunmu continued with a book. "What about this ruined talisman book?" He saw it and was secretly startled. "This is truly a Southern Dynasty ruined talisman." The shop owner advised, "Little friend, please store this. I cannot accept this item." The old man sincerely said, "I will give you another piece of advice." He looked serious, warning, "In future do not let outsiders see this item easily." His tense attitude made Yunmu feel the gravity. He swallowed nervously. Scene shifted to another character. The girl began removing the heavy bear costume. Was Ru Yan tired? She sat on the ground, panting, so hot. Never expected this outfit so stifling. Ru Yan looked at the money Yunmu had given, mostly spent, but her father's medical costs could not rely on it alone. She had to try harder. Just then her phone rang, notifying a transfer, "Please check." Ru Yan looked at the screen, surprised at the amount this is. Her account was credited with 3 million, a substantial sum. She immediately guessed, could it be Yunmu? After receiving the money, Ru Yan headed back to the hospital immediately. Opening the room door, she called out, "Father, mother, I'm back." In the ward, Ru Yan was surprised to see many strangers. Her mother explained, "We do not know them, they have helped since you left." The man asked, "Are you Ru Yan? Did anyone order a space helmet for you?" Ru Yan recognized space helmet, certainly an expensive item. He said, "We have finished adjustments, you just need to wear it and activate." Ru Yan replied, "Thank you." Ru Yan told her parents, "Surely Yunmu prepared this, just wear it." Her mother spoke, Ru Yan, is this really safe? It looks chilling. Ru Yan explained, this is a high-end item bought by Yun Mu, very safe to use. She began exploring the helmet, surely the switch is here, right? As she opened it, Ru Yan was immediately dazed, head spinning. She felt her eyes gradually blur, sleepiness approaching. Ru Yan's eyes closed. After a while she woke up. She was startled, looking around. Where was this place? Before her was a vast space, but no one around, only Ru Yan. A cheerful voice echoed, this place is truly magnificent. Ru Yan turned, startled to see Zhang Min, shouting, Father, your leg. The whole family rejoiced as Zhang Min could walk. A voice rang from behind, Father, Mother. Yun approached them, smiling warmly, long time no see. Mother rushed forward to hug her son, my dear son, I missed you so much, hug me. Zhang Min watched him, the boy seemed taller now. Yun Mu startled, Mother, I've grown up, so embarrassed. He looked at Zhang Min with a mischievous smile, and Father, feeling able to walk is wonderful. If Father stays arrogant, I will erase your leg code. Zhang Min smiled, as if threatening someone, the boy. He looked at Ru Yan, who had spent the time caring for their parents. Surely it had been hard. He was startled, it's okay, you earn a lot, working hard is right. His mother was still flustered, son, where should we go now? Yun Mu was blunt, go where, we don't need to go anywhere from today. He stopped, happily continued, this is our new home. After finishing the story, he didn't stay long, all right, parents, I'm going out. Mother reminded, remember to come back for dinner. Yun Mu wandered the streets, bored, wanting to go to the space arena, but it was live streamed. Exposure would be troublesome. Immediately Yun Mu was startled, that's right. He shouted, virtual space world, register for roleplay Li Yun. He quickly changed his appearance, put on a hat, strong demeanor, yet no one knew it was him, Pedro, entering the multi-dimensional battlefield. Yun Mu used a different identity to compete, every goal haunted by him. One match, two matches, then many more. The referee's whistle rang repeatedly. Li Yun won. Looking at the system board, he was very satisfied. 10 consecutive wins, Pedro appeared, you're excellent. Yun Mu felt indifferent, but playing with randomly combined newcomers bored him slightly. Suddenly, Yun Mu saw something startling, this is. He looked at the screen, astonished, no way. The boy across today rested his chin, challenging no one. A waste of time, he is Ryu Chen, among the top 10 candidates in Tianyun City. People whispered, isn't that Ryu Chen, the first of the young generation in Tianyun? I'm obsessed with him. Blushing girls ran with paper and pens, please sign, we admire you. Ryu Chen smiled brightly, of course, it's my honor, thank you. Pedro handed the paper, by the way, sign too. He still smiled, all right, thank you. Suddenly Ryu Chen frowned, what's this, a challenge letter, annoying. Then he shouted, whose Pedro went astray. The letter clearly said, no need to call, I'll come myself. Ryu Chen was angry, still using paper challenge letters this year. Email would suffice. Pedro seized the chance, Miss Sandia, gentleman pays. Pedro explained, if by email he won't read, I hand it directly and find a way to get him to sign. Pedro ate while complimenting, surprisingly easy to talk to. Ryu Chen was cautious. Clearly you tricked me into signing. Scene shifted to the dimensional arena. Yun Mu had been waiting. He looked at the sky in boredom. Too slow, isn't Pedro trustworthy? Just as he spoke, the shadow appeared. Yun Mu rejoiced, it's here. Legs gradually appeared. His face was now cold and indescribable. Upon arrival, he looked at Yun Mu. Pedro is yours. He stood up, correct, cute. Ryu Chen was annoyed, cute. It ate a 36.5 yuan pastry, returning. The image of the two appeared on the big screen. The whole city buzzed to see who challenged Ryu Chen. Girls screamed excitedly, that's our Chen Chen. People whispered, is the challenger a newcomer? So skilled, maybe a fan of Chen. Looking at Yun Mu, some praised, this younger brother is handsome. I also want to admire. Others kicked, only admire Chen Chen. Chen looked at Yun Mu, he seemed an ordinary mystic. Knew I was Silver Star, Yun Mu blunt. Yes, Chen interesting, you're brave. Immediately, he used inner power to strike, if you think I'm merciful. He was wrong, just spoke. Ryu Chen fully armed. Yun Mu pulled the hat. Kim had already taken it out. Good, feared he wouldn't act. He just moved quickly toward Ryu Chen, he was surprised. Yun Mu was extremely vigilant, as both were evenly matched. Ryu Chen was surprised, quickly regained composure, dodged and kicked him. Yun Mu was startled, silently admiring. He looked at Ryu Chen with satisfaction. Truly worthy of the top young generation in Tianyun. After a few moves, Yun Mu leapt, keeping distance. Yun Mu admired, no flattery, he was really skilled. Ryu Chen looked at his hands. Li Yun was not simple. He told himself, ordinary mystics can't keep pace. Ryu Chen asked, boy, you only Luo Pu stone. Yun Mu feigned ignorance. Inner power responded, nothing recorded in battle data. His face bore a cunning smile, Luo Pu stones matching set. He leapt and vanished, footsteps light. Ryu Chen could not clearly see his move. He was startled in an instant. Yun Mu was in front, slashing hard. Ryu Chen shouted, 10 demons capturing steps, 2 figures dashed, identities unclear. He laughed coldly, must truly use 10 demons capturing steps. Yunmu slid past, added, even with demonic arts he was strong. Yu Chen interrupted, but absolute distance. If I were a rank higher, I could win. Yunmu flew back, shouted, try this afternoon together. Two forces collided strongly, earth and rocks scattered. Legs thrown back, trying to stand firm. Yunmu was also thrown back, but did not fall. Like legs breathed freely, thanks Pedro. No need to pay 36.5 yuan. Yunmu panted, laughed joyfully. I said, very cute. They fought from afternoon to evening. Spectators buzzed, too fast, only saw two beams collide. The girl was startled, Li Yun skilled, others curious why. She explained, die-hard fan of Chen Chen, 10 demons 18 steps unique. Skilled, Li Yun can confront. She was puzzled, Li Yun with no fame, who is he? Yunmu took a heavenly strike to the face, cheek swollen. Immediately leapt back, keeping distance from Ryu Chen. He was smug, talent useless against absolute power. Yunmu switched to serious combat mode, unnecessary. Stomped hard, ground cracked, bounced up. Yunmu calculated, worthy top candidate, facing frenzied blade still resisting. 3 layers not enough, planting 6 layers. The flash of thought, he immediately delivered a powerful strike to the ground, causing everything to tremble. Like being shocked, he realized the force of the attack from this kid was much stronger than before. Instantly, he lunged forward in a moment. Yunmu saw him from a distance. Yunmu did not hesitate, immediately charging after him, sword in hand with a serious expression as he attacked. At this point, Yunmu had reached the 5th level, and Ryu Chen wasn't far behind, swinging a powerful blow. Gritted his teeth thinking, although I can avoid the attack, Ryu Chen felt extremely tense. This was really no easy feat. Finally, Yunmu's feet touched the ground, the power from the landing making his whole body feel stronger. Ryu Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He truly had never encountered an opponent who made him struggle this much. Yunmu had now moved to the 6th level of his swordplay, striking the ground powerfully, creating a loud explosive sound. Suddenly, his feet shot forward like the wind and then landed. He had just mentioned the 6th level. Immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was. Ryu Chen looked over and saw Yunmu pulling his hood down, shivering inwardly. Such power was truly frightening. Ryu Chen's mind raced. Impossible. Such a force of mystic power could not possibly be something he could achieve at his current level. He observed the streams of power rushing toward him, and what about the 6th level? How could he have reached this level in such a short time? At this moment, Ryu Chen began to realize, wait, maybe he had been accumulating strength from all the attacks he had made so far. It was just adding more moves for him. Yunmu's eyes now showed an air of coldness. He shouted again, but his legs still couldn't help but flinch. Soon after, just as he thought, Yunmu launched a powerful strike, the ultimate slash. This powerful attack was the final strike. Yunmu at this moment seemed to radiate blinding light. Ryu Chen stood there silently admiring, truly astonishing. It seemed that the outcome of victory or defeat would depend on this strike. Before he could catch his breath, Yunmu spoke again. This is my final strike with all my strength. Looking at him like this, Ryu Chen also felt tense, shouting loudly, Celestial Demon King's ruling fist. Yunmu's attack was so strong that Ryu Chen struggled to block it, trying to hold his ground and shouted out with a loud roar. In the end, Ryu Chen couldn't withstand the strike. His strength was completely drained. Ryu Chen glared, snorted as expected. It was impossible to defend again. Finally, Yunmu's force took over the entire space, and Ryu Chen was pushed back. On the screen, Ryu Chen was no longer there. Only a thick smoke remained after the battle. Everyone watching on the screen couldn't help but be amazed. Wait, is this real? The winner is. Finally, everyone cheered loudly. Li Yun. His name appeared on the screen, Li Yun Quinn. The audience was in an uproar. Wow, I can't believe Ryu Chen lost to a newcomer like Li Yun. He's really the kind of person I admire. I want to be his fan. At this moment, Duxing was sitting in the dark room, watching the match. He smiled in amusement. Li Yun, Mad Blade, final strike. Duxing quickly realized, this is getting more and more interesting. Over here, the commotion continued. Yunmu stood firmly in place. Finally, he recognized the situation. Yunmu pulled his hood low. It was over. Although he won, Yunmu couldn't help but praise, truly a master, there's really no doubt. Pedro continued the challenge. Everyone around them was in awe. Wow, I didn't expect Li Yun to continue challenging 3 strong opponents. Soon after he continued fighting, the blade's attack was unleashed, and the opponent couldn't withstand it and screamed. This event left everyone stunned. Wow, won again. The buzz continued, having just defeated Ryu Chen, now defeating 3 top 10 candidates from Tianfen City. This couldn't be a coincidence. All night the city buzzed, who exactly is Li Yun? After the battle it was dawn. Yunmu sat down on the ground, panting. Fighting continuously with 2 masters was truly overwhelming. He froze. Why is there 30,000 yuan of subdimension coins in his account? Pedro appeared and explained that it was the paid audience mode. Yunmu was surprised. What's that? Pedro explained that when fan value reaches 10,000, the system would require a fee to watch the match and would provide subdimension coins for viewers to watch the battle live. Yunmu smiled happily. Seems like I've accidentally become famous. Let's call it a day. Pedro stopped for now. Immediately, he exited the match. It's late, time to go home. Mom is still waiting for me to eat. Immediately, Zhang's phone rang. Yunmu was surprised. It's her calling through Naijai's line. As soon as he picked up, she yelled loudly, Yunmu, have you seen Li Yun's battle? He was startled but couldn't help but wonder, I've seen it. Why are you so excited? She responded. How can I not be excited? That person is really amazing. Now Tian Fenbao is discussing Li Yun. Naijai doubted, is Li Yunyu? Both of you use the Mad Blade. The names are quite similar. Yunmu was shocked. How could I be so amazing? But the doubt that had just arisen was quickly dismissed. I thought so too. But this news is spreading wildly. You smiled bitterly. Rumors, it's just a rumor. Yunmu was surprised. It's all spreading. Maybe we need to find a way to resolve it. Two of them discussed for a while. Naijai suddenly remembered something. Hey, are you a disciple of some ancient hidden sect? Li Yun is actually your older brother, and the Mad Blade is your family's secret skill, right? Naijai added, if that's the case, both of you are really strong. Sects that don't care about the world are truly terrifying. Yunmu thought to himself, that's right, I don't have someone backing me up, but I can make others think I'm a disciple of a hidden sect that would save me from a lot of trouble. Seeing him silent, Naijai asked, hey, why aren't you saying anything? Did you lose connection? He quickly admitted, that's right, he's my older brother. I won't pretend anymore. Naijai was happy, I knew it. Yunmu happily said, I'm just telling you this secret. Don't tell anyone else. Naijai quickly understood, don't worry, I'll keep the secret. She quickly said, I'm hanging up now, goodbye. Yunmu replied, goodbye. Over here, Naijai sat on the bed thinking, just telling it to me alone. Her face turned red, the air around her was filled with sweetness. Naijai didn't understand why, but she felt very happy. Naijai's words awakened Yunmu. He decided to fake a powerful sect, find a reasonable explanation for his extraordinary strength, and also to find a solid backing. To lay the foundation, Yunmu also used his second virtual character to increase his role in the virtual world, naming it Li Feng, along with sending the first and second characters into the virtual world under the names Li Yun and Li Feng, since the three of them appeared on the battlefield simultaneously. The rumor that Li Yun is Yunmu was debunked. Everyone was going wild. Lord Li Yun, my surname is also Li. I kneel and ask Li sect to take me as a disciple. At the same time, news of the return of a hidden sect spread through the arena like a big explosion. Naijai called again, Yunmu calmly, hello, Naijai, what's up? She said loudly, what's going on? Now we are talking about your older brother everywhere, aren't you worried? Yunmu chuckled lightly, keep spreading the rumors. Let the whole world know, after all, there's no way to stop it. It's already exposed, worrying is useless. Naijai added, right, Ryu Chen has never challenged after losing to Li Yun, but he was online all morning. Maybe he wants to meet your older brother. Tell him to be careful. Yunmu thought to himself, he has been challenging Li Yun for several days, but I've refused every time. Maybe he has figured it out now. Okay, I'll tell him. In front of him, the Li Zaiwei Dushi Yunmu was surprised. What's going on here, Naijai? I'm hanging up now. Soon after, Yunmu hurriedly left. Sorry everyone, the shop will close early today. If you want to do business, come back tomorrow morning. A young man with a large bouquet of flowers entered. Miss Liu, I have some crystals to sell. Ru Yan was startled. I don't need them. He said again, Miss Ru Yan, it's getting late. Can I invite you to dinner? Yunmu hurried past. Sorry everyone, the shop will close early today. If you want to do business, come back tomorrow morning. Still stubbornly resisted. Why is that? Miss Ru Yan almost agreed to me. Another person spoke. Don't dream. The one Miss Ru Yan agreed to is me. Yunmu turned to her, said, I'm leaving the shop to you because I trust that you will handle it properly. But this only caused more trouble. Ru Yan shyly apologized immediately. Yunmu replied, no need to apologize, I'm not blaming you. He gloomily picked up the stone, never expecting his sister to be so famous in the imaginary world, and it's a black crystal too. The people coming here are all young masters from rich families. Maybe she will marry into a rich family and live like a princess. Ru Yan appeared sad. I don't want to live like a princess. She spoke from the heart. I just want to live with my parents and Yunmu. Yunmu silently looked at her. In his eyes was an indescribable sorrow. Soon after, he remembered, that's right, have the crystals I need been prepared. Ru Yan quickly handed over a large crystal. It's ready. But why do you need so many crystals? Yunmu's face darkened. That's right, the amount is huge. but in the star system, it only covers a few square meters. It's more expensive than house prices. At that moment the phone rang again, startling him. It was Ling En calling. Yun Mu immediately answered. Ling En, what's wrong? Ling En on the other end was urgent. Yun Mu, help me. He spoke unclearly, which made Yun Mu confused. Ling En said again, hurry to the space arena. Yun Mu was worried. Wait, explain it clearly. Immediately, he hurriedly grabbed his suitcase. I'm going ahead. Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner tonight. Li Zai shouted angrily, what are you arguing about? Dare to repeat it. Next time I won't spare you. Ling En joined in, just destroy it. The Jai looked smug. Repeat it if you want. Don't think a few moves make you stronger. Your combat abilities are hard to display even with a level skill. He continued scolding. Ling Zhu is not here. The Duxing team is just superficial. Li Zai was furious to death. Lu Qiang glanced over. Duxing, you remind them a bit. Duxing smiled helplessly, but what they said was right. Li Zai shouted, don't be too arrogant. Our trump card will appear soon. Yun Mu finally arrived. I asked, what trouble did you cause while I was away? He frowned in reproach. Just a few days without Zhu. You couldn't leave others alone. Li Zai cried like a child when he saw him, telling Yun Mu that he finally arrived. They are too much. Lu Qiang excitedly pointed, laughed loudly. This is the strongest trump card of the Duxing team. You are waiting to lose. Yun Mu frowned. I didn't say we would fight. Ling En grinned. Not fighting. Aren't you helping us relieve frustration? Yun Mu said, I observe the opponent's level is not high. Duxing should handle easily, cannot lose so badly. He looked at his teammates. Ling En said frankly, today Duxing feels odd, like lacking interest in fighting, as if intentionally losing. Yun Mu was startled, thinking silently, they are deliberately losing. The other spoke, are you coming? Otherwise we withdraw, no wasting time with ordinary people. Lu Qiang gritted his teeth. You are waiting to die, the other said. I bet 100,000 crystals we win. If you add one person we can add two. Lu Qiang confidently. Whoever you want, as long as there's Yun Mu, not afraid of anyone. The Jai laughed mockingly. Good, brothers have acted already. Another stepped out, voice smug, they are trapped. That was Ryu Chen, he shouted. You just take care and fight, who are we to them? Seeing him the crowd was shocked. Wait, isn't this? Yun Mu was confused too. The Jai was pleased. Yes, it's him. Duxing smiled, thinking silently, as expected. Ryu Chen rolled up his sleeves. Boring to bet only 100,000 crystal. Wanna raise the bet? Yun Mu glanced cautious. Yun Mu frowned. Ryu Chen, this guy. Ryu Chen sincerely, sorry, my friend is rude. They do this only too. Stop, he looked at Yun Mu and continued. Lure you here. Yun Mu indifferent, lure me. I don't want to fight, Ryu Chen said. You still lack a good blade, right? Ryu Chen handed the sword. Consider it a betting reward, telling Yun Mu, it will be yours. Li Zai recognized immediately. This is the snow-cold blade. Ling En surprised, what is that? Li Zai explained, snow-cold blade from the 1,000-year-old black blood bird mines in Tian Shan. Even as beast sword, limitless potential. With engravings becomes a blade. Adding soldier soul upgrades becomes male charged weapon. Xing smiled brightly. Snow-cold blade is tempting, but we have no item of same rank to bet, sorry. Ru Chen continued, win or lose you can take the sword, but if we win, Yun Mu faces Li Yun, right? Ru Chen praised, talking with intelligent people is easy. Yun Mu thought Ryu Chen is too smart, set an irresistible condition, didn't expect his obsession with Li Yun. He scratched his head, alright I agree, Ru Chen excited, one word decided. Images of two opponents appeared on screen, seeing hidden sect experts fight heavenly dragon blood path. Crowd excited, wow, original capital. They present Snow Cold Blade, worth 10 million. Everyone discussed, Ryu Chen defeated by Li Yun. Why find Yun Mu? Li Yun didn't notice, defeated general wants to survive. System announced, countdown to battle 10, 9, 8. Yun Mu said, arena big as rainforest. Sound still echoes 4, 5, 6. Duxing asked, first team fight, worry. Yun Mu smiled, I am excited. Don't contest Ryu Chen with me. Countdown 32. Duxing laughed, I won't contest, cannot beat you. Finally countdown ended 1. Fight begins. He held the bow, thought silently, strike, show power. Duxing surprised, Yun Mu learned archery since when? Yun Mu recalled, right, not knowing bow, no skill system, what to learn quick. System chatter, he didn't listen, just learn, hurry up. Everyone saw him standing still. Duxing startled, no movement. At the same time, dark figure flew past quickly. Duxing warned, someone coming, prepare to fight. Yun Mu still confused. Duxing directed, Li Zai, protect Yun Mu, seems he lost connection, don't let him, just said. Yun Mu regained awareness. Immediately, he jumped onto a tree, Duxing surprised. Oh, and Yun Mu's hand recharged quickly once more. He stood under sunlight, drew weapon taut, looked like a valiant warrior. Spectators murmured, skill not only sword frenzy, also using bow, drilling, attacking from thousands of meters. Shooting speed fast, 7 arrows in a blink. Indeed, Li family descendant. Attack just released, opponent screamed. opened eyes watching arrow fly. Xuanzi, fearful, kept dodging, unable to counterattack. Being body intact, Xuanzi touched chest fine. Everyone enraged, turns out weapon master, far below Li Yun. Yunmu raised bow, said, heavenly sphere moon. Behind Xuanzi, blue lightning appeared. The trunk seemed sealed something, Xuanzi felt it. It gathered, formed a large wolf, charged at him. Xuanzi turned, heart leapt. Xuanzi shouted, echoing through forest. Audience startled, cruel move, tearing person into pieces. The Jai panicked, Ryu Chen, Xuanzi gone, bow shot far. A Liang hit by arrow, blood flowed. Seeing teammates struggle, Ryu Chen worried, are you okay? Liang leaned against tree. Fine, only skin deep, everyone needed. Immediately spotlights caught, Ryu Chen helplessly shouted. Hung in air, a Liang panicked, what is this, put me down. Finally Yun Mu finished, critical hit on Zhang. Seeing Yun Mu defeat opponent, he was pleased, good. Cold gaze, 3 left. Everyone observed bird, black feathers, red eyes, mysterious. Everyone startled, bright swallow. Male charged creature seen only in books. They wondered, book says King of Destruction sealed Ming Yan, why now? One wearing Ryu Chen ran, attack range too far, must get close. Running not far, arrow hit leg, too painful. Li Xuang began to panic, unable to approach him. The area around him was indeed too powerful. Soon as the words were spoken, Li Xuang was flung away, blood immediately spraying out. As Ryu Chen ran and spoke, Li Xuang was eliminated. Now only the 2 of us remain, don't let him shoot, it will attract attention. The destroyer knew this, but avoiding the attack was not easy. As both spoke, Yun Mu's rain of arrows shot fiercely, startling the destroyer. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and drew his weapon. This kid, the destroyer when cornered, also went mad, rising up to test his strength against others. He was determined, like Ryu Chen, not to run away. Facing them is better than avoiding. Ryu Chen replied, all right, you stand in front to shield, approach him slowly without being noticed. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced straight through the destroyer's head. Fell eliminated from the fight, as if his legs screamed in pain, the destroyer. At this moment Ryu Chen was extremely angry, looking at Yun Mu and cursing silently, damn it. He was standing on a thin tree branch, pleased to have taken down one. Yun Mu smiled, only Ryu Chen remained. He glanced at the scarecrows, feeling as if not participating in the team battle. Strong light burst out suddenly, startling Yun Mu. He turned and realized this was the power of the golden stone. With his teammates down, Ryu Chen unleashed his power. He approached Yun Mu, looking up, saying, found you. Yun Mu smiled, leaning against the guardians, perhaps breaking the cultivation limit. Ryu Chen was right, this is to counter Li Yun's raging blade. It seemed necessary to use it now. He spoke while channeling inner strength. The ground beneath him seemed to crumble. Yun Mu quickly dodged, drew his bow, accumulating inner strength. Yun Mu, like a flying squirrel, continuously changed positions to attack, making the opponent fluster. Ryu Chen would not yield, drew a 5-pointed star seal on the central zone and shouted, protect. Yun Mu calculated, blocked, had to rely on others, go mere in hand. Ryu Chen was annoyed, the crows were really troublesome. He was unwilling, wait, I will push your little crows away. Ryu Chen roared, come on, raging beast spirit. His body erupted, light blinding, making Yun Mu startled. His eye had to shield his eyes. Duxing spoke, if not mistaken, that is. Ryu Chen stopped, his eyes glowing intensely. A large pig was summoned. The soldier's soul looked very impressive. Yun Mu sneered, this is a soldier's soul, quite beautiful. Immediately Yun Mu noticed behind Ryu Chen, the eyes shining brightly. Ryu Chen channeled inner strength. I said I would come, speaking while coordinating the attack. The pig soldier's soul also went mad, opening its mouth and screaming. Ryu Chen struck Min Enhan forcefully, continuing to attack him. The soldier's soul attacked Min Enhan. The crow shrieked in surprise. Before reacting, the soldier's soul had seized Min Enhan tightly. Ryu Chen was pleased, satisfied, 2 down. Yun Mu shouted, cannot approach, only 1 left. Out of options, Yun Mu called for help, destroyer, hear me. Minha replied, call me for what he transmitted, see if that one wins. Minha confidently, raging beast spirit, this is not even a fraction of my power, Yun Mu said, but Min Enhan was almost wiped out. Minha sneered, thinking how strong he was. Yun Mu replied, give me more power. Minha replied, impossible, to increase power a transaction is needed. He said, alright system, use all inner strength, release the destroyer seal Minha. While the system absorbed the power, Min Enhan spoke, the gained inner strength is substantial. Yun Mu startled, the seal is released already. Min Enhan said still far but can add power, accept the blessing. As he spoke, he shouted loudly. Seeing Yun Mu erupt, Ryu Chen also paused. The Enhans were defeated, he was smug, 3 done. Yun Mu absorbed Min Enhan's power, extremely satisfied. Only 3, he said. The Min Enhan swarm charged forward. Yun Mu commanded, you Trung eyes, order them to tear him apart. Min Enhan rushed aggressively, screaming as if tearing the sky. Ru Chen was startled, the soldier's soul still working at full power. Min En took down more of the Min En. Ru Chen's inner strength not to be underestimated. Yun Mu was a formidable opponent, not to be taken lightly. Min En fragments continuously scattered across the ground. Yun Mu remained calm, the crows were dispersed. Min Nha said, "Next, leave it to me." Just as he retracted, the En on the ground glowed. Jen startled. Sudden light appeared in the sky. Ru Chen looked stunned, the crow bodies forming a strange light. He stared at the light in the sky, golden stone mystical power. Min En fragments formed a new body, eyes cold like divine fire. With wings, it looked like an angel manifested. Quickly, a perfect body formed from the light. Everyone was astonished. What is this so large? Everyone stunned, watching the battle at this level. Indeed, Yun Mu is the strongest. Yun Mu praised, comparing, the destroyer looks a bit more handsome. Min Nha commanded, pointing at the raging beast soldier soul in front. The pig in front of the destroyer trembled. Min Nha spread his wings, smugly speaking to him, little devil, look clearly. Continuing to channel inner strength, said would lead to victory. Everyone tense, holding breath, awaiting the outcome about to occur. Min Enha's power took the form of a bird, his symbol. Ru Chen just stood watching Min Nha strike. The pig soldier soul screamed, entire body blown away. Ru Chen stood still, observing the terrifying power ahead, thinking to himself how this would turn out. Even though he had lost, Ru Chen still kept a painful smile on his face. In the end, the match concluded. Yun Mu's team won against Ru Chen's team. The crowd buzzed again. Wasn't this a team victory? How did it turn out like this? It was really surprising. System immediately notified him that he had received 169 dimensional coin. Yun Mu sighed in relief. It was truly a victory. Thank you, my comrades. He called her great king with annoyance. Li Si couldn't hold back, immediately rushing to hug Yun Mu and praised him for being excellent. Dixing marveled, that was the battle bow you got from the vault, right? Looks like you really found a treasure. Yun Mu smiled, it was just luck. He reminded him to make good use of this power. It would help him level up. Dixing's words made him uneasy, not sure if he had noticed something unusual. After the match, Yun Mu finally returned home. He sighed. It had been a long time since he had returned to reality. The system simultaneously notified him that he had received a certain amount of non-integer points, which could be used to expand the star domain. He was annoyed. Don't you want to use this to harm me again? These non-integer points of mine are not enough to be of any use. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door outside. Yun Mu opened the door. He asked Lu Qiang, "What's up? We just met." Lu Qiang relayed the message. "I just passed by the messenger room. The big boss asked me to tell you that someone is looking for you. Seems like it's related to the path of the worldly cycle." Yun Mu was surprised. This person seemed like a ghost that hadn't dissipated. Why him? Yu Chen stood at the hallway corner. Suddenly, the familiar voice rang out, "You're standing there." Yun Mu slowly descended. "Were you waiting for me? You miss me that much, can't be away from me for even a minute." Ryu Chen handed Yun Mu something. "Take it. The snow frost cold blade has agreed with you." Looking into his deep eyes, Yun Mu couldn't help but shudder. His face was in poor condition. Yun Mu was satisfied. "You truly keep your word," Ryu Chen explained. "This jade box was crafted from white jade cold crystal from the thousand-year sky mountain. Usually not used, best to store the weapon in this box." Yun Mu was confused. He said, "I came just to meet Li Yun once, but thinking about my friend, it really hurts. Was it worth it?" Ryu Chen responded, "Sorry for what I did to your friend, but since the match with Li Yun, I haven't been able to calm down. I just want to learn one more time his mad blade." Yun Mu looked at his pale face, thinking silently. Losing to Senza was such a pain that it left him with a mental illness. Ryu Chen sadly left, "But if you dare lose, you must bear the consequences. I won't bother you anymore." Yun Mu felt pity. That figure seemed so lost. If he couldn't resolve this mental illness, he'd forever be stuck and unable to move forward. Yun Mu looked at Ryu Chen with a compassionate gaze. In fact, this person wasn't that bad. After a moment of thought, Yun Mu decided, "Hey, Ryu Chen." Turned around and looked. Yun Mu smiled and said loudly, "I'll fight with you." Yun Mu said seriously, "What about using the mad blade?" Hearing this, Ryu Chen was extremely excited. He said sincerely, "Do you really want to use the mad blade?" Crowd began to gather. "Hurry, it's Yun Mu and Ryu Chen. Are they preparing to fight in real life? Who will win this time?" Still Yun Mu. Ryu Chen felt bewildered. Too many people. Do they really want to fight in real life? Yun Mu remained calm. "Don't worry." He quickly took out a black sphere. "I have this." Ryu Chen glanced over, realizing it was the boundary cage. Yun Mu immediately threw the round sphere on the ground. He turned back to look at Ryu Chen. "Let's go, it'll just be the two of us." Everyone saw them leaving, feeling regretful. "That's the boundary cage, why don't go in?" Everyone was dissatisfied. "Then we won't see anything." Time passed. An hour later, The space inside was still quiet. A foot suddenly stepped out of it. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Crowd couldn't hold back anymore, starting to gossip. Someone came out. Who is it? Who is that person? The young man looked at himself, startled by the surprise. The two of them stepped out together. After the match, they seemed closer, even though both had wounds and blood on them. Yunmu smiled. It truly was a proper fight in real life. Ryu Chen also seemed to have released his mental illness, happily saying who was wrong. The crowd was curiously chattering. So who won in the end? Who won? Yunmu looked over at the crowd. He smiled and said, who knows? They both sat on the long bench. Yunmu was panting heavily. Yunmu spoke up. Hey, after fighting with you for so long, shouldn't you give me some rune as a reward? Ryu Chen happily replied, stop it. What do you mean fighting with me? You clearly enjoyed the fight yourself. Yunmu kept begging, don't be stingy. You know, enhancing the snow frost cold blade is very costly. After all, the Tang family owes you a lot of money. Ryu Chen wouldn't give in. You brat, stop pushing me. Why should my family give you money? Ryu Chen then suggested, I think you can try the Honor Tower. Yunmu was surprised. The Honor Tower. Ryu Chen explained, the Honor Tower is where the power of the Mystic Guild Alliance is concentrated, built 9 years ago. With 108 floors, to challenge it, you must defeat the guardian beasts on each floor to climb higher. Each floor will have stronger guardian beasts. Yunmu got excited. It's like playing a game. Ryu Chen continued. When you win, you get Honor Tower medals, which can be exchanged for attractive rewards. He stood up. I've told you how to get rich. The rest is up to you. Yunmu then thought seriously. The Honor Tower, if I have time, I should try it once. At the same time, Tang walked over. Yunmu, why are you sitting here alone? Who were you fighting with? He was startled. Senior brother. He said, in a few days, Tian Yun will organize the battle arena in Mangnyo Valley. It'll last a month, but you can travel or collect resources during that time. You're talented. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be such a pity. Yunmu was stunned. Okay, thanks, senior brother. 3 days later at the library, the atmosphere around was eerily quiet. Yunmu stood in front of the pile of books. It seemed he was very busy. After a while, Yunmu sighed, damn, this is really hard to understand. I don't understand at all. In the end, he had to make up his mind. If I don't understand, I'll have to push through. After all, it's Ryu Chen's path. Remembering before, Ryu Chen had given him an item. Take it. Yunmu was surprised. What is this? Ryu Chen said, this is the map to the entrance of the secret realm. He curiously opened it. He explained, the entrance is in the dark realm of Demon Mountain, in the Mangnyo Valley battlefield. I heard you're going there, so I gave this to you. Yunmu frowned. What the hell is this map? I don't understand anything. Ryu Chen said, the words on it are in a language you need to translate yourself. If you can translate it, then it'll depend on your ability. Back to the present, he was trying to translate those words. Mala Mountain 8 traps. 138,640 km from the Mangyu battlefield. At the same time, Naijai's voice rang out. Mala Mountain 8 traps is a dangerous area. Moreover, it's the dark realm. She frowned. Didn't you search for news about the Mangyao battlefield? Why are you going to find this dangerous place? Yunmu stood up quickly. It's nothing. I just heard about this place before, so I was a little curious, Miss Feng. Well, I don't believe it. Naijai shouted, do you know how dangerous that place is? Speak quietly. This is the library, even if you have powerful protective measures. He was worried. What if you're a disciple of a hidden sect? You can't just go wherever you want. Yunmu looked at the girl in front of him with difficulty. He gently rubbed her head, his voice warm. All right, I understand now. Looking at Naijai with tears in her eyes, Yunmu felt uncomfortable, letting her worry about a fool like me who loves to take risks. I'm sorry. When he saw Naijai like this, his heart also melted. He continued, I know that place is definitely dangerous. You're right to be worried, but this is just the way this world is. Seeing Naijai still sad, Yunmu continued, no matter how dangerous it is, what's necessary must be done. I promise you, no matter what, I'll survive and come back, Pinky swear. He looked at Yunmu with worried eyes, but also felt a little more relief. She quickly regained her composure, wiping the tears from her face. However, she still maintained a sarcastic attitude toward Yunmu. Do you think whether I leave or not has anything to do with you? Are you happy now? Finally, she managed to smile beautifully. After that, Naijai decided to leave, no longer paying attention to him. Someone like you wouldn't understand. If there's anything you need to say, just tell me. Yun Mu cheerfully replied. All right. Dixing stood behind, grinning slyly. Our Yun Mu is truly well loved. Qiang continued, this brat Yun Mu is really talented. Ling An also said. Yun Mu made Nai Jai cry, while Li Si shouted angrily, so frustrated. When everyone had left, Yun Mu returned to the table, looking at the books lying there. He began to open the books, trying to study what Mala Mountain was all about. Even so, he still felt very cautious. This trip seemed really dangerous. Immediately, he went to register his name. Yun Mu handed the registration form to the staff. Is this fine? The staff checked and said, it's fine now, leave the registration slip here. You just need to pay the transmission fee and you're done. He felt a bit regretful. The tower's entry fee is up to 500,000, so expensive. Yun Mu grumbled as he walked. If it weren't for needing to train my sword with the ancient ice Daifu van, I wouldn't come here. A voice came from behind him. Little Wu, there are so many white-silver old Xuan here. Qing Yu immediately replied, of course, everyone here is an elite. Lin Lei looked at him. Little Wu, look, that person seems to be Luo Pu, an old Xuan. Meanwhile, Yun Mu was putting on a thick face. Hello, I'm here to pay, can you give me a discount? No need to rush. Qing Yu responded, what's so strange? Even people with just ordinary Xuan cultivation here are much stronger than others. Suddenly, Qing Yu saw something in front and was startled, sweating. He looked at Yun Mu's back and wondered, why does this person seem familiar? Yun Mu was arguing, this is my hard-earned money, why can't I bargain? Who said that? Qing Yu thought to herself, just looking at his back made her want to hit him. Immediately she hurried to approach Yun Mu. Hello sir, please stop. Yun Mu was startled, having to cover his mouth to keep from shouting. Immediately he turned away, his mind constantly screaming. Why is this woman here, and even with Lin Lei? He even had to squat down. This is a disaster, the two women I didn't want to meet are both here. Qing Yu said, this gentleman. Finally he helplessly stood up, his mind calculating, this is the only way. Then Yun Mu shouted loudly, I thought someone called me. Turns out it's two beautiful girls, I thought something big happened. Who knew you'd act like this? Lin Lei was startled when she looked at him. This person is really special. Qing Yu bowed her head, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Yun Mu sneered, beautiful girl. Didn't your mother teach you that starting a conversation with men like this could get you kidnapped? Tried to remain calm, Qing Yu angrily yelled. This guy dares to talk to me like this, do you know who I am? Yun Mu glared, who are you? I don't care who you are, don't bother me, don't make me tear your clothes off. Then sell you to the idiot on the mountain to be his wife. Lin Lei couldn't hold it in anymore, pulling Qing Yu's arm. All right, little Wu, no need to argue with this madman, let's go. Qing Yu thought to herself, ugly guy, just like a monkey with a foul mouth and treating me like a fool. Remembering his words, I'm here to win, don't need my face. The two of them left. Yun Mu immediately rubbed his face to return to normal. Glanced over, finally they were gone. My face is stiff now, can't go on like this. Just then he heard a girl's voice. Hello, would you like to learn about our guild souvenirs? Yun Mu immediately approached. The girl continued in a cheerful voice. Thank you for buying our souvenir mask. We look forward to your next visit. Suddenly his scream echoed, loud enough for the entire city to hear. Yun Mu's vision was a little unusual. Oh my god, how much Xuan crystal does this cost? Ah, you noticed that girl because you wanted to buy this ridiculous item. To get such a huge Xuan realm. Qing Yu passed by, hey, useless item. Why are you standing there like an idiot, scared by the Xuan realm of Xuan Chu? Yun Mu was startled, Xuan Chuo. Qing Yu was confused, why did it turn into a fish? She explained, Xuan Chu is the founder of the guild, and also the first to awaken Xuan power. In that dark era, he brought hope to humanity. Yun Mu was surprised, the senior from 200 years ago, is he still alive? Qing Yu cut him off, don't talk nonsense, he's still very healthy. He looked at Yun Mu and guessed, is this your first time at the tower? Don't underestimate this honor tower, it was built by the Xuan Cultivators Guild. If you're not careful, you might not survive. Qing Yu continued, the honor tower doesn't just have 108 floors as seen from the outside, but also 108 more floors underground. It's called the Tower of the Fallen. Only those who have been to the abyss are allowed to enter. Yun Mu thought to himself, the abyss, the place I want to go is also an abyss. Then Qing Yu led him to an area full of machinery. This is it. Yun Mu looked around and asked, is this the honor tower? The architecture is really strange. Qing Yu couldn't help herself, mocking, in this world nothing is stranger than your face. I'm going in first, figure it out yourself. He teased, goodbye beautiful girl, keep in touch. Qing Yu angrily said, don't call me beautiful girl, you bastard. Qing Yu left. Yun Mu silently observed his surroundings. The honor tower, really interesting. He silently made a decision. Let's see what this place is really like. Yun Mu immediately stepped in. The door opened automatically. He was startled. His expression became strange. because there were 3 doors in front of him. Yun Mu couldn't help but wonder, a Xuan cultivator's door. If I pass the Xuan cultivator's door, what's the Saint Xuan cultivator's door? What is that? The system explained for a while, but he was still confused. So I can only enter the Xuan cultivator's door. He was surprised, each door has a rank. Yun Mu took off his fish hat to look carefully, and something shocking happened. He joyfully shouted, "Oh my god, that mad martial artist is back on the board, I can't lose to him." At the same time, the system warned him that he was in the evil space, and Yun Mu had to wait. But he was a little confused. Evil space. Yun Mu sat down in boredom. Isn't this the Xuan realm founded by Xuan Chuo? Why is it like this? Before he could think more, the system alerted again. Yun Mu was surprised. Is that all? The system warned again. If you die in the tower, this tower will absorb all of your Xuan essence. This made Yun Mu jump. What did you say? The system explained. Anyone who dies in the tower will have their essence absorbed by the master of the space. He was surprised. How can a trial tower be this dangerous? Could someone be using this system to lure elites and absorb their Xuan essence? Yun Mu worried. Xuan Chuo, the founder of this tower. He was the first human hero to awaken. How could this be? He immediately ordered, "System, scan the entire honor tower, search for Xuan Chuo's location." System quickly responded. Yun Mu urgently shouted, "Where is he now?" Black screen quickly covered him. The system speculated, this tower is the incarnation of the Shadow Stone and Realm Master. Yun Mu guessed, incarnated into the tower, so he's watching my every move now. The system said, the Origin Master has become a true god. Yun Mu felt uncomfortable. The 12 true spirits have already helped him condense 7, only 5 more to become a true god. Why use others like this? He couldn't help but spit, so disgusting. Finally, he decided, if he's using others, then I'll use him too. Open the door. He stepped into another space, where it was as dark as ink. In front of him was something like an old iron cage. Yun Mu was surprised. Huh. He looked around, everything was empty, but danger was hanging overhead. Mutated beasts saw him and immediately charged, roaring and attacking. Hearing the noise, he immediately became alert and turned to observe. Due to carelessness, Yun Mu was scratched. He quickly used both hands to brace but was still thrown onto the beam. The surrounding earth and rocks cracked from the impact. Yun Mu tried to stabilize with his legs. His arm was scratched, fresh blood flowing and soaking his sleeve. Yun Mu glanced over, slightly startled. It was indeed fortunate to have escaped. This was the Hell Claw test, said to rival the power of the highest pseudo-star mystic. Clicked his tongue, surprised they released 9 at once. Yun Mu smiled coldly. This was only floor 1. How much did this mystic sect bastard want to harm? Seeing 7 mutated rats charging, Yun Mu was surprised. Why all at once? He began channeling inner power. Fine. After all, he was not busy yet. As he spoke, Yun Mu's eyes glowed with the system's shadow light activating. Green image appeared, swinging his sword straight at the rat. When it died, golden coins shot from its body. Li Yun stood there firm, like a general ready for battle. Seeing the coins fall, Yun Mu was very satisfied. Another coin tower popped out. 3 ferocious rats screamed and lunged at Li Yun. Didn't even turn, but emitted a strong force. The rats were blown apart quickly, only able to squeak before disappearing. On the other side, Li Feng also finished off the rats. Yun Mu stood aside satisfied. Long battlefield practice helped seamless coordination. Observed, floor 1 complete. Let's go, number 1, number 2. A large hole appeared, the door inside rose, something was coming up. He examined carefully, exchange list. An ice ancient Dai Fu Van 100 coin towers, lightning Dai Fu Van 100 coin towers. Reasonable, even real money would cost 1 million. Yun Mu swipe, talisman, mystic power, red star blood level wind dragon stage 6. High-grade items also exchangeable. Many mystics must risk. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes narrowed. Wait, this is... On the system screen was the fast young woman obsession, 2500 coin tower. Recalled previously opening a box only to receive this seed. Looking at the small suspicious seed, was this treasure real? According to the system, must water with saint blood for it to bloom and bear fruit. Previously he didn't care. Fast young woman obsession was the 7th light, buried deep in obsession, hard to find blood. Now Yun Mu was surprised. Hard to retrieve items exchangeable here. Must find a way. Currently only 10 bronze coin towers. System reminded him to gauge strength. Yun Mu nodded. Too noisy, I will be careful. He stepped up, a tile lifted, calculating only floor 1, a few more floors manageable. Floor 2, Li Yun and Li Feng held the advantage. He passed easily. Floor 3, his momentum strong, passing the next floor. Floor 4, Senza caused no trouble yet. Yun Mu continued onward. Floor 5, surely obstacles would appear. Yunmu panted but excited, reached floor 5. Pausing, telling himself to be serious, this was Hell X49. Ahead was Battle General X1. Li Feng and Li Yun side by side. He shouted, advance. Seeing the giant monster, Yunmu commanded, Number 1 attack left. Li Yun obeyed immediately, legs gliding swiftly through the air. Li Yun held the sword, slashing directly at the target. Monster sensed the ferocity in his eye. It hurled towards Li, scattering earth and rock. Yunmu startled and ran, nearly unable to dodge. He ordered Number 2 to feign attack on the large one to draw fire. Seeing Li Yun flattened, he shouted, rise, the pawns need you. Yunmu moved like a sparrow, legs agile, close combat ineffective. He leapt into the air, wind whistling. Gripping something tightly, Yunmu shouted, give it to him. The Lord of Destruction appeared in his hand, emanating strong inner power. In the air a black hole appeared, Celestial Moon. The bow summoned, Yunmu used Celestial Moon to strike it down. Strong light emanated from the bow, half of Yunmu's face hidden, mysterious. The monster sensed pressure from behind, turned around. An arrow shot out, he shouted, wolf-like aura charging. Bit the monster hard, speed making it stand still under assault. Yunmu saw the opportunity, pressed again, shouted, explosion. Great shock occurred, golden coins continuously fell. He landed, dust rising, exhaled, done. Watching coins fall, he wondered why so many coin towers exploded. The large one was fat. Seeing Li Yun working hard, Yunmu exclaimed, the minions are done. He focused on calculation, floor 1 10 coins, floor 2 20. How many coin towers now? Mind muddled, he gave up calculating in short. Pausing, eyes sly, just keep fighting like this. Girl watched the screen worriedly. Our house hasn't been online for days, what happened? Her companion mocked, probably lost to Ryu Chen in the barrier. Li Yun, Li Feng didn't dare go out, Fan Yunmu. The girl, frustrated, shouted, the monkey, our son would still win even in reality. Suddenly a sound made them both freeze. Special broadcast now. System announced, congratulations, Yunmu of Central Continent reached pseudo-star mystic status. Past floor 10 honor tower. Congratulations, Yunmu of Central Continent reached pseudo-star mystic status. The young man startled, floor 10 honor tower, pseudo-star, how could this be? Central Kingdom, another handed stacks of paper, necessary document. The man surprised, the pseudo-star boy had reached floor 10 honor tower. Battle God Hall notified Yunmu for trial. Sly smile appeared, the others acted quickly. Notified Yunmu as Junior Star General of Central Kingdom. Family had residence, government granted Junior Star General. Hearing the master, the young man obediently replied, yes. City chaotic tonight, Battle God Hall notified Yunmu eligible for trial. Granted Junior Star General decree to form personal guard team. Everyone admired, Battle God Hall and Mystic Guild competed to claim him quickly. Elders murmured, first time seeing a pseudo-star elder decree, young and talented. At the same time, on the 11th floor of the honor tower, that fat rat kept howling and charging forward as if going crazy. This is the Rat King. Yunmu was puzzled for a moment, then felt delighted. Great, finally caught it. He marveled, truly, this was the only creature that had experienced all of its power. Immediately when the power had built up, Yunmu shouted loudly, the heavenly moonlight descended. At his command, a tremendous explosion rang out, and golden coins flew everywhere like rain. Due to the strong tremors, he also lost his balance and was thrown far away. Fortunately, he had somewhat recovered when reaching the 11th floor. Yunmu sighed in relief, almost at the limit now. He sat for a while, it had been a long time since he fought so fiercely. Now he had an understanding of his own power. If combined with the first and second, he could face off against Mystic Bronze Mystics. He then quickly approached the notification board to check the current total number of tower coins. Looking over, Yunmu was shocked, so the Rat King was worth that much. Directly jumping 300 coins, now it must be 2,730 coins in total. He suddenly remembered the Holy Maiden's blood, now he could use it. Yunmu frowned to have earned so much on the 11th floor. Tower coins weren't too hard to gather. The system mentioned that since he was now a Luo Pu mystic, the reward coins were higher. Yunmu was surprised, really. He then pressed the system button, thinking to himself that if he didn't upgrade the black tin, it would be a wise choice. Bright light shone directly on him. Yunmu was startled, raising his hand to shield his eyes while shouting. At the sight, he couldn't help but grind his teeth, wondering what was going on. Soon after, a strange object fell from above. Yunmu curiously wondered what it was. It turned out to be a large scale, looking like the scales of justice from the Libra constellation. A voice rang out, please offer your tower coins. Yunmu was delighted, so there was even a voice guide. He walked around, inspecting, then looked up at the scale. Is this really the place? Soon after, he followed the instructions and poured all the coins in. The clear sound of money was pleasant to hear. Immediately, something was about to appear on the scale. He eagerly stared. Finally, it appeared. A large vial now belonged to Yun Mu. He was overjoyed. Now he could water the seeds of obsession. Yun Mu closed his eyes. A voice quickly rang out in his mind, giving orders. Upon entering, Yun Mu shouted, "Oh, why is it so messy? You can't just throw things into the star realm like this." Rummaged through the mess, sure that he had thrown it here. Finally, he found the tiny seed. Lucky he found it. He sat down to dig the soil, counting every stroke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my soil, my spot. In no time he had finished digging. Yun Mu was satisfied, all right. Finally, he took the vial of blood he had just found out, just needed to pour it on the seed. Yun Mu poured slowly, carefully as if feeding a child. Very quickly, a tiny sprout emerged from the soil. The sprout had a leaf on it, emitting a gentle purple light. The leaf stretched upwards, the small bud gradually formed into a flower. This development made Yun Mu startled. The flower bloomed too quickly. At the same time, the flower bud emitted sparkling light, and water appeared within the flower. In just a moment, the light erupted like a volcano, causing Yun Mu to fall. He stared at the flower, irritated. It surprised me twice in such a short time. Sooner or later, this flower will leave me speechless. The space returned to normal. He slowly exhaled, unsure of what he had just planted. Closer Yun Mu looked, the more astonished he became. What is this? Inside the petals, a little girl was fast asleep. This is the obsessive queen he finally successfully hatched. She looked like a tiny fairy, mumbling softly in her sleep like a kitten. Yun Mu's heart melted as he looked. He could not help exclaiming, so small, so cute. The queen turned around, her face making Yun Mu swoon. He really wanted to pinch her cheeks. Because he was too noisy, she could not sleep deeply. Her small eyes opened. Yun Mu smiled brightly. The little one was awake. The queen sat up, stretching gracefully after a long sleep. Yun Mu reached out to touch the little girl's nose. "Hello there." The little girl looked at him curiously. Yun Mu quickly introduced. "I am Yun Mu, pleased to meet you." The queen blinked once. Yun Mu looked at her gently, careful not to startle the queen. The little girl immediately reached out, bye bo, wanting a hug. The obsessive queen rushed to embrace him, but Yun Mu managed to dodge in surprise. Before he could regain composure, he was tossed and flipped several times in the air. Seeing him like that, the queen paused momentarily. Yun Mu lay on the ground, pain preventing him from sitting up immediately, muttering, "Life is tough." Pausing a bit, Yun Mu looked up, too precious. He lifted the little girl gently, amazed that such a small seed grew into a child. "From today you will follow me." The dark queen frowned, looking at the utterly adorable little girl. Guessed was she hungry, but there was nothing to eat at the moment. Yun Mu hurried, holding back, waiting to go outside, but the little girl had already shed tears. Seeing her cry, his heart broke. Yun Mu flustered, "Don't cry, there will be a way." According to the system, the queen survives on blood, so Yun Mu could give her some. He was surprised, just a little blood. Immediately, Yun Mu did not hesitate. "Fine, take it and drink as much as you want." The queen was greedy, happily clutching his finger, sucking continuously. Yun Mu was inwardly satisfied. For such a cute girl, losing a bit of blood was fine. She was so small. How much could she drink? While helping her, his face immediately turned pale. He could not help exclaiming. Finally, he could not bear it, shouting at the system, "Why keep drinking continuously? Even an elephant could not endure." The system said it might be due to his low-quality blood, so she had to drink more. Half an hour later, the queen finished drinking. Full and satisfied, Yun Mu, like a skeleton, still asked, "Are you full?" A little more. He seemed to have seen an angel. Due to losing so much blood, Yun Mu drank sweet water to replenish energy. He was startled, did not expect to nearly die for her. At the same time, the queen appeared again. Yun Mu was surprised. She hugged Yun Mu tightly, clearly very pleased with his father. Indeed, when children are full, their mood is much happier. The system announced the obsessive queen moves within the narrow void layer. If not appearing, others cannot see. Yun Mu was satisfied. Truly wonderful. System said the queen's strongest ability is restoring cultivation. Yun Mu was surprised. Restoring cultivation. The system announces that the queen has the ability to copy the rank of a saint and the strength of any practitioner below the rank of a saint. Yun Mu couldn't help but be surprised. So she's stronger than me, right? Based on the information from the system, the queen can copy the strength of a practitioner's cultivation, depending on the power you give her. Yun Mu watched the queen happily skipping on the ground and understood. "Oh, so that's how it is, all right, kid, let's go." He pointed to yourself with a cheerful look and told her, "I will teach you how to fight." Soon after, the two quickly returned to the original tower. The queen was hanging on Yun Mu's shoulder. and as soon as he returned, he suddenly realized, isn't that a mouse anymore? Now it's switching to a control form. This is the 12th floor of the Honor Tower, and those flying girls are the flying demonesses. The queen saw the demonesses and immediately screamed. Yunmu found it amusing. Indeed, it was very tense. But just as she ran by, the queen immediately cried and ran back after being hit. Yunmu was both angry and amused, not knowing what the child had been up to. Demoness opened her mouth wide. The ice in her mouth gradually gathered. Then she blew fiercely toward the queen, who was haunted. Little girl frightened, cried, and hurriedly ran away. Yunmu saw his daughter being bullied and couldn't help but worry, quickly avoiding. The area where the ice was blown immediately froze solid. Yunmu hurriedly flew up and quickly hugged the haunted queen. He looked at the girl trembling in his arms, sighed with relief. "You, she's fine." Then he looked over at the demonesses and said, "You bastards, how dare you do this to someone else's child? Go away." His face turned grim like a monster from hell. Die. Yunmu immediately put the girl down on the ground and said, "Stay here for a moment, I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu immediately rushed toward the demoness who had attacked his daughter. One of the demonesses saw him and couldn't help but be scared. Yunmu sneered, "Hey, demoness." Yunmu angrily tore the demoness's wings off. "My daughter just got bullied," and before I could finish, the demoness screamed in pain. Yunmu kicked the demoness's head into the ground, her wings ripped apart, then said, "Done with her." Another demoness flew over and Yunmu blocked her. "Demoness, listen carefully. Don't underestimate the power of my love." Before he finished speaking, feathers around him scattered wildly. Another demoness met her end because her comrades dared to touch Yunmu's daughter. He struck swiftly, one blow cutting the bodies of several of the bird women in half, fresh blood and golden feathers falling everywhere. Queen saw Yunmu's power and couldn't help but cheer with excitement. The remaining demonesses, seeing his brutality, became more cautious. But in the face of an enemy, there can only be life or death, and the demoness immediately shouted loudly, preparing to counterattack. He stood there, the ground shaking beneath his feet. The demoness's screams caused the ground to crack like an earthquake. His ears couldn't stand it and blood began to flow out. Yunmu felt uneasy. Strange, sound wave attack, damn it, my body can't move. Another demoness took the opportunity to scream from afar and charged straight toward him. As she flew towards him, a loud explosion rang out. Smoke and fire covered the sky. Queen, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but shout in worry. Yunmu spat blood out, thrown several rounds before crashing to the ground. Blood poured from his head. Yunmu was furious. "This sound wave is really troublesome. If I can't break it, I'll die." Demoness continued attacking. Still shouting loudly, Yunmu was startled again. Yunmu's 7 orifices continued bleeding from the sound waves. He screamed in pain. The queen also began to fear, feeling like she was about to cry, unable to control herself and scream. Finally, her screams turned into the growls of a wild beast. The haunted queen began to erupt. Hearing this sound, the demonesses were taken by surprise, unable to react in time. Immediately, the little girl took a deep breath, swallowing all the sound waves into her stomach. Yunmu saw this and understood that she was pulling in the sound waves and air. The system announced, just as Yunmu had guessed, the little girl was trying to swallow everything in. Yunmu stood up and wiped the blood from his face. What strange power is this? Seeing the queen sitting on the ground, her belly swollen, Yunmu sighed. Not bad, using it well. Looking at the girl sitting there, Yunmu approached. "All right, kid, now that it's like this." He placed the girl on his shoulder, his gaze sharp. "Let's face it together." Half an hour later in the Void Realm, an announcement sounded. Special broadcast, special broadcast. Congratulations to Yunmu from the Central Continent with the title of Universal Star. Successfully cleared the 15th floor of the Honor Tower. The announcement is broadcast throughout the city. Everyone was talking excitedly. "I can't believe it, this Universal Star guy actually made it through." In the small cities, "Oh my god, bro is so cool. I told you he could do it." In the great academy classrooms, Mr. Wen Chuan also began to gain fame across the continent. Smiled, "My son now famous, is it too early?" In a wild place, Lingzhu exclaimed, "The 15th floor already." She sat on the corpses of monsters. "It was amazing. I can't wait to fight with you again." At the Tianlong Road, Ryu Chen also watched the news. "What, this kid has already cleared the 15th floor, this time I must win." He excitedly said, "Just wait, I won't easily admit defeat." At the Academy of Yun Tianbao's, Miranda looked sad. "Sorry, President. Last time I shouldn't have failed." The person inside said, "I didn't expect this kid to have such great potential. He will be the trump card of the Academy and later could become a threat." He asked further, "What should we do? This guy has already been promoted to a junior star officer. With Yunmu's power, we could be exposed." He thought, with Yunmu's strength, passing the 15th floor of the Honor Tower, it could be explained if he has the Battle Saint bloodline. Esmeralda was surprised. Battle Saint bloodline. The person said, go spread the news that Yun Mu has the Battle Saint bloodline. He grinned maliciously. I understand you're really cunning, want to use him. Esmeralda stopped, her face turning fierce. He'll die without a grave. Back to Yun Mu at this moment. He was stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground. Felt tired, sighed deeply. So it's the 20th floor now. Yun Mu suddenly remembered. Oh right, after passing the 20th floor, I'll enter the rankings, but won't that be too obvious? The system announced that it could hide the number of floors cleared, so his name would not appear on the ranking. Yun Mu was surprised. This feature, why didn't you say earlier? He pressed the button. All right, I don't want too much attention, but Yun Mu didn't know he had shaken the world. He still didn't know anything, quite satisfied. All right with this. Continuing won't attract too much attention. People continued to talk. Look, Yun Mu has passed the 20th floor, entering the practitioner rankings. Everyone was talking excitedly. For the first time, someone with the identity of Universal Star has entered the ranking. Suddenly his name disappeared. Why did it disappear? It was here just now. A young man said, it must have been hidden. This guy likes to create a mysterious vibe. Another young man joined in. I heard Yun Mu has the Battle Saint bloodline. Crowd was chattering, the bloodline of the War Saint. It was unbelievable how Yun Mu's power could increase so rapidly. That man Hua Huan was furious. Yun Mu has the bloodline of the War Saint. I must report this to the sect immediately. Over there, the door to the tower suddenly opened. He had completed the tower challenge. Yun Mu sighed in exhaustion. It had been a long time since he left the tower. He took a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied. The outdoors always felt fresher and cleaner. He turned around to look at the large backpack on his back. Secretly pleased, this time he had gained quite a lot, could exchange it for many good items. As soon as he exited the street, he overheard some whispers. That's Yun Mu, right, it's him. He's even hiding his achievements. No one knows how many levels he's passed. The bag behind him could be evidence of passing level 30 or 40. They say he has the bloodline of the War Saint. It's unbelievable. Felt a little annoyed, wondering why everyone was paying attention to him. Did he misread the situation? The scene shifted to the Mystic Guild in Tianfen City. A voice rang out, I say, why don't we head back? Xing Yang said with a bored tone, I guess Yun Mu is probably dead by now. We're just watching, even the ranking is gone. That man still parachutes even though the city lord is absent. I'll wait for him personally. Really nothing special. Xing Yu coldly replied, stop complaining, this important task can't be sloppy. Xing Yang reluctantly responded, yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the door shook slightly. Xing Yang was startled. Someone's coming out again. Yun Mu's face was full of displeasure. This is so annoying. Why is the transfer fee 500,000 so expensive? Xing Yu saw the person from afar, calling out loudly, Yun Mu. Quickly put on his cap, nervously saying, why are you still here? I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to follow me around like this. Xing Yu shouted, stop talking nonsense, you jerk. She approached, whispering, stop pretending. I know you're Yun Mu, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to bring you according to the city lord's orders. Xing Yang sneered, can't believe it, this fool is Yun Mu. Yun Mu took off his cap, replying, yep, a fool, your whole family is full of fools. Xing Yang rushed forward to argue, kid, do you know who I am? Dare to talk back, I'll beat you to death. He wasn't backing down, you're the idiot. What, beat me to death? Xing Yang screamed, oh my god, he dared to call me an idiot, I have to kill him, don't stop me, sister. Xing Yu shoved him away, Yun Mu, we're in a hurry, come with us. He was cautious, I'm not going, who knows what you're planning. While they were still arguing, a message suddenly came to him. Was Nai Jai? Yun Mu was surprised. Why did she suddenly send a message? Xing Yang was getting beaten up by his sister, relax a bit. Nai Jai cried out anxiously, you finally answered, I thought you died in the tower. Yun Mu scratched his head, no need to cry like that. How did you know I was in the tower? Nai Jai replied, not just me. It seems the whole world is about to know. He was startled, the whole world knows. Xing Yu walked over at the same time, happily greeting Nai Jai. She shouted, Zio Wu, long time no see. Why are you with Yun Mu? He was annoyed. I was just about to say, Xing Yu explained that her father told her to pick him up, but he seems a little cautious with us. Nai Jai said loudly, Yun Mu, go ahead. Zio Wu is my best friend, she won't harm you. Yun Mu actually didn't want to go. Nai Jai acted cute, please go ahead. He couldn't take it anymore, fine, stop crying, I'll go. He spoke, let's go, beautiful girl, lead the way. Xing Yu shouted, I told you not to call me beautiful girl. If it weren't for my father wanting to meet you, I would have punched you. Throughout the journey, she kept yelling. Yun Mu tried to hold back his mischievousness. Xing Yang looked from a distance, feeling annoyed. Looking at his smile, he thought to himself, Yun Mu really is someone people hate. He was quickly taken to a grand mansion. Xing Yu said, this is the place. Yun Mu marveled, so luxurious, no wonder it's the residence of the city lord of Tianfen. She said, "If you like, we can remodel your Qing Long mansion like this." She was startled when she saw Yun Mu just standing there. "Didn't you know what happened outside while you were in the tower?" Qing Yu explained, "The king of Central Province conferred you, sent you to the god of War Hall." Qing Yang thought to himself, "Is Yun Mu this foolish?" Hearing this, Yun Mu panicked. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean I've already become famous? I clearly tried to hide my ranking." Qing Yu said again, "This is just the beginning. There's bad news too." He frowned. "People outside are gossiping that you have the bloodline of the War Saint." A big question mark appeared in Yun Mu's mind. Qing Yu was also startled. "What, you don't know what the bloodline of the War Saint is?" Qing Yu explained, "The War Saint is the highest level of saint mystics. A king of this era, the direct descendants of the War Saint can possess the powerful bloodline of victory." She lowered her hood and seriously explained, "Refining the War Saint bloodline can upgrade you to a saint mystic." After a pause, she concluded, "Mystics all over the world are paying attention to your bloodline." Yun Mu was furious. "My father is just a squad leader. He doesn't have any War Saint bloodline." Qing Yu continued, "Whether you have the bloodline or not, we'll decide for ourselves." As they entered, Qing Yu glanced around and said, "This is the Tian Fen saint of ours." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. The people sitting here were all representatives of various sects, including representatives of Bai and Gok City, the representative of Yerovu City. Yu Chen was the representative of Tian Long City. There was also a representative from M letter 1EA1C, TR letter 1EA7N City. The elder of the Qing Yun sect stood up as he saw him, greeting, "This must be Yun Mu from the Li sect, right?" Yun Mu entered, casually dropped his backpack, "Just say it straight." Yun Mu also found a spot to stand, leaning against his backpack. "Let's not waste time, I have many things to do." Representative of M letter 1EA1C Trans City laughed loudly, "Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I like it." The elder of the Qing Yun sect also smiled, "Good, as expected from someone of the Lei sect, speaking frankly." He went straight to the point. "Do you know that Tian Fen City has two opposing forces, the guild and the city lord? Both are equal, so we have some conflicts." Yun Mu smiled disdainfully. "What era is this? The struggle is still just between humans." How laughable, he continued. "Recently, this balance has been broken, that's why we invited you." The elder of the Qing Yun sect said, "We hope the Li sect can join the legal system of the Tian Fen City lord. As long as the Li sect joins, we will protect you." Yun Mu thought to himself, "So after all this talking, you want to pull me in?" Yun Mu bluntly refused, "Sorry, I don't agree." His refusal startled the elder. "Refused? Do you know your situation without us?" "Sorry," you smiled craftily, "you forgot I'm from the Li family. The Li family can protect me." Yun Mu thought to himself, "Joining you would just imply that the Li sect isn't capable." Representative of M letter 1EA1C Trans City laughed, "Then I'll gift the Li sect a secret manual." Qing Yang spoke, "We can offer a city guard to the Li sect." Everyone was surprised. Why are they making such concessions? Qing Yu continued, "All the taxes collected from the city will belong to the Li sect. No need to give them to Tian Fen City." He said to Yun Mu, "This is the highest offer we can make. You're smart, I'm sure you understand." Qing Yang looked at his sister, furious. Yun Mu thought to himself, "She's not wrong. I'll have an autonomous city and plenty of money. But my family only has 6 people. How could we manage a city? Wouldn't that expose that the Li sect is fake?" After some thought, Yun Mu replied, "Sorry, though the offer is tempting." Suddenly the sound of a slammed table echoed. "Enough." Qing Yang coldly, "I've been patient long enough. Do you know who you're talking to? Give me some face. Aren't you getting too full of yourself?" He looked at Yun Mu. "Who do you think you are? Don't be ungrateful." He finished speaking and immediately shouted loudly, "Where are the people?" His bodyguards rushed in. Yun Mu looked at the bodyguards, starting to get more cautious. Qing Yu also stood up, panic-stricken. "Qing Yang, what do you want to do?" He swaggered, "If this brat doesn't cooperate with Tian Fen City, we'll have to handle him." His eyes gleamed with malice. "I'll turn him into a tool to exchange for the loyalty of the neutral sect." Before he could finish, Yun Mu immediately raised his hand and punched him in the face. The man immediately started bleeding. His punch sent him flying like a ball. The people around were shocked when they saw this, too strong. They looked at him in astonishment. Weren't they saying he was just an average kid? How could he be so strong? Yu Chen sneered, "A bunch of fools. Only judging others' strength based on their realm, it's really meaningless." He wiped his tears, in fact intentionally not upgrading. Perhaps his strategy had exceeded that of a sage. Qing Yang shouted, "All of you, so many and still can't do anything to him, useless. Bunch of useless people, hurry up and help me." Immediately, his bodyguards received the order and charged. His gaze turned cold instantly. His skill quickly caught the attacking bodyguard's arm. In a single strike, he easily knocked the bodyguard to the ground. Another rushed in, intending to attack Yun Mu from behind. However, he could not fool Yun Mu, who immediately turned and counterattacked. That man only had time to scream before his face was distorted by his strike. The remaining two rushed forward, but seeing their comrade defeated, they froze in shock. Yunmu stretched his arms, stood still, showing no haste, and continued. Qingyu panicked and shouted, "Fear Qingyang, quickly tell them to stop. Who allowed you to do this?" She urgently shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Stop immediately." The elder remained calm. "Why rush if he doesn't care about the conditions we set?" He said with amusement, "I want to see if he really has the ability." Qingyu's face paled slightly, but she saw the point and remained silent. Qingyang shouted again, "Useless, clearly even Black Star can't defeat him. Don't you want to continue?" Before he could finish cursing, his subordinates charged, causing Qingyang to stop immediately. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. Words stuck in his throat. Yunmu frowned, slightly irritated, staring at Qingyang. "Your turn." He panicked and stepped back. "Stop, I said stop, do you hear?" Qingyang was terrified and fell to the ground. "Don't come here, do you know who I am? I am the city lord's son." Seeing the internal power in his hand, Qingyu was amazed. Is this thunder mysterious power? How does he have it? Previously at the arena he was still a basic force. No longer paid attention and quickly charged. Qingyang feared and backed against the door, while Yunmu had no intention of stopping. He was so panicked that tears flowed. Qingyang kept shouting in despair, "Don't come here." Seeing him approaching Qingyang, the representatives on the other side panicked. "Kid, stop immediately." But of course he did not listen. A loud explosion rang out. Immediately Yunmu was thrown, tumbling several times on the ground. Yunmu seemed to sense something, frowning as he looked over. Representative of Yaowu City was also startled. Qingyang really done by this kid. She looked over and wondered, not right, there seems to be something inside. Qingyang was still alive, protected by a blue shield in front, surprising everyone. Horse stall shield. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Little one, my subordinates are too arrogant, don't compete with him, I will handle it." Yunmu immediately recognized. Sound transfer technique, a holy mystic nearby. Everyone on the other side also stood. "That's the city lord is acting." Yunmu shouted, "City lord, fine. If you handle personally, I will respect, but I truly do not wish to kill him." He said coldly, "A worthless man relying on his father, unworthy of my killing." Qingyang was angry but dared not retort. Words stuck in his throat. The voice rang again, "Qingyu." She immediately responded, "Present." Yunmu casually brushed his hand. "City lord says, bring this kid to the rear garden, I want to see him." Yunmu walked a while, tired. "Not there yet, your family is large." Qingyu spoke from the front. Suddenly his body glowed, a voice rang out, "Kid, are you there?" Seemed like Ming Nha, he continued. "Later you will meet an old man, when meeting immediately copy his cultivation." Yunmu was startled. He warned me to remain silent. Qingyu quickly led him into a room, the architecture all fingerprint-controlled doors. Upon entering, a thin man sat waiting. Qingyu said, "Father, I have brought him here." Seeing him, he was surprised. Truly not an ordinary breath. He looked at him and was startled. Unbelievable. Qingyu's father looked at him and smiled. "Yunmu, pleased to meet you." Yunmu looked at him, thinking, this body, how can it live like this? He noticed Yunmu's surprise, while Yunmu did not realize Qingyu's father was also watching him. Could not help but ask, "Very surprised, aren't you, meeting a legendary mystic?" Then he removed his outer robe. Pausing, he said, "Such a pitiful appearance. Chest all bones, without skin, would think it's a moving skeleton." Qingyu embarrassed. Father only exploited the secret 9th technique to upgrade the saint. Reflex caused this. Seeing his daughter's embarrassment, he did not tease further. "Vu Nha, you are not little anymore." She blushed. "Father." Qingyu interrupted. "Father, don't say nonsense." He laughed. "Look, you have no partner, I am still anxious." Yunmu interrupted. "Hey, did you call me to see your celestial wheel and your daughter?" Qingyu's father smiled. "Just joking. I called you because I need the Li clan's sect power in Tianyun City. Also Than Van sect controls World Guild forces. I think you can see, the situation won't last long. If I die, Tianyun City will certainly change. I don't want to see the people suffer." Yunmu interrupted. "Sorry, Li clan is small, I doubt we can help. Really, I don't want to involve. I am the only Li, how can I help?" Though Yunmu refused, he still smiled. "Come here a bit. Lean closer, I have something to say." Yunmu listened, then he whispered, "I say. Li clan is fake, right?" Yunmu was startled. Hearing this, Yunmu was confused. Qingyu surprised, "What's wrong with you?" He began to feel cautious. How does he know? What secrets of mine does he know? Yunmu looked at the smiling face, feeling more alert. What does he want? Is he threatening me? "Vu Nha, step aside, I have a private matter with him." Seeing him coughing, Qingyu worried. "Father, rest." He waved off. It's fine, won't be long. She turned, he clapped. Don't worry, I won't harm you, sit down. Though he said so, could Yun Mu trust him? He still watched him cautiously. He decided to sit. Do what you want, I am not afraid. Qing Yu's father smiled kindly. Would I eat you? Yun Mu's face contorted as if hit. How do you know Li Clan is fake? He laughed. I only tricked you. Yun Mu upon hearing almost fell. My subordinates could not find any clue about Li Clan. Yun Mu could not help scolding. Old fox. And I know you have no bloodline. Capturing you to cooperate with other sects won't work. Patted his backpack. Sorry, disappointed you. Qing Yu's father laughed happily. So will you join us? Yun Mu doubted. You are feigning ignorance, knowing Li Clan is fake. Why would I join and not improve strategy? He replied, Li Clan being real or fake doesn't matter. What matters is you cause fear, unclear to others, that is what I need. Yun Mu felt slightly hesitant, silently thinking for a moment. Then he handed him an item. Here, take it. Yun Mu glanced at it, a jade pendant, he said. Vu Na Chai is a wonderful child. He told the story. She was an orphan when I met her on the road. She was as sickly as I am now. After adopting her, she always wanted to do something in return. Qing Yu's father coughed a few times before speaking. Now I can die at any time. Duong Na Chai would only cause more trouble. Vu Na Chai is really struggling alone. She needs help. Young man, I've been watching you for a long time. I noticed you from the Zhangzhou Grand Tournament. You're very capable. I want to entrust Vu Na Chai to you because someone like you should be by her side. When I close my eyes, I'll have nothing left to worry about, Yun Mu said straightforwardly. So, do you want me to stay? Yun Mu didn't answer directly but implicitly agreed. He said to the old man, then make sure to prepare the gifts properly. Yun Mu looked at him, his smile becoming more mischievous. You want me to stay? It's not that easy. His teacher remained silent. Yun Mu was surprised and withdrew his smile. Yun Mu immediately noticed something strange. He stood up and sighed. After that, Yun Mu put his arm around Qing Yu's shoulder and cheerfully said, let's go. She was surprised. Is it over already? He smiled brightly and answered, yes. Qing Yu turned back to look at her father, smiling brightly. Goodbye, father. She curiously turned to Yun Mu and asked, what did my father say to you? He replied indifferently, why do you need to know? Qing Yu begged, tell me, but he kept it a secret, not telling her. This is a conversation between men. Under the blazing sun, he passed away peacefully. Qing Yu asked again, so did you agree to join us? Yun Mu replied, I can't say yet, I haven't decided. She noticed what he was twirling in his hand, surprised. How did this jade pendant end up with you? Yun Mu brought it closer, took a good look. It was given to me by your father. Looked at the exquisite jade pendant and asked, does this thing have any use? Qing Yu also took out an identical one. Look, Yun Mu was surprised. You have one too. She brought the two pieces close together. Yun Mu took his piece, excited. It fits together. Qing Yu explained, this is the key talisman of the 7th latitude. When two people hold it and reach a transcendent state, it will guide them to open the secret door. Be warned, do not let anyone know you have it on you, or it could bring you great harm. She said this. Qing Yu suddenly hesitated. Yun Mu listened quietly for her to continue. Suddenly Qing Yu's face turned red, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him. Then Qing Yu turned away to hide the embarrassment in her eyes, walking off. Nothing. At the same time, the system announced that the obsessed queen had successfully copied someone else's cultivation. But to use this power, she needed a lot of Xuan essence. Yun Mu transmitted a sound message. All right, give her all the Xuan essence I have right now. Qing Yu opened the living room door and a voice came out. What took so long? I've been waiting half a day. Tianba took a drink in one gulp and continued mocking. I said, little Vu, why am I starting the seminar before I even get there? Yun Mu looked at this person and felt displeased. Who is he? Why didn't I meet him earlier? Qing Yu introduced, he's just a level 2 channeling agent supporting Qing Yang. You don't need to pay attention to him. Then she spoke up. Vuong Tianba, you're late, why make us wait? He looked at Yun Mu. Is this the representative of the Laishi sect? A common Xuan cultivator. I see the city lord really has gone senile, letting anyone in here. The elder spoke. Vuong Tianba, I advise you to speak carefully. The city lord is still alive. Do you dare speak like that? Are you trying to sow discord? Besides, Li Hein hasn't even joined Tianvan City. He's still a guest. Where's your manners? Tianba replied, what? He hasn't joined yet. I told you, little Vu, your work efficiency is terrible. Even a small matter like this you can't handle. I think you should let little Yang take your place as leader. It's easy for a woman to charm a man into joining, isn't it? Yun Mu silently observed her expression. Tianba kept rambling on. You need to learn how to use your body, right? Qing Yu's face turned bright red with anger. He finished speaking and immediately laughed loudly. Yun Mu looked at her awkwardly, feeling displeased as well. Then he kicked his feet up on the table arrogantly. Vuong Tianba, your tone is so ridiculous, what's wrong? Did you mess something up when you woke up? Yunmu leaned back. You're old and still saying nonsense like this to a girl. You're just trash. Tianba wouldn't back down. Li Shi, even though you're a guest, we from Tianvan City speak for ourselves. It's not your place to interfere. Yunmu glanced at him. Outsider? Who's an outsider? There's no such thing as an outsider. He firmly declared, from today, I am the representative of the Li Shi sect. I've joined Tianvan City. With that, his expression turned colder. Jing Yu heard this and was shocked. She looked at him with wide eyes. Tianba looked excited. So you agreed to join then? Yunmu replied casually. Yes, I spoke with the old city lord. I think he's not bad. We had a good conversation. Tianba said again, so since you're one of us, shouldn't we also see the future of Li Shi? Yunmu felt a bit annoyed. So troublesome, what do you want? Tianba said, it's simple. Can we see the elders of the Lei sect? He continued pushing. Joining Tianvan City is a matter for the whole sect. Yunmu transmitted a message. Kid, are you there? The queen immediately responded. Yunmu said, wait a moment, do that. The girl quickly understood. Tianba continued. This matter still needs the elders of the sect to step in. It's more reasonable. Yunmu agreed. All right, I'll fulfill your request. The elder quickly said, in that case, we'll get to meet Li Tong's high-ranking experts. Where are they? Hurry up and prepare to see 10 people. Yunmu stood up, looking at him with disdain. Prepare what? It's this day and age and you still act like this. He smiled wickedly, raising his hand. Please prepare 3 incense sticks for me, thank you. The elder was surprised. Incense sticks. Everyone was puzzled but still followed his instructions, and 3 incense sticks were lit. Yunmu seemed to be performing a ceremony, loudly chanting, summon the master. Then Yunmu began to spin around. The elder was puzzled. What's this? Are you doing a dance? Not stopping there, Yunmu recited a chant. Night falls over West Mountain. The sky is dark. Every household locks their doors. The last house hasn't closed its door. Tianba laughed loudly. No way, you're still playing these tricks. Where's the master? Tell her to come out and teach me a lesson. Immediately Yunmu smiled wickedly. All right, I can satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out beside Tianba. He wasn't alert in time, and as his eyes turned around, he was startled. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the place. Yunmu pretended to happily shout, the master is here. Then he loudly introduced, everyone, meet the little master from Li Shi. Li Linglong, who would have thought the little obsessed queen would look so stunning. Seeing her aura, everyone couldn't help but marvel. How strong is her cultivation? The whole sect was shocked. The strength of Li Shi is unimaginable. Even a little master is so powerful, Li Linglong. Tianba was beaten to a pulp. He still couldn't get up. Yunmu stood in front of him, mocking. The little master doesn't strike easily. But when she saw you asking for it, she only used a little bit of power. How's that? Are you satisfied? Tianba wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up. Thank you, senior, for your mercy. Then Yunmu pretended to bow. Thank you, little master, for your trouble. He silently regretted. All the Xuan essence I accumulated was spent on this little queen. She's really expensive. The elder was delighted. Great, Li Shi has joined. Let's see how the Xuan guild dares to oppose us now. He greedily said, I tell you all, since I've joined, does that mean the previous talk about protecting the city still apply? The sincere representative of Ma replied, don't worry, Li Hein, we won't break our promise. Yunmu looked at him. You still owe me those 10 secret books. Not even one can be missing, I remember. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, not even one will be missing. Qingyu looked at him with a bit more favor. As night fell, the elder spoke. It's late. Why don't you all stay the night at the city lord's mansion? We'll show you to your rooms. The young man respectfully spoke to Yunmu. Sir, the young lady has already arranged a room for you. Yunmu was surprised. Hongwu Pavilion, why is it named that? The young man replied, I'm leaving now, you all can rest. Yunmu opened the door. 2 smiling faces looked at him. Good evening, sir. Yunmu was startled. Who are you two? The 2 girls happily introduced themselves. We are Song Na Chai, the best maids of the city lord's mansion. Yunmu frowned. Are you filming a variety show? They quickly introduced. I'm Da Shuang, I'm Xiao Shuang. We were sent by the young lady to serve you. Yunmu was stunned. Wait, what did you call me just now? They both answered in unison, sir. He shouted in panic, don't call me that. I'm not part of your family. Who told you to call me that? She smiled, voice full of implication. No need to go out. The young lady has arranged people in the room, certainly not anyone else. He hurriedly explained, it's not like that, but before he could finish, the 2 girls had already started. Yunmu was stunned. What are you doing? Both replied in unison. We're just attending to her bath, which left him shocked. His face turned pale, as if encountering something unbelievable. He sat still, letting the 2 girls happily scrub him. Yunmu sighed, isn't this a bit too much? Xiao Shuang's bosom kept pressing against his back. Yunmu felt a hot sensation like electric current. Oh my. His head felt like it would explode. Thinking how could he endure, Yun Mu exclaimed, "You don't need to do this, I can bathe myself." Zio Shuang immediately interrupted, "Cannot be like that, she already instructed us." Her pink lips close to his ear, whispering, "She wants us to serve her well." Yun Mu was startled, turned to look at her, but the scene before him made his eyes widen in panic. Zio Shuang suddenly raised a towel, her pure white body exposed, nothing to cover, fully revealed before him. Immediately chaos ensued. Yun Mu shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Song and Hi replied in unison, "We're just following the young lady's orders." He was even more flustered. Stop immediately, you must have misunderstood," Song and Hi added, "Don't worry, we are very professional." Yun Mu had to use this method to resolve it. Shortly after, Song and Hi was shocked by an electric jolt, mind spinning, speechless, "Oh ouch, too much." Yun Mu quickly changed tactics, grabbed the two girls and asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" He asked, "Where is your young lady?" His tone slightly displeased when mentioning her. That moment Qing Yu stepped out, telling Zio Shuang, "You two go outside." The two girls bowed. "Young lady," Qing Yu's face now blushing. Yun Mu looked at her, "I know, you're surely hiding in this room, tell me, what are you up to?" Qing Yu replied, "I'm not up to anything, just wanted to check on you a bit." Yun Mu replied, "Check me, what is there to check?" Qing Yu explained, "I told you, the jade pendant given to you is the key to open the footstep-level secret realm. This door can lead you in. This secret realm will open the 7th latitude, helping you achieve the method to become a true god." Yun Mu was startled. She continued, "You know, even the mystical ancestor could only condense 7 planets. The path to true god is far, so this must be very powerful." Yun Mu frowned, asked, "How does this relate to checking me? Moreover, if this is so powerful, why do you want to involve me, someone with nothing?" Qing Yu suddenly became anxious, her face turning redder. "Why like this?" She hesitated, turned her face away. "To open this secret realm, 2 people must jointly possess the jade pendant. At the same time, if we cultivate together, it will upgrade the saint mystical." Yun Mu blushed even more than Qing Yu. Yun Mu shyly asked, "Is it the twin cultivation I'm thinking of?" Qing Yu bowed, "Yes." Yun Mu looked at her cunningly, "So what are we waiting for? Come on, don't treat me as a delicate flower to be protected." Qing Yu panicked, No, now is not the time. We are not familiar enough, cannot." Closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. After a while, seeing no movement, she slowly opened her eyes. Yun Mu brought the jade pendant closer. Qing Yu could not help but stop breathing. Seeing Qing Yu unresponsive, he moved it even closer. "Take it," Yun Mu said. Qing Yu was surprised he did this, just standing and unsure what to do. Qing Yu hesitated. Take it. Yun Mu smiled. "Right, this is yours, the old master left it to you." Qing Yu asked, "How do you know this pendant has value?" He replied, "I know the true god's secret realm is very tempting, but cannot accept an arranged marriage. I think you feel the same." These words surprised her. He smiled, "Surely you want a general, you choose yourself, right?" Suddenly Qing Yu blushed, asked loudly, "Do you hate me?" Yun Mu looked at her expression, exhaling deeply. Then he spoke sincerely, "At first I truly found you annoying, but I do not hate you. It's just that I haven't thought about marriage, and I hope the one I marry is someone I love, then experience the joys of love, though there will be difficulties." He continued, painting a vision. "One day, for love we decide the other person is the one I want to be with. Then I will kneel, asking her to spend the rest of her life with me. We will grow old together, never part," Yun Mu said, smiling joyfully. Qing Yu seemed moved, standing silently, her gaze softened. Yun Mu smiled again. "All right, this pendant you must keep it safe. I will keep it secret. Hope you find a good husband, then I will come to congratulate you." He slung his backpack, walked past her, then said, "If anything happens, you can message me, I'll go ahead." Suddenly, Qing Yu grabbed his sleeve. She hesitated a little, not wanting to hold him too tightly. "Where do you want to go?" Yun Mu answered honestly, "I want to go to the wilderness camp of Zhenluo Rai." Qing Yu blushed, "Our house has a formation, I will lead you." Yun Mu did not refuse, "Then less trouble, thank you." After Yun Mu left, a loud shout suddenly rang in Qing Yu's room. The person had also left, now only she remained. Qing Yu, usually strong, suddenly collapsed, scolding herself, "Idiot." Tears flowed endlessly. "I really am an idiot." Scene changed now at Zhenluo Rai, the great wilderness camp. A man's voice rang out, "Captain Wu. Report there is movement in the transport camp." The captain paused. "So dark, yet people moving, quickly go check." 2 stood waiting, knowing someone was coming, extremely tense. The one arriving was Yun Mu. Thanks to Qing Yu using a special means, he arrived faster. Unexpectedly upon arrival, guns were aimed at him. They quickly shouted, "Don't move." One of them said, "Hands up, you're surrounded." Yun Mu smiled, "Surrounded? You consider this surrounding?" Captain Wu walked over. "This is the transport camp, no notice, young A." He carefully said, "Give me a reason not to fire." Yun Mu looked at his name tag. Captain Wu, same rank as my father previously. He snapped his fingers. I am Yun Mu, young Star General of Tian Yun City, ID 930-664. Here is my mystical badge. Please prepare a supplementary unit for me. Captain Wu hurried. Quickly, prepare for the young Star General. Subordinates move fast. Carefully said, Young Star General, it's late. I think it's safer at dawn. He laughed. No need, urgent mission. Call me Yun Mu. I am younger. No need for respect. Yun Mu asked, how is the nearby camp? Captain Wu replied, same as before. Armed patrol 24 hours, always ready. Any slack means death. Yun Mu felt distressed. These were my father's former days. Not long after, subordinates reported, Captain, preparations complete. Captain Wu handed Yun Mu the life-sustaining medicine. Here is the medicine, take it in case needed. Yun Mu politely thanked. He handed over a spirit stone. Uncle Wu, take this. Consider it I bought supplies, thanks for your hard work. Captain Wu panicked. This is 10,000, take it back quickly. Yun Mu waved. See you, I will visit again. Captain Wu scratched his head, puzzled. Strange, a young Star General like this. Upon arrival, Yun Mu encountered a monster. It let out a loud roar, staring intently at him. He frowned, should have listened to Uncle and go, and set off tomorrow morning. Yun Mu was surprised. Why had everyone already appeared tonight? He suddenly remembered something interesting. Right, I exchanged that item at the Honor Tower before. Yun Mu took out the item, feeling satisfied, this time much more convenient. It was the wind feather wings of the sixth-tail wind creature. He fumbled behind, wondering, should it be installed here? Just after installing, his back tingled. A blue light burst from there immediately. Very quickly, a pair of long wings appeared. Yun Mu startled and shouted. Looked behind, couldn't believe his eyes. Wings had really grown. Pure blue wings, slender like angel wings, looked extremely beautiful. Yun Mu kept marveling, wings bigger than he had imagined. Tried to kick, not knowing how, needed some command perhaps, fly, wind, feather, jerk, something like that. Just mentioning briefly, unexpectedly the wings really moved. Immediately after, Yun Mu nearly fainted, shouts echoing everywhere. Vision changed, he could survey the entire area he had just stood. Yun Mu was not yet used to the new wings, almost couldn't believe his eyes. After a few minutes of familiarizing, he was excited, took flight, feeling wonderful. Soon he grew accustomed to moving in the air. He flew while observing, though not fully skilled. Flight was already smooth. Wind blew strongly on his face. Yun Mu thrilled, having flown so far, wings truly convenient. Suddenly a collision sounded. Yun Mu startled, gritting his teeth. He covered his face. Oh heavens, heard collisions with vehicles were terrible. Now with flying creatures too. Looking closer, ahead was not a plane, just collided with some flying beast. Calling Uncle Van's lecture, these were silver-tier flying dragons, sharp, fast, making hunting harder. Their internal organs were very valuable. Thinking of those words, greed flashed in his eyes. Yun Mu shouted, unearned wealth is the ultimate prize. Brothers go up A. But these beasts were not easy. Feeling threatened, preparing to breathe fire. Yun Mu hadn't anticipated this. Seeing the flying dragon's strength, he was stunned. As Yun Mu shouted, the dragon spewed fire toward him. Li Yun and Li Feng quickly dodged. Yun Mu's wings allowed easy evasion. Despite strong momentum, he still maneuvered to find an approach. Charging forward, Yun Mu gripped his sword tightly, striking straight ahead. Sword pierced through the giant monster's neck. It did not expect a strong opponent, eyes red, growling continuously. Realizing the threat, the monster surrounded Yun Mu. Blood splattered across the central area. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. Unclear what thinking, he suddenly stood still, confusing them. Seconds later, he turned and shouted. The monsters startled, roaring chaotically. Immediately, Yun Mu surged into the air, slashing endlessly, fierce battle ensuing. Li Yun also eagerly carried out tasks. Tonight was truly terrifying. Li Feng was no less, each punch critical. Someone sighed, drawing the monsters on the ground, wondering what was happening today. He wondered why he hadn't seen any traces of the Azure Long beast all night, and he was a hunter who specialized in searching for Azure Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster fell heavily in front of him. The Azure Long screamed in panic, unable to believe it. He moved closer to examine what had suddenly fallen. It was the enemy of the Azure Long. He was so shocked that he had to adjust his glasses. He had heard that only food could fall from the sky, but how could the Azure Long beast fall from the sky? What was going on? In the air, Yun Mu shouted and chased them. Don't stop, don't run anymore. Monsters flew erratically through the air, screaming and panicking. They had never encountered something so terrifying. Yun Mu chased after them, and Ding shouted loudly, don't run, little fellow, don't run. Why are you running when you see me? I'm not some kind of monster. He looked up, thinking to himself, after hunting Azure Long beasts for so many years, It's the first time I feel pity for this species. The scene shifted to a place where a rift in the void opened. Yeonmu hurriedly opened the door, worried. He stepped in full of excitement and shouted, "Hey, uncle." After a brief pause, he looked around with a mischievous glance. "I'm back again." He sipped some tea, observing the expression of his little friend, and said, "It seems like there's something delicious again." Yeonmu replied, "This one is tough. I'm not sure if you'll be able to eat it." Boss smiled lightly. Little friend really knows how to joke. If I've been doing this for a living, then of course I should have enough resources. Yeonmu handed the specimen over to him. "The azure long beast, name your price." He glanced over the complete azure long corpse. "Rare, 1.2 million, I thought it was something else." Yeonmu nodded happily. "It's done. I still have 23 more according to the previous deal. I only need the mysterious essence." Boss asked in surprise how many. Zin Ran said 12 more. Unfortunately, some were cut. Yeonmu asked again how much for the cut ones. He hesitated. 1.05 million. Is that okay? Deal. He then satisfiedly placed the item on the table. "This is the last important item." The boss looked up. "Is there anything else?" Yeonmu smiled brightly. "Still alive." He put the live one in a plastic box. Quite a hassle. The boss held the jar, spinning it. 50 million, 65 million. This is a top-grade azure long. Yeonmu was very pleased. He didn't stay long. His stock was sold out. "I won't disturb you further. Remember to send the money to me." Before leaving, he reminded Uncle, "Please get the money quickly because I'll be back soon." This person really has an affinity with money. Quickly picked up his things and continued searching for precious items. At this moment in the star domain, Yeonmu. Yeonmu arrived, immediately annoyed. How hard it is to make money only to leave it here. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He felt like a worker for the star domain. Placed the suitcase down. "This time I've decided to make a giant glass latitude. I don't believe you won't change." Yeonmu threw them to the ground, then suddenly screamed. Ding also threw them down. "Let's see if there are any big changes." After a while, Yeonmu sat on the ground, panting. "I've been hypnotized. Is this real? Did it only increase a little bit?" He looked around, blaming the mysterious ancestors for trying to set up a tower of honor to deceive people. "If you want to become a god, rely on yourself. This can't be true." Then Yeonmu lay down. "System, how much star domain energy can I use now?" The system report showed you can use about this much power. You can absorb one strike from the Xuan expert Bai Yin. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Yeonmu sighed and quickly sat up. He was determined to expand his power. Then let's continue. The next day at the mansion of the city lord of Tianyun, a loud scream echoed, "Ah!" The servant was startled. "Young master, the young lady's room. You can't enter. The celestial Yang is making a ruckus. Go away. You are the young master of the city. Yeonmu can enter, but I can't." Soon Nhi blocked the door. "No. The young lady is not available to meet anyone right now." At the same time, Qingyu's voice rang out. "The Shuangzio Shuang, let him in." Qingyang angrily walked in. "Sister, you brought that country bumpkin to stay the night here." Continued yelling, "Sister, you don't trust that brat. Our father is old, even you are too." Qingyu sadly sipped a cup of beer, paused for a moment, and finally said, "He's gone." Qingyang was taken aback. He asked again in disbelief, "Father's gone. Then where's the jade pendant?" This question made Qingyu freeze. She stopped. Qingyu coldly stood up. "I really didn't expect the first question you would ask is where's the jade pendant. You don't need to care about that anymore." He looked at her spoiled younger brother and said firmly, "Father entrusted the jade pendant to me and Yeonmu." She continued, "Furthermore, whoever gets the jade pendant is of no use. Your anger is pointless. With your talent and cultivation, there's no hope for you to advance to the realm of super Xuan experts." Although Qingyu wasn't pleased with her younger brother, he was still family, so she chose to advise gently, "Qingyang, listen to your sister." He heard it but couldn't take it anymore, filled with dissatisfaction. Qingyang roared. He grabbed Qingyu's hand tightly. "No." His face darkened, yelling loudly, "I am the young master of the city lord's mansion, the next generation of the city lord." Qingyang's eyes became frantic. He was the only son of the old master. Remembering his childhood, he had heard many people gossip about him. They said the son of the city lord could not awaken. Those people always mocked him, calling him a waste. Remembering that, he couldn't control himself and pushed Qingyu violently. She fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain. Qingyang screamed, "The jade pendant is mine. Only I can own the jade pendant." Seeing her younger brother losing his mind, Qingyu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She recalled the days when she was first brought home, and from that day on, "This is your home," that voice had called her sister. The image of the little boy always appeared in her mind, but now all she could hear were the crazy words, "Forget Yeonmu, you can also cultivate together." He pinned Qingyu to the ground. "You belong to me, you're mine." Qing Yu panicked. Qing Yang, stop, are you crazy? He tried to twist her arm behind her. Don't struggle anymore. You drank a lot earlier, didn't you? Now you can't resist me. Qing Yang laughed madly, tears rolling down his cheeks. You're mine now. Fortunately, at that moment, someone broke the door in after hearing Qing Yang's crazy words. Zhao Shuang rushed forward, kicking Qing Yang in the face. He didn't react in time to this blow. Zhao Shuang's strength was enough to send a weakling like Qing Yang flying. He screamed in pain. He looked at him with disdain and said, "Young master, deal with it yourself." Qing Yang screamed, "You servant dog, you dare hit me. I'm the young master of the city lord's mansion. You're dead now." The Shuang Nhi quickly shielded Qing Yu. Miss, don't worry anymore. Qing Yu stood up and coldly ordered the Zhao Shuang, take the young master out. As he entered the secret room, her words made Qing Yang silent. At that moment he feared and knelt down. Don't, sister, you can't treat me like this. Please forgive me. Scene shifted to another place, in the star domain Yun Mu. He was feeling down, only one item left. The azure long sword had been shattered, leaving the last one to use as protection. He had just finished speaking when his hand slipped, and the last item also fell. The item hit the ground, immediately being swallowed up, surprising him. Yun Mu was furious. It's all been absorbed, now I really have nothing left. Suddenly a strong shockwave rang out, startling him an earthquake. His whole body shook uncontrollably. He was scared. What's happening? Immediately a beam of golden light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Yun Mu couldn't help but look. His eyes narrowed as he observed. What is that in the sky? What is it? That planet now carried a golden hue, almost like Earth. Beneath him, grass and plants began to sprout from the ground. Yun Mu was slightly stunned. He felt delighted the grass had grown. This place seemed to be reviving. The system simultaneously congratulated the master. His spirit realm had formed a spirit orb, becoming a spirit orb realm. He wondered, how much realm force can I use now? According to the system, it's enough to withstand a full force strike from a Kim spirit mystic. He calculated, combined with his own strategy, he could roughly resist a full force blow from a Hong spirit. While gliding through the cave, Yun Mu was slightly surprised to see a red dot appear. Upon touching the image of a familiar person, he flinched. It was Duxiang. Yun Mu grinned mischievously. What's up? Long time no see, did you miss me? Nijai panicked. Yun Mu, where are you? Something big has happened. Yun Mu was surprised. Why are you here with Nijai? Xing suddenly turned serious. Yun Mu, no matter where you are, remember what I'm about to say. Look stern, immediately hide, quickly. Don't go outside, trust no one. His words made Yun Mu slightly startled. He frowned and was silent for a moment. Inside, Qing Yang's cousin laughed mischievously. Unexpectedly, your cousin also took action in the secret chamber. He nearly went mad. Qing Yu, that woman dared to look down on me then. Looking at Yun Mu's image, his heart overflowed with hatred. You all go to hell. Qing Yu angrily entered the secret chamber, slapping the mischievous younger sibling hard. She screamed in anger, Qing Yang, are you crazy? Qing Yang's face was red and swollen, laughing wildly, I'm leaving. Immediately after, he tilted his head back and laughed loudly like a madman, his fame driving him insane. Qing Yang challenged Qing Yu with a dramatic face, I'm leaving. He was filled with hatred because of Yun Mu and the old man driving him mad, and she couldn't stop him anymore. Qing Yang recounted what he had done. I exposed the old man. The twinfish jade medallion has informed the world, and the medallion's on you and Yun Mu. Pausing a moment, Qing Yang proudly said 3 words, definitely dead. As he spoke, his eyes became even crazier, laughing thunderously. Seeing her brother like that, Qing Yu shuddered. Switching to Ryu Zhen, he scrolled the news board while complaining, third brother so boring, the other replied, then go to the latitude battlefield, see what happens. Nio Zhen was startled, wait, the earlier news is. The news from Tianyang spread at the same time, the Jade Medallion news spread worldwide. Just a few words on the ancient scene were enough to shake the nerves of the top masters of Zhangzhou continent. Losing Tianyun city no longer mattered. Factions mobilized, sending people to find Yun Mu, as if to seize the twinfish jade medallion. But there was no trace of Yun Mu. Everywhere they pursued him. Soon, a clip of Yun Mu and Zhen Luo Rai was released by a beast hunter. Friends, today we saw a super cool guy. Yun Mu's actions exposed. The sects immediately mobilized to catch him. At the Qingzhou residence, big trouble arrived at Qing Yu's doorstep. She gritted her teeth, I said it. Those things were made up by Qing Yang, those guys aggressive, deceiving who, if she wants to monopolize the ancient secret chamber then. He rushed forward and grabbed Qing Yu's shoulders. The twinfish jade medallion needs to be protected by the whole sect. Make it public quickly. At the same time, a twin voice rose, you trash. Stay away from my family's death orders. From a distance, before finishing, the 2 girls kicked over the heads of those people and flew past. Zhao Shuang kicked the one holding Qing Yu hard on the head, pushing away the dirty hands. The 3 stood among their enemies. De Shuang worried. "Are you all right, miss?" The crowd continued attacking. The three women tried to seize the jade medallion. Catch them, actually this strength, you cannot resist the whole group at once. In the crisis, the main door opened. A sarcastic voice called, "Who's here?" The grown-ups bullying the three youngsters. Hearing this, they turned back in fear. A man with a drunk ivory voice stepped in. "I said you all up. Is it embarrassing? The kid hasn't helped yet takes another sip." The people saw him, everyone feared him, he is not. Xingyu wondered, why is that person here? A madman rushed up. "Hey," I said, "old man." The person beside was startled. "Idiot, turn around." He pointed at the drunk man's face. "Now the sex work who talks." As he spoke, he grabbed the man's collar and shouted, "Mother, who do you think you are? Believe I will kill you." The man remained calm. "If you think so, then do it." Seeing his calm demeanor, he was also startled. The drunk man waved his hand. His grip on the collar was severed. Blood soaked through, the pain stunned the nerves, the man flinched. He screamed, the crowd only watched. The fool dared provoke the senior, that is. The man was the supreme elder of Qing Yun sect. Everyone was agitated. A battle saint personally arrived. Went to Qing Yu, coaxing Xiao Wu, "Scratch my ear, do you still want a pillow?" Qing Yu was dumbfounded. "Supreme elder, now scratch ear." He was slightly disappointed, said right, then loudly, "You kid. I say, who dares touch Qing Yu? I'll destroy your whole family." His face still smiling, "Surely can do it." Everyone darkened, his words frightened them. Immediately, the compliant one stepped back. "Sorry, I'm leaving." Over there wondered, retreat, one spoke, "Qing Yu can't touch, just wasting time." They discussed should quickly catch Yun Mu and seize the jade medallion. Qing Yu heard, she worried, "Yun Mu." After Naijai finished speaking, she said, "That's right, he's in danger now." Xing said, "Don't worry, your family has been arranged to leave already." He tensely instructed, "You hide first, don't run around, I and Naijai will meet you." Contrary to the urgency, Yun Mu spoke straight, "You all go back." Hearing that, Naijai was startled. Yun Mu spoke the current situation. "Alone is safest." Duxing was pained hearing that. He was silent, then spoke. "Yun Mu, call my name." He was surprised. Duxing was serious. "You can completely trust us. Situation is complicated." Yun Mu silently looked at him for a long time. Finally, he convinced him. Yun Mu quickly gave the location. "I'm outside Zhen Luo Rai. Duxing, prepare." Duxing kicked hard, "Wait for me." As soon as he finished with the machine, Yun Mu quickly moved deeper into the forest. Then he observed the surroundings, searching for a suitable path. Finding joy even in difficulty, Yun Mu smiled slyly and took out a golden beetle, just enough to test a small item in the honor tower. Next, he hastily threw the beetle into the air and stepped forward, digging a hole for the dung beetle. Instantly, a spiky object emerged sharply from the ground. His beetle flew around. Yun Mu was puzzled. What is this object? Just as he spoke, a loud noise erupted beneath his feet, the earth cracking. From the fissure, a large strange rock shot straight up into the sky. Luckily, Yun Mu managed to avoid it. He spread his wings, exhaling, "That was dangerous. A single slip could have ended it." The others appeared, saying his traps were surely useless. They passed it along, no problem if the traps fail, they would just capture him directly. Yun Mu saw them and immediately recognized them as predators, arriving very quickly. He assessed their strength, 1 golden star, 3 silver stars. The leader looked down on him, his wind wings ineffective. Immediately they spread wings. 1 star expended wind wings except the pendant. Others also want wings, everyone. Catch him as soon as spoken. Yun Mu shot straight into the air. But just as he spoke, he was startled by their dizzying speed. The leader swung sharply at him. Luckily, Yun Mu dodged in time. Before he could react, 2 others rushed to attack. 2 against 1, Yun Mu struggled to defend, avoiding being hit. Just countering like this wasn't enough. Yun Mu glanced and summoned his fury. Before executing a move, he had to dodge. The 2 aggressively slashed overhead. 2 simultaneously joined forces to attack. He had no chance to counter. Behind him, another hunter attacked secretly. He immediately reacted. Yun Mu's gaze was sharp. He turned to look at him aggressively. A loud explosion rang out, rocks flying everywhere. They saw the scene, even rejoiced, thinking they had defeated him. Finished. One gritted his teeth in shock. No, at that moment. In fact, Yun Mu was not a member. He was hit and still alive. The leader angrily gritted his teeth, but a shadow appeared. He startled and screamed. Seeing Yun Mu, they panicked, needed to seal him quickly. He coldly raised his weapon in front, ready. As he spoke, blood spurted. The 2 quickly failed, screaming in pain. Before reacting, the pain struck. He stood watching them fall. The leader screamed in rage. These hunters were strange, came to kill, but when defeated, got angry, killing their own, go die. Massive inner strength force surged toward Yun Mu. The golden origin wave attacked. He stood still, watching the power approach. Hunters laughed smugly. This is full force, you're surely dead, the pendant is mine. But instead, he gently blocked, using the protective shield to defend. Perhaps they didn't expect the treasured power to be broken so easily. Yunmu was also surprised, looking at his hand, now able to relax the golden mystic strike. Thinking so, he looked at the hunter. He had fled. He himself was scared, thinking this hunter was a demon. Full force attack caused no harm. He stood still, delivering a strong wild blade strike. The hunter tried to run, but was blocked by surrounding force. He was terrified, tears flowing like rain. Left, right, front, back attacked, no escape. The leader could only endure. An instant, his body was fragmented like a butchered pig. The system reported, because he defeated a golden star mystical, reward was a latitude box. Yunmu was surprised. Yunmu found a hiding spot, checked the item, lowered it into the hole. In moments, the beetle completed the task, dug a large enough hole for him to enter, praised the beetle. He sat still, sure no one noticed. Just then Yunmu shouted. The latitude box opened, shaking violently. Blinding light shone on his face. Yunmu squinted. He was startled seeing the object in the box. What is this? Looks like a frozen cricket, motionless. System appeared. This is an A-rank treasure, dragon demon spine. When equipped can create defensive armor. Yunmu was not very pleased. Another defensive item. My path is full of difficulty. Scene shift to the border camp. A voice rang out. Hey, old man, a little greedy. Yunmu's image appeared in the system. Has this person been encountered? The shop owner recognized him but said nothing, advising a change of place. He watched the group leave. They were bounty hunters, causing great trouble. Group left. 2 others arrived, asking Uncle Duh, did you see the red-haired one? He looked at the identity, startled. Here, Yunmu was embedding the dragon demon's spine. He tensed, face worsening. Piece embedded into his back halfway. Yunmu screamed in pain. The system warned, embedding spine is painful. Please endure, he yelled. After embedding, Yunmu dragged himself, panting heavily. He sat up. This kind of pain he never wants to experience again. Just then, 2 objects fell from above in front of him. Yunmu looked straight ahead, silent for a moment. Soon after, the small cave he was in exploded violently. Those outside saw the scene, extremely excited, a big reward. They arrived, satisfied with the loot, only with difficulty found it. Yet Yunmu was still alive, clearly hearing them. 2 mystical stars struck without killing, enough to destroy a red star. Yunmu gritted his teeth listening to their groans, embarrassed. On his body is something they want. You must die here, and immediately jumped into the cave aggressively. Yunmu, bloodied all over his face, looked at him with slight surprise. As soon as he appeared, that man immediately went crazy, swinging his sword to attack, but Yunmu quickly dodged. He tried to steady himself so he wouldn't fall to the ground, his gaze toward that man filled with hostility. At the same time, another man saw Yunmu as an easy target and immediately rushed forward to assist. His eyes lit up, a flash of killing intent that made Yunmu feel a bit of surprise. Both decided to fight up close, each using their full strength to confront one another. That man seized the opportunity to grab Yunmu's arm, while others attacked from both sides. Yunmu was pushed away, spinning in the air, barely able to utter a sound. When they saw Yunmu lying motionless, they were very pleased, feeling there was no more resistance. He silently cursed, damn it, 3 golden stars and 1 red star, they're not easy opponents. His body struggled to move, but Yunmu calculated carefully, realizing that these 4 were in perfect sync. He was caught in their attack rhythm and couldn't find a way out. Immediately, the leader ordered his men, telling Da Bao to deal with him. In this situation, Yunmu could only grit his teeth and endure, his body in so much pain that he couldn't stand. At that moment, a familiar face appeared, quickly aiming at the opponent. Da Bao couldn't react in time when attacked directly. A large hole appeared in his body, and the pain made him scream in agony. Yunmu was surprised when he saw the scene before him. That man witnessed his teammate fall and couldn't help but panic, wondering what was going on. Afar, Duxing held a large gun, standing on a high branch, and shouted, "What are you doing to your own good buddy, especially the big monkey?" Yunmu rubbed his head, stood up, and recognized Duxing. The blind man yelled, "Don't panic, it's just a little devil," continuing to rally his team. Before he could finish, Naijai kicked hard on the blind man's head from above. When their teammates heard the scream, another rushed out, determined to deal with her. Immediately, 2 men with weapons rushed toward her, shouting, "Die." Both charged toward her at the same time, but how could Yunmu just stand still and watch? He shouted, "Ming Yan." Instantly, the 2 men were torn apart. Fresh blood spilled out, staining the ground red. Yunmu slowly stood up and said, "You dare act arrogantly with me just because of a momentary lapse, truly unaware of the heavens and the earth." Naijai rejoiced. "I'm so glad you're okay." Yunmu, with confidence in his eyes, felt that as long as he wasn't led into their attack rhythm, he would be fine. He quickly summoned his sword, preparing to enter combat mode. Sword appeared in his hand, and Yun Mu regained his composure. His gaze was cold as he looked at the group, as if they were mere ants. Yun Mu moved closer, calmly saying, "Thanks earlier really for allowing me to repay you." His eyes gleamed with killing intent. "Now let me repay you." The blind man was now panicking, not understanding why he suddenly felt fear. As he ran, the blind man shuddered, realizing that Yun Mu's gaze was different from a normal person's, and he was sure to be killed. How could Yun Mu let him escape so easily? A red flash instantly struck the blind man's ankle. He fell in pain, unable to control himself, crying out. Ducksheng, laughing from the tree, ensured that man wouldn't escape. The blood kept flowing from his leg, and the blind man tried to drag his injured leg, looking pitiful. Yun Mu moved closer, grabbed his hair and pulled it back. A red star cultivator running away, truly shameful. His eyes flashed again. Yun Mu coldly used lightning magic, causing the blind man's body to suffer pain so intense that he screamed horribly. He quickly became a roasted pig, lying motionless on the ground, and Ducksheng mocked, "It's burnt, Yun Mu, you're really cruel." Yun Mu looked at Ducksheng happily. "Thanks, without you I would have been in big trouble." Ducksheng raised his hand. "No big deal, we're friends." Naijai warned, "We should leave here first, or the others will be attracted by the battle sounds." Just as she finished speaking, a bright firework shot up, attracting everyone's attention. Yun Mu saw it and immediately guessed, "Is this a signal flare?" The blind man woke up, laughing loudly. "You're all going to die." Before he died, he wanted to go down with Yun Mu. "Now the entire search team will come here, you're finished." Blind man opened a vial of medicine, sneering, "You will be torn apart." Yun Mu gripped his sword tightly and snorted, "Don't say too much." He said, talking too much, and immediately the sword in his hand pierced through the blind man's head, stabbing straight through the large tree trunk. Ducksheng quickly grabbed the green vial, making sure it didn't fall to the ground. Yun Mu wondered, "What is this?" Ducksheng explained, "This is the holy life water, it can save even the dead." Ducksheng threw the vial to Yun Mu. "Take it, you might knight it." Yun Mu reminded him, "Hey, if it's a precious item, don't use it recklessly." At that moment, an arrow flew toward them. Yun Mu saw it and noticed the murderous intent in the air. He quickly shouted a warning, "Be careful," but the arrow cut through Naijai's arm, causing her to scream in pain. At the same time, a voice echoed, "Yun Mu, surrender, hand over the key to the ancient god's secret realm." A group of people appeared, surrounding Yun Mu, and the voice sounded again, "You can't escape." Naijai saw the large army and said anxiously, "There are too many of them." Ducksheng replied, "If it's just a lot of people, we can still handle it." Naijai was surprised. Ducksheng grinned slyly, "Even they've come." In front of them was a man in brilliant attire, the earth dragon of the old head of the sect. A girl with purple hair, a cold expression, was Xiu Zhu from the Phantom Sound Snow Bow. Along with the great elephant of the Liu clan, Liu Qing, Naijai was shocked. This is no joke. Yun Mu was worried. So many people unleashing their mysterious pressure at once was truly terrifying, and the sky began to storm. Yun Mu raised his hand and asked loudly, "If I hand over the key, will you really spare my life?" The other side responded, "Of course. I thought you are 3 factions, so who should I give it to?" Liu Qing spoke, "If you surrender to my Liu clan." Xiu Zhu immediately replied, "Don't even think about it." He pretended to be disappointed. "Such a pity you saw through me." So he had no choice but to do it this way. After speaking, Yun Mu's clothes suddenly ripped apart. He used this move, the Ninshu technique, surprising the group. This was the clone technique, and 3 Yun Mus appeared all identical. Looked at them and smirked, "Now try to figure out who I am." Chang Feng was nervous. He turned into 3 people. Xiu Zhu, seeing the 3 Yun Mus, immediately shouted, "Run in a different direction." Didn't rush to chase, realizing there were 3 Yun Mus, and waited. Even though she saw Yun Mu running past her, she remained silent, waiting for the situation. Finally, unable to resist the temptation of the treasure, Xiu Zhu turned and ran north. Liu Qing also began to determine his target. "I'll choose the one heading east." She recognized that person wasn't Yun Mu but Ducksheng. "He's here," he exclaimed joyfully. Chang Feng groaned, "This little devil runs so fast." He was exhausted running after him. He just circled the forest and now he's disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng's ally was shot down immediately, causing him to panic. What happened? Another one was shot. Chang Feng could not determine if Yun Mu was the one who shot. Gradually, one by one, his underlings were taken down. Chang Feng stood there looking around, full of worry. At this point, only a few remained. Ducksheng appeared, laughing, truly unfortunate. Wrong guess, Dixing finished his sentence, mocking the people below. Chang Feng replied firmly, so what if I guessed wrong? I can still capture you all and use you to force Yun Mu out, or do you really think you can defeat me? Defeat dozens of people from the Earth Dragon Valley. Perhaps that's why he was so self-satisfied. Xing responded with disdain, isn't that so? Didn't someone really think of me that way? It was just leading you all in a circle. Once he finished speaking, they realized they had been tricked. Dixing prepared to press the switch, then introduced himself. I am Zhang Dixing of Tianfan City. Nice to meet you all. Just as Vin Vi letter 1 EC7T NHA finished speaking, he coldly pressed the switch. Not long after, Chang Feng's group was wiped out. The scene shifted to the north of the forest. Shizu must have been chasing Naijai. She yelled loudly, "Stop, you can't escape." The group here had run quite far and started getting tired. Naijai coldly asked, "Have you caught up?" She stepped forward saying, "Stop, take out the jade pendant. I won't make things difficult for you." Naijai sneered, "Go ahead, you're just a little girl." She was embarrassed to the point of anger, shouting, "You brat, what did you say? I've changed my mind." She angrily shouted, "Go die immediately." Her staff stabbed into Naijai's back, lifting her high. Not liking the feeling of hanging, Naijai immediately took off her cloak. She landed forcefully. Shizu was surprised to see how strong she was. He looked at Naijai and realized she was just a girl. Naijai mocked, "Sorry about that." You guessed right. As soon as she finished speaking, Naijai's gaze turned cold. Meanwhile, to the south of the forest, L letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH had caught up, saying, "Finally caught up. You're not escaping now." Yun Mu stood waiting, confidently saying, "Who said I wanted to run?" Took off his cloak, praising, "Looks like in the end, it's you all who are being dealt with." "Good victory," Yun Mu hurriedly said. "It seems like you're even more eager than L letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH. He looked at the group, his eyes impatient. "I'm in a hurry, go ahead." Recalling Dixing's words, "These three forces are no pushovers. If they team up, we'll be in danger. If it's just one small force, Yun Mu's strength can hold them off, so we'll split into 3 groups to reduce pressure." He worried, "It's not good. The 2 people from the valley have poor strategies. If caught, they'll be killed." Dixing reassured him, "Nothing will happen." He analyzed, "Yun Mu is their target. As long as we throw them back, they'll retreat safely." Dixing continued, "As for Naijai, have you forgotten who she is? As long as she stands up, no one will dare touch her." Seeing him hesitate, Dixing decisively said, "All right, let's go with the plan." In fact, it was because he was worried they'd encounter trouble, but Dixing's words made a lot of sense. Back in the present, L letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH was surprised. "Go ahead, are you crazy? We have 20 or 30 people here, and you want to do something alone." Yun Mu quickly retorted, "Who said I'm alone?" He licked his lips with a cunning look. "Number 1, number 2, Ming Yan, Li Ling Long. Let them all come out. It seems like everyone has forgotten I have an elite army by my side." Over there, Naijai was still fighting. She swung her hand powerfully, punching hard. Although Naijai's strength couldn't take down all of them, she could still defeat a few. The decisive blow thrown out, the chest of that soldier was punched hard, as if it was going to puncture through. She lifted her chin. Indeed, the girl looked like a ball thrown up continuously. Shizu exclaimed naturally, "Surprisingly, this girl is so cute." He also thought for a moment, asking Naijai, "If you want to fight boxing, miss, you are from Tianfan City, tell me the sect, I don't want trouble." Naijai still kept her identity hidden. "Just fight if you want. Don't mind who I am," she thought to herself. "If I mention Jia sect, they won't pursue me. Yun Mu will become the number 1 target." Naijai silently made a decision. "I must hold her off. Buy time for Yun Mu, even if just 1 more second. I'll stop them no matter what." Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded from afar, shaking the air. Naijai was in a defensive stance, suddenly startled by the explosion. What was that? Shizu looked over. The explosion came from the east. Looks like Guo Zhangfeng is also engaged in battle. Naijai looked up at the sky, feeling worried. "Dixing, you too." Yun Mu heard the loud sound, also startled. The explosion was too loud. Yun Mu confirmed the direction, saw the east, and became anxious. Yun Mu's inner thoughts screamed, "What's this fool doing? As long as we don't provoke them, I won't die. I'm not stupid enough to confront them head-on." L letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH guessed, "The explosion from the east is Chang Feng." The sound was too strong. "I think your teammate was killed by him." Before he could finish speaking, a shadow quickly shot out behind. Letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH was surprised by Yun Mu's speed. He could only hear a scream from behind. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted behind L letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ECBNH. He was confused, stammering, "What is this?" Yun Mu spoke. I just mentioned it. In just a moment, many people had fallen. L letter 1E5C, T letter 1ECBNH was shocked by the speed. Worried about Duxing, his face turned cold, they advanced together. Duxing was fine, coughed a few times, and waved away the dust around. Looking at the bodies in front, he was satisfied. The power of the 50-plus Ice Thunder cannon was great. Although expensive, it was worth taking down others in an instant. Xing took a coat from one of the men and put it on. All right, it's done. Let's go find them. At the same time, Chang Feng appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? He slammed the ground, a small shockwave reverberated, but Duxing quickly leaped away. He gripped the gun tightly, aiming. The mystical power gun was aimed at the cannon. Cannonball wasn't small, but Chang Feng remained unfazed. He was indifferent, even contemptuous of this kind of gun. Immediately after, Chang Feng gently blocked the cannon's strike from Duxing with his hand. He was shocked, using his hand to block the mystical power cannon's strike. Firmly held the gun, yelling loudly to see how many shots would hit. Chang Feng swiftly dodged, contemptuous of this heavy gun, knowing it wouldn't work. Immediately after, he changed direction towards Duxing's back. Of course, he didn't let him act freely. Duxing immediately flipped and dodged. He flew behind, gripping the gun and shouting loudly, "Go die." A continuous barrage of shots was fired straight at Chang Feng. Duxing's might, the ordinary people were taken down, but Chang Feng was formidable, using his hands and military techniques to block all the shots. He was horrified. The speed of the punches was too fast, blocking the bullets with his hands, creating a tight barrier, truly impressive. Absolute defense from the cloud of dust, Chang Feng appeared unfazed. Immediately after, Chang Feng leaped quickly towards Duxing. Before his speed, he was extremely surprised. Once again, the military technique was thrown out. Duxing hurriedly leapt away to dodge. He flinched, truly in danger. Being struck by a fist would be hard to escape. Feeling his heart waver, he calmed himself, breathed steadily, knowing that every move has a flaw, nothing is absolutely defensible. Closed his eyes tightly, just needing to spot a gap. It wasn't much, perhaps only that move remained. Act immediately. Once internal energy focused, he opened his eyes at once. Alexia's gaze reflected the entirety of the attack. He shouted her gaze is the family sect's secret method, maintaining clarity, analyzing enemy moves to find opening. A finishing strike, he coldly glanced at Chang Feng. Duxing's eyes now completely different. That man unleashed his power toward him, shouting non-stop, cut the meaningless words. Chang Feng sneered an opening. Kid, what do you know about absolute defense? He laughed scornfully. Your attacks cannot harm me. There is no flaw. He dodged the strike while calming himself, adjusting his breathing. He told himself it's just a focused move. Even focusing has gaps. His eyes lit up, reminding himself to observe every move carefully. However, distracted by Chang Feng, he carelessly kicked a stone at his feet. He fell to the ground, Chang Feng temporarily astonished. The biggest surprise was to Duxing himself. The fall left him unable to react. Chang Feng laughed heartily. Even the heavens won't save you. You're surely dead, he said, gathering internal energy to finish him. Fear clear in his eyes, a sense of despair he swallowed with difficulty. Once again the annoying military breaking move. Chang Feng concentrated attacks on Duxing. He screamed in pain, struggling to stand as tears streamed down. Chang Feng grinned, thinking you fancy your secret technique, try to break mine. Seeing Duxing's blood and tears, he couldn't stop laughing, thrilled. Amid danger, Duxing's eyes suddenly flashed. He immediately struck Chang Feng, who couldn't defend in time. Blood spurted from him continuously like rain. Duxing shouted, I've seen it, you're opening. Chang Feng lay sprawled, unwilling but silent. This person is strange. Duxing continued relentless attacks, tiring. The 132nd strike of yours. 37 seconds delayed, Chang Feng stunned, not expecting he predicted it. Scene shift northern forest, Nijai struck, elbow precise. As she swung horizontally, Shiki Tayet's subordinate froze. Next move, Iron Mountain Brace. The moment it touched the opponent they were thrown to the ground. Shiki Tayet analyzed from the side, literature has extreme, martial arts has breadth. Strong fist techniques, Nijai wary, even she was tired. Easily predictable, these ancient fists nearly exhausted. She looked down on Nijai, performing martial arts sufficiently. She suggested a small game, then collapsed and sank to the ground. After speaking, she vanished. Nijai spun, startled, she was gone. In a blink, Shiki Tayet struck Nijai's back, causing her to spit blood. Next strike made her fall. Nijai barely reacted, uttering only a sound. Shiki Tayet laughed, asking if the little girl regretted it. He looked at Nijai, intending to release but fighting was pointless, results still deadly. She glanced at Nijai on the ground, scornfully swinging her sword, unclear what she thought. Seeing Nijai rise, Shiki Tayet surprised, left hand numb, still intending to strike. Nijai was fearless, confident, sparing words despite only having left hand. I must stop her, come on, big-chested, she said. Nijai took a fighting stance. Shiki Tayet disliked the nickname, gritting teeth. provoked at the sore spot, losing interest. Then Shiki used internal energy to fly up, annoying leader. Face terrifying, looking at Nijai like wanting to kill. Scene shift. Yunmu, Lu Ting's troops fell in heaps, cries echoing across the mountains. His troops dominated, Lu Ting like dead fish strewn on the ground. He panicked. What is this situation? Where did these people come from? Wrong. Seeing his troops, he exclaimed, are these really people? Before realizing, Yunmu leapt into the air. Blinking, he was behind Lu Ting, who startled at the speed. Yunmu showed no mercy, slashing long but lucky Lu Ting dodged. Lu Ting terrified, looking at Yunmu too fast. He went mad, Yunmu anxious. No time, must handle him. Deksheng, Nijai must wait. True to worry, Nijai struggled. Shiki unleashed a move, iron-piercing cold tap. Explosion where she stood, Nijai flung far. She refused to concede, spinning to evade. Nijai watched Shiki frustrated. Tough match indeed. Nijai calculated, this woman attacks from afar. If she distances, I will be passive. Instantly Nijai turned, channeling internal energy. Shiki surprised by her reaction. Immediately after, Nijai leapt fast, shouted, determined to close distance. Shiki realized, dodging to maintain distance. Shiki watched Nijai, secretly praising her fast footwork. Seeing her panic, Nijai smirked. Good, this afternoon favorable. Nijai continued accelerating, leaping to narrow distance. Close now. Nijai threw a frog-style punch. Shiki lost patience, frowning, shouting loudly. Nijai knocked her with a tiger strike. Shiki defeated. Nijai didn't stop, continued channeling internal energy, testing strikes. This was an extreme move. Nijai aggressively struck her chest. According to calculation, Shiki could not hit from this range, getting knocked away. She refused to yield, weapon launched. Shiki angry, gritting teeth, troublesome. Sharp ice stabbed into Nijai's leg. Pain made her scream. Shiki watched her fall, pleased, seeing how she would jump with injured left leg. Seeing Nazu's reaction, she was briefly surprised, and then silently watched. Seeing Nazu still struggling to resist, she shouted, this guy uses the crawling move again, really unbearable. Shizu wondered why he was risking his life like that. After all, what does that brat have to do with you? Why not give up? Nijai struggled to speak. He had to protect the people here, no matter what. He had to buy time to help Yunmu escape. She gritted her teeth, trying to stand up because. Pausing, Nijai shouted with effort, I love Yunmu. Hearing Nijai say that, Shizu was startled. Oh really? Nijai took a deep breath, thinking to himself, now that it's said, it's fine. Shizu despised the foolish order. What is this reason, kid? He still flew up using internal power. If you love Yunmu so much. Nijai was frustrated. If not said now, there might be no chance. Shizu pointed her sword at Nijai's head. Seeing the girl not resist, she shouted, die. Nijai was startled. No, how could she utter such an insult? Clearly determined to help Yunmu. Remembering that boy again, he didn't want to see his back anymore. What he needed was to stand beside him. She forced herself to sit up. If so, he had to be as strong as him. This was not fighting for someone but fighting for himself. Shizu thought she could not get up anymore, but seeing Nijai was stunned. Finally, Nijai stood up. He kicked straight into Shizu's stomach with strength. Shizu was hit to a weaker position than Nijai, feeling somewhat tired. Looking at Shizu, Nijai raised his hand in frustration, fall down. Finally, Shizu collapsed under Nijai's love. He lay exhausted on the ground, panting. This was the strongest blow. Nijai was overjoyed having stopped her. He had helped Yunmu. Before he could finish speaking, Shizu angrily stood up, face showing aggression. You said you stopped who? Two sharp knives stabbed strongly into Nijai. He cried out in pain. After stabbing both of Nijai's hands, Shizu said, wench, are you getting arrogant? Nijai cried in pain. Shizu said, prepare yourself. I will not let you escape easily. She shouted madly, I must tie him slowly here, I must. Tightly bound, Shizu at that moment only wanted to plot against the person in front. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck directly toward Shizu. Sword in her hand shattered, Shizu fell into a weak position. She was surprised. What is this? The color in her hand flowed continuously. Shizu looked up in horror. Who is it? Fortunately, it was Deksheng. He teased loudly, beautiful sister at your feet. Not from our house. Deksheng's gaze darkened. Nijai opened his eyes, looked ahead, surprised. It was Deksheng. On the other side, Yunmu still fought Lu Qing, their swords clashing fiercely. Compared to Yunmu, Lu Qing was weaker. He riskily dodged with a leap. His breath weakened. Lu Qing watched Yunmu cautiously. What is this brat really? Thinking that, he glanced at Li Yun. The resistance was too strong. Lu Qing's heart groaned. Chang Feng and Shizu haven't resolved yet. Hurry and help me. Yunmu was silent, focusing on handling this trouble to save his teammate. Nagi used a repeated strike. Yunmu vanished without a trace. Before Lu Qing could react, he appeared behind him. A pull with lightning technique made Lu Qing scream in pain, unable to bear. Lu Qing's heart roared, electricity stiffened his body. unable to move. Yun Mu took advantage, using a furious blade to slash through his abdomen. At this moment Lu Qing panicked. Could not kill this person, had to run. Just as he finished speaking, he shouted to his comrades, Zhu Shicheng, retreat. Shicheng ran, wondering, boss, retreat. They killed many of our men. Lu Qing hurriedly, can't win, must prevent losses is smarter. Lu Qing reassured his subordinates, relax, wait for me to deal with the high-level mystics, then come back to clean him. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, clouds gathering thick. Shicheng panicked, shouting, boss, look at the sky. What about those black clouds? He looked intently, flustered, stammering, this could it be? Yun Mu frowned, flicked his hand lightly, speaking softly, heavenly thunder. Immediately after, a violent force struck down, the ground exploded. Shouts echoed, he remained calm as if nothing happened. Lu Qing still struggled to stand, coughing slightly. Yun Mu did not expect he could stand, he mocked, quite surprising. Seeing Lu Qing breathing freely, Yun Mu wondered, still alive. He twirled his sword, speaking to Lei. Normally I would let you go, but you met my shadow then. Pausing, Yun Mu looked at Lu Qing, continued, must kill. Before acting, another voice sounded, single unit artillery. Fired. Lu Qing was pierced in the head, upper body exploded. Blood fell before Yun Mu, surprising him. The other revealed himself. The trash Zhu Shicheng dared to contest the jade pendant. He introduced Ko Tian Sect, Lin Jian. The jade pendant of Ko Tian Sect now belongs to me. Lin Jian saw him serious, said, your jade pendant, Ko Tian Sect has helped already. Yun Mu heard this sect, thinking silently, Ko Tian Sect. Looked over the crowd, even high-level sect members arrived, really troublesome. Yun Mu held his sword forward in a hurry, no time to mess around with them. Lin Jian smiled slyly, clapped, set up a formation, not letting him lead. As soon as he finished, Lin Jian's followers jumped to attack. Yun Mu looked over, surprised, shouting. Lamp quickly reported, the young man thought, ready. Yun Mu wondered, what now, ballet in the air, okay. Lin Jian held a cup full of inscriptions, said, immediately you will see Ko Tian Sect's sword energy. Immediately after, he threw the cup into the air, space distorted. Then he clasped hands, shouted loudly. His hands continuously changed hand seals skillfully. Seeing Lin Jian's talent, Yun Mu was stunned. What is this? A golden light sphere appeared in the sky, covering the heavens. Lin Jian smiled slyly. This time you won't run. Obediently hand over the jade pendant. Of course Yun Mu was not easy to lose. He despised the internal power. A formation trying to bind my legs, ridiculous. Just after finishing his words, Yun Mu immediately swung his sword fiercely, striking the circle in front of him. Outside, Linya stood firm, his eyes fixed on the cage he had created. In response, Yun Mu was surprised. He opened his eyes wide, wondering why nothing had changed. Linya looked at Yun Mu with disdain. I advise you to retreat. This is not an ordinary barrier. He explained that this was the weapon of our Tian Triad sect. The space was sealed from the void, you can't break it. You looked frustrated at the men behind, angrily thinking to yourself, I don't have much time left. Here Duxing rushed to clutch his back, screaming in panic. Duxing ran wildly, continuously asking, why did you provoke her? She's going crazy, wanting to kill you. Naijai struggled, I don't even understand what I did to make her so angry. Shizu is like possessed, constantly shouting, die, die, die. She's truly a monster, never known love. Duxing silently assessed, this woman is really crazy, even her hits have no technique, she's just attacking randomly. He felt confused, clearly, she had revealed too many flaws, but because the moves lacked skill, he didn't know how to counter, leaving Alasia unable to do anything. With no choice left, he could only run, thinking while trying to run as fast and far as possible. But very quickly, Shizu caught up, screaming as she charged forward like mad, die for me. Duxing clenched his teeth, telling himself maybe this is the end. At that moment, a voice rang out, hey, don't block the way. As soon as the words ended, a long sword strike like wind appeared in front of Shizu. Duxing was surprised, looking at the situation in front of him, not understanding what was happening. The person pulled his hood down, greeting, I'm the delivery person from the Peak Courier, do you know Yun Mu? Cold-faced man continued looking at Duxing and said, this is his delivery, please sign for it. Duxing was still stunned, it was so fast, in an instant, this woman had been handled, and she used such vicious methods. Then brought the box in front of Duxing, you are a friend of Yun Mu, right? Please sign for him. Duxing signed, quietly relieved, it seems this person is on our side. As long as he's not the enemy, that's good. After signing, the person immediately left. The delivery is done, I'm off, remember to rate 5 stars. Duxing asked in surprise, "Aren't you here to help?" Person coldly replied, "Help, I'm just a delivery guy, plus I don't take extra money." Duksheng doubted, unable to believe. How could a delivery person not take extra money? And where did this package come from? He stopped when he saw the information on the package. This is the sender's name, but no clear recipient. The sender's address is not in the service area. The sender's phone number is not in the support area. Duksheng couldn't believe the information on the package. Outside, another man was preparing to aim a gun at Yunmu. But Yunmu was the big fish slipping through the net. He immediately swung his leg to kick the man's face. Another man from behind held a gun, but Yunmu quickly noticed and turned to look. Yunmu gathered all his inner strength, summoning the shadows. Go, number 1, number 2. Li Yun quickly stood behind the man, who turned around, surprised and confused about what was happening. Immediately, screams and blood splattered all over the circle. Linya saw Yunmu's 2 shadows, surprised, thinking, what is this? Looking at Li Yun and Li Feng, Linya was puzzled, wondering where Yunmu summoned these creatures from. He continued observing Lin Lung, thinking, where did this woman come from? Just now, only Yunmu was in the circle. There are too many secrets hidden in him that we don't understand yet. Looking at Yunmu's momentum, Linya felt relieved. Luckily, he brought the holy artifact of the sect. Assessed sharply, this kid can't escape from the void space. I must take the chance to kill him now. What a pity, he's still quite strong, the type of person I prefer. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to his subordinate, stop. Linya spoke again, this kid can create such strange things. Who knows what else will happen after we kill him? I think we should stop wasting time. Then he grinned wickedly and ordered, use that thing. Let them see the power of our Tian triad sect. As he finished speaking, a green rope fell from the sky. Yunmu leaned his back against Lin Lung, vigilantly staring at the people, not knowing what they were planning to do. Just then the man said, stop. The air suddenly became silent. Immediately the man ordered, fire, pointing at Yunmu. Turned out their target was Lin Lung. She paused, surprised as the arrow came flying toward her. Yunmu rushed forward to embrace Lin Lung. Be careful, he said, pulling her aside. Lin Lung didn't understand why. Suddenly her tears flowed, her mouth stuttering. Yunmu looked at his little girl, smiling gently, don't cry. He smiled and patted Lin Lung's head, comforting her. It's okay, as long as you're fine, that's what matters. Lin Yi outside seemed to be watching a play. He was pleased. It worked, this thing will kill him. Yunmu's blood fell onto Lin Lung's face. She frowned in frustration. Immediately, Lin Lung's eyes glinted with killing intent. She screamed in anger. Seeing Lin Lung angry, Lin Yu was stunned. His expression immediately became serious. They didn't know that this girl was the queen of vengeance. She gently laid Yunmu aside, her eyes looking at Lin Yu full of hatred. Finally, Lin Lung quickly charged at her opponent. She crazily treated these men like punching bags. One punch was enough to defeat them. Seeing the killing intent in her eyes, the others were terrified. How could this woman be like this? Yunmu lay on the ground, watching Lin Lung like this. He couldn't help but worry, little girl. His vision blurred, feeling something was wrong, he worried. This is bad, I feel like I'm going to die. Lin Yi grinned wickedly as he looked at Yunmu. You've been hit by the blood curse, death is inevitable. He laughed cruelly, this blood curse will gradually drain your strength, ultimately sucking away your soul, you'll die in pain. What a pity. Inside, the others were still screaming, let's eat this woman, she's almost gone. They said to each other, quickly, use the curse to kill this woman. Yunmu panted, worried about Lin Lung. Little girl, run fast, will die, the speed of that thing is no joke. Over here they prepared weapons, aimed at Lin Lung and then yelled, fire. Lin Lung was a bit confused at this moment, not having time to look back. In front of her, a series of blood-red arrows flew at her. In Lin Lung's eyes, the blood-red arrows seemed like a heavy downpour, endlessly pouring toward her. In a critical moment, Yunmu yelled loudly and pulled her towards him. Come here. Despite being injured, he still tried to hold Lin Lung in his arms, dodging the arrows. Yunmu panted, quick, shrink and hide into the star realm, this is a misalignment. Lin Lung's tears fell, fearfully looking at Yunmu. He quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I won't die, I'm your father. Invincible, his eyes stared at the blood-red arrows, full of challenge. Soon after, a violent explosion occurred. Smoke and fire filled the air just like a war. Lin Yi outside was pleased. He didn't expect the kid could still move, but it doesn't matter. He's been hit with too many blood curses. Dying is hard to avoid. However, contrary to his thoughts, Yunmu was still not dead. He was panting. Lin Yi saw this scene and couldn't help but freeze, silently shouting, what? It turned out, Yunmu was alive because Li Yun and Li Feng had taken the blow for him. The system had marked Yunmu's death. At this moment, the hatred in Yunmu's eyes surged. He screamed, I will kill all of you. He was exhausted after the prolonged battle, his breath erratic, his body weakened. Li Yun was in intense pain, continuously groaning in helplessness. Yun Mu felt guilty, silently apologizing some people would be revived, and just as he thought that, he opened the jar. He recalled asking Duxing last time, this was the holy life water. As long as used correctly, even temporary death could be reversed. Yun Mu closed his eyes and took the dose. He could only take a gamble. He consumed the entire jar, a discomfort surged. The taste was hard to swallow. Within a heartbeat, the severed arm began showing signs of recovery. That part of his body resembled a lizard, but the arm really grew back, surprising Yun Mu. Lin Yi also gaped, unable to believe that the severed arm had grown back. Lin Yi guessed, could he have drunk the holy life water? Yun Mu smiled in satisfaction, pleased with the result. He moved lightly, the wound healed quickly, everything was fine. His gaze became sharp, starting his counterattack. Yun Mu's legs became more agile. He leaped high and shouted loudly, performing the frenzied digging strike. He swiped like the wind. Wherever Yun Mu passed, the enemy fell, the air thick with the scent of battle. Yun Mu looked at his new arm, unsure if it was an illusion. It seemed even more flexible than his real arm. A man threw a sword, angrily shouting, "Die!" Yun Mu swiftly dodged. As his wound healed, these enemies felt like lifeless objects. Quickly grabbed the man's sword, the sound of the weapon slicing through the air ringing in his ears. In less than 5 seconds, he threw the sword back at the man, who couldn't react in time, only screaming and retreating. Lin Yu was surprised. How could this kid catch the sword so quickly? Yun Mu silently decided, the peak state is completely different. As long as he focused, he could keep up. Calculated, he must find a way to break the barrier. He remembered Master Wen's words, regardless of the outcome, as long as the technique uses mystic power, its energy. He said there was a weakness in the energy. As long as the weak point is broken, escape is possible. Yun Mu began to use his internal energy, silently thinking, don't run, normal people wouldn't understand. His gaze was cold, killing intent filling the air. He thought to himself, take the gamble. Yun Mu flew up, repeatedly striking at the enemy. He attacked while thinking he had a method, but Yun Mu angrily slashed low at the giant cage. This gate was too large. Lin Yi saw him flying back and forth, very confused. Laughed mockingly. What is this kid doing running around? Running around wildly and slashing like this. Yun Mu was a bit tired, panting heavily. Yun Mu zipped past. Damn, this method doesn't work. I haven't found the weak point in the barrier and I'm already exhausted. While thinking, several bullets flew into his cage. Yun Mu looked in surprise, carefully observing where the bullet hit. Didn't expect it to be effective. A small wet spot appeared. Yun Mu became cautious, wondering who had pointed this out to him. Outside, the familiar gun still hot, smoking. It turned out to be Duxing, using his skill to find the weak point for him. Satisfied, I can only help up to this point. The rest is up to you. Yun Mu sighed in relief, happily seeing they were safe. Kid, you worried me. Burden was lifted with their support. Yun Mu felt like a tiger with wings. Good, let's go. He continued to swing his sword, attacking the cage, the wind howling from the force of the sword. The cage now had many cracks like an egg. Just a small hole would break the entire structure. Yun Mu's eyes were bloodshot. He yelled loudly, putting all his strength into a furious strike. Outside, Lin Yi was startled, hurriedly forming a seal, realizing that the kid had found the weakness in the formation. He saw his cage slowly being destroyed, urgently worrying, quick, increase the mystic power. Yun Mu immediately gripped his sword tightly and shouted, just a little more, where's my thunder strike? Seeing him go crazy like this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Not good, this kid has problems. Yun Mu was fully immersed in the battle, his power erupting, his body glowing like a star. Lin Yi's subordinates trembled. Not good, his power surged suddenly, the barrier will break soon. Unable to resist, just as he finished speaking, Yun Mu broke through completely. His body was not the least bit tired, continuing to fight without rest. His strength seemed to be replenished from somewhere. The two subordinates standing next to Lin Yi felt the immense pressure from Yun Mu and were immediately blasted away. Lin Yi stood still, saying nothing, only watching Yun Mu. He shouted loudly, everyone from the Heaven's Rain sect must die. Duxing saw Yun Mu had secured victory, joyfully landing on the ground, confidently saying, good, it's done. He looked at his teammates, good, now we can focus on other things. Little Nake, little Nai Jai. At this point he noticed Nai Jai was not responding. Duxing wondered, is she fainted? He cunningly looked at Nai Jai's ear and whispered, hey, I heard you say you liked Yun Mu earlier. Nai Jai immediately jumped up. In her dizziness she threw Duxing's words back. What did you say? You dared eavesdrop on my secret. He blushed, looking down, silently thinking, I want to die, then tried to escape from this situation. Dixing reassured her, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, let's go. Naijai had a murderous look, holding a knife, thinking, why not finish him off, silence him forever. Dixing felt a chill down his spine. Finally, they arrived at where Yunmu was fighting. Dixing shouted, it's ahead. As they got closer, he shot out. A loud crash echoed. Dixing couldn't help but feel happy. Great, you really broke free. But Dixing suddenly realized something was wrong. Yunmu seemed to have changed. Naijai realized he's entering a trance. Dixing guessed, that's right, he can't control this power. Yunmu now had green wings and a sword, charging powerfully at the enemy, his momentum like thunder. Dixing looked at Yunmu's eyes, thinking, he could either become a god or a demon just in an instant. Wu Jing and his group were astonished. How could this kid kill an expert of the Star Red level in just a moment? One man in their group boldly rushed forward, dare to face the enemy, go die. Immediately Yunmu turned, smiling eerily, then quickly attacked. The man just exhaled in relief, but was instantly sliced in half by Yunmu's sword. Yunmu now stood among the pile of corpses, his body still relentlessly fighting, blood staining everything. Tonight, the people of the Heaven's Rain sect would never forget, the screams of agony echoing through the forest. Naijai looked at the scene before her in horror, silently thinking, so ruthless. Looking into Yunmu's bloodshot eyes, Naijai wondered, is this still the Yunmu I know? He's lost all reason. Linyi stood frozen, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, blood flowing freely. He stood in a daze, frightened, silently thinking, I'm dying, dozens of Heaven's Rain sect members, and he's killing them all alone. After wiping out his subordinates, Yunmu turned, facing Linyi. He looked into Yunmu's eyes, feeling an instinctive fear. However, Linyi couldn't stop. He charged forward, sword in hand. Don't underestimate the Heaven's Rain sect, damn, I'm the peak team leader of the sect. Yunmu stood silently, showing no emotion in his heart. That man was confident. Killing a brat like him was easy. He was about to surpass the rank of Red Star and become a super mystic. He hadn't finished speaking when Yunmu's hand touched Lam Giant's face. Blood spurted from his mouth. Yunmu smiled brightly. Everyone must face that fate. He now resembled a tied-up dog, unable to move, silently blaming. Yunmu dragged him around. Lam Giant's body crashed into several ancient trees, causing them to fall. In the sky, a brilliant light appeared, a scene that amazed everyone. He threw Lam Giant onto the ground, where he landed with a loud explosion. Lam Giant was exhausted, unable to resist, vomiting blood continuously. Yunmu let out an eerie laugh, drawing his sword, ready to unleash the infernal flame slash. The sword had an incredibly terrifying power. When Yunmu unleashed the mad blade, Lam Giant could only endure. The ground and rocks trembled. Everything was destroyed after the powerful attack. Naijai breathed heavily, shouting that she couldn't run anymore. Dixing was stunned. Yunmu had grown tremendously after the Central Region competition. Looking at Yunmu, he was utterly amazed. This growth rate was something unbelievable for a human. After clearing out the members of the Sky Heaven sect, including Lam Giant, Yunmu turned his gaze elsewhere. Seeing Dixing, Yunmu locked onto his target. He was startled and shouted. Yunmu charged forward, shouting his slogan non-stop, everyone must face their fate. Naijai was frightened. Was he planning to kill all of us? He screamed, Yunmu, stop, look at us, do you remember? Yunmu crazily charged forward. Naijai could only shout, reminding him to recognize them as friends. Seeing the distance closing, Naijai closed her eyes and screamed, wake up. Dixing was surprised, slapping him, as if waking up the friendship. He looked at Yunmu, annoyed, shouting it's too noisy, laughing so loud tonight. Looking at Yunmu asleep, Naijai was dazed. Dixing replied bluntly, that's right. His inner thoughts awakened, not the first time I have experienced. In the guild's mystics document room, the names of the losers were erased from the system. D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C observed the screen, amused by the loss of a name. He sighed and smiled lightly, Yunmu, you're really a troublemaker. From behind, the messenger reported, President, the major sects are sending a signal for an alliance. The person on the screen picked up the phone, angered, calling D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C, explaining why they decided to kill the whole team. He replied forcefully, explain what? Didn't they want to steal the treasure but the result backfired? Ask what you want to do with the young, arrogant general. He was silenced by D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C. The others laughed loudly. Old D-I-Letter 1EC7P was embarrassed. D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C asked, anything else? Want to continue hunting Yunmu? I won't stop you. The old man clicked his tongue and left. The Sky Heaven sect lost for no reason. D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C discovered a talented person. Hearing this, D-Stroke-Letter 1ED3, D-Stroke-Letter 1E9C was very pleased, naturally. After Dixing's slap, Yunmu woke up in confusion. Yunmu looked around. Where did the Sky Heaven sect go? Naijai explained, they were all taken down by you. Even I and Duxing almost died. Yunmu was still stunned, scratching his head. Everyone is dead, right? Before he could say anything, Yunmu ran off. Naijai shouted in surprise, where are you going? Yunmu searched the bodies, remembering the right place, finally finding what he needed, feeling delighted. He held the small tripod, finding the treasure of the Sky Heaven sect. This one was now his. 3 seconds later, the greedy one rummaged through the bodies, wanting to take everything. Duxing was surprised. You took the deadly asset with your own hands. Yunmu didn't care, took it away. Duxing changed his attitude, wanting that. Yunmu refused. Naijai was speechless. At this moment, Duxing's announcement sounded, checking the new information. He opened it, stunned. This is. Duxing shouted loudly. Yunmu was startled. Oh my god, scared to death. Trembled, blushing. I feel lucky. Yunmu thought, your family is rich, of course it's lucky. Duxing explained, you can survive, I'm sure you'll make it. The major sects just sent the news. No more competition for the Jade Pendant. This round's win probability was 1 in 300. Yunmu's face looked a bit bad. Duxing excitedly handed the news report. I won 300 billion. Yunmu smiled, truly a gift from heaven. 300 billion, truly wonderful. Then came the blow to Duxing. You think first about taking life for money, right? Duxing shouted, about to die. Yunmu fiercely said, the 300 billion is mine. Thi letter 1 EBFT intervened. His waist was about to break. Duxing was unconvinced. Yunmu irritated. 300 billion isn't that big. Yunmu looked at the betting board, irritated. Few people believed he could survive. It felt like the whole world wanted him to fail. He was curious about who bet on his survival. Every name surprised him. 6 people bet 1 billion on Yunmu surviving. All familiar faces. Yunmu cursed silently, these guys, but smiled warmly. Scene change, Sky Heaven sect, Divine Continent. A loud shout, I'll never get along with you. Chu M letter 1 EABN wondered, why is the young sect master angry? Than Nam continued. It said the favorite of the young sect master was raised to let others kill. Chu M letter 1 EABN was surprised. The young sect master has such a hobby, Than Nam said. The sect master also has a headache because of Long Yang. According to Than Nam, the young sect master cared about Lam Jian being a dual cultivation target, and didn't give him the void wheel. Now that the void wheel is lost, it's no wonder he's angry. In the dark room, Yi Qing lowered his head. He mumbled, does the star suppress the ability? Yi Qing calmed down, his eyes showing killing intent, wanting to see who suppressed more. Scene changed to Yunmu just left. Duxing asked, what's up? My clothes didn't fit. Yunmu curled up, replying, a bit tight, you're skinny, but ready enough, even changed clothes. Duxing handed him a box, this is your stuff. The delivery person brought it. Yunmu was surprised, even in a remote place, there's delivery. Duxing explained, the Lightning War God's delivery staff is everywhere. Yunmu was angry. Duxing said, luckily there was a delivery staff, otherwise, who knows, one staff member could take down Shizu Nu. The Lightning War God is truly amazing. Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you guys are fine. Not sure what he was thinking, he picked up a paper. What is this letter? Duxing said, it's probably the invitation letter for the Lightning War God's trial. Naijai was delighted. It's indeed an invitation letter. Exactly what you need right now. Yunmu was still confused, not understanding why this was what he needed. He was delighted, explaining, with this letter, you have the strongest backing in the world. Yunmu was surprised, backing. Scene changed to a busy street. Yunmu was negotiating with the boy, I'll buy it. The boy shoved Yunmu's hand away, surprising him. Ngo PH letter 1 EA1M hugged the item tightly. 3 million, no discount. Yunmu saw the boy looked like a frightened cat. Stranger witnessing Ngo fam haggling felt sympathy for Yunmu, intending to speak up, Ngo, hey. But Yunmu didn't care, agreed immediately, all right, but you must clarify the origin of this item. The kid took the opportunity to raise the price. I want 5 million. The kind person warned, hey, don't let him raise the price, before he only quoted 1 million. However, Yunmu still accepted whatever he said. No sooner had he finished than Ngo fam's account received notification. You got 5 million. The other was surprised. Well then. He was secretly amazed. Who is this that doesn't care about money? Someone nearby whispered, guess who this is? Both were in an uproar, guessing this might be the famous Yunmu recently. He also heard he seemed to be a junior general, and Ngo fam was surprised. A junior general. Yunmu saw the boy still clutching the item and spoke up, hey, I've paid. Can you return it also tell me? And Go Fam stammered that. The kid handed it to Yun Mu first, but I don't know where this came from. Yun Mu was surprised, huh? Go Fam bowed his head, whispering, actually I just took this, I only wanted some money. Hot tears fell on the boy's face and Go Fam said, my brother is dying, I need money for his treatment, sorry, I'll return it. Please Junior General don't punish me. Those around felt pity, such a poor child, even I feel sorry, if I had known, I wouldn't have treated him this way. Yun Mu shook his head angrily, brat, you dared trick me, go die. How can I kill you? Passersby enraged, are you a monster? Yun Mu then lowered his voice, if you really need the money, just take it. After a moment, Yun Mu looked at Ngo Fam again, consider it a loan. He turned away, advising, life is hard, but don't scam, don't do it again. Next time it won't be me, goodbye. The boy stared at Yun Mu's fading figure. Yun Mu's voice still echoed in his ears, our little shop doesn't have that item. After a while Yun Mu appeared, Duxing cheered, Yun Mu is back. Duxing hurriedly asked, how is it, found anything? T-I letter 1 EC3U and letter 1 EB7C KH I letter 1 EBFT, and I found nothing. Yun Mu disappointed, same here, nothing, today must be unlucky. Yun Mu quickly took out the items for everyone to see. I only bought 3 latitude eyes and 1 map fragment. Naijai wondered, a map fragment, just one has no value. Suddenly Yun Mu grinned slyly. Took another from the system, who said there was only 1. Yun Mu happily said, now I have 2. Duxing asked, what use does this have? Suddenly Yun Mu turned away, Duxing surprised, why are you silent? He Eris self-reproach, seems I wasted money, bought without thinking. Naijai shouted, hey, don't be upset, didn't you want to go to Ma La Ba Shadow Abyss? Maybe you'll discover something new. Yun Mu asked, do you two want to come along? Duxing replied cheerfully, of course, since we're going, let's go. Naijai scolded, you fool, your car only has 2 seats. Duxing looked at Yun Mu then said, then you fly. The Shadow Abyss is closer to the upper world. Many high-level beasts move down from the upper floors. This wilderness, humans come to refine power. Although dangerous, they still try to get here. Yun Mu's group of 3 quickly arrived. He was panting like a cow. Yun Mu kept complaining, oxygen is too thin here, how much farther? Duxing observed and said, far, we just entered the Shadow Abyss. See that mountain, that's the center of the abyss. Yun Mu lay down sighing, I don't want to go further, I'm tired. Duxing helpless, why are you childish? If you want to go, you go. Lying in a tantrum is also you. Yun Mu grumbled, you two rode the car, I flew the whole way. Just then Duxing noticed a stranger nearby. He immediately got alert and shouted, who's there? It was a familiar face. He grinned slyly, don't panic. Hearing this, Yun Mu quickly recognized it was Ryu Chen. The 4 continued walking. Yun Mu wondered, what are you doing here? Ryu Chen calmly, don't forget, I gave you the map. With your power you'll surely break the ring, so I waited here. Continued, right? TRI letter 1 EC1 U Thiern Tong announced, giving you 3 days to return the void ring. Yun Mu didn't care, damn returning it to him. Ryu Chen continued, heard TRI letter 1 EC1 U Thiern Tong is collecting blades to form an ultimate lethal array. Their young sect leader Yi Qing seeks a blade like yours to suppress the level. Yun Mu smirked, rest assured I'll get it before him. He coughed softly that. Pausing, he whispered, your junior sister, is she still well? He stammered, if time permits, could you help me meet her? Yun Mu suddenly stunned, heart tightening combined. Yun Mu became unreasonably angry. Duxing couldn't resist asking, hey, what's wrong? Yun Mu annoyed, leave me alone, just unhappy, want to hit someone. Continuously after Yun Mu arrived, a large ancient tree fell. He looked no different than a lumberjack. Enhu TR letter 1 EA7N also surprised. Why chopping while walking, like an angry child? Yun Mu replied, leave me. First lesson, never tell a slave of a girl you like her. Yun Mu was angry over this. At the same time, rustling sounded from the bushes. A golden snake leapt from the trees. Naijai screamed, oh my god, that snake is huge. Seeing Yun Mu indifferent, Ryu Chen stepped up, striking the snake with a heavenly demon dragon claw move. He warned, everyone be careful, this area has high-level beasts, we must be cautious. Yun Mu kept praising, long time no see, you've improved. Yun Mu thought this area has high-level beasts, suitable for spirit projection. Thinking so, he ordered the system, revive numbers 1 and 2, activate for the device. Group went further then stopped to rest. Yun Mu opened the map to look. But he quickly got lost in thought, these damn talismans only understandable with spirits. 5 million is not wasted, right? Ryu Chen called out, hey, don't just stand there dazed, the roast is ready, come eat. Yun Mu hastily put the items away, alright, he didn't notice. A strange hand reached from behind. Just then, Yun Mu finally noticed something unusual, and immediately turned around. At the same time, he saw a monkey clutching the map trying to escape. It realized he saw it. Yun Mu grinned slyly, good monkey, return what you have to me. The monkey frowned as if to say, what? Immediately Yun Mu was struck by the monkey's punch, his face twisted. He angrily chased it. Damn monkey, go die. You think you're Mount Nga me monkey, steal and hit, see how I handle you. Yu Chen saw Yun Mu running back and forth, gradually losing patience. Hey, aren't you coming? We're not waiting. He helplessly shouted, how old are you playing with a monkey? Xing had seen this many times so wasn't surprised, just leave him be. They chased each other for a while. Yun Mu had reached a large stream. The monkey still clutched the map, squealing as it ran, refusing to let go. Yun Mu chased it over the rocks, shouted, stop, damn monkey. Yun Mu reached out to grab it, shouting non-stop, give me the item. His sword thrust at the monkey, which, terrified, released the map. Yun Mu quickly retrieved it, muttering, damn, running fast didn't help, still had to get the fragment back. Monkey ran into the water, squealing angrily. Yun Mu watched, astonished. Went through. Unable to hide curiosity, Yun Mu immediately stood and followed. Behind the waterfall was a cave. Inside was utterly quiet. Yun Mu looked around and said, too dark. He illuminated his hand with inner power. This space is very deep, seems unnatural in formation. Yun Mu circled around, relying only on the monkey. Couldn't have created a place like this. After a while, he saw a figure flicker in the darkness. Yun Mu wondered, who is that? Feeling no killing intent, Yun Mu approached, calling loudly, hey, are you okay? Yun Mu noticed the other person did not respond, stepped closer and asked, excuse me, where is this? Why are you? Before he could finish, his eyes immediately showed surprise, frozen in place. Surprisingly, it was not a person but a set of remains, seemingly dead for a long time. Shocked Yun Mu, his body felt a jolt. He hurriedly stepped back and exclaimed, oh my god. He gasped and stepped back, cautiously staring at the skeleton. What is this? Looking closer, he wondered, is this a person? But why does it seem long dead? Yun Mu shifted his gaze to the jade near the skeleton, curiously asking, what is this? Greed flared within him. He carefully approached. It might be valuable, elder, don't blame me, you can't use it anyway. Suddenly a small foot dashed toward Yun Mu. Gibbon screeched. Yun Mu flinched and looked up, unable to see clearly. The gibbon charged like an arrow. Yun Mu thought, something's targeting me. Instantly the foot kicked straight into Yun Mu's face, mercilessly. A small explosion sounded. Stones and dirt flew in all directions. His nose bled. Yun Mu frowned. Damn, that hurts. Looking closer, Yun Mu realized the gibbon was quite large, wearing a mask unlike a regular monkey. It slowly raised its hand, preparing to remove the mask. Yun Mu was surprised. This is. The gibbon frowned, staring at Yun Mu with a hostile gaze, making a strange cry. Yun Mu gritted his teeth, thinking, so agile this Buddha. He looked at the gibbon. Why attack all of a sudden? Then thought, never mind, asking is useless. Immediately Buddha leapt into the air, preparing to attack. Yun Mu shouted, again. It punched and kicked. Yun Mu dodged continuously, but still slower than the gibbon. Didn't even have a chance to counter. Buddha struck the weak points on Yun Mu's face relentlessly. Finally, Buddha launched a finishing blow, pushing Yun Mu far back. Yun Mu fell to the ground, trying to gain momentum to stand. Glared at the gibbon, feeling anger. Buddha, damn it. Observing its attacks, he realized, this is spirit palm technique, and it can use mystical force. Buddha gave Yun Mu no chance to retaliate and charged again. Yun Mu startled more. He quickly summoned his sword, realizing he couldn't fight it barehanded. He swiftly slashed at the gibbon, shouting, damn it, don't underestimate humans. Yun Mu held his sword tightly and shouted, Thunderlight, come here. He swung the sword forward, but misfortune struck. The blade got caught on a rock behind him. Yun Mu panicked, this is bad, what do I do now? But the crazy gibbon ignored him, immediately launching a strong kick toward Yun Mu. Yun Mu tumbled on the ground, shouting in frustration, again you, lacking martial virtue. He began strategizing. In the cave, sword techniques are unusable, so number 1 and 2 must act. The system reminded, your spirit image needs to recharge, requiring 2 hours to recover. Yun Mu felt like crying, then what now? Isn't this a sure death? Just as he finished, a loud explosion rang out in the cave. Buddha spun in the air, then quickly steadied on the ground. Yun Mu emerged slowly from the smoke. Looks like I almost forgot. Proudly he said, I still know this move, it's the void kick. Yun Mu grinned slyly at Buddha, which now looked slightly startled. This one's mine. He quickly followed up with a kick, knocking Buddha over. Buddha fell, striking a large rock, leaving a huge hole in its body. Yun Mu leapt down from above, leaving Buddha no time to react, continuing his assault. Buddha managed to block with its hands. The gibbon was truly agile. Yun Mu continued defending, unable to deny. This gibbon's skills are no joke. If it lived in the mountains, it would certainly lead its group. Buddha's ability and intellect nearly human. Yun Mu's kicks were all caught. He was surprised. Where did it learn this? Finally, he stopped attacking, leaping aside. Defense too strong, can't penetrate. Yunmu immediately flipped toward Buddha, trying a new move. He swung and flipped, his foot striking Buddha's face, startling it. The force was strong, Buddha's mask couldn't withstand it and shattered. Yunmu mocked, "Mask's broken, need me to leave it for you." Seeing Buddha still standing, Yunmu was surprised. "It can still move." My kick was strong. Just as he spoke, Buddha bent to the ground, releasing a powerful aura. He was still confused. Buddha suddenly shot up a terrifying force. Yunmu was startled. Using high-intensity mystical force again, "Fool, stop." He watched falling stones, shouting in alarm, "The cave won't survive." Just then, a large rock fell in front of Yunmu. Looking up, he felt tense. This place is about to collapse. Yunmu worried for Buddha. "If we keep fighting, we'll be buried here." But Buddha ignored him, running toward the skeleton, surprising Yunmu. What's going on? Only now did Yunmu realize. Buddha wants to protect that skeleton. He couldn't let it be endangered, and moving the skeleton was difficult. "You fool," he angrily rushed over. Yunmu pulled Buddha's shoulders, jerking it back, too slow. He threw Buddha toward the cave entrance. "If you're hurt, stop pretending." Yunmu carried the skeleton, not knowing why Buddha protected it, shouting, "Go outside first." Fearing Buddha would rush into danger, Yunmu used inner strength to push it out. It was safe, but the cave entrance gradually became blocked by a large rock. Buddha looked at Yunmu, not understanding why he helped, concerned for the skeleton squealing. The sound of water flowing through cracks, the cave fully blocked. Buddha approached, unwilling to stay outside, couldn't just wait. Despite its small body compared to the rock, Buddha tried digging. At the same time, a strong hand punched the rocks. Buddha stared at the arm, astonished. Yunmu emerged from the cave, carrying the skeleton, stepping outside. The skeleton still on Yunmu's shoulder, he looked at Buddha. "I've brought it back." Buddha's indistinct cries echoed, giving Yunmu a headache. Buddha was happy, but Yunmu didn't understand, only felt trouble. Bold idea flashed through his mind, making him excited. Finally, he had it. Then Yunmu transmitted his voice. "Hey, elder brother, you troublemaker." He was annoyed, called her king, he said. "You count as a mystical beast too, right? Surely you understand Buddhist language, act as my translator." Mingna was surprised. "Huh, translate for you, who do you think I am? I'll kill you." Yunmu did not hesitate, helped lift the seal. Finally Mingna complied. The translation began as she spoke. "This white skeleton belongs to my master, no, better call it a friend. It never treated me like a pet, taught skills, even guided the use of mystical power, every day like a shadow. Years ago the master wanted to cultivate a technique, so he went to this secluded place, everything originally smooth. When the master was about to succeed, he was affected by the technique's reaction. Before dying, the master regretted, believing someone would master this technique, hoped I would help fulfill his wish, so I stayed to wait for someone with destiny and ability. I was about to give up, you appeared." Yunmu listened silently and seriously. Up to this point it bowed its head. "Please accept this." Buddha earnestly, "If you accept, the master will be pleased." Yunmu looked at the ground in astonishment. "Why me?" Buddha continued, "Because you are strong enough. I sensed you are not ordinary, you are suppressing your level. And you did not hesitate with your life. Also help me save the master's remains. I see your righteousness." After speaking, it held out its hand, face imploring Yunmu, "Please." Finally Yunmu could not let this monkey be sad. Exhaling, "Fine, I promise." Buddha was surprised, "Really?" Then Yunmu held the orb. "Let me see." Ko Yang Great Flame Technique. Buddha amazed, "How to cultivate now?" Yunmu was straightforward. "Yes, why not? I thought you wanted to see the technique firsthand, so I will cultivate in front of you." It stared blankly at him. The master had failed for months. Wanting to speed up was impossible. Seeing Yunmu's expression, Buddha was startled. "No, his eyes were serious." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu said to the system, "Scan the technique." According to the system, the technique had flaws. Yunmu was surprised. "What does this mean?" The system said the technique had errors when created. Theoretically, it could not be completed. If cultivating this technique, near success would lead to demonic possession. Yunmu was surprised. "Is there any supplement?" The system guided. Yunmu was pleased. "Good, switch 3 techniques first and cultivate simultaneously." In a short moment he learned 3 moves at once. Great Golden Restraint Technique, Blood Sovereign Overbearing Technique, Exotic Tendon Cleansing Technique. After learning, he weakened and needed rest. Yunmu looked at Buddha, "Monkey, elder, now I." To show you Ko Yang Great Flame Technique. He panted heavily, slightly tired. As soon as he finished, the orb flew up to the middle, continuously glowing. Yunmu continued, leaping forward in surprise of Buddha. He seemed to break through. A huge force flowed through his body, making him shout loudly. At the same time, a strange light shone directly onto the center of Yunmu's forehead. Enormous power appeared in the sky, like Phoenix Nirvana. Buddha stood frozen. Yunmu was thrilled. "Hey monkey, see that? This is Ko Yang Great Flame Technique." He seemed gathered from the wind. Buddha could not help tears flowing, Yun Mu excited, your regrets and elders I help fulfill. After Yun Mu completed the secret method, Buddha relaxed, believing the master also would. Standing before the fire to bid master farewell, Buddha was grateful, thanked him for showing Ko Yang great flame technique and farewell. Yun Mu sincerely nothing I respect the elder, the technique he risked his life to leave for posterity. Buddha poured the master's remains into a glass jar, Yun Mu said, so he departs without regret, and you are no longer bound. Buddha could not help praised, not bad, from today we are friends. It gave him a pile of good items, this is also a gift. Yun Mu observed, what is this? Buddha said, small jar contents unknown to me but master valued it. The card is a token proving identity, you also take it. Did not stay, fine, I must go, take care. Yun Mu also did not stop it. He shook the red jar, what exactly is inside, blood maybe. As soon as he spoke, the jar burst with red light. Yun Mu looked surprised at the ground, shouted, how did this suddenly ignite? The flame shot up into the middle, taking the shape of a phoenix. Yun Mu looked at the flame, amazed this is. Shortly after the phoenix shape became clear, he stared at the majestic bird. Seeing it, he was joyful yet overwhelmed, this really is. Yun Mu reached toward the phoenix, truly unexpected. Xing appeared from nowhere, striking his back hard, alone here, searched for you half a day. Yun Mu turned blankly to look at his friend, Xing. He wanted to tell Xing about the fiery phoenix, looking there, nothing remained, vanished. Yun Mu was dumbfounded or an illusion. Xing said, muttering, let's go, not safe here. For a month under Yun Mu's lead, everyone fought mystical beasts. Mystical power continuously grew. Nai Jai and Xing joined the Kim Star Mystics. Zhang Kai below also elevated by Yun Mu, sent to Qinglong Star General Mansion as steward. Only Yun Mu did not want to upgrade like old Mystic Forest level. He successfully condensed the third shadow, named it number 3, looked ahead surprised, female. Cold air made him let out a black sound. Xing happily ready, Yun Mu smiled, yes, done. He carefully reminded the root, Yun Mu calmly, don't worry, I'll get the sword from the tower then return, you continue cultivation, waiting for news of Kai Huang. At Zhen Luo Sun border as he arrived, he was startled, what the formation is under repair. Captain Wu replied, yes, long distance and overlevel transfer prohibited, Yun Mu bored, why not fix while alive, fixing now. He whispered, device problem is just an excuse, saw it with my own eyes a few days ago. Someone prepared a hidden needle, horrifying scene. Captain Wu continued, orders acknowledged, no need to tell, Mystic World will have big events soon. Small figures like me should resign, Wu De Shu, give orders. He gave him the item if agreed, take the order token to Qinglong Star General Mansion to find the steward not yet awakened. High pay, safe, bring family along. Yun Mu smiled, don't be formal, Captain Wu delighted, excellent, thanks young Star General. He continued, first go to the female city lord, independent formation trial of luck. Yun Mu surprised, female city lord. Yun Mu arrived at the female city lord, a large statue caught his eye. Yun Mu looked, exclaimed, this master is extravagant indeed. In front of his house, the statue was not small. At that moment a girl stepped out, are you Yun Mu? Girl was cold, someone invited you to come sit. Unsure who invited, he was cautious. Yun Mu took a private vehicle, thinking, female city lord sought me. Remembering old Wu's words, the female city lord was exceptional. Each ordinary person, by chance awakening mystical power, eventually became a warrior. She became a battle saint, not forgetting the hard-fought day, named Battle Saint Female. City renamed after her, female city was good for ordinary people in Zhangzhou. City lord also beloved. Yun Mu sat in the back, said, why would the city lord seek a small star general like me? City lord has plans, come and see. Finally he stopped thinking, tired, he left, got into the vehicle, letting them arrange. The girl led him in. City lord, I'll lead Yun Mu in. The girl stood up, you've worked hard, I can go attend to my tasks. Yun Mu looked at the scene before him, unable to hide a hint of surprise. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yun Mu began to think, this city lord, a true battle saint mystic, is the strongest person I have ever seen in person. At this moment the girl also began to speak. From her mystical aura, Yun Mu sensed something. You are not a bloodline battle saint. These words made Yun Mu startle immediately. Yun Mu observed her quietly from the sense of mystical power. He realized his battle saint bloodline was fake. This city lord truly is a battle saint. She continued, a talented young man really impresses me, Yun Mu. Let's skip the formalities. What brings the city lord to me? Girl responded, all right, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the global battle? Yun Mu replied, of course I know, it's a contest among talented youths of the 6 great continents held every 3 years. Each continent selects 2 or 3 participants. The leading continent receives more resources. Contestants are chosen by guilds, usually from prominent families' disciples. Girl got straight to the point. I hope this time the participant list is entirely global battle contestants. She looked at him. Yunmu couldn't help but feel surprised. He asked in confusion, why is this not my turn? The girl explained this year's situation is quite special. The Earth's energy is abnormal, and major changes will occur soon. At this moment, Yunmu finally realized the abnormal energy was the reason the battle arena encountered problems. The girl continued, therefore this year, the Global Mystic Guild wants to select elite individuals to participate in the battle with no participant limit. Both of us come from ordinary backgrounds, but I value you and believe you can achieve great results for Central Continent. Yunmu thought, this seems troublesome, completely outside my plan. The girl stood up, I will give you time to think. For today we stop here. Tin Nhi, lead this young man to the battle arena. Yunmu raised his eyebrows, unable to help but sigh, heavens. Outside the honor tower, the atmosphere was lively, with a large crowd gathered in front of the door. Han adjusted his hood, not sure what was happening. It was best to remain a little modest. Soon after, Lion rushed up, feeling a bit embarrassed, asking for permission to pass through. Nearby, a few people were chatting with each other. Who was it again? Ling Zhu. Yue Huan explained that she was the only disciple of the Sword Saint with a human form weapon, surely very strong, and others mentioned, who isn't a disciple of the War Saint. He followed the sound. It was Yi Qing of the Heavenly Dynasty sect, Lan Tianzhu of the Ice Palace, and even the Demon Lord, ranked 3rd on the individual leaderboard, had arrived. Another person added, I heard that the Moon Saintess, Than and Gayet is also here. Just then Yunmu stepped forward to greet them. 2 of you, what's all this crowd about? The other person asked in surprise, you don't know the big news. Not long ago, Yi Qing of the Heavenly Dynasty sect sent a challenge letter to Yunmu, declaring he would defeat him on the 70th floor for the reward. The crowd around heard this and couldn't sit still. They entered the tower to beat Yi Qing to the 70th floor faster. Yunmu was surprised. Why hadn't he heard about this? He realized that the rumor was true. Yi Qing had left a challenge. If Yunmu was a man, he should go to the 70th floor. If he had the courage, come and try. The crowd buzzed, but Yunmu had yet to appear. The blond man glanced at him, seemed familiar, like they had met somewhere before. Yunmu hurriedly pulled up his cloak and rushed off, probably just a misunderstanding. He was just an ordinary person. He thought to himself, so this group had entered the tower since yesterday. He had to act quickly or he would be left behind. When the crowd wasn't paying attention, Yunmu quickly entered the tower. Once inside, Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief, back again. He immediately checked the leaderboard. Those who had entered the tower were already on the 20th floor. If he didn't hurry, he would be left behind. He immediately focused his internal energy, preparing for battle to push through. This was Yunmu's army. The entire legion had set out. Inside, an impatient man lit a cigarette. The crowd kept murmuring. They had been in the tower for 2 days now. Why was there no movement? Though the higher the floor, the harder it was, but climbing 1 floor per hour was normal. At the same time, the leaderboard displayed the name of the person who had just cleared a floor. The man saw this and was shocked. Yi Qing had already reached the 45th floor. The crowd rushed over to see. Yi Qing might lead to clear the 70th floor. But don't forget, the Demon Lord had also reached the 43rd floor. Don't underestimate him. Another person said, wait, Ling Zhu will start her action in 3 days. Everyone cheered. My Saintess stopped at the 66th floor, costing 20,000 gold. Go for it. Jiang surpass Yi Qing. A boy beside whispered to the person shouting, quiet, look over there. The Heavenly Dynasty sect already had hundreds of participants. Even if Jiang of your sect leads to the 70th floor, the Heavenly Dynasty sect won't let it go. The 70th floor will definitely belong to them. Another person said, but Yi Qing, Jiang, and Ling Zhu had already reached the 75th floor. Now it's time to settle things. Who will be the first to clear the 70th floor? Yi Qing was struggling with the monster on the 70th floor. It furiously slammed its fist down at him. Yi Qing leaped up to avoid it, but from the beginning, he hadn't been able to strike the monster. Yi Qing gritted his teeth in anger. He was also very tense with this 70th floor. The monster was tough, like an octopus with mutated physique, really hard to handle. He strengthened his internal energy, but still couldn't surpass. Facing this monster, it was hard for anyone to get through. Compared to refined practitioners like me and those who could lower levels like Ling Zhu and Ba Jiang, it was really a big difference. He immediately struck the monster's eye with a powerful blow, causing it pain. The monster roared in anger, using huge internal energy, forcing Yi Qing to retreat. Yi Qing continued dodging, feeling the attacks were becoming more intense. He stared at the monster fiercely, sure he would win, plama. That moment the system announcement sounded. Congratulations Yun Mu, you have cleared the 70th floor. Yun Mu and his army successfully defeated the monster on the 70th floor. Ching heard this and was stunned. What? When he let his guard down, the monster struck him away, blood pouring from his mouth uncontrollably. Yi Ching was thrown hard into a rock. His body was in immense pain. He was unwilling. How could this be? The strongest should be me. This moment, Ling Zhu also received the announcement that she had cleared the 70th floor. Ling Zhu smiled with satisfaction. You really made it after months. How have you become so strong, truly a monster? Everyone outside was surprised. Yun Mu, when did he enter the tower? And he was the first to clear it. The crowd saw him and immediately squeezed forward, the noise rising. He's out. Someone shouted, it's Yun Mu, the one who cleared the 70th floor with his pure energy. He felt a bit proud but also quite embarrassed. What's going on? Why the commotion? I had already hidden my ranking. That moment a strong voice rang out. Yun Mu, don't even think about running. Grand fire formation, attack. He helplessly looked up at the sky. Not again. Oh my god, why do they always cause trouble like this? The elder of the Heavenly Dynasty sect stepped forward. Yun Mu, hand over the two holy weapons. We won't make it difficult for you. He started using the seal, unable to hold back his threat. This transaction will be returned with corresponding crystal stones. The crowd murmured. Turns out this is the elder of the Heavenly Dynasty sect, and he is also Yi Ching's master. Yun Mu stuck out his tongue in mockery. Aren't you forcing me? Calling it a transaction, selling and wanting to profit, shameless. The elder furrowed his brows. It seemed like a tough deal. Then we'll have to steal it. Grand fire formation, attack. Yun Mu looked at the cage around him. He felt bewildered. What's this? Realized this was a fire cage. Unable to hold back, he yelled, so hot. Someone in the crowd shouted, this is the grand fire formation of the Heavenly Dynasty sect. In this cramped space, this brat will definitely be attacked. The elder added, brat, quite agile but you can't run forever. Hand over the holy weapons. Yun Mu removed his hood. You people of the Heavenly Dynasty sect always like to tie others down. So troublesome, I said. The elder looked at Yun Mu, silently observing him. He looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze sharp. Don't play with fire with me. Yun Mu looked at the elder and said, like playing with fire. Fine, I'll play with you. He quickly gathered his internal energy, using the Yang Great Fire attack surrounding them. Crowd outside witnessed the pressure. The elder's fire in the formation intensified, and the mystical pressure suddenly increased. Yun Mu refused to give up, looking at the rising flames. Watch me crush your barrier. Yun Mu immediately used his internal energy, launching his finishing move, the demon fire. Crowd saw his momentum and panicked. The force is too strong, quickly move away. However, when the attack was unleashed, for some reason, it was sucked back by the cage, making Yun Mu feel uncomfortable. The crowd couldn't help but laugh loudly, thinking he was strong, but in the end he failed. How embarrassing. Yun Mu felt extremely tense. Oh my god, what did I do to embarrass myself like this? Really want to die. Yun Mu frowned. The system said it was perfected. Why didn't it work? The system quickly explained. Did you think water could drown water? He was surprised. What did the system say? These two things couldn't attack each other. The elder spoke. Stop wasting time. Grand fire formation, attack. Before he could react, the flames surged from behind. The pain quickly spread. Yun Mu gritted his teeth and tried to endure. However, he realized the wound no longer hurt. Strange. He realized it wasn't the wound, but the fire cage surrounding him. Yun Mu was startled, his body absorbing all the attacking power of the flames. The elder was also shocked. How could this brat absorb all the grand fire formation into his body like this? Could it be that he's elementalized? The elder was doubtful. Impossible. How could he do that? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Mu finally laughed with unrestrained satisfaction. He kept a cold expression, turning fully toward him, as if he had predicted everything. Yun Mu verified directly, if not mistaken then. As the thought flashed, he raised his hand, calling out, come here, great flame formation. Flame in his hand immediately blazed violently, as if revitalized. Those loyal to the celestial sect panicked. This kid absorbed the great flame formation. What is happening? The senior elder was slightly fearful. Kid, what martial skill is this? It matches our celestial sect's technique. Who exactly are you? If you don't explain clearly, you won't leave today. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, his troublesome physique unchanged. Turned around in surprise, Ling Zhu greeted happily, long time no see, everyone been well lately. At this moment, Yi Ching rushed over angrily, Yun Mu. Tonight, he naturally looked back at him without any guard. He grabbed his collar, shouting in anger, how many good deeds of mine have you ruined? Lin Jian's death, I demand blood from you. Yun Mu's flying robe revealed the jade pendant of the senior Buddhist. The senior elder was astonished. recognizing at a glance that is indeed the jade pendant. He immediately pulled the elder to hold Yi Qing's hand tightly. Do not act rashly. Then he bowed to the person, politely saying, I have met the Grandmaster. This action surprised Yun Mu He. The witnessing crowd could not help whispering. The elder bowed before little Yun Mu. What is happening? Yi Qing didn't understand, asking blankly, what is teacher doing? The senior elder dared not look up. Yi Qing knelt quickly, calling the Grandmaster. He seemed enraged. What is this? I don't want. This bastard killed Lin Jian and ruined my plans. The man cut him off immediately, I say. Kneeling to call the Grandmaster, Yi Qing is the favorite disciple. Now a rare moment seeing him look cold. The senior elder knelt hurriedly, pressing Yi Qing's head, truly sorry. Hurried, didn't expect the person was the Grandmaster. We are at a loss. Yun Mu remained puzzled. What exactly are you saying? The senior elder explained. The jade pendant on his back proves identity. He was startled, huh? Then he recounted the events to Yun Mu. Only now did he understand, so that's it. Speaking it clarified everything. Senior elder continued. Years ago the Grandmaster cultivated the TRI letter 1EC1U Duong Great Flame technique, traveled everywhere, then did not return. So that's it. Unexpectedly Yun Mu completed the sect's secret art. His mood was truly complicated. He continued kneeling, now holding the Grandmaster's jade pendant. So this is the Grandmaster. Please instruct how to complete the TRI letter 1EC1U Duong Great Flame technique. Yun Mu annoyed raised a finger. I don't want. Stop forcing me. Why make me help? Yi Qing irritated. Brat, you see him as Grandmaster, don't be arrogant. Couldn't hold back, shouting, you think you're skilled, then compete with me in the all-martial battle, even if I was arrogant a few minutes earlier. Yun Mu was indifferent, too shy. I won't go, leaving Yi Qing dumbfounded. He spoke, why join the all-martial battle, and more. Yun Mu turned sarcastically, you said I was only a few minutes faster. I arrived a day later. He was angry. The senior elder shouted, Yi Qing, do not provoke the elder. Yi Qing looked at him with fiery eyes. Grandmaster or whatever, one day I will avenge him. After talking with everyone, he went with Ling Zhu. She bought a can of beer and tossed it to Yun Mu. Hey, catch this. Ling Zhu found it amusing. Previously arrogant while the sect ruled central China, he didn't care, so self-absorbed. Yun Mu frowned. Who told them to mess with me first? I have ways to repay. He stopped, asking Ling Zhu, why was I notified even though I hid my ranking? Ling Zhu explained, you need to surpass level 70 to join the all-martial battle, even hidden still notified. Yun Mu was surprised, so it's because I hid my ranking. Ling Zhu wondered, you not going to all-martial battle? Yun Mu lazy, not going, too bothersome. Ling Zhu said, not going is fine. This year overly flashy, probably a plot. Yun Mu said, I'm going to find Duck Xing and Nai Jai want to come. Ling Zhu declined, another time, I still prepare for the all-martial battle. In the grand halls, Uncle Wen's voice rang, that's enough for today, end of study. The students left, he quietly wiped the board alone. Yun Mu returned, couldn't help laughing at the scene, wiping the board himself, back then forced to help. Yun Mu approached and snatched the cloth, only him this afternoon, hand it over. Uncle Wen tossed it, brat, finally agrees to wipe. Yun Mu was indifferent. Why look for you? It's abandoned. Besides, son returned home. Not to check on the old man. Hearing this, Uncle Wen smiled warmly. He looked at Yun Mu. Brat seemed taller. He was indifferent. Taller makes wiping easier. Casually tossed the cloth on the desk. Right, Earth has problems. Formation transfer unstable, troublesome. Uncle Wen said, spatial water stains appeared, transmitting great power, affecting formation transfer, making it unstable. Yun Mu asked, what is the crack? Uncle Wen said, I'm not sure. He said, forget it. Is abandoned house 7 still open? Uncle Wen said, open, new students still practicing there. Yun Mu left, having time to train. Uncle Wen said, you still complain of weakness. You are a talent of youth. He saw Yun Mu leave, called out, I'm talking to you. Forcing too much. Hearing this, Yun Mu paused. Time passed quickly. Yun Mu had returned home. He lay in the dark room. Uncle Wen's words echoed, forcing too much. He knew his father disappointed him, relying on himself to become stronger. He smoked, pondering. Previously he silently bore everything. Now it's different. With comrades sharing life and death, the strong cannot do all, rest a bit. His face gentle, smiling at Yun Mu. Try relying on your team. Sigh sounded. This words made him ponder. Uncle Wen still alone. Radio crackled, startling him. He stood up, heard the voice. Code Night Hound. New action. Depart immediately. Uncle Wen quickly donned a mask. Spoke. Night Hound received. Scene shifted to TRI letter 1EC1U Theern building. A long-standing, wealthy sect. Luxurious architecture. Outside, Uncle Wen climbed floors. Agile, even super thieves must call by phone. Uncle Wen stood outside listening. Yi Qing's voice rang. Are you finally retreating? A strange voice replied, why rush? I didn't say not to help. Yi Qing urgent, Li Yun, brat killed my lover, stole the sword spirit, can't ignore. The masked man said, rest assured, if you ally with me, your matter is mine. Uncle Wen was surprised. Yi Qing, the organization predicted correctly. He's scheming, who is the other? The strange light was pleased. Wait a bit longer, I guarantee. Only needs to reach the all-martial battle. Little Yun Mu is surely dead. Uncle Wen heard, became urgent. Finally he understood Yun Mu's target is Vu Ch, I letter 1 EBFN and him. Immediately, Mr. Van pulled out his radio. He had to report to the organization without hesitation. Before he could react, the building he stood in suddenly collapsed. Mr. Van was startled, quickly realizing he had been discovered. From the rubble, Yi Qing flew out, and a rat also sneaked into view. Realizing he was being watched, Yi Qing became furious, shouting, challenging life itself. A precise strike swept past the Prometheus flames swiftly. Even so, Mr. Van remained confident. Kid, if you are Prometheus, then I will be your challenge, see how I trap you. As he spoke, his hands quickly launched moves, drawing the tiger soul around him. As Mr. Van predicted, his strength surpassed Yi Qing. A huge explosion followed immediately. The masked figure stepped forward nonchalantly. Noticed by the mystic assembly, troublesome, even the darkness was revealed. A sly smile appeared. He absolutely could not survive, otherwise everything would be ruined. Yi Qing and Mr. Van continued their fierce battle. Facing his momentum, Yi Qing was terrified. The opponent's mystic power too strong, I cannot resist. Immediately after, Mr. Van summoned inner power, prepared early and sighed lightly. In front of Yi Qing, that hand was ferocious, as if wanting to crush him. Mr. Van struck quickly, speed dizzying. Yi Qing had no time to react. The chain on his neck broke. Clearly Yi Qing was no match. Even as deputy sect leader, Yi Qing countered with a crimson chain strike. Mr. Van dodged to one side, immediately launching a lightning strike at Yi Qing. Thunder chains shot straight through his body. Yi Qing screamed in pain. Not stopping, Mr. Van unleashed another strike, the lightning punishment, even stronger than before. Yi Qing was like a fish caught in a net, standing helplessly, screams echoing. At the same time, a mysterious figure appeared behind Mr. Van, truly a renowned night warrior, the night dog Lei Ming. Apparently a formidable opponent, he approached without Mr. Van noticing. His voice made Mr. Van flinch. Before recovering, he delivered a lethal strike toward Mr. Van. The mask fell. This time Mr. Van couldn't defend. Blood flowed from his head. Mr. Van's terrified breaths rang out, astonished at the opponent's power. Slowly landing on the roof, apologizing for my plan, today you will see. He stopped, looking at Mr. Van as if at a corpse, coldly saying, you must die here. Mr. Van weakly asked who he was. He slowly removed his helmet, saying he would let him die clearly. The jade rose was clear in his eyes, appearance startling him. Seeing the sly smile in that face, Mr. Van recognized the identity. Scene shifted to Yun Mu's home. He lazily opened the glass cabinet. Yun Mu brushed his teeth half asleep. Long without rest, peaceful days were precious. Lingen kept knocking, shouting outside. Yun Mu, open the door, urgent matter. He still had a brush in his mouth but quickly opened the door, called the soul early in the morning. Upon seeing Yun Mu, Lingen recounted everything. Yun Mu's ears went numb. He was completely blank, his eyes vacant, unable to absorb Ling An's words. The brush fell from his mouth. Yun Mu regained some composure. Yun Mu asked shakily, his expression startling Ling An. Paused, his breathing quickened. What to say here? Mr. Van's body was brought back, now only a cold corpse. Yun Mu approached, looking at his face, frozen in shock. Yesterday he was alive, now he lay still. Yun Mu could not believe it. Simultaneously, the doctor's serious voice rang out. The victim had been tortured while alive. Eyes removed, nearly all ribs broken, tendons of limbs cut, left leg gone. Everyone hearing the forensic report was stunned. Nijai astonished, who could be so cruel. The doctor handed something, checking the left hand. The corpse clutched a piece of chain. Yun Mu rushed to grab it, saying, give it here immediately. He was startled, shouted, don't touch. This must go into evidence room. Seeing it, a familiar face appeared in Yun Mu's mind. His whole body radiated a sense of death. Yi Qing. Just then he Ding and Lao shouted, I'll kill you. Everyone rushed Yun Mu. Ling An and Nijai were amazed. He had lost all reason. Xing, who knew Yun Mu best, rushed to hold his head. Stop. Xing shouted, what are you doing? The calm person gone. Yun Mu now like a wild beast. Xing, let me go, I must kill Yi Qing. Xing analyzed, now only one necklace, doesn't prove anything. Will TRI letter 1 EC1 U Thiern Tong hand Yi Qing over. Yun Mu didn't care, saying I will avenge TRI letter 1 EC1 U Thiern Tong. Xing said, fine, I'll go with you, but can we do it? Even if we can, then what? Killing the sect without reason. Explain to the mystics how. He realized Xing was right. Yun Mu angry but still rational. Never felt so helpless, Yun Mu shouted and struck the ground, cries mixing with Nai Jai, Ling En and Duxing's fury, all focused on Yi Qing. Finally Yun Mu sought out the female officer. She was surprised, didn't expect him to actively find me. Let's see what's going on. Yun Mu frowned seriously. I want to join the entire battle. She lowered her veil. Oh, changed your mind. May I know the reason for the change? His face exuded killing intent. In this match, a slip could kill the opponent. Female officer chuckled. Interesting. You say you want to kill that person. Previously said, I don't care why, just want to know if you have the motivation, that's enough. But most teams are 2 people. You want to go alone. Yun Mu slipped, the machine responded. Alone is fine. Time quickly passed into evening, the space tinged with gloom. Alone he walked down the long corridor, sunset casting a lonely shadow. Unconsciously, he looked back at the familiar space of Mr. Van's podium. Yun Mu's face showed pain, silent for a while. TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and GN approached, called out, Yun Mu, you're back. He stepped closer, long time no see, want a drink. Yun Mu, uninterested, turned away immediately. Lingen didn't understand why, but looking at Yun Mu, he also remained silent. Yun Mu alone went up to the rooftop, the surrounding space eerily silent. The voice of Uncle Van rang out, telling him he knew nothing, not even the power of a mystic. Yun Mu replied, no need to worry. He remembered the time when Yun Mu was hit on the head by his brother, called a fool, told to relax. Yun Mu felt pain but did not react. Every time they went for a drink, his brother would criticize him for not knowing what to choose, always ordering expensive dishes. Yun Mu didn't mind, after all, he paid. Those beautiful memories now only left him sitting here alone. Tears kept falling. It had been so long since he cried like this, like a child missing home. Tran Duxing appeared, telling him if he wanted to cry, he could cry. Why pretend to be tough? Yun Mu felt embarrassed, quickly wiping away his tears. He was such a hassle. Yun Mu explained, I told the city lord to introduce me for the competition. Yun Mu affirmed, even if I'm alone, I have to defeat Yi Qing. Duxing replied that he could do it. He hesitated, I have to, then remembered what Uncle Van had said before passing away, asking him to try asking others for help. After a while Yun Mu spoke, Duxing. Yun Mu paused, his eyes shining with determination, pulling me out. Duxing silently looked at Yun Mu. This was the first time he had asked his brother for help. Duxing said nothing, turned around. Yun Mu asked, where are you going? Turned back, looked at him and replied, where else would I go? Seeing Yun Mu in confusion, Duxing continued, just going to cross the tower. Scene change, Yun Mu lay dejected on the bed. Suddenly there was a system notification, reporting that he had connected to a new star. Yun Mu sleepily sat up, looking at the screen lazily. Ngo Pham was happy when he saw Yun Mu. Finally, we're connected. Do you remember me? Ngo Pham continued, I remember the last time I saw you in the underground black market. Can you visit the night market? Yun Mu did not hesitate, quickly heading to that market. Ngo Pham handed Yun Mu a bottle of medicine. He asked in surprise, this is life's holy water. Where did you get it from? Ngo Pham explained, not long ago, I took it from an old man. I remember you said you wanted to find this. Yun Mu was overjoyed. This is truly a great gift. How much does it cost? Ngo Pham smiled, saying, you don't need to pay. I've saved you before. I've lived here since I was young. I'm familiar with everything. If you need anything, just tell me. I won't take money. After that, Ngo Pham left. Yun Mu called out to him, hey, wait a moment. Yun Mu looked at the boy, unconsciously smiling. You've lived here since you were young. Watching the boy's back, Yun Mu felt a pang of sympathy. Life was truly hard. Scene change at the War God Temple. Yun Mu shouted loudly, hey, Sima, open the door. Is anyone there? A voice came down from above. Who's here? This is the sacred ground of the War God Temple. No entry. Yun Mu held up the paper, shouting, I'm Yun Mu, mystic number 930,664. I've come to find my parents. Here's my invitation. The voice replied. The door opened. Permission granted. As the door opened, Yun Mu was immediately surprised by the scene inside. Yun Mu looked around. This is the War God Temple. Though simple, it was still quite interesting. A stranger approached. Mr. Li said, follow me. The hall is quite near. Yun Mu asked the hall. He wondered to himself. Yun Mu's shout surprised everyone. Wait a moment. Yun Mu was led away by 2 people. He struggled, saying, let me go. I'm just here to find someone, not for any inspection. One person beside him spoke. If you've brought the invitation, then you are from the War God Temple. Inspection is necessary. Yun Mu activated his internal energy. Oh my, you all are really unreasonable. He attacked, shouting loudly, don't go too far. Lightning spell, an explosion rang out. Yun Mu, angry, said, "You brought this upon yourselves, not listening to others." Another voice rang out, lightning attributes so rare but. The guide from earlier casually said, "The attack just lacked a bit of fire." Yun Mu, furious, asked, "Is this the war god temple? My lightning spell can be easily received by the gatekeeper, so terrifying." At the same time, another voice rang out, "Who's causing trouble here? Tan Feng, the war general." This person was the war general of the war god temple, Tan Feng. Another voice rang out, "Old Tan, why are you running already? Haven't finished playing chess." Yun Mu saw a man sitting in a wheelchair. He was startled, and immediately shouted, "Old man, how are you here and so familiar with this person?" Tan Feng was upset. "Can't you speak quietly?" Pointing at the man, "Isn't this the war general? Why are you a civilian? How do you know him?" Zhang Min casually introduced, "I've been friends with Old Tan for years, or else, where do you think the war general came from?" Yun Mu kept babbling, "What's going on? I don't understand. You're the war general. How are you friends with this old man? He hasn't awakened. Lazy, gluttonous, foul-mouthed, a little lecherous. What do you want from him?" Zhang Min was angry. "Kid, what are you here for, to mess with this father and son?" Yun Mu didn't say much, threw the bottle of medicine to Zhang Min, saying, "Take it." Zhang Min picked up the bottle, glanced at it, immediately recognizing it as the life's holy water. "This is rare," Yun Mu said. "I promised I'd help my father walk again. Drink it now." Zhang Min did not hesitate, immediately drinking the entire bottle. After drinking, Zhang Min was surprised. There's a reaction. He was overjoyed, unable to contain himself. "It's happening, it's happening." Zhang Min's legs immediately grew back. Zhang Min joyfully kicked in the air. His legs were his own. Yun Mu was satisfied. "That's good. Your legs have grown back. I'll go ahead. Tell mom and sister to say hello for me." Tan Feng looked at Yun Mu, asking, "Aren't you doing any inspection at the war god temple?" Yun Mu replied, "No, I've joined the Grand War now. Joining the war god temple would be troublesome." Zhang Min asked, "What will you do next?" Yun Mu was determined. "There's 1 month left for the Grand War. I'll find a special training arena. This time I have to win." Zhang Min said, "The Shadow Arena only helps improve fighting skills with beasts. It won't help in combat against people, I'm being honest." He paused for a moment, then smiled strangely. "Do you need me to train you?" At the same time, at the city lord's mansion, her servant quickly came to report, "City lord, there's a young man who wants to see you." The priestess was surprised, telling them to let him in. Sheng knelt down as soon as he entered, pleading, "Please send me to the Grand War and teach me how to become stronger." The city lord was surprised. A young master of the Zhang family kneeling to beg. Has the arrogance of the Zhang family disappeared? Dixing pleaded earnestly, "I have someone I need to help in front of him. My arrogance is nothing. I'm not strong enough to assist him." Dixing continued, "Do whatever you want, please. Can't you see my sincerity?" The city lord was also surprised. The priestess did not answer but silently agreed, "If I train you, it will be very hard. You'll need to keep up." He turned and left, saying, "Training will begin at 3 in the morning." Dixing was grateful, bowing his head to thank. At the war god temple, everyone cheered, "Go. Don't let the war god temple lose face." The man who just came back from the supermarket walked by. "This is the representative of the war god temple, the undefeated fighter." Brother Tian asked, "What's going on?" The other person irritably replied, "There's a kid outside. He's defeated 4 people. He's even a common star." The undefeated fighter was astonished. The man with tears walked through the crowd, wondering, a common star. Yun Mu was still fighting. The ground shook, cracking open. Brother Cao raised an eyebrow, observing his opponent, Ice Mystic Power. Yun Mu sighed. As expected, the War God Temple is full of experts. Ice Mystic Power is strong. He was proud. If it's ice, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Solar Yang Great Flame attack. Immediately, a huge flame surrounded Yun Mu. Fire Calamity. Focusing his energy, Yun Mu shouted loudly, "Liao Yuan." The opponent was stunned by this power. Zhang Min looked at his son, wondering, thunder and fire together, how strange. Where did you learn that? His opponent looked at his hand and couldn't help but be startled. The bandage had completely melted away. With the advantage, Yun Mu continued to grow complacent and kept using his hell training skills, launching further attacks. This was the demon incineration technique. Just as its name suggested, flames erupted fiercely from his hand. Wu Zhai pushed through the crowd to observe. People were talking excitedly, "Oh my, losing again. Where did this guy come from?" Tan Feng seemed very pleased. "Old Li, your son is indeed no simple matter." Though Zhang Min was modest, his potential was actually quite low. Even so, he was still pleased. Could it really be that there's a method to truly change one's destiny like this? After finishing the match, Yun Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet another opponent was taken down. He smugly brushed off his sleeves. Uncle Tan, are you saying that your battle god hall is this weak? Who's next? Yun Mu sneered and called out loudly, who else wants to give it a try? Wu Zhai rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice rang out, let me practice with you. Familiar voice startled Yun Mu. He thought it was just someone else wanting to practice with him. But could it be that they really didn't take him seriously? He turned around, surprised to see his opponent this time. Yun Mu sighed, old man, what are you doing here? Zhang Min smiled cunningly. It's been a long time since you've done anything. Come play with me. Yun Mu was surprised. Don't joke around. I haven't awakened yet. How can I play? Zhang Min pointed directly at his son's face. So what if you haven't awakened, you little brat? He twisted his wrist and looked down at his son, who was full of himself. You rely too much on your mysterious power. Yun Mu snorted coldly. I'm not afraid of hitting this old skeleton of yours. Don't blame me if I do. Zhang Min immediately took a defensive stance and grinned. I've been waiting for a long time. Before he could react, Yun Mu hurriedly ran away. Zhang Min looked around but couldn't catch up with him. He couldn't help but praise, your speed is quite good. In the blink of an eye, Yun Mu had already stood behind him, and Zhang Min hadn't even reacted. He didn't hesitate for a moment and swung his hand, not just fast but efficient. Tan Feng stood on the outside, watching and laughing to himself, old Li. For you, this little devil is still too easy to deal with. Tan Feng looked at his old friend. He really knew this situation all too well. The strongest man who hadn't awakened, just as Tan Feng finished speaking, was when his fist was thrown out. Yun Mu was actually slower than his father. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just moments later, his scream echoed, it hurts so much I give up. Yun Mu glared, damn it, I'm your own flesh and blood. Why are you hitting me like this? I need to tell Mom. Crowd below couldn't help but buzz with surprise. Who is this man? I can't sense his mysterious power, but he's able to make that little brat unable to move. Zhang Min looked at his son with a smug expression. So what, little brat, how does it feel to be defeated by someone you can't sense? Not satisfied. Tan Feng happily interrupted, don't take it to heart, even I can't be sure I'd win against this old fox. He looked at Yun Mu and said cheerfully, don't think that your father is like this now. When he was young, he wasn't any worse. He only relied on physical martial arts to become the head of the battle god hall. Zhang Min quickly spoke up, that's ancient history, why are you telling him all this? Then he continued to ask Yun Mu, so little Han, do you finally want me to teach you? Yun Mu looked at his father. Zhang Min warned, it will be very tough, you might even die. Vision at the border of the city, the Demon King's dark realm. The demon cried out in fear. A thin rope was constantly tightening around its neck. The female deity was now incredibly fierce. The demon struggled, I surrender, I'm about to die. She frowned and shouted loudly, Demon King, hand over your shadow demon technique. I need it right now. After a struggle, he was completely intimidated by her pressure. I'll give it, please spare me. Duxing was horrified. To be able to easily subdue a demon king at the king level, this is the power of the celestial Star Wars. The female deity then tossed the large orb towards Duxing, telling him to take it. He took it but couldn't help but wonder, shadow demon technique, what is that? She calmly replied, if you want to grow stronger, follow my words, don't ask about other matters. Seeing her imposing aura, he didn't dare say more, only hesitantly replying, got it. Time passed quickly. A month later, at Black Dragon Island. At this moment there was a buzz, hey, why hasn't it started yet? The big names haven't arrived yet. Players kept discussing, seems like there are a lot of participants this year. After saying that, they stopped and looked up, astonished. This group of people is the representatives of the 6 major forces. The representative of the Breakthrough Heaven sect was excited. I wonder if anyone will surprise us this year. Tan Feng, representing the Battle God Hall, replied, don't worry. This year we definitely have some good seeds, I guarantee it. Representative of the Divine Holy Sect continued, yes, there will definitely be a spectacular show. The representative of the Sword Forest glanced over, old Tan is so sure, seems like he knows something. The representative of the Sea God Hall cheerfully replied, if he's so sure, then we're set. After all, this year the Battle God Hall has already sent someone, and the representative of the Full God Hall is also contributing. With the Battle God Hall's people already in, there's nothing to worry about. At this moment, Tan Feng spoke up, dispelling the rumors from everyone. Everyone turned to him when they heard, and he said, I didn't say this good seed is from our Battle God Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud announcement sounded, the Sword Saint of Central Continent has arrived. Everyone was surprised. The Sword Saint himself has arrived. Who is he? That combat saint, he seemed to have come with Ling Zhu. At this moment, a large man shouted, hey, Don't block the way, the introduction rang again. The great mountain heavenly king has arrived. Everyone, still in shock, continued to marvel as they looked up at the sky. The shadow of a giant bird flew across the sky, blocking the light. The crowd was in an uproar. Look up in the sky. Seeing the bird that radiated cold ice, everyone gasped, "That's that S." After looking for a while, they recognized it and cheered. The ice bird quickly looked. The one on top is. The representative of the Breakthrough Heaven sect was thrilled. The ice bow, ice snow saintess. The snow of destruction is here. Even the ice bow has sent someone. This is going to be exciting. Suddenly, he heard a soft water bubble sound. The representative of the Breakthrough Heaven sect quickly took notice. He looked down at the water, curious about what was moving beneath it. At this moment, a giant fish appeared, making everyone exclaim, "That's a huge fish, what is that?" Before they could wonder for too long, the introduction sounded again. The Sea Tribe Saintess, Hai Yue, has arrived. A familiar, disdainful voice rang out, "If it's a fish, go back to the sea. What are you making trouble here for?" One who just arrived continued the introduction. Yi Qing of the Celestial Dawn sect has arrived. The great mountain heavenly king laughed with pleasure. "The people who should be here have arrived. It's about to begin." Tan Feng remained calm. "Just wait a little longer." He looked at the flowing water. "If we don't wait, the little devil will miss out on many joys." Yun Mu sat on a small raft, annoyed. "Really? Where did these adults come from? They scared the life out of me." The announcement rang again. Yun Mu, the female deity, has arrived. Upon arriving, he frowned and glanced around. Why hasn't Duxing arrived yet? Next came the roll call. The first was Zhulin Sec's Zhang Yuanjin Ting. Yun Mu was getting anxious at this point, preparing to sign up before the test. Why hasn't Duxing arrived yet? Is he really that unreliable? At this moment, the roll call rang again, making Yun Mu confused. Yi Qing from Celestial Dawn sect, red cheeks. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this real or fake? Yi Qing, wasn't he still at Luo Pu Star a month ago? I can't believe it. How many levels has he broken through now? The moment he saw him, Yun Mu immediately felt a surge of irritation. Yi Qing, this time you will pay this blood debt. Next, the icebow Deep Thien Zhu Kim Tin stepped forward. Yun Mu did not hesitate, quickly reaching out to touch the orb. Yet the orb kept emitting a continuous ee sound, completely unresponsive. He looked at his hand in surprise. Seemingly, even Yun Mu did not understand what was happening. Supervisor announced that the female participant Yun Mu Fu Tin was not eligible to compete. The crowd laughed continuously, asking if it was a mistake. Fu Tin, go back quickly. It was said recently, a famous figure appeared in the martial world. Nobody knew how formidable he was. Laughter continued. Turns out it was a Fu Tin. Stop embarrassing yourself. Meanwhile, the female participant quickly spoke up in his defense, no matter what Luo Pu Tin thought. She frowned. Yun Mu So's achievements already proved his combat ability. Could it be he was disqualified just for not being a Kim Tin mystic? Yi Qing said disdainfully, the rules are clear. Must surpass floor 70 of the Tower of Honor and reach Kim Min rank to participate. How could he, a war saint, break that? She looked at him irritably, but Yun Mu quickly raised a hand to signal her to stop. Yun Mu shouted, who said we wanted to violate? Kim Tin is not the final level. Wait, what rank did you just say? Seems like Hong Tin, Yun Mu said while looking at Yi Qing with contempt. He was surprised, not understanding him yet, so what then? Yun Mu confidently mobilized his inner power. Look closely. As he spoke, the ground beneath immediately cracked under the force of his inner power. Yi Qing watched, gritting his teeth. Could it be he was serious? Yun Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, resonate, break. Crowd was stirred. Oh my, Yun Mu advanced. How could this be? Before he suppressed his rank, to break one had to find a deserted point. Each floor required unlocking nodes, but he did not stop. He tensed, eyes burning with golden mystical flames, extremely powerful. Yi Qing was stunned by the talk, already reaching Kim Hyen, advancing 2 ranks continuously. Yun Mu continued to grit his teeth and shout loudly, Hong Tin. The door opened, the crowd fell silent. Everyone held their breath to watch. Tan Fong looked at him gleefully, whispers still echoing, advancing to Hong Tin. This could be recorded in legend. The representative of the treasure breaker looked at Yun Mu with curiosity. This kid is really interesting. Immediately, Yun Mu looked at the enemy disdainfully. What is it, Yi Qing? Yun Mu smiled sinisterly, asking directly, anything else to say? Yun Mu lowered his hat, saying, or do you want to see me continue breaking through? But then killing you would lose the fun. Yun Mu whispered while passing, I know what you did, you will definitely pay. Yi Qing suddenly felt fear, his face pale. A loud call echoed, no more registrants, then prepare to start. Yun Mu annoyed stood aside. What is Trung Duxing doing, almost out of time? If not catching up, he would blow his head off. A loud noise sounded. Yun Mu looked up to follow. Not sure what he saw, his eyes flashed with panic. The newcomer even used a helicopter, landing very close to him. Everyone looked at the figure in awe. Look, a helicopter in the sky. The familiar figure in a robe quickly jumped to the ground. Duxing calmly lowered his bamboo hat. Greeting, I'm here to register. He introduced himself directly to everyone. Female participant Duxing. Yeonmu smiled, teasing, damn, you're too late. Duxing laughed, sorry, I didn't notice the time while climbing the tower, a bit late. According to regulations, Duxing also had to test his ability, becoming a female participant at Hong Tin. Yeonmu marveled, not seeing him for a month. Huge change, advancing to Hong Tin, hair cut short. He removed his robe, long hair inconvenient for training. At that moment, a cheerful voice sounded. The familiar figure rushed to hug Yeonmu. Yeonmu was surprised. Li Tu also came. She happily said, I'm here because Zio and I urged to team up with Thien Van Bao. Yeonmu was shocked. The two teamed up. Li Tu replied, anyway, there's no other choice. A cold voice rang out. Yeonmu startled, really playing tricks. He turned to look at the speaker, also surprised. Ching Yu. Yeonmu stepped forward to greet. Long time no see. How have you been? She replied directly. Everyone nominated me to temporarily replace my father as leader. She was annoyed, but that old man didn't need help. Completing the city guard, Yeonmu was indifferent, a reasonable gain. Lingzhu glanced at Yeonmu, eyes full of pride. On this side, Du Duck couldn't help but chuckle lightly, quickly covering his mouth. Then he burst into laughter. ISO, young man full of spirit. The crowd paused because of the noise. No. Looking at the man under the sun, everyone was impressed. Mystic Guild leader, Master Du Duck. Proud Heavenly King teased him. Still climbing high in old age, likes to show off. Du Duck said loudly, welcome the contestants to the 54th Martial Combat, wishing everyone good results. You are the heirs of genius. He looked at his hand, writing, now read it. Everyone was confused. Du Duck gradually lost patience. What is this? Can't find, skip, rarely meet, just break for fun. Duck gave the final word. 54th Martial Combat begin. The crowd cheered excitedly, finally beginning. He stood up. Harsh son, Du Duck said, begin ranking Yeonmu 1. Du Duck raised his hand. Light spread everywhere, lifeless world. Everyone felt their minds spinning, chaotic. Nut-type was stunned, mystic power vanished. What is happening? Yeonmu explained. The old man activated his power, suppressing everyone's mystic force. Duck turned, all right, round 1 check, body combat test begins. He shouted, Manhwa open. He was startled. Spatial skill is the leader's ability, unexpected. He explained the rules for this round. Inside were Manhwa beasts with sharp claws, fiercest at Hong Tin. Round 1 check is to enter the door and deal with the beasts, naturally. No mystic force, body and technique are combat support. Enter the door, life and death depend on oneself. Give you 1 minute to think, decide whether to continue participating. First tester by Sa Men Thien Than asked if continuing, pleased of course. Everyone marveled, the strongest in Tam Dai Hai Than surely passed the test easily. He entered, seeing a beast extremely arrogant. This is the Manhwa beast with iron claw. Looking at the giant beast, he confidently challenged, come forward if you dare. Du Duck pressed the external control button. Good, now let's see inside. The crowd erupted again. Nothing spectacular indeed. Gao Tiancheng could easily handle it. The words stuck in his throat. How could this happen? Yeonmu heard the commotion and curiously turned to observe. On the screen appeared Tiancheng's body, pierced by the beast. Everyone shivered. Gao Tiancheng had been harmed. Everyone marveled. How could he be so excellent in the Crimson Trial? Duck announced. Gao Tiancheng failed. Next was Wei Zhou. The crowd feared to joke. Even Gao Tiancheng could not escape. The weak had fled. Life mattered more. Du Duck showed disdain. Indeed, just a group relying on mystical power. Crowd continued to scatter. Yeonmu remained standing still. He silently watched Du Duck, his calm demeanor opposite. He quickly recognized him. Right finally met. The battle began again. Hongshan City, Zhang Shuai failed the test. The others were shocked, losing another 6 in total. None survived, better to retreat. Du Duck yawned, bored. Would the participants this year succeed? Call to see who has ability. He looked at Yeonmu again, wanting to know if he would take the test. Hearing his name, Yeonmu quickly responded, ready. Immediately after, he removed his hat and entered the secret realm. Looking at the monster, Yeonmu marveled. It was truly large. Charged at him at once, Yeonmu wondered at its speed. The monster immediately used internal power. Then it struck the ground with great force. Outside, people continued to chatter. Look quickly, it dodged. Representative of Fa Thien Bao was excited. Finally, an interesting scene. Inside, Yeonmu dodged while marveling, large body but fast, surprising, yet inferior to the old master in distant lands. Far inferior, the person he mentioned was Uncle Wen. Yeonmu did not forget that grudge. The monster refused to yield, growled, and swung claws to attack. Yeonmu swiftly dodged. It could not touch him yet. When he struck its face, Everyone marveled. Yun Mu's strength shook the beast. The beast continued to growl, hurt and angry, looking at Yun Mu with cold eyes. That moment an explosion sounded, everyone surprised by the scene. But everyone was wrong. He surged forward, eyes fierce. He aimed at its forested area, leaped forward. The monster had no time to react. Yun Mu grasped its long horns. A decisive move, he pulled the horns powerfully. Immediately after, Yun Mu shouted, driving straight toward the beast's head. Blood spurted, roars echoed everywhere. Outside, people were amazed he had defeated it. The beast's sharp claws rendered useless. The monster collapsed. Duck excited, well done, Yun Mu succeeded. Upon victory, he remained cold, blood of the beast smeared on him. The crowd cheered, so handsome, passing the test easily, he was the first. Li Si rejoiced, he truly did it. Naijai was also excited, must try harder. Yi Qing witnessed the victory, unwilling, disdainful and coldly watched. Next was Zhao Tianzong. Yi Qing successfully challenged. Duxing also defeated the monster easily, successfully challenged. Li Si continued. Tian Yun Bao challenged successfully. Naijai was next. Tian Yun Bao challenged successfully. Finally, Sword Saint Sect Ling Zhu Zio won the challenge. Or God Palace Zhan Wuhai also completed the trial. Qing Yun Sect Qing Yu, the girl related to Yun Mu, challenged successfully. Naijai rejoiced. Zio Wu also passed the trial. The group completed all stages. Yun Mu turned away, nothing more to watch, waited on the other side for results. A shout called Yun Mu stunned. Zhao Tianzong Zhuzai fan successfully challenged. Seeing Yun Mu freeze, Naijai worried, what happened to him? Yun Mu looked at the rider on the beast, since Qing Yu passed the stage. Clearly under a minute, Zhao Tianzong appeared. Pervert, Yun Mu silently observed, slightly suspicious. After the candidate finished, the round ended. Duck sat above, confident, directly dismissed the opponent. You have proven combat ability in harsh conditions, qualified for round 2. As he finished speaking, the stone door quickly opened. Duck continued. Yuan Ling is the hall for round 2 tests. Round 2 is dangerous, still 1 minute to think. Anyone unwilling to participate may withdraw. He added, if enlightened, deciding to risk life, step through that door. Yun Mu's group all proceeded, one after another. Naijai frankly remarked, deep corridor. Outside looks like small rooms. Yun Mu said, the hall is a space. We have stepped into the world he created. Everyone stopped before the door, marveling. The gate was huge. Man Tian Wang stepped forward to open the door. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, a Man clan member was here. Entering, everyone murmured, cold air, thick atmosphere. Yun Mu approached the statue, observing with surprise. The stone statue was tall and mysterious. He stared long and marveled, what kind of statue, so strange. Girl on the statue was special, face resembling someone familiar. Ling Zhu explained, this is the idol of the female love affairs, said to be for a special reason. She had not finished speaking. A scream of horror startled Yun Mu. Angry person shouted, what are you doing? The boy fell trembling. Yun Mu heard this, curiously turned, eyes brightened. Yun Mu looked at the female statue, eyes wide with surprise. As he spoke, his eyes immediately shone brightly. Yun Mu was startled, covered his eyes, embarrassed, not understanding what happened. Ling Zhu suddenly fell. Yun Mu panicked, shouted her name. His eyes slowly closed, sleep overtaking him, unable to keep his eyes open. What was that light just now? Finally, sleep took over. Yun Mu, like everyone else, collapsed and fell into slumber. Duda suddenly appeared, welcoming them to the second test. Now rest, but be careful, or... After a moment he added, you may not come back again. After a while, Yun Mu suddenly woke up, slowly opening his eyes after a brief nap. At this moment, Yun Mu was lying on the grass, blankly wondering, where is this place? Yun Mu slowly sat up and looked around, a rain forest. Perhaps the stone statue had just moved. Yun Mu then turned to ask his daughter, Li Ling Lung, earlier you said you sensed the power of the water source just mentioning her. She appeared. Yun Mu followed the direction Ling Lung pointed. Could it be that strange mountain over there? Immediately he soared into the air, flying swiftly, locking onto the target. At this moment, Duda began checking, hasn't anyone woken up yet? It's been so long. Over here there's movement. Duda quickly looked over to check. He suddenly exclaimed, congratulations to the Sea Tribe Saintess for being the first to pass the test. Only took 10 minutes. Next was the War God Hall's Zhan Wunai, also passed in 12 minutes. At the same time, the Golden Saint Sect's Ling Zhu also passed in 12 minutes. Next, the official Lady Duxing passed in 14 minutes. 1 minute later, the Heavenly Dynasty Sect's Yi Qing also completed it in 15 minutes. Ling Zhu was happy. It seemed everyone had almost woken up. The difficulty of this challenge was moderate. Suddenly she turned and looked at Yun Mu, whispering, hey, Yun Mu. Ling Zhu looked again. He was still motionless on the ground. She called out loudly, hey, Yun Mu. But it seemed he couldn't wake up, despite Ling Zhu calling out loudly beside him. Now everyone started to worry. What should we do? Yun Mu still hasn't woken up. Half an hour has passed, could it be that he can't wake up? Qingyu was extremely worried, she quickly shook him, shouting loudly, "Hey, Li Yunmu, wake up." At the same time, Dexing stood aside, his face tense, shouting loudly, "Don't touch him." He explained if anyone touches him, he will be dragged into the soul hell right now. We can only rely on Yunmu himself. Meanwhile, in the dream, Yunmu was running with all his might. Panted heavily, frustrated, shouting, "What the hell is this damn forest? Why can't I get out?" Yunmu looked ahead, clearly seeing the mountain in front, but for some reason, he couldn't move forward. Yunmu kept running. Ling Lung tried to cling tightly to him. Suddenly he stopped, touching a large tree in front of him. He couldn't help but shout, "God, it's this tree again. Am I just going in circles?" Still, he didn't stop, but continued rushing forward. He told himself it can't be, and so he kept running forward. After 5 minutes, it was still the same tree. Yunmu panicked. Is there nothing else? 10 minutes passed, the tree was still there. The mark on the tree's trunk was still intact. The determined young man didn't stop, running for another 20 minutes. This can't go on forever, right? He began to feel exhausted. His face pale, Yunmu couldn't help but curse loudly, "Damn it." But strangely, the tree didn't change. The cut didn't disappear. Yunmu sat down on the ground, panting, Ling Lung running around on the ground. He was extremely angry. Damn it, this forest must be haunted. Finally, not knowing what else to do, he hurled a stone at the tree base. The damn tree vanished. As he threw the stone, the tree truly disappeared. Yunmu was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? He began to examine his surroundings. Could it be that this place? Pausing briefly, he touched everything around him. Anything he touched glowed. Yunmu stood up, punching a nearby tree trunk with force. Finally, Yunmu realized he had not been transported elsewhere. This was his spiritual world or a dream. He smiled with satisfaction. This meant the world was created by himself. Yunmu now grinned triumphantly. Then nothing here was frightening anymore. At this moment, he extended both hands forward, trying to grasp the distant mountain. "Come here," Yunmu said, his heart full of excitement. However, the mountain remained towering, unmoving, seemingly resisting Yunmu. He quickly realized he could not let it evade him again. It was opposing his will. Clearly something here did not belong. Focused his energy, smirking slyly, wanting to resist him in his own dream. "Stop dreaming, I will not let you," Yunmu shouted in the dream. The world around trembled as he furiously slammed his hand to the ground. Soon after, the mountain began to dissolve. He exclaimed in surprise. It turned into bubble. Yunmu saw something gradually emerge, utterly amazed. Traces of ruins remained. Immediately, he raised his hand, trying to grasp the floating object. Yunmu examined it carefully. Could it be a shard of the floor statue? He speculated endlessly. Could this be a fragment of an old stone statue? At the same time, Ling Lung seemed to react. The girl kept crying out. Yunmu worried. "Hey, what are you doing going in there?" Suddenly, Yunmu was startled. "Wait, why can't I sense it anymore?" The link with Ling Lung was severed. Trouble. At this moment in the real world, he suddenly woke from a long sleep. He held his head, groaning, "Headache." Dexing exclaimed joyfully, "Yunmu, you're awake." He was extremely worried. "You've slept over half an hour, I thought you wouldn't wake." Yunmu stood up. "Sorry, what's the situation now?" Dexing replied, "Round 2 ended. Everyone has entered round 3. Turned back saying, "Then let's go quickly." Suddenly Dixing's face darkened, voice cold, "Hey, Yunmu." Didn't have time to turn back. Dixing thrust his sword straight into his back. "Go die." Yunmu couldn't hold back, spat blood, bewildered. What is this? Dixing's face revealed cruelty. Yunmu wondered in his mind. "Dixing, why are you doing this?" The sword pierced his chest, blood dripping to the ground. Yunmu quickly turned, breaking the sword. A piercing sound rang out. Blood continued to flow. Yunmu felt exhausted from so much loss. Yunmu looked at his friend, Dixing. "Why, what did I do wrong?" Dixing discarded the sword. "Why do this?" His eyes became cold and full of malice, for he was truly fed up with it. Dixing recounted, "From the moment you entered the main halls, I didn't like you at all, clearly. No one else liked you, but you didn't care, which made everyone very angry. I deliberately approached you to find a chance to deal with you. Just in time, the invitation came for me to join the alliance. I'll help him take care of you. He also wants to become a top-tier sect. Oh, and there's one more thing." Dixing continued, "Master Li Ba Wen was also killed by me. Don't think you could have killed him just because of Yi Qing." Raised his gun, showing a sad expression. "You didn't really think I was your good friend, did you? Don't forget, I'm the son of a rich family. How could I be friends with someone like you?" Dixing immediately said goodbye. "All right, you can leave now." But suddenly, Yunmu let out a sarcastic smile. Dixing looked over, slightly surprised. He furrowed his brows and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yunmu finally spoke, "A fake one." Dixing didn't understand. "What do you mean, am I fake?" Yunmu said, "First, Dixing never called me Yunmu. Second, If you disguised yourself as someone else you might fool me, but not this Ducksheng. Placed his finger on his chin, recalling Ducksheng's words, trust completely, Yunmu spoke. That person is someone I can trust unconditionally. He suddenly realized it was all fake. Perhaps this was the second dream, he hadn't woken up yet. Soon after, the fake Ducksheng quickly disappeared. Yunmu opened his eyes again. He looked around in surprise, but didn't forget to stay alert. Was this real or a dream? Suddenly, he heard a loud noise from the other side. Yunmu curiously looked over. Everyone was playing cards while he was unconscious. Looks like you're good at cards, hurry up, I've been waiting too long. This scene made him tell himself this is reality. Ducksheng noticed Yunmu had woken up. Yunmu felt helpless. You guys are really idle, not caring about my life or death. Ducksheng then said, what's there to worry about, you'll be fine, let's go, we'll wait beside and wait for the trial to end. The group quickly stood up and left. Ducksheng suddenly patted his back a few times. Yunmu glanced at him with a look full of disgust, asking, what's that for, you startled me. Ducksheng didn't reply, just raised a finger in praise. Yunmu furrowed his brows and looked at him, wondering what's going on. At that moment, the stone statue suddenly developed many cracks. Yunmu heard a strange noise. He curiously looked up. Just then the stone statue collapsed, startling him. The statue had broken. A strange object appeared out of nowhere. The stone cobra queen statue shattered. He thought for a moment and said, it seems someone has entered the second dream and successfully woke up. This kid took the Ling scales, who could it be? Hearing this, Yunmu was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, perhaps the scale I took was the source of energy for this stone statue. Soon after, the man said loudly, all right, everyone, look over here. He looked at those still sleeping and continued, if the statue has shattered, those who haven't woken up will remain trapped in their dreams. Congratulations to everyone here, you've passed the second round of tests. The final round will begin tomorrow. From now on, everyone can rest. After returning to his room to rest, he continued to observe the item he had just taken. Yunmu wondered, what exactly is the use of this scale? Why did Li Ling Long immediately enter and sever her connection with me? Before he could finish thinking, Ducksheng came out. My bathroom is ready, you can go in now. Didn't forget to remind him, before you take a bath, you should eat something, don't faint, I won't care. Yunmu replied, okay, I want noodles. He quickly sat up at the same time, a strange sound echoed, surprising both of them. Yunmu mocked, a new character appeared, surprising Ducksheng. City Lord, why are you here at this hour? The person who came was the official lady, she said. Tomorrow is the final test, I feel like. I should tell you the true purpose of this entire war. Hearing her say that, Yunmu and Ducksheng were both surprised, asking in unison the true purpose. Ducksheng asked, what's the real purpose? The official lady replied, you probably already noticed this year's war is different from others. Yunmu ate noodles while listening. Not only is there no restriction on participants, but the method of the competition has also changed. It's not a duel like every year but an assessment for promotion. The official lady frowned because the spatial water rift has appeared. Ducksheng was surprised. The spatial water rift, she answered, yes. She continued explaining, do you know what the highest level of mystic practitioner is? Ducksheng replied, is it the war saint? The official lady answered, that's not completely wrong, it's true in the environment of Earth. According to records, 100 years ago, a mystic practitioner accidentally discovered the spatial water rift. Inside it was a hidden realm not belonging to this world, containing things that experts could not analyze. One day, the mystic practitioner entered the rift and reached the war saint level. The energy released from there surpassed the war saint tier. The main purpose of this war is to select people to enter the spatial water rift, a rare opportunity. The rift only appears once every 100 years. Many people might never wait for it in their lifetime. Yunmu ate noodles while replying, so you want me to help bring something back from the rift, right? If it's so important, wouldn't it be better if you went to get it yourselves? The rift is very unstable. If someone enters with too much mystic power, they'll be torn apart by the rift, she explained. She warned, this trip is very dangerous. I'm not forcing any of you to go, but you must understand, this isn't just about helping me, it's also for your future. After hearing this, Yunmu became serious. He handed him a box. If you decide to enter the rift, you may need this. On the second morning, everyone quickly gathered. Duda also quickly came over, greeting loudly, good morning, little ones. Did you sleep well last night? He asked, with representatives from major sects behind him. Scanning the crowd, he excitedly shouted, why is everyone in such a hurry? All right, I will announce the final round. Through this cave, he pointed behind him, where a dark cave stood. There are no restrictions on how to pass. Just survive to the other end of the cave and you win. There are no rules, anything is allowed in there. including killing if necessary. The crowd murmured, killing. If you're not stronger than your opponent, you'll definitely be swallowed up. Buddha said, I want to select truly strong mystic practitioners. Naijai was sweating. It's like raising corpses. He said again, you have 3 minutes to think, and then we'll meet at the other side of the cave. The crowd continued to murmur, what's going on? Although the final reward is important, if one sect takes it all, isn't that monopolizing? This is truly inhumane. I'm not participating anymore. Yun Mu looked at Yi Qing and said, let's go in. Dixing quickly responded, okay. He asked him, Yun Mu, should we go in now or wait a bit? Yun Mu looked into the cave. I think there will be many interesting things in here. The difficulty is pretty high. Ling Zhu Dixing, let's go in first. Ling Zhu confidently replied, no problem. Yun Mu thought the strategy of Qing Yu, Lu Nak Ket and Lai Si is quite weak. You guys wait outside and come in later. We'll kill beasts to lessen the pressure for you. Yun Mu warned, but you all have to be careful. The greatest danger isn't the beasts. It's the people right now. Countless eyes are on them, as if they want to eat them alive. 3 girls also carefully observed. Naijai replied, all right, all right. Dixing glanced at him, silently praising, Yun Mu, you've really grown into an excellent leader. Yun Mu reminded them once more, all right, everyone, this is the final challenge, don't die now. After that, he stepped forward to lead the way. Let's go. As they entered, they saw dead bodies lying around, probably caused by those who came before them. Yun Mu scanned the surroundings. The beasts here aren't easy to deal with, they're all elites. Ling Zhu stayed alert, be careful. I sense a very unusual presence up ahead. She had just finished speaking when suddenly loud, agonizing screams echoed from within the deep cave, causing everyone to shudder. Someone was crying out. Yun Mu looked inside, his face turning pale like a banana leaf. Oh my god. He looked at the monster in front of him, unable to stop himself from feeling terrified. What is that? As it growled, its gigantic mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. Dixing looked on and couldn't help but praise, this beast is really big. Everyone saw the people lying motionless on the ground, feeling a chill run down their spine. This time it's over, this creature is too powerful. Dixing commented, all 10 of us combined would have trouble defeating it. At this moment at the cave entrance, Naijai seemed irritated, this place is so dark, it's uncomfortable. Everyone began slowly moving deeper. Li Si glanced around. Everything was pitch black, nothing could be seen clearly. At the same time, a man jumped out of the darkness, a wicked smile spreading across his face. How lucky, the entire team is made up of women. He looked at her with a smug expression and shouted, I've got her. But is this girl so easy to bully? Li Si pulled a sharp knife from her sleeve. With a lightning-fast slash, she stabbed the opportunist. He didn't have time to react, let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground. Naijai looked at her, unable to hide her admiration. I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Li Si spoke, never give the enemy a chance to fight back. She frowned, her face serious as she continued, this is what Yun Mu taught me. Li Si couldn't help but tease. Don't you have any self-awareness? You think you can stand next to Yun Mu like this? Don't you know, you're not the only one who wants to stand by Yun Mu. Naijai couldn't hold back, who do you think you are? You and Yun Mu make so much noise. Qing Yu then stopped. These two are really brave. Li Si yelled, what, not satisfied, what do you want to do? I'll tell you, I even like Yun Mu more than you. In terms of heart and understanding, you can't surpass me. Over here, the dragon was still fiercely trampling on the people beneath its feet. Many lives had already been taken. Yun Mu sneered, so tragic, it seems like it couldn't win against the stone. He looked around but couldn't find Yi Qing's body. There must be another way to get through here. Dixing still maintained his inner strength, his sharp gaze scanning the area there. Yun Mu looked over in surprise. Our Dixing is like a prophet, he continued. There's an exit behind the dragon. Yun Mu thought, if that's the case, we just need to get past the dragon, no need to defeat it. He was smug, cracking his knuckles and looking over. This will be easy. Soon after, Yun Mu moved toward the dragon. Though I can't kill you, those who want to kill me will surely have to put in some effort. As soon as the dragon saw him, it immediately opened its mouth wide. Yun Mu gleefully shouted, know how to play with fire. You're in for it now, you've hit the barrel of a gun. On this side, he still maintained his inner strength, his eyes glowing red, preparing to use the great Yang Flame technique. Soon after, both sides began to engage in a fire battle. Yun Mu didn't back down. Dixing cried out, oh my god, it's so hot. He looked at his friend, his face pale. Is he dead? Ling Zhu stood still, watching without doing anything. On this side, Yun Mu couldn't help but yell, can't you let someone finish speaking? We haven't said anything yet. He stepped out of the flames, a chance to act cool had been missed. The dragon looked at him in surprise, and he still stood still. Ling stood in front of it, sorry, please let me pass, but the dragon wasn't going to let him go so easily. The flames began to spew towards him. Yun Mu disdainfully replied, forget it, it's pointless, keep spewing, your throat is going to break. The dragon couldn't believe that he was so strong. tears began to well up. It started to doubt the life of a dragon. He yelled loudly, calling everyone over. "Hey, both of you come over quickly. It's not hard," Ling Zhu helplessly said. "Easy for you to say. Does he think everyone is like him?" Dixing spoke up, complaining won't help. Everything must be overcome. Soon after, he continued to increase his inner strength. His body started to shine, his eyes sparkling. He began calculating the dragon's attack speed, about 0.675 seconds. The flame-spitting speed was about 0.84 seconds, combined with its usual habits. Immediately, he smiled proudly, charging towards the cave entrance. "I see it. That's the path we can take." Upon hearing him, the dragon was also surprised. He rushed directly towards the dragon. Most of its attacks were ineffective. Dixing quickly reached his destination. Bingo, my calculations were right. Right after that, the dragon spat fire at him again. Dixing was startled. This isn't right. 0.2 seconds faster than expected. This isn't good. The dragon continued to spit fire. The flames blazed. Dixing couldn't avoid it, shouting out. Ling Zhu watched the scene, shocked, shouting Dixing. But he wasn't a minor character. After the flames died down, Dixing was gasping for breath. That was really dangerous just now. He shot up into the air, thankfully adding 0.5 seconds to make up for the mistake. Dixing then stepped on the dragon's head. "Sorry, just borrowing a little strength." He landed satisfied next to Yun Mu. "I'm through." Yun Mu couldn't help but praise. "Look at you, your eyes are so sharp, you can see through everything." Dixing smugly replied, "Of course, no matter your inner strength or techniques, I can see through all of it." Hearing this, his face twisted slightly, thinking to himself, Dixing is through. Soon after, he shouted loudly, "Hey, Ling Zhu, hurry up. It's really not hard." Ling Zhu sighed. "Why do I have to work with these two?" What else could she do? Thinking this, she immediately accelerated and charged forward. Ling Zhu dodged while thinking to herself, "Who told me to be the older sister? I have to endure." In the end, she easily blocked one attack. The dragon couldn't pose a challenge to the three of them. As they neared the cave entrance, Ling Zhu silently felt satisfied. "We made it." At this moment, Yun Mu urgently shouted, "Snow treatment, watch out behind you." The dragon prepared to breathe fire again. Ling Zhu was startled. This isn't good. Yun Mu now panicked, rushing up, shouting, "Give me your hand, hurry." Ling Zhu dashed over, reaching out to him, but she couldn't help but panic. No, it's too late. As soon as their hands met, Ling Zhu tightened her grip. Yun Mu was pulled over forcefully, surprised and startled. Who would have thought she would push her guy out to block the flames? "Sorry, just borrowing you for a bit." Ling Zhu comforted herself. "After all, as the older sister, I have this right." The flames erupted again. Yun Mu yelled, "Damn it." His face was scorched. He struggled to suppress his anger and kept muttering. Ling Zhu had to lower her voice. "Don't be angry anymore. The situation was too urgent back then. Can't you understand your sister?" Yun Mu showed an unhappy expression. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. "Really, sister, don't block in front of me anymore." The scream still echoed from the cave. "What, clearly you blocked in front of me?" Turns out the two girls had gotten into a quarrel. Naijai was angry. "Why are you so annoying?" Li Si glared. "You're the evil spirit." King Yu looked on, feeling jealous. "If only I could be as free as they are." Li Si still wouldn't stop. "Do you want to fight?" Naijai wouldn't back down. "If you want to, come at any time." Yun Mu was surprised. "What's going on? Aren't they teammates?" Dixing looked up. "Finally, it's starting. I've been waiting for this for so long." And of course, the three girls had to fight the dragon. Li Si was knocked far away. The dragon saw her in a weakened state and tried to claw at her head. But Naijai quickly moved forward, delivering a solid blow to protect Li Si. Despite the situation, they were still arguing. Naijai shouted, "What are you waiting for? Forget about her." Li Si yelled, "Mind your own business." The dragon opened its mouth wide. Naijai glanced and already guessed. It's going to breathe fire again. Mu shouted loudly, "Idiot, run quickly, you'll die." But it seemed too late. The two girls stood frozen, watching the flames rush toward them. The huge flames descended, rocks and dirt flying in all directions. Yunmu saw this and yelled loudly, "Naijai Li Si." Immediately a powerful strike was launched, its force unimaginable. Truly Qingyu, she embraced the two people, sighing in relief. It was indeed too dangerous, no time to prepare. Yunmu was surprised. Qingyu looked at everyone and said, "You go ahead, I've withdrawn from the competition. You three don't have the strength to overcome this dragon. Keeping your lives is already hard enough. No need to risk your lives." Yunmu spoke loudly, "Don't worry, I'll bring your share back." She happily thanked him. An angry voice rang out, making Qingyu startle, unable to accept it. See, the youngest, cried out in frustration. "Clearly I've tried my best to grow stronger. I've decided to catch up with him. Why is the result still not there? So unwilling." Qingyu led the two girls outside. "If you're unwilling, next time just get stronger. At least you'll have enough courage to pursue." Yunmu didn't want to say more. "Let's go. The exit might be near." He followed Yunmu, and soon they were outside. Yunmu happily shouted, "We're out." Look through the colorful round hole. This is the space crack. Is it safe? A while later, the voice of Duda echoed again. There are still about 30-40 people left. He adjusted his collar with satisfaction. Congratulations to everyone for passing round 3. King of the vast heaven was excited. Does that mean we can enter the space crack now? Duda quickly said, don't rush, I'm about to explain. There are 2 ways to enter the space crack. The first option is to wait another hour. When the energy in the crack stabilizes, everyone can enter. The second option continued coldly. Now entering could only allow 8 people to enter. Afterward, the energy in the crack will refill, and no one else can enter. Wu Enhai listened quietly, his face expressionless. Stopping for a moment, the crucial point was revealed. Someone will die. Hearing that, Yun Mu's face grew serious. After finishing his explanation, Duda turned and left. What you want to do is up to you. Good luck. King of the vast heavens spoke again. If we wait an hour, everyone can go in, then why not wait? Don't you think so? Hai Yue spoke. It's probably not that simple. Yun Mu spoke. Everyone be careful. The situation is not as smooth as it seemed. Everyone began to chatter. Just 1 hour, just wait a little longer and we'll pass. Yes, just wait a little. But the other person silently laughed in disdain. A bunch of fools. If you want to wait, then wait by yourselves. I'm not waiting for you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the air. He unleashed a powerful lightning strike, lighting up the surrounding space. That sly man couldn't hide his glee, success. But before he could celebrate, his head was chopped off before he could react. Those below looked at the scene in shock. What's going on? Who set off the flare? Another person shouted, want to go in first by yourself. Are you looking to die? Damn it, I'm not waiting either. Chaotic battle erupted. Little brat, I knew you weren't being honest. What trick are you playing? I'm going in first, go die. Duda stood watching the chaos before him and laughed in disdain. Just as always, I told you, there's no profound logic here, only those who don't act for personal gain will be destroyed. As he spoke, his face turned gloomy and eerie. Another man, pleased with himself, charged toward the gate. I'll be the first to enter the crack. But just as he was about to reach the door, he was attacked. King of the vast heaven stood watching the chaos. Surprised, why are they still fighting? Aren't they waiting? Ayue rushed forward, blocking the strike for her brother. What are you waiting for? The situation has changed. Go ahead. The black-haired man with a sword thrust it towards her. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. This woman doesn't want to die. Move aside. Lingzhu couldn't be bullied. With one strike, she severed the black-haired man's head. The two stood back to back. She was worried. What should Yun Mu do now? You said, sister and Duk Sheng, get ready to enter the crack. Lingzhu was surprised. What about you? Yun Mu replied, never mind me, I still have unfinished business. Couldn't hide the cunning in his eyes. I've waited for this moment for so long. Looking back at Yi Qing, he was attacking wildly. A powerful chain strike launched. The other person barely had time to scream before exploding. Screamed wildly, useless trash, no one will survive. At the same time, Yun Mu found him and kicked Yi Qing away. He struggled to stand, shouting, who's there? Yun Mu slowly descended, his aura overwhelming. I told you. Take your dog's head. Yun Mu's gaze was fiery. Every time he saw Yi Qing, the hatred inside him flared. He shouted, Yun Mu, for the grudge of Lamb Giant, I want you to pay with your life. Yun Mu couldn't hold back the old glass. I'll return those words to you. Two charged at each other. Two forces collided violently. It seemed like Yun Mu and Yi Qing's strength was on par. You didn't want to break through early to make killing him more interesting. Yun Mu didn't give him a second to breathe, continuing to strike Pulamidu Jiwe. Yi Qing wouldn't give up either. He unleashed the fiery dragon's roar, but Yun Mu quickly grabbed his hand. Yun Mu glared, immediately swinging his hand to strike the enemy. The two were like fierce beasts, charging at each other. No victor yet. Crowd around seized the opportunity. Now's the time to ambush, kill them all. The words from these people made Yun Mu furious. He scanned them with his eyes. Yi Qing wouldn't leave these opportunists alone. He continued to use his inner strength to unleash the chain strike. Everything around exploded. The result for these people could only be one. Yun Mu, furious, punched him hard in the face. Damn it, die, avenge my master. Yi Qing wouldn't give up either. He slammed Yun Mu's face into his knee, shouting, you're strong too. The two continued fighting. Yun Mu yelled, I've waited too long. I need my chance to kill you. Yi Qing responded, I've waited for this day too. Blood covered his face, but Yun Mu didn't stop, charging forward again. Yi Qing wasn't easy to defeat. Even though he was beaten, he showed no sign of giving up. Two flames clashed. If these two weren't rivals, it would be hard for anyone to defeat them. A massive explosion sounded throughout the area, as if there were explosive chips attached. Yi Qing fell but quickly got up, ready to charge again. Yun Mu didn't delay either. His main target was to eliminate him. Yi Qing slowly stood up, sneering, thinking about it. It's really interesting, you say you want revenge. In reality, we're both using the same moves. Yun Mu's goal is the same as mine. You are me, I am you. What he said wasn't wrong, the two were like shadows. Yi Ching coldly said, actually, we're the same kind of people, we fight, but I easily defeat my opponent. Wu Enhai watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh, truly a joke. Lingzhu cleared the way, Dexing was worried, we have to hurry. The brat from the battle god's palace has entered, looking around, why haven't we seen Yun Mu? Lingzhu shouted, he told us to go ahead, don't worry with him, we'll be fine. Dexing worried, gritting his teeth, Yun Mu. In the end, they decided to listen to him. Charging forward, the people over there were noisy, 2 more have entered, now only 5 spots left. Meanwhile, Yun Mu and Yi Ching continued fighting. Anyone who intervened would pay the price. Yun Mu flew up high, sneering, we really are the same kind of people. Self-deceiving, stop making a fool of yourself. Ching interrupted, we have the same goal, you avenge your master, I avenge my lover, we are doing the same thing. He still could not help feeling annoyed, so what, I am me, not cunning like you. Yi Ching replied, right, I am not from the orthodox sect and you, what will you do? He looked at him with contempt, weren't you just using others to protect yourself? Hearing this, his expression changed slightly. As the words ended, the two clashed again, neither winning, neither yielding. On the other side, the battle was fierce. Hu Man Tian Wang struck and shouted, move aside. Hai Yue, sister, be alert. He did not notice behind. Someone intends to assassinate. That man shouted, move aside, Yue. Hu Man Tian Wang was startled, what now? At that moment from somewhere, a heavenly destruction frost struck, freezing the enemy. The girl angrily struck down, unbearable. Hu Man Tian Wang was surprised, my Tianzu. The door remained wide open, waiting for the next. How many corpses littered the path inside? Hai Yue quickly flew up, shouted to her brother, why still standing there, hurry. Hu Man Tian Wang was terrified indeed. So they successfully entered, the group outside was angry. 3 more had entered, few chances left. Yun Mu still faced Yi Ching, right? I am not one to selflessly give. Yi Ching replied, I am not a good person, cannot be a hero. Yun Mu, what about you? He spoke again, I act for my own benefit, yet I met people I want to protect, and they are willing to protect me. Thus we are different. My assets are what others do not have, but his words surprised Yi Ching. He paused, inner strength surged, declared powerfully, if anyone violates these, no matter who, they will not fare well. As he spoke, Yun Mu immediately launched Karma Fire at Yi Ching. Yi Ching did not hesitate either, speak no more. His attack followed, Karma Fire. A loud explosion resounded. Their battle was extremely tense. Blood still flowed. Yun Mu seized the opportunity to surge forward. His flames surrounded by lightning. His power now overwhelmed Yi Ching. He quickly recognized Yun Mu's strength. Yi Ching became cautious. What is this mystical power with lightning attribute? This kid has 2 attributes. Flames enveloped Yi Ching, he thought not good. He immediately flew up to avoid, troublesome, I am not your nanny. Suddenly from behind Yi Ching, a figure quickly flew to shield him. Yun Mu looked at this figure, felt somewhat familiar, yet very surprised, what is this? The figure spoke to Yi Ching, you find the gap first, I will handle here. Yi Ching stunned, but figure confirmed, I will act as promised, you go first. Yun Mu spoke, from the first round I sensed your oddity, finally cannot hide your true face. He was certainly not a mere member of Zhao Tianzong. Given his power and Yi Ching's treatment, it was easy to see. He immediately removed his disguise, such a detestable kid. People like you I hate most, but fine. The true enemy had appeared, this transformation suit is uncomfortable. He exhaled in relief after shedding it, it was stifling. Realizing his true identity, Yun Mu was stunned, you are not representative of the holy heavenly sect. He laughed, no, this is my younger brother, let me introduce. I am Keep von Esmeralda. His heterochromatic eyes stared at Yun Mu, leader of the holy heavenly sect. After introduction, he immediately launched an attack, Holy Light Cross. Yun Mu wondered why such a major figure appeared here, thought too fast. He replied, of course for my plan, I cooperate with Zhao Tianzong, lowering my cultivation from War Saint to Crimson Star. To complete my great mission, he launched a powerful strike toward Yun Mu. Yun Mu drew his blade, mad blade, old man, what scheme do you have? Esmeralda gently blocked Yun Mu's sword with 2 fingers. Yan Zhai and Kai Hong, strategic mind. Yun Mu was startled, he scorned, my great mission, how could someone like you understand? Then he drew a symbol in the air, laughed disdainfully at Yun Mu. Furthermore, villains often die from talking too much, I do not have time to explain. As he finished, blood spurted from Yun Mu's mouth. Begging for life, Yun Mu fell, his gaze gradually dimmed. Esmeralda laughed loudly, looks like you are done, this strike will surely pierce your body. The powerful strike pierced Yun Mu, overwhelming energy making it hard to endure. Survivors outside looked on, shuddering in fear. Everyone stared at the light, what is it? His powerful attack was like a storm sweeping internal strength. Yunmu's blood kept flowing, he fell motionless. Seeing him on the ground, he laughed with delight. In 2-3 minutes your heart will stop. Yunmu lay on the ground thinking he truly descended from Crimson Star. His skills and experience that of a war saint, we are not on the same level. Esmeralda approached. If you want to die, I will tell you, your master was not killed by Yi Qing. You killed him yourself. Did it? How could Yi Qing kill Lei Ming's night dog? Fine, I enter the gap, you just wait to die. Yunmu's eyes bright. Here that man laughed. Got it. The last thing is mine. He was happily flying when a beam of light suddenly shot toward him. Instantly his body exploded, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was surprised. Did someone enter already? Now others have no chance. They must give up or try again. The circle began to change. Energy from the gap became unstable. The girl panicked, fled. Survival rate only 20%, too low. I will not continue. Stop. Your body is full of blood. Better stay away for safety. Yunmu crawled up like a demon from hell, bloodied, looking at the gate. Crowd was shocked. He could not stand. Would he enter the gap? With such a low survival rate, who else would do this if not insane or foolish? He cracked his knuckles, then exerted power forcefully. Finally determined, then continue fighting. He charged forward. System notified severe body damage, consuming 20,000 energy, cannot regenerate. Intense pain arrived. He could not help but scream, feeling his organs about to shatter. Yunmu fell but continued thinking. Power from the gap too strong, defensive cultivation could not withstand. System regenerates my body. He could not endure further. Pain made Yunmu scream, almost torn apart. A surge of power struck from above. Fortunately, his body had regenerated in time. Yunmu now fully recovered, exhaled, truly dangerous, otherwise he would be done. He sat up, looked around. This is the world after passing through the gap. Why am I alone? Suddenly a girl dashed from somewhere, quickly reached out toward him. Yunmu shouted, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" The girl cheered, got him, just like the book said. Heaven really drops men, quickly handing him to the queen. Yunmu shouted from the sack, "Anyone there? Let me out quickly." Gritted his teeth, angry, snorted coldly, initially did not hear the call. Afternoon sun. The moment the Yierm gong shouted, a huge flame erupted, tearing the sack apart. He leapt aside, showing no mercy. Even trying to use the cloth bag was impossible. Even in this situation, he joked, at least should have switched to pink to matte. Having escaped, he appeared behind the strange girl, startling her slightly at Yunmu's speed. He did not hold back, directly using inner power to strike the mask. The girl flipped to avoid it, exclaiming, just as the book said, men can use magic too. Yunmu was surprised. What? Both men and women can use magic. Immediately, she threw a punch that sent his face flying. Yunmu now felt like a ball being kicked. The first time a woman had brought him down this far. Seeing her strength, Yunmu exclaimed, "Too strong, this leg is fierce." Not stopping, she charged at him again. A powerful punch struck Yunmu in the face. He hit the ground with considerable force. Yunmu groaned as he got up in pain. This woman is too strong, on par with a super mystic. Eris looked at him disdainfully, just as the book said, men are weak. He immediately called Li Yun. I have no time to fight such a strong woman. Go, number one, handle her. Li Yun just moved. Eris was pushed back, face flying. He wiped the blood from her mouth. Something was attacking her. Yunmu was surprised. The girl's mystic power isn't seen by number one. Doesn't she have mystic power? Immediately he turned and ran, leaving her. No time for this game. At that moment a large shadow loomed over him, covering a wide area. Corpulent woman, no idea how much she had eaten to get such a body. He was alarmed. Yunmu fell to the ground, staring at her, stunned. Where is this place? Looking at her, he silently shouted, what strange world is this? A golden woman falling from the sky. First time seeing this. Yunmu looked up, shouting to number one, protect me. Hearing him, Li Yun immediately struck, but she reacted quickly. Turning, the large blade slashed across Li Yun, separating him. The system reported Li Yun dead. Yunmu startled, she could see his shadow. Plump girl looked confused. Seems just swung something. Eris, is Hua Huan alright? Yunmu surprised. This queen, that swing relied on feeling. Yunmu tried to hide. They are too strong. The youngest girl cheered. These are men. The girl next to her reminded, don't casually speak to men. Book says they are rough. Eris bent to pat his head. It's okay, see, very good. Yunmu growled like a cat afraid of water. Eris startled, patted her head. Look here. Hua Huan said, Eris, onions, sweet oranges, and black skins too. She looked at Yunmu coldly, blocking, not letting him run. The four girls followed orders, quickly surrounding Yunmu. Queen wielded her sword fiercely. rocks and dirt flying. Yun Mu dodged in terror. Is she trying to split the sky? A person without mystic power doing this? Extraordinary. He focused his inner power, thinking hard, could only rely on others. Immediately after, he struck strongly at the queen. Help, great elder. Min Enhan appeared annoyed. Don't disturb her resting. Looking at Hua Huan, Min Enhan was shocked. What a strong leader. Eris astonished. Is this men's magic so cool? Yun Mu said, great elder, I'm being bullied. Help strike her. Min Enhan annoyed. You disturb, just rest. Yun Mu smiled brightly. Great elder is junior brother, must protect. She hits me, she hits your person. Min Enhan thought, makes sense, so help him. Yun Mu like a child leaning on guardian, watching the great elder handle it. Min Enhan immediately struck a killing blow at the queen. Yun Mu thrilled, great elder, take her down. Min Enhan was also a little surprised. Hua Huan could still block the blow. Yun Mu astonished, who is this woman? Conversely, she prepared to strike the war chariot toward Min Enhan and him. An explosion rang out. Min Enhan's momentum was pushed back. He looked at the woman, pain stabbing, could only groan. Seeing Min Enhan vanish, Yun Mu hurried, great elder, why gone, help strike her. Min Enhan afraid, this woman is fierce, find your own way. Yun Mu angry, powerful one gone. Min Enhan said, current strength cannot defeat her, pray for yourself, too painful. Queen continued continuous attacks toward Yun Mu. She struck the ground fiercely with her sword, shouting, Hell's Trench. No one around. Hua Huan turned. Strange, where is everyone, not reduced to meat by me? Immediately, hands fumbled behind her neck chains. Hung Lian was Yun Mu, could not rely on Min Enhan, had to act himself. A large fire erupted, the queen startled, too hot. She collapsed, young hero quick, body immobile, previous magic caused internal injuries. Yun Mu alert. Hua Huan thick-faced, nearly falling asleep. If there was Prince Sent could awaken, no mercy treasure. Yun Mu glared, no more fighting, I'm leaving by, wondered, is this person sick? Family immediately objected, not yet. Yun Mu surprised, what haven't said one yet. She said by rules if you defeat the queen, then person must marry the queen. Hearing this, Yun Mu was stunned. At this moment, Hua Huan struck him in the stomach. Yin excited, too strong, first time seeing someone injure the queen. Yun Mu spat blood, too strong, extraordinary power. Hua Huan exclaimed, this man injured me, really strange. Too extraordinary, strong man, gaze entranced not hidden. Coughed a few times, then stood ready. Hua Huan flicked up, I lost, admit defeat. Yun Mu immediately called out his shadow, number 3, block her movements. Continued issuing commands, number 2, attack from the side. Hua Huan angry, damn, what are these, know how to strike unseen. Truly annoying, she lost patience, squeezed Li Fang's neck hard. The queen, though unseen, used her sense to grab Yun Mu, laughing slyly. Unsure she held him, the queen was thrilled, caught him. Yun Mu was shocked as he looked at Li Feng, number 2, while the system reported that Li Feng had died. Hua Huan then activated her internal energy to fly up. Next, she clearly sensed the position of shadow number 3. The queen confirmed that this was the target. Yun Mu panicked and shouted a warning for number 3, but it seemed it was too late. Number 3 had already been taken down. He was furious, grinding his teeth. This beast was too difficult to handle. The 4 vegetables were guarding all 4 directions. He had no choice but to take the risk. At this moment, he unleashed the solar yang great flame attack toward the queen. Immediately after, he rushed forward and unleashed the flame dragon's roar, causing the queen to be somewhat stunned. His magic was identical to the man's technique before he fell. Yun Mu was surprised. Could it be Yi Chang? After being struck, his hand froze. Who would want to marry that bear? Is she teasing me? The queen threatened, if you don't marry me, I'll lock you in the dungeons. Yun Mu yelled, you clearly said you couldn't move just now. He was angry about this relationship. I will never marry a bear. Anyone who likes it can marry it themselves. However, Hua Huan immediately gently picked him up, as if he were carrying a kit. Hua Huan grew impatient, speaking too much, just take him back and lock him up. Yun Mu continuously screamed, let me go, you filthy woman, let me go now. Scene shifts to the castle on the other side. The hurried voice of the girl rang out, apologizing for this gift. The girl spoke. Yi Ting was again forced to listen to the queen. Yi Ting ran while speaking, that's right, I heard that the queen wants to discuss something important with me. Girl looked at Yi Ting with sympathy. After his mother passed away, he had struggled to rise to become a great man, truly a talented child. Over here, Yun Mu had been locked in the dungeon, waiting obediently for the queen to decide his fate. Yun Mu kept shouting, let me go, I still have many important things to do. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded, stop it. No matter how much you call, they won't care about you. It was Wu Zhai. He lazily continued, if it were just about calling, we would have been out a long time ago. He handed him a key. This is the chain key. Yun Mu was furious. Why are you here too, old man, still self-absorbed? Wu Zhai spoke up, asking what. Of course I was defeated and caught by the queen. That guy is too strong. I fainted after just 2 hits and the king got 1 blow. What about you? Yunmu recalled. She told me to defeat her. Wu Zhai was surprised. What, you won? Then what happened? Yunmu frowned, then she said if I beat her, I must marry her. Wu Zhai sighed with relief. Good thing I lost then. He began observing his surroundings. This place was really strange, thinking of ways to learn more. He spoke out, teasing, little sister, look over here. I have something interesting. Yunmu handed over a gift, a 3-tiered Christmas gift box with 50 Tomfury lipsticks. So do you like it? The girl seemed very curious. What is this? Wu Zhai looked over in surprise. How do you have this? Yunmu said, of course, all girls like lipstick, so these can all be gifts for you. The girl guarding the cell eagerly tried it right away. This lipstick is much more convenient than the ones we use every day. So many colors. You'll cheer me on to buy it, buy it. Yunmu secretly felt satisfied. After all, women everywhere can't resist lipstick. He asked again, little sister, these can all be gifts for you. Can you tell me where this is? Why do I only see women here? There's not a single man. The girl quickly replied, this is the land of women, a country with only women, no men at all, even newborns are girls. But for some reason, every 150 years men fall from the sky. We will watch and catch them when they fall. Couldn't help but wonder, but if there are no men, how can there be newborns? Where do you catch them? The girl continued, right, one more rule we need to tell you. Yunmu started to worry. She kept revealing secrets. She explained again, here the stronger the person, the bigger their chest, like me. Not very big, just enough to guard the dungeon, can't even be a guard. Said happily, this isn't even big, how about I give you some breast implants? I have everything. The girl was delighted. I'm starting to look forward to it. Over here the queen was happily choosing fabrics. This one is for the wedding night. Yi Ting walked in. Your Majesty, I'm here. Hua Huan was delighted. Yi Ting, you came quickly. The girl smiled. Your Majesty, why did you want to see me? The queen looked sad. Was I supposed to go catch a man today? I've picked one to marry, but he won't agree. You're smart. Think of a way to persuade him. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from outside. Hua Huan was startled, not knowing what had happened outside. Queen, with her golden hair, quickly went outside, feeling frustrated at being interrupted from her happy mood. She looked towards the source of the explosion. It came from the direction of the Fuxi divine tree. Hua Huan immediately turned back and told the girl, Yi Ting, something big has happened outside. I must go. You handle things inside. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly flew towards the source of the explosion. Yi Ting looked at the queen's figure. A complicated feeling arose in her heart. Over here, rocks and dirt were flying everywhere. The place was chaotic and ruined. The girl was knocked down and couldn't stand up. She coughed a few times. In front of her was Esmeralda. The girl tried to stand up, determined to protect the divine tree. He raised his foot. You are much stronger than me, but I will destroy this tree. Go die immediately. He kicked fiercely towards him with a finishing blow. Instantly, Eris quickly launched a sneak attack from behind Esmeralda, but he reacted too fast. The hand slammed towards the back. The girl shivered, looking at her teammate. Esmeralda fiercely threw stones at her. He acted extremely cruelly. And he mocked, impressive, just as described in the mysterious records, but no matter how strong, he still can't win. He flew over and stood in front of Eris. It turned out she had quickly dodged the previous blow. Powerful blow from the divine being swung towards Eris. She dodged but still felt terrified. She leapt into the air and landed, secretly admiring the speed of the opponent. I won't lose. As soon as she said that, Eris immediately flew towards Esmeralda. Eris' legs continuously kicked towards him, incredibly fast. Esmeralda was secretly horrified. How could a mortal body keep up with his speed? Truly powerful. I'm not fighting alone, he thought. Yi Ting appeared. He raised his hand towards Eris triumphantly, and a group of cannonballs immediately rushed over. This blow made it impossible for Eris to endure. She coughed up blood, her clothes torn. Qing's divine move nearly took half of Eris' life. Esmeralda sneered, as expected from the queen of the female flower clan. So strong, but in the end I still defeated her. Eris struggled to get up, sneering, Queen, I'm just a team leader. And the weakest one at that. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Huan quickly appeared behind him. Over here, Yunmu handed over another treasure. The essential oil bottle Lan X Zio Hai is also very good. The girl happily asked, can this be a gift for me? Both of them were surprised. I don't understand what he's talking about. Some bottle of Zio Hai, Yunmu joyfully said, of course, as long as you tell me more about your friends here. Just then, a figure entered the dungeon area. The girl couldn't help but be surprised. The voice rang out, all right, you can go outside now. It was the little girl. The girl respectfully answered, Yi Ting, my lord. Ting said again, leave this to me. I have something to discuss with this person. Yunmu was secretly on guard. A little devil. The girl knelt down and introduced herself. I am the great god of this country, my name is. Yi Ting secretly guessed the name of the person from Earth. Yunmu also sat down, the great god. You're here to persuade me. After a pause, Yi Ting slowly asked, do you want to get out of here? I can help. Help you? Yunmu looked at her suspiciously. Yi Ting couldn't help but be surprised. What are you looking at? Yunmu then said, your chest is so small, you must be very weak. How do you plan to help me? Yi Ting was startled, hurriedly covering her chest. So rude, you bastard. What are you looking at? I'm a civil official. The girl then handed over a key. I can release you, but you must agree to my conditions. Yi Ting shouted, I want you to help me defeat the queen and overthrow her regime. Hearing this, Yunmu was surprised. He asked again, what did you say? Yi Ting explained, the queen's temperament is cruel, full of jealousy. Her slaves are all more beautiful women than she is. In this country, if you don't submit to her beauty, it's a death sentence. The girls who fall from the sky, just like you, they're slaves and being tortured. Only men are locked up here. After hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but worry about Lingzhu. Yunmu thought for a while, no, she's too strong. I can't win against her. Yi Ting hesitated. What if I could make him stronger? The scene shifted to Hua Huan. She grimaced and threw a punch at me. Dodging to the side, Yi Ting was immediately struck, blood spattering. Esmeralda stared in shock at the prominent veins. Could humans grow this large? Destructive power was terrifying just speaking. He appeared behind the queen. Instantly, he joyfully launched a strike toward the queen with astonishing speed. On the other side, she naturally would not back down. Her sword clashed against him. Hua Huan calmly blocked, surprising Esmeralda. How could her sword light be stopped? He laughed but remained cautious. His massive frame moved with incredible lightness. Immediately after, the queen unleashed a powerful strike without restraint. He was truly cornered, unable to hold back, spitting blood, a sense of overwhelming rage. Esmeralda could not believe her own strength, the distance between us so wide. He looked toward the large tree, Yunmu, the target clearly right in front. Yunmu wondered, asking what he meant by being able to make me stronger. Yi Ting recounted 150 years ago, those who passed left 3 energy stones. They could temporarily enhance a user's power, enough to overthrow the queen if possessed. He asked bluntly, why not use the energy stones to overthrow the queen? Yi Ting explained, energy stones can only be used by mystic cultivators. Ordinary people cannot overthrow the queen. Yunmu stood, saying national survival is not her concern, but my friend is in danger. The situation is different. He smiled slyly, adding, then I will cooperate with her to overthrow the queen's regime. Yunmu was angry. We just escaped and got discovered, all troublemakers. Centaur was pressed into the bronze pot. How could he push up? He grumbled. Yunmu fumed, if not the thief. Why were we discovered? Time to stop arguing. As soon as he touched the ground, he slipped and fell. Oh no, missed a step. Both were shocked to see Yunmu falling. Below was. He fell straight into the pool below. Climbing the pool edge, Yunmu was still stunned. Where is this? Beautiful girls in towels were before him. Li Lion understood the place, truly paradise. The fight with Yi Ting reached a deadlock. He gritted his teeth. Relying on just the two of us was insufficient to hurt her. Esmeralda grew disappointed. This is the power of the queen of the Xiaols, though downgraded. Her combat experience not at saint level. Why so disadvantaged? Records state the queen of this world is very strong, but she exceeded imagination. Hua Huan, furious, stamped. Why hesitate to speak? Yi Ting grabbed his thigh, already caught someone. Immediately used the red chain technique, knowing the man intended to use an old spell. Hua Huan threw a stone. He fell backward, shouted useless. It was Esmeralda's turn. He activated the light. Projected, a beam flashed before Hua Huan, dazzling like lightning. Blocked the view, cursing inside, damned, can't see anything. Finally only dust remained. No one in sight, the two had escaped. Leaving, Esmeralda muttered, this person grew stronger than expected. Luckily with him, the plan could be completed. Yi Ting anxiously asked ahead, how far is the head-on collision? The map shows ahead. Seeing 2 figures, Yi Ting was alert, asking if they were descendants of Yi. You guys are slow too. Ching assessed the girl, the first-named Devil. She reminded him to respect due to status. Esmeralda guessed the girl's identity. She was the internal agent left by Yi Ting confirmed. A red-haired youth arrived. Indeed, Yunmu was extraordinary. Esmeralda was shocked. How had he not died? Energy lacking, how got here? Yi Ting frankly unknown, but he survived and caused great stir. Favored by the queen, no less than Yunmu. I destroy the Fuxi divine tree to monopolize its fruit. Yi Ting continued, so he sought cooperation with her. The 150-year-old plan was set. The girl refused, claiming unskilled in battle. But you need not rush. My plan, son, has begun executing. Yi Ting recounted, centuries ago, the first passers came through the rift to the female land. They saw women here without mystical power, but with great strength. No men still continued reproduction. The passers learned of a divine tree called Fuxi. On the Fuxi tree were miraculous fruits. Eating them could break limits. Strong women every spring pick 2 blossoms, crush into a drink, increase fertility. Passers learned the truth, requested trade with the queen. Using items from their world to exchange for Fuxi fruit, the queen agreed, intrigued. On Earth, one discovered eating the fruit could break extreme limits, surpassing saint level. He rejoiced, recorded everything in a book, kept secret by mystic guild, not public. Thus, every 150 years someone came to female realm, to exchange for Fuxi fruit. Among them was Yichuance from the Kao Tian clan. Yichuance smiled warmly, using intellect to greatly benefit the female land. At this time, Yichuance loved a girl from the female land. Yichuance asked the queen to stay. She agreed due to his contribution. Yichuance stayed, married happily, but things were not as simple as they seemed. All that Yichuance did was a plot to gain the queen's trust and her descendants. Internal agents coordinated with Kao Tian clan to destroy Fuxi divine tree, collect fruit. Yichuance's descendant was Yi Ting. After hearing, they asked, "Just now said the plan had started, what does it mean?" Yi Ting turned, leaving a line, "I arrange, rest assured, I will help you severely injure the queen. Even Yun Mu can help resolve it." Yun Mu struggled to escape pursuers, likely done, lost the tail. Gasping, he asked the two, "This is probably the East Forest side the devil girl mentioned." Fu Man questioned, "Not true, you intend to listen to that kid, run out, manage those things, you threatened him. Told to get items then release them. Try running." Fu Man analyzed around, "This one true, forest so large, find a house, not bored." Wu Enhai calmly joined dispute, complaints useless. 3 shared search, higher chance. All 3 immediately spread out in different directions, each taking their own task. Yun Mu Yun guessed that splitting up to search would have limited effect. It seemed this place had been overlooked. Therefore, he decided to call for system assistance. The system displayed, "You have used 6,000 experience points to resurrect 3 spirit images." Continued assigning tasks to each spirit image. Spirit images 1, 2, and 3 began searching around the stone house. All 3 immediately moved away from their starting position. Each spirit image flew up, observing as guided by Yun Mu Yun. Their eyes scanned the area, all suspicious points were marked. Finally, a large stone marked Yun Mu Yun's target location. Yun Mu Yun proudly said, detected it. He heard the voice of Ku Man, "Kid, can you block the heavy blade with your pinky? This is the human weak point." He charged straight at the gatekeeper, exclaiming, "This kid truly exceeds human limits, but I'm not lacking." Ku Ma stomped forcefully on the ground. A large stone bounced up, he said, "Kid, I'm coming," simultaneously with the motion. Vo Enhai used 2 fingers to block the opponent's massive great blade. He caught the stone with his hand, then he threw it with all his strength toward the enemy. Kuma had long been irritated with that guy. The torn sword swung annoyed him, he said so. Earlier, the 3 had followed Yun Mu Yun to the cave entrance. He wondered if this was the stone chamber the little devil mentioned. Seemed normal but praised the discoverer. Reaching the door, Yun Mu Yun sensed it required a special method to open. Ku Man behind reminded, "Don't touch casually if there's a mechanism." A mechanism popped out, startling him. He worried. "See, it's been triggered wrongly." Looking at the emerging compartment, he guessed, "Maybe need to place something inside." There's writing on top. First, the nature of the guardian. Second, gold symbolizes power. Third, why is the person strong? What kind of puzzle is this? Dragging around is useless. Perhaps we should split up to continue searching. While Yun Mu Yun searched, he didn't notice the guardian behind had attacked. Knocked backward, Yun Mu didn't understand what happened, shocked. Recognizing the attacker, his eyes filled with astonishment. As if Vo Enhai blocked the blade with his fingers, Yun Mu escaped. He asked with concern, "Vo Enhai, are you okay?" He replied, still standing. Ku Man marveled, "This is the strength of the strongest in the God of War Hall, truly terrifying." He threw a powerful punch, immediately. Continuously striking, Ku Man nearly caught up, yet lost. Guardian was knocked down. Ku Man grabbed his helmet, wanting to see who was inside. When the helmet was yanked off, Ku Man was horrified at the opponent's appearance. He stammered, "Girl, what?" Taking advantage of Ku Man's distraction, the Guardian countered with a punch. The blow sent Ku Man flying into the cliff behind. He rubbed his aching head, groaning, "Too painful." Yun Mu hurriedly asked, "Seen inside yet?" Ku Man replied, "Don't be afraid when I say it." Inside, smoke gradually revealed the opponent's figure. Armor radiated flames. Ku Man continued, "Originally, no one was here." Vo Enhai charged to attack but blocked him with a carry shield. Could not penetrate the solid defense. Vo Enhai executed a technique, Shuan Kong Tra. Simultaneously, part of the coordination leaped over the guardian's head from behind. He repeatedly stomped on his back, beat 1, 2, 3, 4. Pile of iron and bronze fell, causing leg pain. Exhausted, Yun Mu returned to Vo Enhai, saying, "This iron guy appeared suddenly, probably a guard." Vo Enhai nodded. During the fight, he sensed mystic energy on him, exclaimed, "Mystic energy. Maybe he controls the armor with mystic energy." Vo Enhai frustrated. Maybe so, otherwise hard to explain the unmanned armor acting like a person. Knocking him down is troublesome. But he heard Yun Mu Yun say, "Right." Felt that just knocking him down would make things much simpler. The guardian calmly gripped his sword tightly. Steps advanced, applying force. The sword swung. One slash, dust flying everywhere. Yun Mu Yun nimbly dodged, praised his own movement. Sword plunged into the hard ground. He drew the sword and stabbed at Yun Mu, who dodged, dangerous. Not staying passive, he countered, "Iron guy, take this one way." Thunder magic from his hand shot straight at the guardian. Vo Enhai, I seal action, break astonishment. He responded immediately, receive. Vo Enhai recited the mantra, making his body lighter and more agile. That move severed one of the guardian's arms. Yun Mu Yun praised, "Well done, this time he's truly weak." Seeing the guardian's body still move, both were shocked. Vo Enhai realized the problem. Even without life, he did not know fear, kept moving and attacking. The incense flame on Yun Mu Yun's hand flared, burning until nothing remained to see if he could still move. Ku Man appeared behind, saying, "Kid ahead is the one who ambushed me." He pressed close, face dark, "Watch me kill him." Ku Man threw, the enemy was slammed to the ground. Two witnesses saw this, feeling pity for the enemy. Ku Man's throw was strong, adding one more. "Put the armor back on, Huff, took it all off. See if you die, this body has been disciplined." Done, he threw a token to Yun Mu Yun. "Kid, take it, discovered from this person." Yun Mu Yun immediately recognized it as the Guardian's certification. He approached the cave entrance, lowering to inspect. The door slowly opened, light flashing from inside. Yun Mu Yun keenly realized correctly, next puzzle step. Tram 2 said, "We have obtained the certificate from the Guardian. Money is power, you are representing that power. Do you need to keep fighting?" Ku Man, frowning beside, said irritably, "Listening to you makes my head hurt. I don't want to guess anymore." Wu Enhai noticed something and called you back, "Hey." He took out the Xuan Jing and asked, "Do you want to try this?" Yun Mu Van realized, "This is Xuan Jing, right?" "That's right. Xuan Jing is a material that can be used for cultivation and grants strength. I didn't expect you to be quite smart." Wu Enhai felt embarrassed by the compliment, stammered in reply, "No, nothing." Yun Mu Van pressed the Xuan Jing in, the door lit up. "That's right. Only one last thing remains, brother. Quickly use your brain." Wu Enhai sighed. "About the last thing I have no clue." Tried to think, hoping to find some detail. "You recalled Yi Ting's words because I can't do it. If you're not a transcender, you can't break the queen's power." By now, Yun Mu Van had the answer. "I got it. Yi Ting said only a transcender could take it. So the answer is something that doesn't exist in this world. Nothing else can make us stronger except one thing." Punched the door hard and continued, "It's the Xuan power." Yun Mu Van appeared very confident. "Your answer was correct." The mechanisms on the door began to operate. You happily announced, "The door has opened." Man couldn't believe his eyes. "Oh my god, it really opened by you punching it." Wu Enhai urged, "Let's go in and see what we need to find." Stepping inside, it felt like an evaluation. It was pitch dark inside. Ku Man immediately ran to the table in front. "Maybe this is it." Wu Enhai looked down at the box and noticed there were words engraved on it. One person from the group read aloud, "This is the words of my junior. I spent my life crafting this item to help you complete this great cause. This item can strengthen your strength, take me to the divine realm, but can also destroy it. The back is unclear." "You wondered, my junior, who exactly are they?" Wu Enhai anxiously reminded. "Why are you staring like that? The item has been taken. Hurry and leave." Yun Mu Van said goodbye to them. "You have fulfilled your promise. The next step is too dangerous. I will handle it myself." Ku Man, annoyed, asked, "What's wrong? You're not taking me out anymore. We fought together. We're like brothers now." "Let me tell you, people from the Hong Man tribe are like that. The most important thing is loyalty. If danger comes, we run, then that's no brotherhood." Wu Enhai also wanted to follow you. "Anywhere is fine, anyway. We aren't leaving the female realm now, isn't that the same?" Hearing them say that, you only sighed. A bunch of people who can't even take care of themselves. "Fine, if so, let's set off to the female flower country. But I'll say this first, if anything happens, don't drag me into it." The kingdom of female flower, Yan Bing. People were talking. "Hey, have you heard? Today someone attacked the divine tree. What happened? Who did it?" "Who else? It's that transcender. I told them they weren't trustworthy. We need to deal with them now." "That's right. They're getting stronger. Even Captain Aris can't defeat them." Fortunately, the queen arrived in time. Otherwise, the divine tree wouldn't have lasted. daring to attack the divine tree, the source of our life. The queen won't let this group of transcenders off. The group was hiding on the roof, listening to this. Kuman was surprised. The divine tree. We can't attack their divine tree. Yun Mu Van replied, no, it could be Yi Ching. Wu Enhai looked at your face and wondered, then why do you look so confused? You just felt that there were too many unclear things in your mind. The battle with the queen of the curly hair was gradually tipping in her favor as even Eris was defeated. Although Eris was seriously injured, he still tried to call the queen's name. Hua Huan immediately interrupted. She's severely injured, stop talking, the medical team is here. Is everyone all right? The divine tree is still fine, she can rest easy now. Looking at the fallen citizens, she angrily scolded, this is too much, that person did such things to our people. Even if I have to dig the earth 3 times, I will find that person. I want you to repay this blood debt with blood. Meanwhile, Yun Wu Enhai asked, hey, I say, do you really need to go this far? AI, who is this? Yun Mu Van replied, of course, don't you see that no one is paying attention to us now? Relax, we're free now. Super beautiful, you and Wu Enhai had disguised yourselves as women. Fu Man was wearing a black cloak tightly behind. He dissatisfied said, you guys forget it. How come my figure is like this? You should reply, who told you to look like this? You can only disguise as a woman. Yun Mu approached a girl and asked, Miss, may I ask where the transcendent girls were taken? The queen asked us to ask them something. You got an answer, seems like they're in the reception room, just go straight and you'll arrive. Yun Mu skeptically asked again, the reception room. The 3 of you went together to the designated building. Looking at the strange architecture of the building, Yun Mu became even more suspicious. Hey, I say. The building ahead looked no different from a palace. How could this place be a prison? You felt very unfair. Oh my god, how could the gap between the palace and a prison be so huge? Isn't this a palace? A scream rang out. Yun Mu immediately recognized it as Tiat T's voice. Quickly shouted Tiat T. A cry came from inside. I can't stand it anymore, it hurts. The 3 of them saw the scene inside. Lingzhu was enjoying a massage. She begged the maid, don't be so hard, be gentle. I can't take it. Xing saw them arrive, surprised. Why are you with that little warrior? What's that thing in the cloth and more? Yun Mu angrily threw the wig on the ground and cursed. Why are you dressed like this? Just asking me. While I was out there fighting for my life, why is this man here enjoying himself? Dixing explained, I don't know either. I was brought here as soon as I arrived. Tianzhu and Hai Yue are by the pool. Maybe others mistook them for women. This world is very friendly to transcendent women. Looking around, you felt your horizons broaden. Never expected such a luxurious resort in this remote place. Shi Li said, of course, this place is hundreds of times better than the queen's room. Although we are backward, we still respect guests very much. The girl jumped into Duxing's arms and asked, right, young master. You were surprised when you heard this word, young master. He introduced, her name is Shi Lei, she's a maid here. She knows I'm the son, but don't worry, she agreed to keep it a secret, on the condition that I tell her more about our world. Yun Mu began to persuade the girl, hey, Shi Li, I'll give you things this world doesn't have, let's exchange information, you tell me news about this world. The girl happily agreed immediately, of course. After getting enough information, Yun Mu confirmed, so the divine tree is the origin of everything here, right? Shi Li answered yes. You still had one unresolved issue. It seems like what we need to bring back is the fruit of the divine tree. Now, I'll share the information to resolve the confusion in my head. Yun Mu thought of Yi Ting. Lingzhu immediately recognized the name. That little devil is still young. Her attitude became more serious. When we first arrived, we met her. She not only inquired about everyone's identity but also paid great attention to the situation on Earth. She also asked very thoroughly about the forces on Earth. At that time we thought it was strange. How could a woman below rank need to know so much about the Earth situation? Yun Mu listened and fell into deep thought. While thinking, a voice came from behind. Why are you dressed like this? Tianzhu and Hai Yue saw them dressed like this and found it very strange, expressing that they looked very odd, like a group of weirdos. Meeting them here, Yun Mu invited Yi Tianzhu, Hai Yue. We decided to go get some fruit and leave immediately. Do you want to come along? Tianzhu immediately moved her body and agreed, all right, this place isn't bad, but I'm already bored, that's my personality. The girl Shi Li, who overheard the conversation, asked Duxing, young master, are you leaving already? He patted her head and explained, this is unavoidable, I'll have to return to my world. The girl understood, the time had come to say goodbye. After that, everyone set off. No need to hurry, the city gate was closed. Suddenly Tianzhu saw something, looking tense. She spoke, hey Yun Mu, look ahead. Hua Huan, the one they always avoided the most, had returned. What bad luck, that bear showed up at this very moment. He whispered to the others, avoid looking directly at her. We just need to lower our heads and pass by. With this outfit, she surely won't notice us. The others passed by Hua Huan smoothly, without any problems. Only Yun Mu was left standing still. The situation was really tense at the moment. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief after passing Ada. Unfortunately, just a few steps later, her voice called out, pulling him back. Hua Huan looked at Yun Mu with a cold gaze, asking him, "Where do you think you're going in this outfit?" Sensing the instability as he stood still, Ada quickly noticed and immediately called him back. He decided not to hide anymore, turned around to face her. "I've been caught. Everyone run towards the divine tree. I'll find a way to shake them off." Seeing that he decided to face Hua Huan, the others quickly obeyed and ran off. Yun Mu used the skills Sunshine Great Flame Attack and Plasma Fire Burst to confront Ada. Hua Huan saw this and recognized that this technique was similar to the one that attacked the divine tree earlier. Definitely the same group. Hua Huan immediately counterattacked and sneered, "You've broken my heart, De Lin." Immediately switched to using Moist Snow Cold Blade and Thunder King to counterattack. The two techniques charged towards her. The ground beneath her feet exploded instantly, dust and debris filled the air. However, what he didn't expect was that Hua Huan stood firm amidst the dust, her eyes filled with hatred. Her skill surprised Yun Mu, thinking to himself, such a powerful Thunder King and she's still unharmed. This must be the power of Fuxi. At that moment, Hua Huan quickly launched a powerful punch. The powerful punch sent Yun Mu flying, crashing through an entire building. Yun Mu's body flew through the air, blending with the swirling dust. Duxing saw this and was extremely worried, shouting, "Yun Mu." He was about to turn back to save him, but saw a swift figure rushing towards them. It was C-1EF1 man. He had come to rescue Yun Mu. "Don't worry, Big Brother S here to save you." Everyone in the Red Horse group understood that the most important thing to them was Brotherhood, saying that C-1EF1 man threw a powerful punch named Red Horse Iron Fist. Hua Huan became like a punching bag for him. It was hard to count how many punches landed. The final decisive punch, Falling Fate Iron Hammer, caused the dust to billow even more. After that fatal punch, C-1EF1 man panted, "Still not dead. The strength of our Red Horse tribe has never been surpassed." Hua Huan didn't let him finish speaking, immediately throwing a punch to his stomach, sending him flying far away before he could defend himself. C-1EF1 man suffered internal injuries. Blood began to pour from his mouth. Hua Huan continued the attack, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the sky, shouting, "Fly to the ends of the world for me." He changed to a mocking tone, "I hate the kind of simple creatures who only know how to use brute force to fight." Suddenly from behind her a voice rang out, "Existence without support, practicing restraint to become, return to the wind mixed 100 times. Once gained, forever gained, naturally light, Tai-He increases, bones dissolve into cold chrysanthemums," he said while pointing at her with a finger, his face expressionless. Two collided, creating a powerful storm of energy. Wu Zhai's fingers almost exploded under Hua Huan's power, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. Before Wu Zhai could do anything, Hua Huan threw him to meet C-1EF1 man, mocking him for not knowing his own strength. He looked across the battlefield, then walked to where Yun Mu lay unconscious, saying, "The first rule of the female Oa tribe, destroy the divine tree and harm our people, must be killed. If you want to blame someone, blame the two who accompanied you." Suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across her face, followed by a loud voice, "Mystical force pressure cannon." Hua Huan turned around, her eyes cold, sneering, "You abominable outsider. Why does everyone seem to have no sense of self-preservation?" A man appeared from nowhere, adjusted his tie and said, "Strange, this person is clearly just a shadow. How did he become light?" Continuously attracting those who chased the light, even these people began unconsciously trusting him. Blind trust, as long as he is present, we will surely win, therefore. Ling Zhu and Duxing came to assist. "How can we let you bully like this? Though you mean no harm to us, you still must apologize. We will defeat you here." While speaking, Wu Enhai nearby began coughing painfully, barking, "Help me." Duxing angrily kicked Wu Enhai aside, injured moved to the side. He rolled several times before speaking, "Little one of battle spirit electric. I did not know in my absence your relations were so close, but when Yun Mu was in danger, you arrived faster than me." Ling Zhu saw his childish behavior and laughed. Hey, so you are angry about this." Hua Huan, seeing Duxing rambling endlessly, raised her spear ready to command, talking endlessly, really annoying. He only stomped the ground, producing a loud sound, then gently lifted his gun, aiming directly at Hua Huan. Just as Hua Huan tilted her head to dodge the bullet, Ling Zhu was already waiting. A loud explosion sounded in the air. Duxing evaluated, The battle is intense, this queen is ruthless. Dixing leisurely watched the spectacle, then witnessed an unbelievable scene. Yingzhu was defeated, fell from above, slammed to the ground, mouth full of blood. Dixing horrified, Sister Zhu. Hua Huan leapt from above, warning, "Hey, you have no time to care for others." He dashed forward. Dixing had no time to prepare any counterattack. As Hua Huan shouted, "Die!" the ground where Dixing stood also exploded, dust flying everywhere. Hua Huan could not find her prey, feeling puzzled. It was Yun Mu who had blocked a heaven-sent strike, saving Dixing. While he was still shocked, Yun Mu held a medicine bottle, saying, "Tui Chi body, increase vital energy direct to pure realm." Then he used his teeth to open the bottle cap. At that moment, Tianzhu and Haiyang were still rushing. Ahead was the divine tree. Wait, Yi Tianzhu seems to have no enemies chasing now. Haiyang turned back, wondering, did we run too fast? Where are the others? Tianzhu also did not know, so she said nothing. At Yun Mu, after biting the medicine, he released a strange stream of qi. Tui Chi body, increase vital energy, direct press divine realm. A stream of golden light surrounded Yun Mu. Hua Huan saw this, could not help exclaiming, "What?" Yun Mu stood firm, legs wide, imposing. Powerful energy radiated around. Yun Mu sensed battle intent brimming, strength erupting from all over his body. He ordered Dixing to lead Thiet and Haiyang toward the divine tree. Dixing was uneasy leaving him alone, but Yun Mu just smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, she's surely dead this time." Dixing saw that look and immediately nodded. "Okay, then you must hurry." Yun Mu looked at Hua Huan and taunted, "Want to reach the divine tree? Sorry, this path is blocked." Hua Huan looked at him, sarcastic warning, "Don't blame me, striking you hurts me too, but I do it for this country." Saying that, she activated fierce piercing blade. She slammed a powerful punch into the ground. Yun Mu matched her, creating a thunder imprint mystic technique. He instantly teleported behind Hua Huan, shouting, "Thunder Ancestor." Lightning from Yun Mu's hands shot straight at Hua Huan, making her wonder, why has your magic suddenly become so strong? Once again unleashed the fiery seal shaped like a goat, named Triu Duong Great Flame Technique, Fire Strike. The robust mountain goat-shaped flames surged forward, drawing Hoa Qian forcefully into their pull. Ouch! I was flung to the ground, shouting, "It's scorching hot." Ada's gaze sharpened, eyes widening in apparent alarm. Above, Van Muk dived down to issue a warning. "Hey, it's not over yet." He rained dozens of furious blades on her, shattering the boulders into fragmented heaps. Meanwhile, Song Zhuang casually appraised the scene, noting that this strength rivaled that of a battle saint, truly captivating. Hoa Qian's steps gradually emerged. I complimented, "After a few days away, you've grown stronger. Still no one can wound me like this." Van Muk noticed something seemed off as he advanced. The previously chubby figure had vanished, leaving only Hoa Qian, her tattered clothes revealing her alluring form. She remarked, "You've truly grown stronger, hope you can keep up." Van Muk pointed toward her suspiciously. "Wait, who are you?" Hoa Qian proudly replied, "Naturally, I am the one who loves you." Lian reported she showed signs of misleading viewers, but Hoa Qian waved it off, tricking people. Just burning a little fat, she looked slightly thinner. "So now I can give my all." In a flash, she wielded her sword toward Van Muk, delivering a vicious thrust. Luckily, he blocked in time, though the sword flew from his grip due to momentum. Seeing his opponent distracted, Hoa Qian attempted a kick aimed at Van Muk. Barked an order, yet after slimming down, his speed had increased astonishingly, leaving no moment to relax. Hoa Qian's blade struck the ground squarely. Twirled my arm to ease stiffness, teasingly remarked, "Now we're even." Van Muk mocked, "Why lower your weapon, underestimating me?" I calmly replied, "In our land, duels never exploit advantage." Van Muk complimented, "Even conversation with a beauty feels pleasing." I suddenly asked, "Hey, will you keep your previous promise? Or perhaps I should just marry her, and we can cease fighting." Hoa Qian lunged at Van Muk, her strike accompanied by a taunt, "You meddling chatterbox. You think your psychological tactics will work on me?" Truly audacious, she aimed a blow at Van Muk. Collided with a cliff, leaving a sizable dent. The impact hit him hard, aggravating internal injuries and drawing blood. Yet that blow seemed insufficient. She followed up with another punch. Utilized his extraordinary agility to escape the devastating strike. Van Muk wondered, will she not relent? That guy is formidable, she intends to overpower him. Suddenly Zhang Min's voice echoed, "A purely powerful opponent like her can only be measured in strength." Replied, "Then let's test it," but Zhang Min warned, "Young fool, with a month left before combat training, enhancing your power now won't bring major change." Lam was puzzled. "How should we proceed, father?" He issued a command, "Don't rush." I asked, "Have you heard of Tai Kai?" Van Muk assumed a strange stance. Hoa Qian charged, puzzled. That posture was unfamiliar and hard to anticipate. He explained, "Motion generates yang, extreme yang breeds yin. extreme yin returns to yang. He grabbed her leg, Tai Kai, locking it firmly. I was caught off guard suddenly. Pushed by Van Muck's hands, I received a strike to the stomach, jolting backward with a grunt. He waved his arms teasingly, challenging the force. Isn't it uncomfortable? Joaquin felt furious, ready to curse his entire family. I swiftly regained my combat stance. Delivering a forceful punch, he shouted, "What are you waiting for?" He dodged nimbly, using his body's momentum. He even caught Ada's knee. Twisting his arm, he swung a hammer-like strike. Then he propelled himself rapidly forward. He launched her into the air with a high drop. Joaquin lost balance and tumbled. Van Muck executed several qigong movements, up and down, left and right repeatedly. He smiled victoriously, impressed. The old man's fist technique surprisingly effective. Seeing Joaquin stand again, he muttered, "Fighting suddenly feels tougher." I leapt to continue combat, teasingly provoking him. He couldn't resist. But as Van Muck prepared his Tai Kai strike, an indescribable sensation arose. He stared at his hands, wondering what's happening. Is my power fading? Even my mystic energy is disappearing. Why? Pondered, although formidable, could the markings behind indicate this very effect? The queen advanced victoriously, stunned by the turn of events. His body was weary. Van Muck barely raised his hands in defense. The queen swiftly darted through the Mai region, where had she gone moments before. He continuously launched kicks and punches at Van Muck, leaving him no chance to counterattack. The leap threw him far back, forcing admiration for the woman's abilities. Observing him, she wondered why his strength and reflexes had drastically weakened. Van Muck panted, his body stiffening. Continuing this might render him immobile. The side effects were deadly, and immediately the queen charged. He frowned, realizing there was no alternative. The Shadow Legion was deployed. Instantly Joaquin was struck, flung violently. Van Muck smirked, embarrassed but unbothered. "Apologies, this isn't a duel. It's a group assault," and his shadow army had fully assembled. The queen huffed, an attack she couldn't anticipate. Frustrated, she rushed toward Van Muck, muttering incessantly. The strike was swiftly countered, his reflexes appearing sharper. Joaquin was thrown aside. Even the wind seemed no longer in her favor. His eyes sparkled with renewed energy, strength gradually returning. The queen struck hard at Van Muck, but Lai Van quickly parried. Joaquin was startled, realizing she hadn't descended. Simultaneously, Lai Fong appeared, sending her flying. She now recognized that combining her method with his minor tricks was challenging. Continuing this way was ineffective. Both shared the thought, prolonging the line of battle favors the opponent. Rapid, decisive action was necessary. Her crimson hair flowed as she launched into the air, signaling the final move. She darted through the shadows, despite being unable to see. Maneuvering past them all, she directed her attack straight at Hong Long. He also seemed equally excited, a move to determine the victor, just as I intended. On this side, Yun Mu began channeling his inner strength, gently focusing his spirit, using the spear technique of unified energy, subtle and smooth, the intent preceding the outcome of heaven and earth. At that moment, Hua Huan shouted and charged straight forward. Both attacked simultaneously. Yun Mu took a blow to the head, blood flowing, unable to restrain a groan. Meanwhile, the queen also received a blow to her abdomen. She tried to endure, but blood still spurted out. Thus, under the dense force of their combined inner power, a massive explosion erupted. Yun Mu tumbled to the ground, looking seriously injured from this battle. The queen on the other side was no better. It had been a long time since she faced an equal opponent. Seeing the chaotic scene, a familiar voice sounded. What an exciting spectacle. The queen and Yun Mu, one strike hitting two targets, both were injured. Felt satisfied, not expecting him to actually succeed. Hearing that voice, he opened his eyes through the pain. The person who appeared was none other than Yi Ting, the girl observing the situation straightforwardly. Yi Ting raised her hand covered in blood. Everything seemed to unfold according to plan. As soon as she finished speaking, two figures immediately lunged forward. Yun Mu could not help but be astonished. Yi Ching, Esmeralda, you all. Yi Ching launched a powerful kick. Despite being injured and the unstable space, he survived, this time finally belonging to him. Esmeralda was stunned, so Young yet defeated the powerful queen. Such a deep heart, luckily an ally, otherwise terrifying. He looked at Hua Huan coldly, this queen not yet knowing life or death. To be safe, one more strike. Esmeralda continued channeling inner power, stunned by the sudden beauty, but for the great cause, he must die. On this side, the archer suddenly appeared, coldly ordering preparations and firing. Just as he finished speaking, Esmeralda was struck in the chest by an arrow, startled, unable to react. After that, arrows flew continuously. He could dodge some but not all. Yi Ching looked at his injured teammate, astonished and confused. What happened? The archer above also immediately revealed himself, circling around, taking considerable time. The fox finally fell into the hunter's trap. Looking at Esmeralda, the archer seemed satisfied. Yunmu lay prone on the ground, breathing in pain. The queen quickly stood up, surprising Esmeralda, not expecting him to rise, strong like a war saint. Yi Ting stepped forward. Indeed, the power of previous queens was equivalent to war saints, meaning the last battle was truly dangerous. But the person in front of you stopped, turning towards Hua Huan. Yi Ting introduced the strongest queen in Nuwa's history, Queen Hua Huan. Girl turned again, Esmeralda staring blankly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting shouted angrily, "Yi Ting, descendant of Yi dares betray me, betray Yi." The girl shouted with contempt, "Shut your mouth for me." Ting's eyes went mad. "Yi, I hate Yi. I am disgusted by the Yi family." Yunmu lay listening to her recount. "I should have lived peacefully, but the occasion destroyed me, destroyed my family. Yi prepared to marry great-grandmother just because she was weak and obedient. He had the right to control the child. After the child avenged, discarded all decorum, beat and scolded her, forbidding her from meeting outsiders. Years later, great-grandmother passed away. The child lost protection. He became crazier, brainwashing the child, imparting perverse ideals. The poor child turned into a demon, toxic to future generations. I could not escape the cycle, daily suffering brainwashing. If resisting would be beat. I could not continue living like this, so I decided to handle it myself. Till this demon completely sever Yi's black hand. After Yi Ting reveals the truth, the archer shouted, "Archers prepare." Companions were ready. The archer enthusiastically shouted and fired. Immediately, a storm of arrows shot fiercely toward them. Yi Ting did not expect this outcome. Stunned, cursing, deserved to die. A huge explosion shook the earth and rocks collapsed. Yi Ting watched the carnage, feeling satisfied, finally done. Suddenly Hua Huan's eyes turned cold, as if sensing something amiss. Blood fell with a splatter on the ground. Seemingly the leader was not dead. Yi Ting was not dead, but was now punished by Esmeralda. Covered in blood, Yi Ting trembled from betrayal. You. Seeing Yi Ting worthless, Esmeralda threw him aside, praising your perfect plan. Yi Ting had only a little strength left, breathing painfully. He remembered the mocking words. The little lord was worthless, inferior to his brothers. First time seeing awakened low mystic power, very embarrassing. In loneliness, a warm voice soothed him. If you do not submit, become stronger. Before dying, he recalled the innocent face. I am Lin Jian. Today I serve you, train together, help you grow. Lin Jian appeared. Yi Ting advanced quickly, continuously victorious. He did not forget the moment of being praised. Yi Ting triumphant, excited. Lin Jian, I defeated the strongest in Ko Tian sect. I am the new strongest. Father will be proud. At that time Lin Jian said, recently a black horse Yunmu appeared. Power surpassing 20+ tower floors. Yi Ting surprised. This one had stolen his beloved. He did not forget the day Lin Jian's body was returned, covered in white before his eyes. Yi Ching's world seemed to collapse. He screamed in despair. Tears fell. Yi Ting vowed, Yunmu, I will kill you, make you join Lin Jian in the grave. He sought Esmeralda out for revenge, smiling, asking, do you want me to help? He said, you know the flower sect, Ko Tian sect has a perfect plan. Events now like slow motion film in D.I. letter 1 EC7T, TH letter 1 EA7N's head. Blood gushed, seemed he could not bear it. When his eyes dimmed, the final image in Yi Ching's mind was still Lin Jian. Yi Ching vaguely saw Lin Jian in white robes from the sky reaching out. You came for me. He struggled to raise his bloody hand nearly. Tears of the villain fell. Yi Ching cried silently, almost avenging him. After Yi Ching died, Yunmu struggled to stand. Hua Huan de Ling. Yi Ting surprised Yunmu, you can still stand. Yunmu breathed heavily, did not expect the outcome if not by fate. Perhaps we will be friends. Yi Ching's tears still streaming. Turned to Hua Huan, ouch wife, I was pulled down too, give me some mercy. The last of the three. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle from his body. Leave it to me, do not intervene. He drank it, biting the cap. This is chi-enhancing medicine. Ting shouted in panic, no, adding more energy, the body cannot digest. Yunmu did not listen, he was pressing his divine state. Immediately, a massive explosion startled everyone. Esmeralda was also astonished, the saint mystic, powerful mystic force too great. After he finished speaking, Yunmu immediately charged towards his back. He forcefully lifted his leg and kicked straight at Esmeralda's head. Even though he had avoided it, he still focused his internal strength, launching a powerful strike, his body glowing like a ball of light. As the attack was launched, Yunmu stood upright as if nothing had happened. He looked at them with a disdainful gaze. These things did not make him feel anything. Esmeralda continued to unleash a stronger blow. You're not done yet. At the same time, Yunmu gently raised his hand. He maintained his internal strength, and immediately a golden light appeared in front of him. Next, he looked at his opponent with a cold gaze. It seemed like the determination to kill was clear in those eyes. Yun Mu continuously absorbed the strength from Esmeralda's blows, gathering it into a large mass. After gathering enough strength, Yun Mu powerfully attacked towards his opponent. Esmeralda fell to the ground. It seemed that he was no longer his opponent now. Yun Mu looked at the flustered appearance and said disdainfully, "You're so weak, why not show the might of the war saint?" His gaze turned cold, the determination clear. "You're no longer a war saint." Esmeralda panted heavily. He wanted to retort, but Yun Mu wasn't wrong. Yun Mu raised his foot, thinking about his painful memories, the dead after suffering extreme pain. The dead with their eyes gouged out, ribs nearly broken, and Yun Mu struck even harder. Esmeralda felt immense pain. It was as though his internal organs were being crushed. A scream echoed. Yun Mu took out a saw from the system, recalling the words of the forensic doctor. His limbs had also been severed. And so, he had to return all the pain that Uncle Van had suffered. Esmeralda panicked, instinctively retreating. "What are you going to do? Why are you doing this?" His legs made Yun Mu feel anger, and he squeezed them tightly. When Uncle Van's body was brought back, even his left leg had been lost. Thinking of this, he decisively cut off his leg. Blood spurted, and screams echoed everywhere. Esmeralda's eyes widened, the pain tortured him, making him scream in agony. He looked at Yun Mu as though he had come from hell. Terrified, he shouted, "Don't come closer, please, go away, you demon." But he would never forget that scene from that day. How could he forgive him? Yun Mu asked him, "When you killed my teacher, didn't you think this day would come?" The screams echoed relentlessly. His fingers were now covered in blood. He gouged out his eyes, and Esmeralda screamed, "Damn it, I'll kill you. I am the leader of the Divine Heaven sect. My sect and the Mystic Guild won't let you go. You won't escape." Coldly replied, "So what? No one knows that you suppressed the anomalous force and the spatial rift is the same, nothing unusual." He breathed heavily in pain, and Yun Mu sneered, "No one will know that I killed you." "Go die," Yun Mu shouted, then kicked him away, as if punishing this sinful beast. A familiar voice rang out, "This guy wants us to face the big fish ourselves." Yun Mu looked at them, surprised. "Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to run fast?" Xing landed and explained, "We met with Dai Tianzu and the royal guards of the country, thinking we would fight, but their captain explained the plan, so we came back. You didn't tell us, we almost died." Yun Mu frowned. "What plan?" Xing laughed. "Did we get used? The NVWA kingdom makes people unhappy." Yun Mu shouted, "NVWA kingdom, you used us like this. You'll die easily." Esmeralda still had some breath left, thinking to himself, "What is this, dying at the hands of a little demon? If I die, I'll drag everyone to hell." Quietly listened to Yun Mu's words, then confirmed his position. "Little brat, you're done for. This fox spirit is really cunning." He secretly hid a weapon in his mouth, then spat a needle towards Yun Mu. Ling Zhu immediately realized and shouted, "Yun Mu, be careful." Yun Mu turned around, horrified as blood splattered all over his face. Ling Zhu had shielded him with her body. Yun Mu couldn't help but panic and scream. Xing heard Yun Mu scream and was startled. Ling Zhu. Yun Mu held Ling Zhu. She was panting heavily, and he realized it was golden poison. Esmeralda laughed loudly, hearing the chaos around. "That's the golden poison of the Divine Heaven sect. There's no cure, you all have to die." A cold voice rang out, "Heavenly destruction ice." His mouth was immediately sealed. Xing saw this, and was surprised to realize that it was Dai Tianzu who had acted. Yun Mu seemed to go mad, screaming, then charging forward. His rage reached its peak. Yun Mu shouted loudly, "I want your life, snow-dripping cold strike." His attack was as fierce as a flood. The ground and rocks couldn't withstand it, shattering. Esmeralda was terrified, constantly emitting trembling cries. At this moment, the golden shape in Yun Mu also disappeared. He continuously pushed his limits. Yun Mu picked up his sword and coldly slashed at that detestable body. Esmeralda closed his eyes, feeling the pain. "So this is what it feels like to have your body split in two." Xing was worried. "It's bad, the poison can't be suppressed." Yun Mu didn't care about that bastard, hurriedly said, "Let me do it." Xing was scared. "The poison is too strong, it can't stop, it keeps spreading." Yun Mu also panicked. "Damn it, we can't leave it." He shouted, "System, diagnostic plan." Everyone's gaze turned to him. The secret could no longer be kept. When he placed his hand on her body, the system reported that the poison had spread throughout Ling Zhu's body. Although he didn't use healing powers, only forcibly maintaining her life, when he stopped, she would die. Yun Mu quickly spoke, "Don't talk nonsense, continue." Hai Yue looked at him, puzzled. "Who are you talking to?" Xing thought to himself, "It's happening again. I've always seen Yun Mu with some special energy." Xing used his internal power and activated his mystical eye. Behind Yun Mu, Xing saw three figures, wondering, what are they following him for? Suddenly, Yun Mu felt uncomfortable. His vision blurred. Yun Mu panicked. "Not good, the side effects are coming again." Xing was worried. "Yun Mu, wake up." The night descended, and the moonlight illuminated the sky. Yun Mu slowly woke up. It seemed he had fainted from overexertion. As soon as he woke up, a sharp voice rang in his ears. Finally, you're awake, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Yunmu helplessly said, hey, stop eating, it's hard to recover and now you're like this again. Huan casually replied, if I don't eat, how can I maintain my beautiful figure? Loud noise sounded, is there a noise, are enemies coming? Huan stopped him, don't panic, go outside and see. She said, what have you brought to this country? Yunmu was startled. It was victory and hope. Everyone outside couldn't help but hold a celebration. Even though everyone was covered in injuries, smiles of happiness still appeared on their faces. The statue, almost ruined, was also brought out to dance. Tianzu, who was always cold, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. He observed his friends happily, feeling relieved and sighed. Suddenly remembering, he was confused. Where is Lingzu, how is she? Huan looked at him, seemingly not wanting him to know the truth. The atmosphere became tense. She turned her back and said, follow me. Lingzu finally woke up, but her body was stuck to the tree. When he arrived and saw Lingzu like this, he couldn't help but panic. What happened here? Huan explained, although we tried our best, the poison still spread, her body was nearly paralyzed. Only using the nourishment of Fuxi could contain the poison and keep her alive. She would fall into a state of suspended death. Lingzu's eyes were dimming. Huan looked at Lingzu and said that once she leaves the divine tree, the poison in her body will recur. He gently stroked Lingzu's head with a heart full of sorrow. I will find a way to detoxify her. I'll take her home. Wait for me. Then he said sadly to Huan, you continue the party, I want to walk alone. By the river, Yi Ting sat alone, not participating in the joyful celebration. Suddenly, Yi Ting spoke up, you have already lost. He stared into the distance. Never thought I could destroy your plan. From today on, I will live without haunting, free to laugh. At that moment, Yunmu passed by and discovered Yi Ting was here. He looked at the scene before him, puzzled. Who are you worshipping? Yi Ting looked directly at him, not hiding anything, replying, it's my mother. Immediately, the young man adjusted his clothes, clasped his hands, and said loudly, sorry for disturbing, I'm leaving. After speaking, he hurriedly tried to leave, but Yi Ting called loudly, wait a moment. Then they sat down to talk. Yi Ting apologized, I accidentally dragged you into this mess. He couldn't bear the tension. I have enmity with them, of course I will take revenge. Actually, it's not unrelated to me, you don't need to worry too much. I felt like you were hiding something from me. Yi Ting panicked, you lied to me when? He explained, when I found out your surname was Yi. After all, others use food names. He lay back comfortably, continuing, later I heard about Yi Ching attacking Fuxi. At that time Captain Eris was defeated in the end. Queen Huan protected Fuxi. Only Huan had the strength to deal with Esmeralda. But now you ask me to help you overthrow Huan's regime. Clearly something is wrong. Yi Ting asked again, then how do you know I'm not an accomplice of Yi Ching? Yunmu asked back. The crystal energy. That's something DI letter 1EC7P left for DI letter 1EC7P family's descendants to help him defeat the queen, right? You didn't give it to them. Connecting these things isn't hard to guess. I think you wanted to create a fake scene to lure them away and trap me. I just happened to want to find them, so I joined in the play with you. Yi Ting said, who is this guy? Really scary. But it's over now, you've won and even become the hero of the female Oa nation. Maybe they'll even build a statue for you. He said sadly, this battle took away the teacher I considered a father along with Lingzu, and you lost your mother in childhood. How do you feel? Did we win? Hearing this, Yi Ting's mood shifted slightly. He trembled and recounted, actually, I should hate my mother. But the image of her before she died makes me very sad. She said, Yi Ting, I'm sorry, from now on, you must live for yourself. When hearing those words, he spoke up, after all, she was just a victim, you broke free from the cycle. She will surely be happy. Yi Ting hurriedly wiped her tears, was I wrong? He stood up and said calmly, what if I'm wrong? Even if I'm called a hero of the female flower nation, in reality, I haven't done anything right. He continued, it's not about causing trouble, it's about being in the middle of trouble. He looked up at the sky because everyone makes mistakes. That's why we find the right path and hope. She looked at this young man. In his eyes was a powerful energy, continually radiating the aura he once had. The next day, Huan looked at Yunmu with regret. Lin, you're leaving already. Wait, you can take some Fuxi fruits. This is a privilege for you. He was happy but still refused. No need, 5 fruits are enough. Today's energy is perfect for opening the spatial rift. If I don't leave, I won't know when I'll be able to see you again. I'll definitely come back. Immediately, Thiern Tuy letter 1 EBFT opened the box in her hand. All right, it's time to go. She quickly threw it far away. Let's go, the spatial door. A bright beam of light shot up, shining straight into the sky, a mysterious and dazzling light. Huan looked up at the sky as if everything was just a dream. Yi Ting smiled lightly. That's right, We need to continue our lives. Yue Huan frowned as if in a dream. Yi Ting smiled brightly. That's right, we should continue with our daily lives. Duxing wondered. Yun Mu, you say fuxi fruits were too much. Everyone said you should take more, what a pity. Yun Mu remained silent, just glancing at him and smiling. He said, I remind you, people should know enough. Yue Huan looked up at the tree. Yi Ting asked, what's wrong? Yue Huan couldn't help but curse. This brat is so annoying. It turned out he had secretly cut a branch from the tree earlier. The queen was speechless, so many tricks. Yet when talking to Duxing, he acted all high and mighty, asking him, wasn't it? That tree was stabilized by Yun Mu. The spiritual realm was flourishing vigorously. The young man reported, President, the spatial rift has shown energy fluctuation. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C was surprised, finally back. It's been so long, thought the whole army was wiped out. Representatives from other sects announced they could go and receive people. The spatial door vibrated. Everyone quickly arrived at the place. Ran led the way, followed by Wu Zhai and H letter 1EA3, INGUY letter 1EC7T. Seeing them, everyone was delighted. You're all safe, that's great. The noise rang out. We haven't seen each other for days. You've grown a lot. The representative of the divine heavenly sect looked around. Yun Mu quietly passed by and whispered, Representative, what are you looking for? No need, I'm the last one at the back. He put his hand on his shoulder and coldly said, no more people. Where's TRI letter 1EC1U Thiern Tong? Yun Mu shook off his hand. I told you no more people, so of course. He stopped sharply, his face showing a fierce look never seen before. The representative of the divine heavenly sect was stunned. What? He grabbed Yun Mu by the collar, shouting, Brat, explain to me, how can this be? Yun Mu didn't mind mocking. I said representative. Yun Mu smiled slyly. What does the destruction of TRI letter 1EC1U Thiern Tong have to do with you? Divine heavenly sect, why rush? He suddenly felt guilty, swallowing his saliva with difficulty. Realizing he was overreacting, he pushed Yun Mu away. Sorry, I was rude. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C silently listened, of course. Mr. Du knew what had happened. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C announced, this battle of the war ended successfully. Everyone performed well. The kids were happy, tired. The guild prepared vehicles to take them back to rest. Yun Mu, except for you, hearing this, he paused. It's clear D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C cares about him very much. You follow me, don't know what happened, but his attitude was slightly tense. In the office, Yun Mu recounted the whole situation, exactly as it happened. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C laughed with interest. You killed the leader of the divine heavenly sect and the leader of TRI letter 1EC1U Thiern Tong. Right, both of them deserve to die. Great ambitions. Even if you didn't act, I would have dealt with. TRI letter 1EC1U Thiern Tong is considered finished. The divine heavenly sect is different. If their sect leader disappears, they'll investigate. You're in a passive position, better. He stopped and proposed recruitment. Surprising Yun Mu, join the Night People. Inherit the title of Thunder Knight Hound from Master Lai Bok Van. Will protect you. Yun Mu angrily slammed the table. Why did you send him alone to complete the dangerous mission? What were you thinking? D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C stood up seriously, admitting that there was a problem with the arrangement that led to the loss of elite like the Night Hound. Hoping you'd inherit the title. You were his most valued student. Yun Mu gritted his teeth angrily. This old man is forcing me to join. Yun Mu continued. Then answer my question. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C guess. You ask, is there any other way down? D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C darkly replied, as long as you join the Night People, accumulate enough merits, I'll open the spatial rift for you. Unlike others, Yun Mu wasn't happy, just grinding his teeth, angry at the old fox. Immediately after, he angrily turned away, throwing back, I'll think about it. As soon as he finished, he quickly left. D-stroke letter 1ED3 D-stroke letter 1E9C took out a piece of paper and wrote something. Just as Van Muck left, another person entered, the guild leader, saying he was looking for me. Du Duck handed over a sheet of paper to be delivered to the divine celestial sect. Contents likely weren't pleasant. He truly was a cunning old fox. Thinking of you, Du Duck muttered slyly, Van Muck, don't blame me. The jade's quality is better, no ulterior motive. Merely a piece of stone anyway. Just returning home, he got hit hard, his facial bones compressing painfully. Lang In, frustrated and powerless, vented some anger on him, damn it. Van Muck didn't resist, letting him release his anger. Lang In almost shouted, why this way? Aren't you strong? Tears streamed down Lang En's face uncontrollably. Why my sister, every time you save us from peril, why not this time? Dai Hung held his hands and stopped hitting Lang En was surprised. Dai Hung said, I'm here too, hit me if you must vent. Lang En, heartbroken, turned away covering her face, crying bitterly. Van Muk looked at his friend, inwardly pained truly. At the same moment a hand gently grabbed his sleeve. Are you all right? I type whispered, don't blame, and in her eyes, you can do no wrong. Van Muk replied tersely, moving on, don't worry, I hold no grudges. Van Muk's back looked utterly lonely as he briefly said, I'll go ahead. Nighttype knew his sorrow not less than Lang An's, but she could only watch from afar Van Muk. In his room his thoughts raced, still too weak, facing stronger forces, nothing changes. Just back he pressed internal power to grow stronger, thinking non-stop, I must mature fast enough to confront them, no more tragedies. Instantly Van Muk's eyes widened. He decisively shouted, System, shadows, activate. He calculated 3 shadow figures to cultivate alongside him, quadrupling his speed, yet unsatisfied, 4 times still too slow, limited time, must accelerate. Thus he condensed more spirit images. Van Muk, almost frantic, 4 not enough, condensed 10, 10 not enough, 50, 50 not enough, 100 system, condensed spirit images. Time quietly passed. A month later, Lai Tu, bored, almost a month without Van Muk. Night Type responded from above. He blames himself for Lang Tyet, locked in his room. Suong's issue has deeply affected him. Lai Tu, scrolling through the system, Dai Hung also greatly impacted. Returning home seeking the female training officer, continuing like this, even we cannot match Van Muk, let alone that villain. Suddenly, seeing something startled Lai Tu. She turned, reporting someone challenging Bok Tu Thai in the high-dimension battlefield. Nai Type also surprised, who dares challenge Bok Nha. Lai Tu glanced at the image, hesitating, it's Van Muk. The young water disciple was astonished. You're Van Muk of the Lai clan, bold to challenge me, though talented, you cannot erase hierarchical distance. Van Muk plainly replied, I want to test my cultivation after a month. Tu Thai approached, quite arrogant, I'll show you a lesson. Outside, spectators murmured, Van Muk gone mad. Bok Tu Thai, a super mystic indeed, ranks of mystic combat nearly impossible to surpass. Super mystics have 3 tiers, Tu Thai already at the 2nd tier. I Type and Lai Tu anxiously watched Van Muk. On this side, Tu Thai spoke, if you insist on challenging, I won't hold back. Van Muk replied, any time is fine. He surged with internal force toward Van Muk, using secret techniques of the Bok clan. Shadow Blade, Mystical Wind, Waning Moon. After a series of moves, Tu Thai slammed the ground. Van Muk smoothly evaded, teasingly adding, Shadow Blade, Mystical Wind, legendary moves, too slow. Escaping, he leapt before Tu Thai, startling him. Van Muk raised an eyebrow, asking, you won't yield, right? He inwardly wondered, when did this kid get so close? Tu Thai immediately jumped back to maintain distance. Annoyed, don't be arrogant, that was only testing you, next I won't hold back. Van Muk raised an eyebrow, then hurry up, don't waste my time. Tu Thai, provoked to anger, thought, watch this move will haunt you for life. His gaze at Van Muk was fierce, shouting, it's over. Tu Thai's move, Shadow Mystical Kick, shook the earth and rocks into fragments. Admiring the debris, he felt proud, this is a special move. But contrary to his expectations, Van Muk boldly spoke. He blinked, unimpressed, that special move, so disappointing. Van Muk surged with internal force, finish it, you're still too weak, Chiu Duan. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light startled Tu Thai. Familiar move again, Van Muk unleashed the great flame strike. A torrent of fire erupted around him. Onlookers discussed what this kid defeated a super mystic so easily. Van Muk's strength now makes Bok Tu Thai seem like a worm, effortlessly subdued. Van Muk felt satisfied, speed and defense increased, even the fire's intensity rose, truly impressive. Calling 10 days ago in the Star Realm, Van Muk leaned against a branch he'd planted, happily enjoying fruit. Holding the fruit, he wondered whether to eat, only 2 left. Soon he devoured them greedily, regardless of needing to grow stronger eating. After munching, he made a face, this fruit is tough to eat. As he leapt to leave, the ground beneath changed drastically. It was the surrounding element encircling him. Van Muk startled, what is this? Fear struck, his mystic energy being drained. The system warned, the Star Realm's power is being siphoned. Replenish immediately, or damage will be irreversible. Van Muk panicked, is Himi playing me? Finally he had no choice but to use his treasure. Gripping the stone, he shouted, deposit it, I have money. Returning to the present, he sighed, money spent, growing stronger this way was worth it. Scene shifts to another shop, door opens, voice greets, welcome Van Muk, fortune teller. Nhu Yen called, it's Van Muk, you've been away. Van Muk frowned, how many mystic gems left? Give them all. She was surprised, hadn't you just collected them all? Taking more now. Nachu Yen pushed items over. Here, there's plenty. Save some for later. At the same time, his system indicated a connection request. It was Dai Hung, smiling at Van Muck. Finally out of seclusion, Van Muck asked immediately, any results from the previous investigation? He explained the female battle saint couldn't return to the female realm. If she knew, she wouldn't have allowed us to participate in the full battle. But she managed to contact the poison saint. Hearing this, Van Muck grew anxious. Dai Hung continued, if we can obtain the divine celestial sex poison, they could help us create the antidote. Van Muck pondered how to handle the poison. Dai Hung replied, yes, a chance at the battle saint level. Poison training for a prodigy. Only he could neutralize it, but convincing the poison saint would be challenging. Van Muck frowned, I know there's no free lunch, but to save Lang Tiat I must try. Duongan casually approached, hands in pockets, greeting Van Muck early today. Van Muck got straight to the point, Senior, why summon me? He explained the Divine Battle Hall's recruitment contest is starting. Training halls must select new talents. Van Muck reluctantly encouraged, good luck to them. Duong A looked into his eyes, implying the team leader is usually assigned, expected to be Master Lai back Van. Continued, I hope you can replace Master Lai for this task. Van Muck's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly stood, refusing, sorry, I don't have time to babysit. Duongan sat down leisurely and shared, these students are also from the last cohort led by Master Li. He would surely be pleased with this assignment. Yun Mu immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. He straightened up and left, reminding, send me the meeting location, maybe I'll come, don't get your hopes up. He looked at his back and replied, I trust you will go. The scene shifted to the main halls. Many people were gathering. Lu worriedly asked beside her, Jia Jia, you said Senior Yun Mu will come. Jia Jia calmly looked up. Senior Yun Mu is a top first year. Of course he would lead the team. Nearby, Shen Chen spat out his frustration. Top first year is exaggerated. Lu angrily cursed, lucky still kept. Shen Chen, damn it, dare insult my idol. Xin Ran stopped her. I want to tear him apart. Wu Jai beside them read and reminded, don't make noise. Someone has arrived. Everyone quickly looked up. Yun Mu was flying above, looking down. He flew with wings, muttering, seems someone doesn't welcome me. And Lu incredulously said, pinch me, not dreaming, pinch cheek hurt, indeed senior. Yun Mu landed, everyone admired, elegant wings, worthy of the senior. Calmly slid and asked, are you the elite squad of this cohort? Shen Chen replied, yes, I'm the captain. Yun Mu raised an eyebrow, so weak yet called elite, one cohort worse than the next. Shen Chen was stunned, what? He pointed at Yun Mu, shouted, show your skill. Jia Jia intervened, don't be rash compared to the senior, we truly. He turned, ordering, just a fight, teach you a lesson. When the scene moved to the arena, Shen Chen looked forward angrily, top first year, today we'll see. He dashed like lightning at Yun Mu, who calmly observed, manifesting mystic power, unsurprised but movements rushed, or a strong yet flawed. Shen Chen leapt to deliver a fatal blow. Yun Mu teased, even my pet fights better. His shadow quickly struck from behind. He slashed at Yun Mu, but the blow seemed blocked by an invisible force. Shen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking closely, he saw a masked creature. Amazed, he recognized it. Yun Mu indifferent, see, I told you, even my crow intercepts your blade. Shen Chen shouted, shut up. Shen Chen was flung by Yun Mu's crow. The blade fell to the ground. He sneered mockingly, weak and still can't hold. The weak respect the strong. Picked up the blade, damn it. Shen Chen rushed to attack, shouted, not over yet. A huge explosion sent rocks flying, and Lu worried Shen Chen too angry. In the dust, Yun Mu calmly stepped out, voice deep, I said this. He looked at him unconscious, asked, did you really intend to kill me earlier? Yun Mu's eyes cold, determination enough but power far lacking. Shen Chen bleeding still spoke, now even letting you strike is unworthy, one day you will fight me. The group saw the fight end and ran anxiously. Are you okay? Good. Yun Mu just smiled, hinting, I begin to like you. He returned to the group, introduced himself. I am Yun Mu, from today I lead your team, will lead you to win competitions. Voice serious, reminded, selections will be dangerous, risks anytime, one out, now's the time. Yun Mu calmly, wanna follow, prepare yourself. Scene shifted, 3 days later, vehicle moving across desert. People in vehicle groaned, checking battle spirit electric is hard. Need Earth Dragon to pass, senior Earth Dragon strong. He replied, not strong, just minor Kim Tin. Lu bristled, Kim Tin were new dark stars. How to fight, Yun Mu calmly, just learn coordination. Even stronger opponent 1 grade higher is fine. Ahead appeared armored Earth Dragon. Jia Jia stammered, senior, squad fighting, need help. Flatly ordered, this is their hunt, don't interfere, deeper into desert. Jia obeyed. They quickly advanced, everyone puzzled. Map said armored earth dragon concentrated deep desert. Chen lost patience, stomped tree cursing, no armored dragon seen. Outer ring likely cleared, first check failed. Yunmu warned, hey watch your step. Ground shook, Jia worried, what is it, earthquake? Yunmu eyes wide, shouted move away. Sand columns shot up, everyone called fearfully, Chen. Jia trembled at giant creature, this is. He looked at newly appeared monster, Armored Earth Dragon King. Armored Earth Dragon King charged, Yunmu ordered to prepare to fight. And Lu dodged, asked senior, Chen flung by dragon what to do. It opened mouth charging at her in a lapse. Lu eyes widened, Jia warned, careful. Shadow dashed to block and Lu, Xin ran. She removed glasses, shouted, die for me. Xin ran, eyes blazed, potent energy radiated. Armored Earth Dragon King looked into her eyes, in pain. Lu voice called stop. Yunmu stepped from behind, remarked, interesting creature control system. Hanyan shouted, Jia help me. Out of nowhere, a long whip flew with reliability, don't rush. Jia used whip to rescue two friends. Landing, Armored Earth Dragon King turned toward him. Aza wondered, why target me? The chase began anew, he ran yelling, save senior. Yunmu smiled. You are a team, trust teammates. Jia shouted, trust monkey will die. Wujai called, Jia run towards me. Wujai eyes focused on monster. He analyzed nerve position under fifth thigh armor, grasped timing when it lifts leg. Right timing, Wujai threw dagger at Armored Earth Dragon King now. Hit vital spot, howled in pain. Everyone thrilled, Wujai awesome done. Yunmu smirked, pleased, little devil indeed a little devil. Aza trembled, it still stood, not dead yet. Wujai worried, not good. It will use mystic skill, dodge quickly. Too late, Armored Earth Dragon King used mystic skill. Sharp rocks pierced ground, stone heart thrust, they panicked, no time. Suddenly a shadow appeared from behind, immediately catching Yunmu's attention. He crossed his arms and muttered, this guy returned slowly. Chen dashed toward them, exclaiming, why does he look so odd? Everyone happily called his name. He used his body and the great blade to strike down, kicking up dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Chen appeared with a gentle smile. He stood in front of the formation, confidently declaring this is the strongest defense. Wujai teased why only returning now. Chen raised a finger, quiet, I just saved you. Planted the sword in the ground, looked at the Iron Shield Earth Dragon King and nodded. Chen shouted, whole team assemble, follow my orders, prepare to counterattack, show him our power. Monster angrily charged at the group. He immediately used his shield to protect the team and commanded, I will absorb the damage. Chen signaled to absorb the horn attack. He wrapped the horn with a whip. He continued shouting, Wujai, find an opportunity to strike its weak point. Then Ran used a control skill. Chen ordered persistent control to create a counterattack opportunity. And Lu assisted the team. Chen assigned tasks clearly while protecting everyone. She responded, understood. Yunmu observed the young team, smiled. None overly strong but coordinated well, truly an elite squad. With their coordinated efforts, the Iron Shield Earth Dragon King fell to the ground. Everyone cheered, we did it senior, defeated a gold-level monster. Yunmu smiled silently, this team is not bad. Wujai approached the monster's heart, said, according to the book, the heart is here. Chen used a knife to cut. He used the blade to open it, done. The flesh opened, Chen asked, hi see it? Wujai replied, yes. Inside was a large beating heart. Rainbow light made him suspicious. The Iron Shield Earth Dragon King's eyes widened. Wujai shouted, not good, it's not dead, evolving soon. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred. Everyone outside was astonished, asking what happened. Wujai and Chen quickly retreated. He shouted, Earth Dragon King upgrading, everyone run fast. A small hole appeared in the ground, attracting Chen attention. Kicked his teammate away to avoid danger. Wujai was surprised by Chen action. Regained balance, scolded, what is this guy doing? Wujai's eyes widened as he realized what was in front of him. Chen was pierced by spikes, blood flowing continuously. Lu shouted anxiously, Chen, everyone watched motionless. Seeing the Iron Shield Earth Dragon King charge, they were terrified, it revived. It roared, Wujai realized, not good, it is linking with allies. Quickly gathered everyone, planned, and Lu restrained the monster, saving Chen. Jia noticed a gap, asked and Lu. He discovered she had climbed onto sharp spikes without noticing. And Lu climbed with effort, muttering at the foolish guy only playing hero. Chen, though heavily injured, watched her climb, said, what are you doing up there, move quickly. He shouted, enough talking, I'm a healing mystic. My task is to keep everyone alive. As Lu reached out, the Iron Shield Earth Dragon King lunged. Chen worried, and Lu be careful. Jinghai watched, the sharp horn coming very close. Lu's eyes widened, not willing to yield. As it neared both, the monster's head was severed. He was astonished at the scene before her. Mu decided to join the fight, said, "You all did well." His eyes sharp, he commanded next, "Leave it to me." And Lu looked at him, called Senior. Mu Ping glanced over, muttered, "Infernal flames strike at dusk." Immediately, flames erupted, destroying the spike pillars. Chen also fell along with the debris. Mu quickly grabbed his leg. He hovered at the mid-level, asked calmly, "Still alive?" Chen had strength, replied, "Leave me, go save them. Jen, and rest assured I'm here." Mu confirmed they will be safe. Surrounded by defensive teams, Han muttered, "This time probably not okay." Jia laughed, "Working together as a team is fun." Wu Jai speechless. Why mention a last word? The Iron Shield Earth Dragon King charged. The group resolved to fight, even if dying, taking it down. Its mouth was suddenly engulfed in flame. Ran was surprised. Jia puzzled why burnt in the stomach. Immediately after, the monster vanished. Wu Jai shielding and terrified, infernal flames strike too strong. Then a slash straight to the back. Wu Jai muttered, "Looks like we don't need to worry." Ran asked Senior, "Is it okay? You lead the team." He swung the sword, said, "Fine. Set a leader for unexpected events. I'll handle here. You protect Chen. The Iron Shield Earth Dragon King, now evolved, angrily looked at Mu. He quickly dodged spikes and charged to attack. Wu Jai shouted, Jia, why standing there?" She watched Mu carefully, said, "Senior him." Jia's face lit up, continued, "Really handsome." She approached Mu near the monster, wondering, "A year from now will we be this strong?" Monster roared, mouth full of sharp teeth, eyes blazing. He calmly slashed at it and jumped to the ground. Mu frowned, as expected of the Iron Shield Earth Dragon King. Power exceptional, berserk blade ineffective. Continued charging, thinking, then try this method. Mu advanced, said, "Careful now." Crawled straight into the monster's mouth, startling it. Jia saw and screamed in fear. Senior is about to be swallowed. Wu Jai frowned, "Wait, seems wrong, the monster is being attacked." The monster howled in pain, eyes showing anguish. In an instant, its entire body was torn into countless pieces. Jia was surprised to see Mu approach. Senior calmly stepped forward, juggling the monster's heart, then explained, "This one is only hard on the outside." Chen, face covered in blood, struggled to speak. And Lu, "Don't waste your mystic power, leave it to me." Before he could finish, and Lu, sitting nearby, shouted to interrupt. "Stop talking, regain your spirit, Captain, you must persevere, we can't do without you." At that moment, Mu stepped forward holding a red object resembling a bloodied heart, drawing everyone's attention. "Why are you all crying like that?" He raised the heart and stared intently at the person lying on the ground. Everyone shouted, "Senior, quickly figure out how to save Chen." Suddenly, a strong light emitted from the patient's body. Mu slightly confused. "My mystic power can only temporarily stop the bleeding. It cannot heal this major wound." He frowned, "Call the system, analyze the treatment options." Information was quickly sent and analyzed. The system confirmed, standard treatments are ineffective. Only high-grade herbs like Sacred Life Elixir can restore cardiovascular function. Mu lifted the heart high, muttering, "System, organize cardiovascular pathways, see if this can be used." The system hesitated slightly. "There may be a rejection reaction, but it should work." He seriously asked, and Lu, "Step aside a bit." She turned back in surprise. "Please help me lift the patient," Chen said anxiously. "Senior, don't say that, he's the patient," he calmly replied. "It's not time to despair yet." Chen could not hold back, face pale, nauseated, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Everyone's anxious, he's vomiting blood again." Mu gripped the heart tightly, eyes serious. "Endure a bit, it will hurt." He poured all his strength to push the heart into Chen's body. The force was so great the patient was thrown backward. He ordered the system, reconstruct his body. The system immediately acknowledged, understood, consuming 30,000 experience points, recovery process starting. He raised his hand, transmitting golden spiritual power into Chen, lifting the patient into the air amid magical golden lights. And Lu gasped, "What kind of power is this?" "Mystic healing." Others behind were also astonished. "I've never seen such a mystic skill." Wound on Chen began to draw energy, gradually closing, surprising everyone. Chen's injury slowly healed, strong light emanating from him amazed all, unbelievable. After a while, the system announced, "Body reconstruction complete." Chen slowly opened his eyes, seeing his fellow disciples around. "You finally woke up." He struggled to sit up, looking around in confusion. "What happened?" "I'm alive." And Lu explained, "You're alive, Senior saved you." Chen gaped in disbelief. Mu. She said seriously, "Senior saved your life, why not respect your benefactor?" Chen, still recovering, could only cry out in pain, "It hurts too much, and Lu, help me." Mu paid no attention, instead holding a needle with a strange animal-shaped head, wings, and a gemstone. System scan. The system quickly analyzed, This item contains chemical components that can stimulate beast potential, increasing evolution probability. I silently guessed, if I'm not mistaken, the iron blue earth dragon evolved near death earlier. It wasn't random. Someone influenced it. Yunmu was still deep in thought, but now only a few of us are here. Could it be? Suddenly Enlu ran up calling, "Senior." She pushed the injured toward Yunmu. Shen Chen wants to say something. Shen Chen shyly, "Don't push me, I can go myself." He awkwardly said, that I wasn't happy seeing this action. Shen Chen blushed, finally uttering 2 words, "Thank you." This attitude made Yunmu feel slightly odd. Shortly after, Shen Chen turned back, pointed at Yunmu, shouting, "Don't think saving me means I'm grateful. This favor I'll return to you." And Lu cheered from afar. Be frank, he couldn't help but smile, exposed. Yunmu slightly smiled. "This squad exceeds my expectations. The whole team is solid. Leading them might not be bad." Suddenly his eyes sharpened, sensing something strange. Ahead, and Lu teased as she walked, "Catch me, you fool." Shen Chen speechless. This girl. Other disciples laughed. "You didn't seem like yourself before. Stop joking." Beneath those backs, a huge shadow with red eyes was stalking. "There's a traitor here." The group went to submit items. One asked in surprise, "Why submit hearts?" "No one informed us." Another explained this was the pre-announced rule. Lu stood in line, raising her hand and calling, "Shen Chen, don't run around, line up for the mission here." He muttered outside, "Arrive." Finally, Shen Chen joined the line, and Lu crossed her arms. "What do you think round 2 will be like?" "I'm excited but also a bit scared." A fellow disciple reassured, "With Senior, it's fine." Yunmu thought, "Could we evolve the metal star to the red star with the squad's black star level?" "Absolutely cannot craft it myself. Otherwise they couldn't defeat red star grade beasts without me." Said seriously, "This seems targeted at me, but who did it and why?" Suddenly someone pointed at Yunmu, attracting his attention. "Little brother, may I trouble you?" He held out his hand asking, "Do you have a surplus bitch die long heart? If so, could you transfer it to me?" Pointed to a young man sitting despondent. "Our team only has this kid left, please help him." Yunmu looked distantly suspicious. That is. Young man was none other than Ling An, a skinny youth with large glasses. He smiled awkwardly. "That kid decided to join the trial, so only arrived today. You set the price." Yunmu acted immediately. "No price," directly giving the heart. The team gaped. Shen Chen angrily questioned loudly, "Are you stupid? Round 2 is a test. The leader must also submit a heart." The reception acknowledged, "Very good, next person." After noticing Yunmu, captain of the team, "Please submit a dragon heart." Yunmu's next words did not surprise anyone. "Sorry, I have no heart to submit, but..." Yunmu pulled out his phone, displaying a red strip and 2 swords with a strange symbol. "This should work, right?" Young man startled, taking it. "Go, what is this?" He observed every detail carefully. After a moment the reception happily said, "Of course, come in." Others in the group were also surprised. Lu ran over, whispered, "Senior, what were you holding just now?" Yunmu casually replied, "Nothing." Yunmu lifted his head, coldly said, "Just an invitation card." Inside, people sat scattered, clattering sticks continuously. He looked around. "The crowd passing the trial is larger than I thought." Someone hurried over, calling loudly, "Yunmu." The little girl rushed over, clinging to Yunmu. "Finally found you." He cried out, "Watch my back." Yunmu gently set her down, asking, "You came too?" She happily replied, "Grandpa wanted to bring the direct disciples to train." Voice echoed, testing mic, cutting off their conversation. The door opened. "Congratulations on passing round 1. Proceed to round 2. Miss Swirled out next, please." A woman in a blue robe, hands in pockets, stepped forward. Second examiner. However, Yunmu was easily attracted to beauty, focusing on what most men like, which was truly ironic, making the girl Nijai unable to help but turn back with a disappointed gaze. The announcer from above informed everyone that the next test would be the second selection round of the War God Temple, where you would be testing your conviction. The woman immediately raised her hand, summoning a red blood aura without beating around the bush, starting right away. "This is a spiritual challenge." Immediately, a golden energy like flames surrounded the body of each participant. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. They looked up at T-letter 1EA3 Dan, Miss Zhen, and "Don't worry." The woman gently placed a finger on her lips and presented the challenge. "The energy you receive will turn into an illusion deep in your soul. This challenge requires strong conviction to overcome." T-letter 1EA3 Dan flew down from above, pouring energy into her hand. "It will transform into your conviction." At that moment, each person received what they desired. Shen Chen got a square shield, while Enlu got a flowing dress. He held a green rope coiled into 2 loops. "If you can withstand my attack without breaking the illusionary item, then you will pass the challenge." A person appeared behind, mocking, "I thought this test would be difficult, but it's actually so simple, let me try first." Though he had strange eyes, his body was extremely muscular, carrying a huge sword on his shoulder. The crowd murmured, "The leader of Lang Ba City must be a Hong Ting. His illusion is a great sword, probably easy to pass the challenge." T-letter 1EA3 Dan furrowed her brows, looking at that person with a calm expression. She did not hesitate, directly swinging the rope at him, starting with you. The very first strike, the weapon of the Lang Ba City leader shattered when he used it to block the attack. Everyone was astonished by this situation. His teammates rushed over, calling out in panic, "Leader, are you all right?" He fell to the ground just as the judge announced, "The illusionary item has shattered. You are disqualified." And Lu stared, surprised. How could even a Hong Ting not block her attack? Wu Jai was also worried. No, this test doesn't assess strength, but the strength of conviction. Letter 1EA3 Dan's voice became stern. "Don't think you're above others just because of your rank. Next person." Immediately, her rope cut through in Lu's beautiful dress. Her princess gown couldn't stop it, disqualified. Jia's whip couldn't resist either. "You only have a whip, but it's too weak, disqualified." The next whip strike hit Wu Jai's book, but it was unharmed. His conviction is a book. I've seen many cases. His patience is decent. He passes. Next was Shen Chen. He tried to keep the shield in front of him. Fortunately, he passed. The shield was very strong, not bad. The next test was Xin Ran. She raised her hand to push the doll in front of her, and finally passed when the doll was unaffected by the rope. Her doll was very durable, and her conviction was strong. Good. Yun Mu looked around, thinking to himself, this really isn't simple, and Lu and Zhao Jia were disqualified. Shen Chen and Wu Jai passed as expected, but his sharp gaze stopped on Xin Ran's back as she held the doll. She seemed unremarkable, but possessed such strong conviction. Suddenly, a call caught Yun Mu's attention. Look at that person. T-letter 1EA3 Dan used all her strength to lash the whip, complimenting, "This is really interesting." He looked at Lingyan through the smoke and dust, surprised. "I've been a judge for 4 years, but I've never seen anything like this." Behind him was a young girl in a yellow dress, causing the female judge to exclaim, "Such strong conviction." Lingyan stood with round glasses. "Yun Mu, my goal is different from yours." Naijai looked at him in surprise. Lingyan's illusion is Miss Xuan. Those actions and words made him think a lot about Lingyan. T-letter 1EA3 Dan quickly turned to Yun Mu. "You're the last one, Yun Mu." She looked at Yun Mu. "This test, I've been paying special attention to you. The most outstanding newcomer, even elder T-letter 1EA7 Fong praised you greatly. I want to see what you will do." At this moment, Yun Mu had not yet prepared his conviction, but T-letter 1EA3 Dan had already swung the whip toward him. Rope with tremendous power flew toward Yun Mu. His teammates anxiously shouted, "This isn't good. Senior hasn't started preparing his conviction. Quickly get out of the way, Senior." A second later, a terrible explosion erupted from where Yun Mu stood, small rocks flying in all directions. Jia and Enlu hurriedly called, "Senior." Unexpectedly from the smoke, a golden hand appeared, gripping the rope tightly. The female judge couldn't believe her eyes. She turned pale and listened to the echoing voice. "I said, did I do something to anger you?" He stood firm on his conviction, exposing T-letter 1EA3 Dan's plan. Clearly, she hit much harder than the others. Everyone looked at Yun Mu's belief radiating brilliant light, unable to help but marvel. What kind of illusionary belief is this, so handsome? The current strength seems the judges have eased the limits for us. Lingyan looked at the muscular arm gripping the rope and realized Yun Mu had arrived. Dan put one hand in her pocket, retracting the rope with the other, tilting her head to change the subject. "All right, your team has passed the challenge. The top 3 for tomorrow's test will enter the selection contest. Competitors may rest now." Although she smiled, inside she felt uneasy. "I exerted 80% but still could not defeat him. Truly a fearsome opponent." The scene shifted to room 409. Shadow stood before the communication device. The voice on the other end spoke softly. "Sorry, mission failed. The evolving earth dragon cannot harm Yun Mu." He looked through the glass where Yun Mu sat below. "Don't rush. I will find a chance in the 3rd stage." The voice on the line immediately cut in. "No need. Acting inside the Divine War Hall is too dangerous and easily noticed." A mysterious voice sounded next. "Just target the young man sitting on the chair. That is him." Yun Mu was still thinking of fragments of acquaintances. Ling En, perhaps Sister Zhu's situation had completely changed him. People were lost in thought. For Ling En, the Divine War Hall is indeed a good choice, abundant resources for cultivation. Not everyone can buy with money. Suddenly a group appeared next to Yun Mu. All worried. "What's wrong, Senior? Why the frown?" Yun Mu turned, spoke softly. "My teammates said nothing, just listened quietly." He bowed his head, tone full of sadness. "Sorry, friends. Perhaps I will have to change my decision." Yun Mu's words made the atmosphere more tense. Yun Mu recalled his previous determination. "I am Yun Mu. I will lead you to victory in the selection contest. But now, I feel only 3 can win. I think we can only pass 3 tests in the Divine War Hall. Yun Mu calmly explained, but a friend of mine is also in the selection, and the Divine War Hall is very important to him. At any cost, I must help him win. He did not hesitate to reveal his plan. In the next contest, I will help him win. Yun Mu smiled sadly. I am no longer worthy of the team leader position. He pointed out a single way. I will go to the Gao Feng courtyard to explain the situation. Before tomorrow's test, I will find a new team leader. Shen Chen sat beside, could not help laughing, breaking the tense mood. Go Dai crossed his arms, though saying that he actually wanted to help Yun Mu, not participating anymore. This contest is boring, I cannot endure it. Lu looked surprised. Shen Chen, what are you thinking here already and you say not participating? He admitted he would join the 3rd stage but not level up. Then Shen Chen leaned back in the stone chair, turned to Yun Mu, supporting, if you want to do something then do it, go help him regain the win. He frowned regarding the new team leader. No need to mention again, leading this squad can only be. Shen Chen indicated Yun Mu. Yun Mu looked at him move. Jai standing beside also joined. Indeed, after all Zaza and Enlu were eliminated, our squad's minor losses don't count. Zaza raised his hand. We just came to gain knowledge. After only 1 year enrolled, skill is limited. Enlu placed one hand behind his back, the other on his knee, smiling lightly. Senior wants to help your friend win. She smiled brightly. We will cheer for you. Yin was moved by this sincerity. He smiled in return. All right. The next morning, Zadan stood beside a door radiating strong spiritual power. She brushed her hair gently and announced, welcome to test 3. Next you will step through this space door. Beyond is an upward path, just walk up. The 3 who go farthest in 3 hours will win. Female judge's face turned sharp. Regarding rules, only one thing, no rules, so team leaders must be careful, protect their members well. She spoke a sentence but inwardly seemed unwilling. Then good luck, Yun Mu stepped forward, and then Zadan's voice echoed, test begins. Yun Mu closed his eyes tightly and stepped through this strange gate. Everyone else stepped into the strange place, all pure white, everyone bewildered. This is snow. Yun Mu gazed far, surprised. This place is. His eyes rested on a tall snow-covered mountain, snowy peak. Yun Mu raised his hand, lightly touching falling snowflakes, thinking silently this might be a hidden realm somewhere. The air carries a strange power making the body stiff. Yun Mu was surprised to see a snowflake drift across his cheek, leaving a mark on his handsome face, each flake sharp enough to cut. Discovering this hidden realm, the Divine War Hall truly is no simple place. He turned to look at Ling An's back, uncertain of dangers ahead, arranging his team before following Ling An. Heavy footsteps sank into the snowstorm, as if each step wished to vanish into the icy ground. Some seemed frozen solid, the rest staggered. Even the captain could not endure long, or perhaps went to find the team leader. The other leader was unreliable and might get lost with the team. Ling An gritted his teeth, enduring halfway through, and then a teammate reminded him, right, haven't asked your rank, Golden Star or Silver Star. Golden Star suddenly rang out, the other man surprised. Did you just say you are Golden Star? That man was A. Liang. He turned back, his pupils blazing red with savagery, amazing. The other man said nothing, his hand gripping the pillar with extreme spiritual force. He directly squeezed Ling An's neck, voice gleeful, this time you are caught. He was choked by the collar, eyes rolling white, panic. What are you doing? My strength has been drained. A Liang suddenly lifted Ling An, smiling in satisfaction, feeling my mystic power vanish. Right, this is my family's martial art, absorbing others' energy. He smirked, as long as I can drain your Golden Star energy, I will surely win. Golden power swirled around Ling An. He clutched the bound hands, screaming for help. A Liang laughed, in this wilderness, calling for help is useless. After a while he let go, threw Ling into the ground. Don't worry, I will lead you onward. Seeing him exhausted, he sneered, you might as well freeze here. Ling An stretched his hand toward a Liang's back, muttering, damn bastard. Not long after, from afar, he saw someone carrying a body over the snow. Ling An squinted, who is that? Seeing the red hair and figure, he immediately recognized. Ling An was pulled, stammering, Yun Mu. He shouted to maintain pride. Why are you here? Let me down. We're not on the same team. I don't need you, showing off heroism. Ling An felt pain saying anything, thinking the world revolved around him. I am no longer the kid hiding behind you. I no longer cry leaning on you. Yun Mu blocked the snow with one hand, pulled Ling An with the other. I understand your hatred. I hate myself too. Sister Zhu is your sister, but to me also like an elder sister. You cannot abandon Lingen, so I cannot abandon you if you die like this. My family yelled like crazy, waiting until I bring Sister Zhu back. How could I tell her? Lingen was moved, lips trembling. Being pulled, he told himself, instead of hating you, I hate my own incompetence. The previous strike was just anger at my helplessness. Lingen tormented himself. Why was I weak? Why didn't I try before? Why did I hide behind others when facing trouble? I must strive. Beside the long trail in the snow, he muttered, I must learn to fight, no longer want to be a coward relying on others. Yun Mu silently pulled Ling in. He held his face, wishing not to lose anyone again, must be strong to protect sister, Duxing, Lu Qiang, and of course you. Yun Mu's cheeks reddened from the weather. I know, fool. Seeing Lingen was weak, Eris's tears fell, lightly threatening, stop crying, tears will freeze. The deeper the snow, the harder it gets. One hand pulling Ling in, the other blocking the fierce wind, breathing hard, the snowstorm intensified. Saw Ling An's captain ahead. Walked while watching the target, cheerfully shouting, almost there, I am top, almost winning. At this moment my crazy home sped up shouting, hey, move aside. A Liang recognized immediately, Yun Mu. Being the pitiful person dragged under the snow, he was startled to recognize Ling An. The captain looked at his back, smirking. Young Master Ling found support again. Hey Yun Mu, ignore the leg puller, cooperate how. The crazy home paused, the other continued persuading. That waste, paying how much, just ensure top rank. Before finishing, A Liang's head flew off. Yun Mu continued, annoyed, damn. Snowy peak ahead, the path steep and full of snow. Ling An could not endure, friction with snow constant, panting. Yun Mu, let me go, I am at the limit. Yun Mu slowed, looking at snow underfoot, thinking, my body stiffening. With this mystic power, can't let two reach the end. Then drew something from space, only this way left. Soon the group reached the peak. Some complained, few reassured, more effort, almost there, I can't go on, don't give up, thanks to the light of two brothers. The man in black agreed happily, right, without following them, I would have died early. At the mountain base, Yun Mu above called out, hey, everyone. Behind was the forbidden sea. He said seriously, sorry, this path is blocked. Chen Chen saw him and recognized immediately, Yun Mu. The black-clad beside got angry. Yun Mu, what's this mean? My man pointed at Lingen behind, saying, that kid is top this time, your target is here. Hearing this, everyone complained, top rank based on what? Looked coldly at them below, smug, based on what? Only based on my word, Yun Mu. The black-clad grew more annoyed. Ha, who do you think you are? Stamping strongly on the snow, shouted, everyone move up. Immediately four leapt, confidently said, he is new top one, we are many, can handle him. Two brothers observed, Shen Younger excited, truly cannot be stopped. Yun Mu sighed in boredom. Released a move, great flame of the rising sun, red chains. Four were burned in the snowstorm. Shen Younger saw and excitedly raised his fist. In moments, burned the four. Fire subsided. Yun Mu asked, hey you two, what now? He looked sharply at them, almost saying, want to be like them or stop. Shen Chen stepped forward, confidently showing, two brothers combined still formidable. Yun Mu rested hand on thigh, pleased, oh so confident. He curiously provoked, let's see. Yun Mu sat indifferent waiting. Two brothers silent, eyes cold on him. Yun Mu felt unease. Two others might be super mystics. Fighting them burns mystic power, so borrow pain to kill. Shen Younger laughed, stepped to answer, seems only way left. Yun Mu frowned, eyes still cold at them, fail. He sat observing Younger approaching. Seeing his proud stance, Yun Mu had a thought, only way is to risk it. Shen Younger stood before, not intending to strike. He drew another marker, thrust into the snow. Younger excited, hurry up, I reserved a good spot for you. He looked up asking, hey Yun Mu, you only need one spot. He hesitated, confirming. Younger thrilled, okay, two brothers take 2-3 rank. You respond, okay, inwardly pleased, plan works. Scene shifted below, group of four near peak. One spoke, I leave the squad, lead up. Leader said, other replied, don't worry, no wasted sacrifice, into divine war hall, double the leader. Two brothers met group, immediately shouted brothers below. Then Younger looked down, said clearly, your journey ends, no space here. Leader enraged, no space left, what trick, step aside for me. Pointed at Yun Mu calmly, can't do it, stuck. Two brothers only at 2-3 rank, please lead. Others unwilling, angrily shouted, stop babbling, everyone move up. Senior Tham felt a moment of helplessness, rubbed the back of his neck, a smirk of contempt tugging at his lips, truly worthless. Ignoring the advice just after speaking, his eyes shone brightly, his high face full of anger. Senior Tham did not hesitate, immediately grabbed the two swords and charged straight at them. Upon approaching, he decisively struck each opponent without hesitation. Then he leapt high, the cold blade pointing directly at the one standing nearby. Next moment, Senior Tham pressed the sword tip, finishing the killing blow. The steel rang as if slicing through space. He silently advanced toward the remaining one, leaving him frozen, eyes wide with fear, asking, "What is this?" The leader saw Senior Tham's fierce expression and sharp gaze, exclaimed, "Truly a devil." Yun Mu silently observed, thinking luckily he did not intervene directly. The next group was strong. If he joined, Ling and might not have been protected. Felt relieved seeing these two take the second and third positions, serving as free bodyguards for him. No one could shake the advantage. Thinking this, Senior Tham had successfully finished off the opponent. In that moment he secretly rejoiced, "Looks like we won." Even with Ling and lying motionless in the snow, victory leaned toward him thanks to a reliable friend. Scene shifts to the War God Hall, echoes from outside. "Once again, I want to participate." Yun Mu observed food flying everywhere, suddenly spoke, "That's why I said so." He was annoyed by the scene, puzzled, asking why everyone was in his house. Hearing that, and Lu excitedly raised a cup, replied, celebrating Senior Ling En's first place. Ling En waved off, "No, all thanks to Yun Mu." Young Min placed a hand on his shoulder, said, "Ling En is a War God Hall member. Do I need to cook a meal?" Yun Mu scoffed, "Absolutely not. This old man will get you in trouble." Yet Ling En agreed cheerfully. He leisurely sipped beer, lips curling. Rarely seen this old man stay still, going out recklessly. Turns out he can behave. Young Min angrily rushed over, shouted, "How dare you speak? If not for you ruining everywhere, why am I here? All because of you." Release. Yun Mu cried in pain, almost broken. After a while he sat down, rubbed his shoulders, complained. The old man just vented a little anger. Ru Yan stepped over, reminded, "Don't underestimate him. He cares for you." Yun Mu frowned, rebutted, "Did you see anyone make a cross for my child?" She advised, "You know Dad isn't free." Ru Yan stopped, soft voice, "He doesn't want to bother you. Never went out at the War God Hall." She continued, "Seeing that every day, I also feel tired of him." Ru Yan recounted, "When you were away, Dad always inquired about news, fearing missing something. The one who cares most about you is probably this old man." Yun Mu's expression darkened, staring into the void. Scene shifts to the square. The entire Yun Mu team assembled. Ru Yan reminded, "Be careful. Visit me with Dad when possible." He nodded, "All right." Quietly said, "When I'm gone, parents may trouble you." Ru Yan agreed, "Don't worry. Also take care of yourself." Finally an urging voice sounded, "Xin Ran, start the formation." She pulled the lever, replied, "Okay." At that moment, a massive green beam shot into the sky as if tearing through space. Young Min stared blankly at the fading beam, sorrowful, "Next meeting uncertain, kid, do your best." Lingen smiled, messaged, "Yun Mu, wait, I'll be stronger soon, standing by you." In an instant the passage opened. They fell into a cold and silent forest. Landing, Yun Mu looked around, called Senior. The team arrived in strange land. He realized it was not the main hall. Yun Mu announced, "Seems taken to some forest. Something wrong with the transfer formation." Concluded quickly, "No, definitely led here intentionally. Someone altered the transfer parameters." Suddenly an ambusher above fired a shot. "You're right." Yun Mu was correct. A Huang guessed the situation, wanting to take advantage while he panicked. The Taoist showed his face, smirked. I thought simply. First glance, Yun Mu recognized the sect as Qing Tian sect. He put hands in pockets, composed. "The Qing Tian sect brought me here in vain," he shouted. "Don't pretend ignorance." Taoist angry said, "Coming for you is vengeance for the Wind Master." Yun Mu was unafraid, laughed scornfully, "Challenge, relying on your men for revenge won't work." In confidence his instinct awakened, eyes scanned behind, fully alert. Yun Mu counterattacked unexpectedly, causing that man to recoil. Everyone worried, shouted Senior. He frowned, silently judged the traitor. In front was a shadow of the spy after thick smoke, he thought. Yun Mu knelt, not yet standing, quickly traced footprints. The traitor was him. Man held a dagger cutting brown hair. Yang Yang admitted, indeed puzzling. At the same time said, thought upgrading Iron Shield Earth Dragon King would solve him. Unexpectedly easily defeated, I must change strategy. Brushing aside strands of hair, said, tired but finally completed the task. Just a glance and Lu was stunned, eyes wide in shock, exclaimed, "How come?" Turns out it was Xin Ran, no regrets, smirked. The girl pretended long enough. Chen Chen, astonished, immediately shouted. Xin Ran said, "Nonsense, return to the team." She glanced at him disdainfully. "Calm, back to the team, apologize. This childish game is over." Xin Ran turned and left, waved. "Everyone continue playing with me, bye-bye." And Lu ran over calling her. Xin Ran, "Wait, aren't you a good friend?" She responded with a cold glance. Xin Ran showed no mercy, suddenly attacked and Lu, startling her. At that moment Mai Thay Shen Chen blocked in time. And Lu sat on the ground, not yet composed, muttering, "Hand Xin Ran." She frowned, voice cold, go away. Shen Chen seriously pressed, Xin Ran, are you playing for real? He ignored him, disdainful, walked past Taoist, said, task done. Where's the item? He said, rest assured we'll deliver. Yunmu spoke, hey, just now you killed my friend. And looked indifferent, I don't need you. And Lu sobbed, eyes wet, staring at her, softly called Xin Ran. She didn't care, turned away as if no bond existed. Taoist held a cigarette, laughed mockingly, let me see this touching play, someone kill them. Subordinates followed orders, immediately acted toward Yun Mu's team. Silently reminded, squad prepare for battle, no delay. In the chaos, Officer TR letter 1E80T noticed power seemed reduced. Jia no exception, whispered it back. Squad leader's mystical power not gathering, Shen Chen panicked, what? Taoist explained, correct, this is the Red Manchurian land, strongmen die here. Grudges corrupt this place. Each mystic cannot freely use power. The deeper they go, the more effort required. He frowned, face full of pride, even higher class useless. Taoist shouted, you are dead. 2 underlings rushed in. As he finished, 2 were thrown back. Taoist widened eyes, shouted in shock, what? Nijai did not hesitate to intervene, Sai, thought it was a big deal. She twisted her hand with a cracking sound. Her deep voice continued, relying on physical arts alone has been enough for the past half day. Finally, Yun Mu said coldly, if you want to fight with physical arts, you've come to the wrong person. Others ignored that remark and launched their attack. If you dare to commit suicide, then die. Yun Mu quietly whispered to the girl beside him, the time is almost here. Nijai stood firm, ready to counterattack, confidently replied, this time I won't hide behind you, I want to fight alongside you. She suddenly shouted, extreme ice. Nijai immediately acted, easily knocking away the 2 others before they could react. The remaining saw this and grew worried, quickly redirected their attack toward Yun Mu. That woman is very skilled. She persisted until the end before striking. Then handle the last one first. His sharp eyes watched every move of the opponent. He twisted his ankle decisively, ready for an attack stance. Then saying nothing, he dashed at his opponent like lightning, taking him down in an instant. Another quickly noticed an opportunity, rushing from behind for a surprise attack, a perfect chance. With keen senses, Yun Mu immediately spotted him and decisively turned around. His arm shot out, gripping the other's wrist. The other had no time to react before Yun Mu countered. The speed left him panicked, not understanding what happened. Yun Mu showed no mercy, slammed him to the ground forcefully and shouted, Serval Fox. Then he finished with a powerful blow, quickly ending the opponent, securing the area. Onlookers were astonished, and Lu exclaimed, they are truly strong, Jia added, no different from us even with a younger age. Immediately Yun Mu and Nijai shook hands, praising each other, well done. This moment the Taoist suddenly spoke, it's still too early to celebrate, you were wrong, can't imagine your physical arts are so strong. He looked at them and continued, even if the 2 are martial arts masters, you are only 2, no matter how you fight. Yun Mu and Nijai did not react hastily, just silently listened. He smirked slyly, face showing malice, each word revealing, sometimes I get tired too. Taoist then shouted, immediately, the other subordinates appeared, the numbers surprisingly high. Yun Mu still calmly greeted them politely, then sighed, wow, Qing Tian sect really values me. Someone so small like me has so many of your people. But right after, he secretly activated a mysterious power. Surrounding space rose with a black mystical smoke. In an instant, they quickly converged into a formation. The shadows lined up behind Yun Mu. Ready for battle, he did not hesitate to snap his fingers. My people are not few. The number of shadows gradually increased, causing everyone to panic and shout, too many, what are they doing? Is this the Night Demon March? Taoist on the other side just saw and guessed silently. This is a summoning technique, impossible. His mystical power must be very low. Opposite Yun Mu and Li Yun tensed, he calmly said, just like this, my mystical power here isn't much, so must end quickly. Then he seriously commanded, Shadow Legion, obey my order. He signaled with a hand across his neck, wipe out all of them. His voice was cold and resolute, leaving no one alive. Immediately, the Shadow Legion charged at the Qing Tian sect group, one member slashing strongly at an enemy. Other shadows also threw the enemies aside, completely overwhelming them. A member in golden armor slammed the ground with his hands, causing a tremor, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A sword-wielding person now jumped to attack from behind, shouted, fearless. He attacked with the sword at the yellow shadow and shouted, die. However, the streams of black energy quickly formed and restored, preventing him from winning. He watched Yun Mu's Shadow Legion slowly regenerate and sigh. Then the golden shadow slammed its hand down on the place where the sword-wielding man stood, pressing him to the ground. A group of people, seeing this, immediately panicked and fled, shouting, run faster. Why are you still standing, a bunch of monsters? Yun Mu's Shadow Legion didn't let them escape, quickly chasing after them closely. One unfortunate man cried out to the priest, begging for his life. However, in an instant, he was caught up and quickly killed. The priest, after finishing off the unfortunate man, stared at the remaining people and threatened, "If you run, you'll die." Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel angry, grinding their teeth. Two others turned to face the darkness, shouting, "Our brothers are all dead, let's fight them." The priest smiled, watching the scene, thinking to himself, summoning these monsters will definitely consume a large amount of mystic power. He was satisfied watching the group charge into battle with the darkness, calculating that he would exhaust all his mystic power after this battle. After a while, an injured person lay on the ground, seeing the darkness advancing and shouting loudly, "Don't save me." Li Yun accidentally rushed over, preparing to finish him off with a powerful punch. The man shut his eyes and screamed in fear, "Save me." However, after a while with no movement, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Li Yun's hand was only a few centimeters from him. The man looked over in doubt and muttered, "Why did you stop?" Suddenly, the entire body of the darkness slowly disappeared right before his eye. Yun Mu also sensed this anomaly and immediately jolted. The system announced a warning, alerting, "Your non-original account is insufficient." The man beside me looked at the screen, seeing a series of zeros appear. Yun Mu was shocked, tearing at his hair, "Didn't expect it to run out so fast, you're really unlucky." The team looked at him in confusion, not understanding why it seemed like he was suddenly bankrupt. He leaned his hand on his forehead, thinking, "Damn it, I wasn't careful this time." Too smug to notice the depletion of the non-original power, just like last time. The scene shifted. Somewhere else, he gasped for breath, sweat dripping down. Mu sat in a bright white room, muttering, "The speed is too slow. Although the shadow can hang and cultivate, this speed isn't enough. I need more power." He shouted, "System, how many shadow spirits can I condense?" The system responded, "Right now, your non-original power can condense many shadow spirits, but with your current physique, you can only control up to 4 shadow spirits at the same time." The system continued, "If you exceed this number, your body will be damaged." The man beside me irritably said, "Is that so?" Suddenly, the system, with an almost human-like personality, suggested, "But if you want to control more shadows, I have a way." Yun Mu's eyes lit up as he focused and listened closely. He focused on listening as the system continued, "Do you know that money can command demons?" Yun Mu immediately replied, "Of course I've heard, but what does that have to do with my wanting more shadow spirits?" The system explained, "Your mystic power isn't enough to control more shadow spirits, but if you disregard the non-original power, we can provide you with higher mystic power than you currently have." Not letting it finish, Yun Mu hurriedly shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Give me 10 shadow spirits. No, make it 20 shadow spirits." Immediately, a sequence of numbers appeared on the system. 25, 18, 753, 469. Yun Mu saw this and his eyes revealed determination, saying, "I only have money left, but that's fine. I want as much non-original power as I can get. This time I will soar." The scene shifted 2 hours later. Yun Mu looked at the series of numbers on the system, surprised. "This is..." Yun Mu's face twisted in disbelief. His complexion drained as he exclaimed, "What's going on?" He cursed loudly at the system. "What a freak. A scammer dared to steal my account." The system coldly replied, "This is the result of normal mystic power consumption." The system further explained, "The method for borrowing mystic power increases exponentially, and when the number of shadows becomes too large, the consumption escalates to a terrifying level." Yun Mu, hearing this, could only stand there in a daze, stunned as he muttered one word. Nguyen Zhang thought to himself, "This is unbearable, such a large sum of money lost like this. Ru Yan is about to explode again." He could only watch the fading figure. Yun Mu left. The priest silently smiled and said, "As expected, no matter how talented that person is, eventually, the mystical power will run out. Now is the time to use that." A group of people behind him carried weapons, while the priest remained calm and said, "Truly, I like you. If it weren't for you killing the sect leader, I would have invited you to join the Divine Heaven sect." He waved his hand and mocked, "Too bad you must stop here today." Immediately, the group behind pulled out guns and aimed at him. Yun Mu smiled confidently, thinking this energy cannon would kill me. He shouted loudly, "Let's see how it goes, brothers, get ready, aim at them." Ordered the storm team, "Everyone follow my command, get ready." Under the astonished eyes of the whole team, he took a deep breath and ordered, "Run." The priest and the Divine Heaven sect group were also stunned by this scene, not understanding what was happening. Yun Mu mocked, "No mystical power left and still trying to use the energy cannon to attack. Truly foolish. I never thought it would end up like this." Oka stood beside, turned and asked, "High priest, what now?" His voice ordered, "Chase them." The priest gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. He said, I must crush Yun Mu. Scene switched, now the group was desperately running. The sound of shouting came from behind. Stop. Fired their guns, shouting, don't think you can escape. Zaza, frightened, was terrified by the bullets, unable to believe they were carrying weapons. Still shouting loudly, Shen Chen, your techniques aren't enough. You lead a group around the outside. They will use some mystical power. I and Nijai will go inside to disperse their forces. Shouted move, the group quickly split up and ran. Oka panicked, reported, High Priest, they've split up. The priest angrily cursed, damn Oka, you lead a group to chase them, I will pursue Yun Mu. Scene shifted to the forest. At this moment the priest's threatening voice echoed, ahead is the deepest part of the cursed land. Running in there is like committing suicide, right? He and Nijai hid behind an ancient tree. Yun Mu confidently said, as expected, the priest is chasing us. She worriedly asked, is the storm team all right? He replied assuredly, of course. Suddenly Nijai realized something. Yun Mu's face turned cold. He continued, do you think who's leading those kids? At this moment Enlu, exhausted, yelled, I can't run anymore. Shen Chen angrily shouted, if you can't run, you still have to run. Suddenly Wu Jai shouted loudly, Shen Chen, watch your step. They stopped, surprised by the sight before them. Before them was a patch of black land, full of mud, causing the storm team to despair and say, it's a swamp outside, we have no way out. The storm team was confused, wondering why there was such a large swamp. Suddenly a laugh came from behind, causing both of them to turn around. Can't get through. It's really heaven's help. Oka and his companions approached, delighted to see them stop. Didn't expect you to run right up to the cursed land's edge. Let me see where you can run. It was the vice representative of the divine heaven sect. Continuing, but in this area, when mystical power can be used, won't you die quicker? Akaza ordered, brothers, prepare all units, get into defensive positions. He stepped closer and smiled, saying, whoever has more people will receive a reward. Shen Chen seized the opportunity to charge and attack. The subordinate shouted loudly, Master Yuka, watch your back. A loud explosion sounded, causing dust and rocks to fly in the forest. Wu Jai anxiously asked, did it succeed? At this moment Shen Chen seemed flustered. Oka grabbed his sword and said, I told you. And smiled sinisterly, continuing to mock, attacking sneakily at such a young age, you can't do that. Divine Heaven Sect group quickly reacted, aiming their guns at Shen Chen, preparing to shoot. In their sights, he shouted loudly, calling Jia Jia. She jumped high, approached the group and replied, I'm here. Jia Jia's whip quickly struck at several of their guns. Oka laughed maliciously and said, the Sandstorm team wants to suppress me first, then try to deal with my subordinates. Don't even think about it, how can you hurt me? Shen Chen didn't let him continue, cutting in of course. Zaza swung the whip at him, reminding Shen Chen catch it. Wu Jai stood behind, protecting Enlu, then said, Enlu, here's yours. Oka recognized her skill, surprised that is. He turned around, ordering his subordinates full defense. Wu Jai calmly held a small needle in his hand, muttering, study tranquility, emptiness, absolute thought. The divine Ling Dan forms itself. Quickly threw the needle at Oka's group. Desperate screams echoed, many injured by the needles like rain. Wu Jai shouted loudly, simultaneously commanding, explode. The needles burst across the area. Jia Jia and Enlu clapped in delight. It worked. Unexpectedly, Enlu's help amplified the power, while Shen Chen tilted his head, watching closely. In the smoke there was movement. At this moment Oka lunged out, head bloody, shouting, interesting, very interesting. Now I will play seriously with you. Shen Chen gritted his teeth, reminding, this one is still not dead, turned back quickly. But it was too late, he had already been blown away. Everyone called anxiously, Wu Jai. Jia Jia angrily swung the whip forward, shouting, bastard. Agility appeared in Oka's eyes. He struck the ground with a powerful punch. Shen Chen called out in panic, Zaza, Wu Jai, while Oka stood dusting himself off. He turned to Shen Chen, grinning wickedly, then said, done, now it's your turn. Shen Chen blocked in front of Enlu, saying, Enlu, stay behind me. Oka smiled maliciously, speaking to him, no matter where she hides, you all must die. He lifted Shen Chen's chin, but he wasn't afraid, firmly stating, I won't let you succeed. To kill my teammate you must go through me. Oka punched his face, taunting, are you worthy? Shen Chen flinched, too fast. He continued to kick hard into his abdomen. Oka struck while reminding, you are the captain, endure, your teammates are watching. He kept punching Shen Chen's face, mocking, if you die, no one will protect your teammates. Oka bent down after a punch, saying justice. He struck Shen Chen with a sacred power blow. Shen Chen screamed in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. He was dazed by the strike, then heard Oka's voice, fool. Enlu panicked, holding her head and crying, calling Shen Chen's name. Ujai even lying on the ground, face bloody, also cursed bastard. Oka continued to hit Shen Chen. Aizo also felt slightly breathless. Suddenly he stopped, sensing something. He looked at the motionless Shen Chen and said, "This one has no heartbeat, already dead." Oka changed target, turning to Enlu like a demon from hell approaching, saying, "Now it's your turn, don't cry, you'll meet him soon." Her eyes filled with tears, screaming in despair, Shen Chen. Enlu cried and shouted loudly, "Save me." At the same time, the heart that had stopped beating also responded. Kadi excitedly swung a punch at Enlu. Her eyes filled with tears as she tried to dodge, but helplessly looked on. Suddenly Shen Chen, who had been silent behind, lunged forward, preparing to strike. He roared in anger, "I told you, don't touch my teammates." This made Oka panic, turning around with a pale face, shouting, "What?" Shen Chen's fist glowed, radiating a golden power like a rhinoceros horn. Downward punch made Oka lose balance, falling face first to the ground. His face was bloody, teeth and lips mixed. The punch's force so terrifying Oka shrank, eyes wide, letting out a few cries. Shen Chen's eyes were now empty as he raised his hand. Immediately another punch fell, sending stones and dirt flying. Lu cried out, "Shen Chen, pause, he's already dead." But now he was dazed, screaming in frenzy. He screamed in fear, "Shen Chen, don't, stop it immediately." Suddenly his body twitched and he muttered, "Stop." Shen Chen finally regained some clarity, tilting his head to the sky, screaming. And slowly he fell, his hands smeared with fresh blood. After a while, Shen Chen opened his eyes and Lu was relieved. "Shen Chen, you're awake." Jia also exhaled, "You made us worry so much." Shen Chen, covered in wounds, turned, crying, "Why are you crying? I'm fine." She was sad, tears streaming. "I thought you were gone, almost lost a friend. You scared me to death." He smiled gently to reassure, "Don't worry. Before finding Xin Ran, I won't easily die." Silently looking at the teammates, he reminded seriously, "The squad cannot lose a single member. I've returned from hell." Immediately after, a strike to his head stunned him. Shen Chen held his head, surprised, looking at Enlu. "It hurts. Why did you suddenly hit me?" She scolded him for being foolish, leaving him dumbfounded. Enlu blushed, looked away, warning next time not to act carelessly, causing worry. Shen Chen asked in shock, "What did you say?" Enlu denied, "Nothing." Wu Jai pondered, "The power just now." He silently looked at Shen Chen, thinking that power wasn't his, more like an iron wall electric dragon burst. Wu Jai's eyes deep in thought. Could it be that moment? Scene shifted to the priests. A subordinate called out, "Master Priest, any discoveries?" He went to inspect. The subordinate said footprints seemed left. Priest ordered immediate pursuit. Suddenly he picked up a small stone, pondering slowly. The priest stood and commanded everyone to follow the footprints. He explained, "These footprints are special, hidden marks. Yun Mu is cunning, leaving them unclear." Confident, the priest said, "Pursuing this way is correct." Elsewhere, 2 others ran to escape. Naijai asked Han Yun Mu, leaving clear footprints, "Is there a problem?" He smiled confidently, "Don't worry, they won't chase." Yun Mu explained, "A clever thief leaves clear footprints to mislead. He'll run the opposite way." Ran while laughing, the smart one was fooled, perfect for this type. Soon after, Yun Mu tripped on a branch, tumbling down. Yun Mu, annoyed, spat petals, cursing, "Who planted flowers here?" almost tripped. Suddenly a baby bear appeared, surprising Yun Mu, flowers growing from its tail. The baby bear's eyes glistened as if about to cry. He wondered what species it was. The baby bear wailed loudly, echoing through the forest. He clenched his fists angrily, "Too noisy, why cry suddenly?" Naijai shouted, "Quickly put the flowers down. The bear guardian won't allow touching. If continued, they'll fall." Before finishing, something fell behind the two, dust rising. Yun Mu turned alert, eyes scanning, slightly worried. Red eyes appeared along with a furious roar. Next to them stood a giant brown bear. Yun Mu froze, wondering, such a huge bear. Yun Mu asked Liu Naijai, "She's smart, suspicious." She smiled, "This one relies on strength, can it win?" Naijai's face serious, silently focused. Large bear growled, teeth bared, red eyes full of death. Without a word the bear charged. Naijai shouted, "How can we win?" The master punched straight into a tree. The subordinate hurriedly said, "Master Priest, calm down." The priest pursed his lips, "Calm down. Yun Mu played me, I must punish him." That man turned, saw smoke from empty ground, reported, "Master, there's movement there." He quickly ordered pursuit. The subordinate immediately rushed. Meanwhile, the beast's paws stomped the ground. The elite bear's pupils red, fangs sharp, frightening Yun Mu. Naijai ran while urging Yun Mu to think. He followed the strategy. Fleeing is the best option. While running, Yun Mu stepped on dry wood, crackling. Eyes rolled back, nearly done for. The elite bear closed in, a wide pit ahead. It saw Yun Mu and Naijai fall. Confused, they cried out. After a while, darkness echoed with groans. Yun Mu grimaced, eyes half open, confused where he was. Naijai sat up in pain, rubbing her head. What trap is this? He saw Yun Mu's cheeks red. Eyes avoided hers, asked, why that expression? Looking down, she realized she was sitting on Yun Mu. both cheeks flushed. Naijai stepped back, shouting innocently. Yeonmu muttered, "Bear guards the cave, ensures safety, we go first." He went deeper into the cave, giant crystals above, sharp, pointing down. He looked around, surprised by tremors below. Below flowed a mystical river, bubbles rising everywhere. Two sat before the water, stones reflected behind. He chatters, "This place has wondrous power." The atmosphere changed. Frost made Naijai sneeze, nose running. Yeonmu took off his jacket, carefully draping it over her back. Naijai sat with arms on knees, obediently letting him care for her. He turned to ask, "Hey, you gave me your jacket, are you cold?" He shook his head, "I'm fine, the chill doesn't affect me." Naijai lowered her head. Feng rolled his eyes thinking, "This fool cares for me, how could I die?" He couldn't bear to let Yeonmu be cold, draped half her jacket over his shoulder, so neither feared the chill anymore. Yeonmu moved closer, causing the air around him to become tense and suffocating. Yeonmu couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl beside him. Naijai still maintained her usual cuteness, only avoiding his gaze. Yeonmu seemed to be moved by the girl, his cheeks flushed, his eyes glued to her. Experiencing this kind of gaze for the first time, she was flustered, turning her head around and asking in confusion, "What are you looking at?" Yeonmu turned away, embarrassed, stammering, "No, nothing." Beneath the river, the silhouettes of the young couple quietly appeared, seemingly wanting to stay there longer. While she was fast asleep, Yeonmu woke her up. "Hey, Naijai, wake up, I found something." She closed her eyes, drowsily blinking, "What's here?" Naijai stared at him with wet clothes, surrounded by a few small fish, and he pointed toward the water next to them. He held up a wriggling fish in front of her, catching fish. "Do you want to eat it?" She awkwardly replied, "No." Yeonmu moved behind her, pushing Naijai toward the water, saying quickly, "Come down here, there's a big discovery." She was surprised. "Wait a second." Beneath the clear water, the two of them dove to another gate. She was astonished, not expecting that this lake led to somewhere else. Finally, they found the exit surface and took a deep breath of air. Naijai looked around. This place was truly different. He saw a large circle with horizontal bars and several cross shapes driven into the ground, with a green orb in the center. Yeonmu took off his jacket, moved toward the orb, wrung out the jacket to dry it, saying, "The thing in the middle is an energy projection, let's check it out." Naijai followed. Inside their strong energy, it's best not to get too close. He touched a few of the crosses, recognizing that these were suppressing magical items placed around to control the energy, and the large number made sense. Naijai sensed the tremendous power around her, advancing step by step, feeling the pressure was extremely dangerous. Didn't care, casually picking his nose while saying, "If you're scared, stay here, I'll go first." She stood behind, his words passing by like the wind. Water was still dripping on her, but she hurried to catch up. "Wait for me." Two of them approached the orb, stopping in front of a mysterious black button. Yeonmu examined the symbol closely, saying, "I think I've seen this symbol before." Suddenly, golden water shot out from the orb. He muttered, "I remember now." Yeonmu took the pot, which was the same color as the ancient script. "This." Naijai's eyes brightened. "This looks very familiar." Yeonmu recalled what an acquaintance had said. The old man once said, "This thing has a half left, but it's not certain." Place the pot in the circle, making a clink sound as expected. It can be used to control. She shouted, "It fits perfectly." Yeonmu stayed focused. Next, just one more move. He moved, the lens immediately aimed at the red mark, where the two objects intersected. Immediately, green energy shot out from the orb. Yeonmu braced himself, his other hand holding the arm, gripping the artifact tightly to control the immense power. Green energy rope was sucked into the mouth of the pot. He joyfully lifted the artifact, cheering. It truly merged. Yeonmu acted like a child, caressing the treasure, finally completing it. Naijai called him back to reality. "Hey, Yeonmu." He stammered, noticing something strange behind the white smoke. "Warning, there seems to be something." Immediately, a long sword appeared. Surrounding the sword's tip were skull bones. Yeonmu wasn't afraid, slowly advancing toward the scattered remains. Indeed, there was a treasure. Why so many bones? There's almost no space to stand. He reached out and grasped the sword's hilt. Naijai suddenly shouted, "Don't touch it, keep your distance." As soon as she finished speaking, his finger had already touched the hilt of the sword. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling something wrong. "This sword is strange. I've felt it since it was activated." Naijai's gaze fixed on the sword, fear unlike anything before. Yeonmu turned away, heeding Naijai's warning, still cautious with the strange sword. A man stepped forward, staring, asking, "Who are you?" He frowned, holding a piece of paper. "Where did the heresy go? You recognize him. He's from the Shinto Tianxia sect." Looking at the photo of Yeonmu, he recognized that the two were no one else. He shouted, "My God, Yeonmu," she anxiously whispered, they've discovered us. He drew his sword, his voice full of power. Catching you will be the peak of my life, enlightenment now. Not long after, Yunmu calmly brushed his hands, turning his neck, disregarding the opponent, too weak. He lay on the ground, blood filling his mouth, tears streaming down. Yunmu put his hands in his pockets, turned away. If the Shinto Tianxia sect is focused on this sword, I can't overlook it. Naijai worried, do you really want to do this? Yunmu once again reached out to touch the sword. They've used divine power for this sword. I want to see what it's like. As soon as his hand touched the sword, a blinding red energy surged. He had to cover his face immediately. Able to bear it, Yunmu collapsed to the ground. His hand still holding steady, still alive. Naijai, panic-stricken, called Yunmu. He sat up, holding his head, sticking out his tongue, thought I was dead. The energy drained his body. Naijai waved behind. I told you so, you fool. Yunmu gave up, stood up, turned away enough. She was surprised. This time you're being good. Yunmu still optimistically lifted the treasure, this heretical sword. It didn't choose me. I'm still fine. This time I also acquired 2 divine weapons, a success. The 2 quickly found the hole. You're stronger, reaching out to help her. Give me your hand. Done. Yunmu put his hand in his pocket, looking around. The strange big bear had finally left. Naijai brushed off her clothes, so what do we do next? The 2 walked along the road, chatting, quickly leaving the forest, unsure about Shen Chen and the fireball above their heads. Not long after, the fireball fell, aiming at them but slightly off, sending them flying forward. Yunmu bent down, one hand touching the ground, bracing against the explosion. The person pulling the strings above watched. He was still unharmed, praising good. Priest smiled wickedly, truly tiring me out. Yunmu laughed and cried, replying, truly pushed to the limit. How can intelligence be harmed, dignity provoked, fool? Those words drove him mad, cursing little brat. The immortal cleared his throat, ordering to strike. Naijai had no words. This young man, fool, what did you do to anger him? Running while hurrying, how would I know? Fireball was as fast as they ran, nearing. She shouted loudly, Yunmu, be careful. Yunmu cleverly crouched and jumped to the side. Squinted at the fireball crashing into the cliff. So dangerous, thought it was over, but realized it was. The priest and his accomplices arrogantly stood on the high branch, leaving. This time you won't escape, kneeling and flattering, can I spare your life? Cracked his knuckles, speaking confidently, too bad, missed the good opportunity before, there won't be another chance. He was surprised, even holding a cigarette huff. Priest sneered, almost dead, still daring to speak like that to me. The foot of the bear placed on the ground again. Yunmu pointed behind him. This name is that of the one who brings the terrifying aura, where the enormous shadow of the monster appears. The bear, with its body covered in wounds, frowned and let out a furious growl. Subordinate turned back and reported that the bear was the mysterious priest. Yunmu stood by the door, putting out the fire on the bear's back while teasing, Big brother, it must hurt a lot, your fur is burned off. The bear glared at him and criticized, dry. Yunmu quickly explained, it's them who hit you, they're so bad they even wanted to steal your flowers. Hearing this, the bear became enraged, its eyes shooting out flames and its growls echoed throughout the mountain. The 2 men froze in place when they saw the bear approaching. The bear charged straight into the group of enemies, as if it wanted to swallow them one by one. From behind, the voice of the priest rang out, ordering, set the fire, kill this bear, while he calmly said, it's done, let's go. Scene shifted to a forest area. A young man leaned against the door and shouted, hey, the kid's back, the vice bishop's waiting, he can't wait much longer, then waved off the joke and said, open the door. He quickly opened the door and bowed, speaking softly, please come in. Inside were rows of test tubes containing imprisoned people. The sight was horrifying. Inran was walking when suddenly a red hand shot towards her, startling her. In front of her was a body controlled by machinery, continually begging, kill me. Inran tightened her lips and the other person just made a gesture, SHH. One person in the room with bloodstained nails gasped, mouth wide open. Doctor, wearing a mask and holding 2 instruments, frowned, don't worry, it'll be done soon. At this moment 2 people entered and the guide said, Vice Bishop, the girl is here. She quickly had to cover her nose upon entering the room filled with a foul smell and a scream echoed. The doctor happily said, Zinran, you're here, come in. He pointed to the knife wound on the corpse in front. The person you asked me to bring is here, the thing you promised me. Corpse let out a painful cry before completely dying. He smiled, removed his blood-stained gloves and sighed, another failure, dissecting a living person is really not easy. Zinran, don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Took off his mask, blood still at the corner of his eyes. I keep my word, but there's something else I need you to do. You can go back now, wait for my news. Zinran angrily walked up. Are you playing with me? You said if I brought Yunmu to you, you would cooperate, but now it's different. His eyes widened as if wanting to kill her, his voice threatening. Go back now, wait for my news. Zinran stood still, only looking at him with eyes full of hatred. He angrily turned and left. He whispered SHH. He turned the mask in his hand, looking back at the corpse of the experiment subject. Looks like it. His gaze became sharper than ever. I need more bodies for the experiment. Zinran walked past the test tubes again. She frowned, inwardly recalling her family, father, mother, and little lover. Zinran remembered the scene from years ago when she witnessed her parents being taken away. Damn it, let them go. Zinran noticed herself helplessly lying on the ground. Zinran, the combat genius of the Nguyen family, rare in over a decade. Walked over, his tone gentle. Let's make a deal. Back in the present, Zinran's lips trembled, filthy. Her eyes became sharp and she told herself, I will make it, no one is allowed to stop me. The two young friends walked for a whole day and finally reached a small village. After a long day, they finally met someone. The villagers in front looked like the Red Horse tribe. He muttered, maybe we've reached the Red Horse region. Yun Mu retracted his words, extended his hand to call the person carrying wood ahead. Hey, big brother over there. Young man, unaware, immediately shouted to inform the villagers. People from outside the tribe are here. He ran like the wind, asking, where are the outsiders? In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the villagers. Yun Mu anxiously asked, big brothers, what's going on? The leader ordered, brothers, take them inside for me. Yun Mu pretended secretly, hey, are you guys going to make a move? After a while, these people raised their glasses, celebrating as if they were holding a feast for the two, causing them to panic. Still haven't treated us well. The villagers stared at them. Oh my god, they look so strange. How can they call them strange guests? They're just ugly. A villager served food to Yun Mu. Come on, eat. You look like you're lacking nutrition. Don't be polite. Treat this as your own home. The village chief came over and punched Yun Mu. Doing it like this, guests eating like this will be full to death. Guests don't get sick, they are just like this. He patted Yun Mu's shoulder, his face turning pale. It's a joke now, our Red Horse tribe likes to make friends. Yun Mu mischievously winked. It's fine, by the way, village chief. Is there a battle happening near the Zhai tribe lately? Pointed forward, you just need to go south to see. Suddenly someone rushed in hastily. Village chief, it's bad, the mountain bandits are here again. Two froze, stunned by the news. The village chief's face turned furious, veins popping. They're coming while we're dying. Go, brothers, take weapons. This time we'll fight them. Bada, you stay and protect the guests. Yun Mu asked, do you guys often have mountain bandits? He shook his head. No, these bandits started appearing 2 months ago. Bada recounted, at that time villagers suddenly disappeared. Everyone searched hard. Then they appeared, declaring that the missing people were kidnapped by them. If they want to capture villagers, they'll call for reinforcements from the village. Bada was furious. My little sister also disappeared back then. When he saw Yun Mu preparing to leave, Bada stopped him. Where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Yun Mu vaguely said, the village chief still has something to say to us. Villagers decided to fight. The leader of the bandits is him. He stood proudly amidst the sharp weapons of the villagers, holding a long sword. The leader sneered, just you guys. Loud explosion rang out, his voice cold. Get out of my way. The village chief was thrown back, his sandals flying into the air. The leader shoved his hand into his pocket. The other hand raised a saber to the old man's throat. Old man, are you going to stubbornly resist? He swung his sword high. Then I'll send you on your way. The village chief could only watch in despair. Yun Mu frowned, let's go. He charged forward, thrusting his sword through the leader's neck. The village chief fell backward, horrified, looking at the sword, so strong. Yun Mu slung the sword over his shoulder, unmoving. Crowd panicked when they saw the leader's body in pieces. The leader. Yun Mu stepped forward, asking coldly, who allowed you to lay hands on the village chief? One of the subordinates turned, fear on his face. Vice leader, what should we do? He immediately turned and fled. Run quickly, this is a monster. Yun Mu kicked hard, activating his time reversal, and silently followed them. In the blink of an eye, the two soldiers behind him were quickly defeated. Without hesitation, Yun Mu charged forward, blocking the path of the deputy leader. He had no way out, helplessly kneeling and surrendering. Yun Mu coldly spoke, asking. He did not hesitate, immediately placing the tip of his sword against his neck, then coldly questioned, where did you take the villagers? The deputy leader was so terrified that sweat poured down his face, hurriedly confessing, big brother, don't kill me. I will tell you, we captured the villagers but we already sold them. I truly don't know where they were taken. Village chief was a little confused upon hearing this, muttering, what? Then the only clue is gone. The man standing beside him was astonished, gnashing his teeth and wondering, where exactly are we? Yun Mu looked at him, his gaze cold. Is that all you have? Deputy leader cried out in fear, big brother. That's all I have. Yes, I was the one who contacted them. He carefully recounted the story. A few months ago, someone came to our camp and asked us to help, regardless of age or gender. paying 10 gold per person. The deputy leader meticulously recounted. Although the person concealed it well, their stature was definitely smaller and skinnier than those of the Hongman tribe. Upon hearing this, Yun Mu's expression changed. He pondered, who is the external organization and what is their purpose? The village chief suddenly stepped forward, thanking him. I'll handle the rest. Yun Mu smiled and replied, don't mention it. We actually have something to ask. He asked in surprise, something you need from me. Yun Mu calmly responded, you still haven't told me the location of the cross-continental transfer array. The village chief immediately understood and pointed ahead, saying, you just need to head south, and you'll reach the largest city of our Hongman province. Under the village chief's guidance, in no time Yun Mu arrived at Mantian City. As soon as he arrived, he was quickly surrounded with people gathering around, warmly welcoming him. Brother, come have a drink. Little girl, try some watermelon. You must be new here. I'll show you around. From a distance, a voice rang out, move aside, move aside. They already have someone to receive them. Yun Mu and Nai Jai immediately recognized the familiar voice. They quickly realized it was the team of Ji Feng, Shen Chen, and the others. Next, the group went to a hotel. On the way, Shen Chen took the opportunity to explain, after we escaped from the ambush, we realized we had been brought to Hongman province, the only cross-continental transfer array in Mantian City, so we decided to wait for you here. When they entered the hotel lobby, Nai Jai rushed to the front desk. Hello, I would like to book a room after the cross-continental transfer array to Central Continent. Jia sat down on a chair, happily saying, EA, finally I can go home. Yun Mu glanced around, secretly admiring. This place is truly different. It looks brighter and more luxurious than the outside. Nai Jai suddenly exclaimed, what? It's that expensive. Ben approached and asked, what, short on money? How much are you short? If you're really lacking, I can exchange materials for money. He pointed to the bill and muttered, the amount is hundreds of thousands, 6 billion. Yun Mu was stunned, astonished. Why don't you just go rob the place? The receptionist calmly replied, you're joking. If you have the money, you can earn it back quickly. Immediately, Xin Ran brought a pile of items and asked, damn, let me see how much these can be exchanged for. The receptionist replied, please wait a moment, I'll check. After a moment of checking, the receptionist replied, this can be exchanged for 15.83 million Xuan Jing. Yun Mu was surprised, saying, is it really that much? He thought to himself, these items would only be worth 3 million in Central Continent. The receptionist pointed to the screen and explained, yes, Central Continent specialties are very valuable here in Hongman province, because the transport method between the two provinces is only through the cross-continental transfer array, which is very expensive. Hearing this, Yun Mu grinned slyly and asked, then the materials from Hongman province will also be very expensive in Central Continent, right? The receptionist nodded and replied, exactly. Yun Mu happily took a deep breath, then announced to everyone, we're not going back for now. Nai Jai immediately asked Yun Mu, what are you thinking now? Yun Mu laughed loudly, closed his eyes and replied, I smell money. The scene shifted to the deputy sect master's office. A male subordinate kneeled, recounting the events. After hearing, he was surprised and asked, has the divine weapon Yun Mu taken it? The subordinate suddenly became terrified, hurriedly begging for mercy. Deputy sect master, please spare me. I will go get the divine weapon back. Coldly responded, you don't need to look for the divine weapon. I need experimental materials. The male subordinate immediately understood, sighing in relief, quickly standing up, responding, Master, I will immediately go capture the divine weapon for you. Deputy sect master smirked sinisterly, saying with hidden meaning, there's no need for such trouble, you are the one assigned to the task. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's face changed, the smile vanished from his lips. He coldly ordered, drag him away. Regardless of his screams for mercy, Deputy Sect Master, spare me, Deputy Sect Master. Priest standing next to him shrugged and reported, Deputy Sect Master, Yun Mu appeared in Mantian City 2 days ago. Please give me 2 teams. I will definitely kill him and bring the divine weapon back. The Deputy Sect Master bluntly refused, no need, I will send Xin Ran to handle it. Then, the message was sent to her. The priest tried to advise, but I have many spies in Mantian City. I can definitely find him faster. The Deputy Sect Master leaned on his chair, coldly ordering, I've made myself clear, I don't want to repeat myself. He stood up angrily, pulling the cigarette from his mouth and threatening, don't ruin my big plans. Immediately, the Deputy Sect Master coldly turned and walked away, not forgetting to threaten, if not, your whole family will suffer the consequences. The next scene was in Hongman province, deep in the forest of the maze. 2 men were hunting. One asked, why is there nothing today? Usually you find beasts every 3 steps, monsters every 5. short-haired man immediately suggested, "Why don't we go deeper?" The other immediately rejected, "How dare we go deeper? Have you forgotten about that incident?" The mysterious story from 2 years ago was recounted. 2 years ago, a dozen powerful Hong Ting members went to eliminate the seductive enchantress in the southern forest. After dozens of days, they returned, but he paused for a moment, then continued. Some of them had gone mad. Some had forgotten about life itself. The short-haired man hesitated, then said, "I remember now, let's head back." The man in purple sighed, "Let's try again in a few days." In another scene, Yun Mu single-handedly wiped out a group of large beasts. He sighed in amusement. "I wonder how Shen Chen is doing outside." Yun Mu quickly stored their remains into the spatial gate, feeling delighted. "When we get to Central Continent, I'll make a big profit." While he was busy working, a giant monster suddenly charged at him. It slid back slightly when it saw its companion lying dead on the ground, trembling and letting out a cry. He laughed loudly upon seeing it, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his eyes shining brightly as though he saw gold. The monster, terrified, fled for its life, letting out a miserable howl. Behind, Yun Mu and Naijai chased after it, joyfully calling out, "Your cries are useless, no one's coming to save you." During this, he didn't notice a wooden sign fallen on the ground with red letters warning, "Beware of the seductive enchantress, very dangerous." The monster ran like crazy, tears streaming down its face. Yun Mu was getting closer. He shouted, "Stop." The ground beneath Yun Mu's feet suddenly softened, as if turning into the earth's core. Immediately, he fell to the ground. The monster was just a shadow in the distance. He was in free fall, not having time to regain his senses. Why did this place suddenly turn into a deep abyss? Naijai, high above, shouted in panic, "Yun Mu." There was no response. He continued to fall into the abyss, not knowing where he would land. Suddenly, Naijai's body changed, her face blurred and unclear. At this point, Naijai had been possessed by the seductive enchantress. She grinned maliciously, whispering, "Is he dead?" After a moment, Naijai casually turned away as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, from behind her, a shadow flew up into the air. Yun Mu had survived thanks to his spiritual wings. He lamented, "Why did the ground suddenly disappear like this?" He hovered in the air, looking at Naijai, wondering if she knew illusion techniques. In the blink of an eye, Yun Mu landed, continuing to work. A monster knowing illusion techniques is worth it. Yun Mu quickly turned to ask Naijai, "Did you see where that monster ran to?" Naijai hesitated and pointed in that direction, replying, "It ran that way." Yun Mu had no doubts, immediately running in that direction. "Hurry, we can't let it escape." Naijai revealed her true face, her eyes glowing purple, full of fury. Naijai was truly confused, her face stiffening, not understanding what had happened. She walked around the forest, murmuring to herself, "How strange, I was just chasing that monster with Yun Mu. Why can't I see anything now?" She stopped, her gaze landing on a staggering figure in the bushes nearby. Naijai widened her eyes, panicking as if she had discovered something. He immediately recognized it. Panicking, Yun Mu before her was an image of him, covered in wounds. He staggered forward. Naijai hurriedly asked, "How did you get hurt like this?" Yun Mu mumbled, "The monster did this, but it's fine, let's go, I know where it ran to." She didn't think much and immediately ran after him, all right. However, no one expected that, at this moment, he would smile with a mysterious grin hard to predict. After a long time, the two finally got close to the monster. Yun Mu quickly gave orders, "This one is very cautious. You go first, I'll block its path." Naijai didn't hesitate at all, rushing forward and attacking immediately. The person behind revealed a cunning look. It turned out to be an imposter of Yun Mu. Immediately, he quietly prepared to draw his sword from behind to attack her. Naijai seemed to have anticipated the imposter's intention, suddenly stopping, muttering a chant, using force from his elbow, spinning around, and delivering a powerful blow. She quickly retracted her move and suddenly launched a strong attack toward him. He was unexpectedly counterattacked and felt pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Naijai looked at the imposter collapsing to the ground, laughed loudly, and said, "So it's finally exposed." She coldly criticized he was the imposter of Yun Mu. He panicked and asked, "How did you find out?" Naijai reproached, "Don't be lazy to think at all. This mysterious beast was merely a metal spirit. If you're still this foolish, even a strike couldn't harm Yun Mu." The body on the ground faintly smiled and gradually vanished into the wind. "This time I was wrong, but it's fine." Before completely disappearing, the man left a confident gaze and said, "After all, you cannot escape." She immediately understood, quickly thinking, "It's an illusion technique. I must quickly inform Yun Mu. he's surely in trouble as well. The scene shifted to Yeonmu. At this moment, he was pressed against a tree by her. Yeonmu panicked and screamed, "Naijai, what are you doing?" Naijai impersonator slowly approached him, softly saying, "I don't know why my body is so hot." She didn't hesitate to act seductively, naturally flaunting her curves. Without hesitation, she continued approaching him, whispering, "Help me, Yeonmu." Yeonmu witnessed this scene, angrily shouting, "How cunning can you be?" He charged at him. Yeonmu grew more frightened. "Naijai, what's wrong with you? Calm down." Naijai looked at Yeonmu with a sparkling gaze and softly called, "Yeonmu." Immediately fell into her trap, his body jerking violently. Yeonmu's eyes turned purple, unable to resist, allowing the impersonator of Naijai to move in and kiss him. Suddenly a shout echoed, causing him to stop. It turned out to be Naijai, standing from a distance, stomping the ground hard, gaining momentum. Then she charged and punched the imposter hard, yelling, "Daring to use my form to do such thing." Naijai continued to curse at the fading imposter, "Vile fake, too much," while Yeonmu still stood frozen, not understanding what was going on. She immediately moved up, slapped his head, and explained it's an illusion technique. She seriously explained that the imposter's illusion technique could affect sensation and vision, but it wouldn't last if attacked. The head of the imposter suddenly turned into a strange smoke and floated into the sky. The smoke gradually gathered into the form of a person, accompanied by a voice, "Unfortunately, I plan to let you die in pleasure." Unaware of good or bad, just as he finished speaking, the woman's head appeared, and her body gradually began to take shape. The seductive demon woman hovered in the air, her wings flapping, a look of excitement on her face, her hand gently stroking her weapon with delight. Yeonmu looked up from below, seeing the woman's figure, and said, "A big goose." She angrily released butterflies and long silk threads toward him, then said, "I am a butterfly." The silk threads slowly coiled around Yeonmu's body. When his body was about to be completely enveloped, Yeonmu casually said, "A worm again." "And let's use fire." The sunward great blaze attack was immediately unleashed, flames bursting fiercely, burning everything. As the flames gradually faded, the woman charged straight toward Yeonmu. She slammed the silk down toward him, the earth and rocks shattered, but Yeonmu had already leaped back to avoid it. Then she continued using the slash technique, the large and small silk threads flying toward Yeonmu. He skillfully blocked the attack using the reversal step, easily dodging. When the demon woman landed in front of Yeonmu, he quickly reminded, "Ah, big goose, don't forget, I'm not alone." Naijai appeared from somewhere behind the woman, her cold gaze fixed on her, muttering a chant, her energy swirling in her dantian as she pressed her palm, extreme force executing endless extremes, peak mind elbow. Immediately after, a powerful punch was delivered to the demon woman's back. She spat blood and was knocked into a large tree ahead. She was flung out, slamming into the large tree, her body taking a heavy blow. Yeonmu walked up to the demon woman, revealing a smug look, sneering, "With this little ability, you want to fight me? Where is your illusion technique?" However, she only gave a sinister smile and laughed a few times. Then she spoke with a mocking tone, "Humans really are foolish. How did you think I wouldn't use illusion techniques?" After speaking, the demon woman's body slowly shifted to behind him, forming into smoke. She flew above Yeonmu, laughing in delight and raising her weapon, preparing to strike. Naijai was taken aback from behind, quickly shouting, "Yeonmu." When the demon woman's weapon was about to strike Yeonmu, he gently took a few steps and pulled out Li Yun from behind. It appeared between the demon woman's attack, causing her to panic. "What?" Li Yun swung its blade, the demon woman's head was severed from her body, accompanied by Yeonmu's scorn, "Only someone like you would still want to attack me." The demon woman's body gradually turned into smoke. She looked at Yeonmu with a cunning look and said, "This guy is really strong." Then her body transformed into silk threads and flew forward. She flew straight toward Naijai and transformed into two demon faces, then asked, "But is she as strong as you?" Realizing the intent, Yeonmu hurriedly shouted, "Naijai." The demon face rushed straight at Naijai. She quickly leaped high. Unbeknownst to her, the demon face had already appeared behind her. Yeonmu screamed. Naijai turned back to look. At that moment, the mouth of the demon face had opened wider than her own body. Yeonmu and Li Yun rushed forward, shouting, "Naijai, you were one step too late. The demon head has chosen you." At this moment, the woman had returned to her butterfly form. She comforted, "Don't worry, your little girlfriend is not dead yet." However, when she said this, her face revealed a crafty look, grinning widely. The demon woman's clone appeared behind her. She looked back with excitement and said, "I've turned her into my form now." Naijai smiled smugly and asked, "Can you tell who your girlfriend is?" Seeing the panic on Yeonmu's face, she became even more delighted, not daring to act, afraid of hurting your girlfriend. Then she and her butterflies charged, declaring, "You will die." The butterfly dance technique was unleashed. A series of green silk threads flew toward Yeonmu. He quickly used his technique to block, forming a shadow army to defend. Then he charged straight at the demon woman, using his sword to block her surprise attack. The woman immediately shifted behind him, placing her hand on his shoulder and saying, "If you want to live, don't care about her anymore." This made him feel disgusted. "Take your hand off me." The demon woman heard this, kicked him hard in the back, causing him to fall to the ground and ask, "What are you pretending to do?" Yunmu was knocked down, the earth and rocks cracked, causing an earthquake. He quickly sat up, his body covered in dirt, his strength exhausted, quietly thinking that continuing like this was not the solution. Yunmu's pendant suddenly lit up brightly. The butterfly army immediately charged, the command, "Go die." In the critical moment, Yunmu heard the sound of ba ba, and he suddenly realized it was. A smoke cloud unexpectedly formed from the air. A hand appeared, and within moments, several of the demon woman's butterfly clones were knocked away. When the threads of the female demon coiled into a vortex, she stared in horror. "What is this? This feeling is so strange." Immediately, the queen of illusion Lin Lung appeared before Yunmu from the thread vortex. Seeing her, he felt relieved, wiped his sweat, and silently rejoiced, "My daughter has returned." Meanwhile, the woman gaped, not understanding why this supreme being obeyed his summoning. Seeing this, she and the butterfly legion flew into the sky, quickly thinking of escaping before my illusion was exposed. But that quick speed was noticed by Lin Lung. He glared, her pupils glowing as she stared directly at the butterfly swarm. Immediately, the illusion of the female demon and her clones began to crack and slowly shattered into pieces. Watching the illusion crumble, she was terrified, thinking, "What could break my illusion so easily? Truly a supreme power." In despair, she noticed Naijai falling down beside her. Seizing the opportunity, the female demon flew towards her with a sinister plan. "I still have one last card. As long as she is here, they can't do anything to me." Female demon rushed forward, her hand outstretched as if to catch Naijai, who was floating. Just as her hand was near the pink shoes, a voice rang out, "She's mine now." Suddenly, an invisible hand tightened around the female demon's throat, freezing her for a few seconds. Mei Dai looked panic-stricken at the figure choking her. "What is this?" Turned out Lin Lung was the one who acted, rescuing Naijai. "I was choked so hard I could hardly breathe, tears streaming down. Please spare me." Her eyes lit up when she heard the pleading words, "I agree to offer my blood in surrender." Before she could finish, bright red poured out over her wound. The female demon's hand fell, her vitality seemingly vanishing. Lin Lung happily flew out of the smoke, returning to her small form, raising her hand to call the three ladies. Yunmu was embraced and had his cheek stroked, praising, "Your daughter is really impressive." Lin Lung shrank down in Yunmu's hand, stammering, "Mom, are you surprised, Mom?" One she mentioned was Naijai, lying motionless. Yunmu felt embarrassed. "Little one, don't speak carelessly." Just as she woke up, rubbing her neck, her head hurt. "What's going on? You're awake." He hastily tied the rope, taking her away, not letting her notice. Naijai's head was pounding like crazy. "Did the goose swallow me?" "Where's the goose? You turned and hid your hand behind your back. I've dealt with that guy already." Suddenly, she raised her hand to summon spiritual power. The horse troops, the crane troops appeared all over. In the forest, Naijai's voice rang out, "You're tricking me." Yunmu broke the illusion. "That annoying goose, why doesn't it appear?" You shouted, "Stop hitting. It's really coming." After some persuasion, she anxiously asked, "Yunmu, are you all right?" Yunmu was dizzy. Two of them walked for a while, suddenly hearing strange noises. Yunmu quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Hurry, someone's coming." Far away, a truck approached. They tied someone behind the truck. The leader ordered, "Move on." He burst out laughing, "Hurry up." They placed the corpse in the truck bed, threatening the girl, "Don't resist. The result will be the same as the person on the truck." Three men sat smugly, not expecting to pick up a kid who knew illusions. Luckily, they had the vice priest's medicine. Otherwise, they would have been trapped by the illusions of the Mei Dai demoness. The two children sat on the tree, observing the holy heavenly sect following them. The leader became more arrogant. "Come on, brothers, hurry up." Yunmu widened his eyes. Naijai was confused. "Why is there a place like this?" They stopped the car, threw the body into the abyss. The place ahead had people, a really strange place. The bodies were piled up. The scene was as horrifying as hell. He looked at the man with the beard stomping. It was the holy heavenly sect. Then they stopped at the pile of bodies, many bodies of the Manhwa clan. Yunmu's facial muscles twitched, veins bulging. He remembered Ba Dek's words. The villagers had slowly disappeared. The image of pointing a sword at the mountain bandits flashed in his mind. Yunmu recalled his words. The person making the deal wasn't from the Manhwa clan. Yunmu guessed everything was related to the holy heavenly sect, but what was the purpose? The truck carrying people stopped. Before the deep pit, the underling grabbed the girl's hair, asking, "So, isn't the scene beautiful? They're all his people." He whispered after finishing with them, I'll stay with them. The girl could only cry helplessly, watching. Yunmu couldn't take it anymore. He jumped down from the tree, holy heavenly sect. Are you a concentration camp at sea? The man looked at his posture but still didn't recognize him. Who are you to dare storm into the forbidden land? Yunmu frowned, it doesn't matter, just answer the question or you'll die. The fat man laughed loudly. Who do you think you are? The other guy crossed his arms and sneered. Yunmu dared not argue even after arriving. Leader pretended to comb his hair, holding his face, his voice arrogant. You're just a kid who doesn't know life or death. I'll teach you today. After saying that, he rushed forward. A punch aimed to knock Yunmu out, die for me. But he was stunned by Yunmu's quick dodge. What? A second later, the situation reversed. He grabbed his wrist and twisted it back. Pain shot through him. Two lackeys rushed over, shouting, Boss. A quick hand rose from behind. Naijai tilted her face and struck the remaining two lackeys. Before they could react, they fell to the ground, choking on dirt. Yunmu sat beside the leader, coldly threatening, if you don't want the other arm to break. He frowned, the man was scared, obediently answering the question. Yunmu began interrogating about the number of corpses. He stammered, unclear, I heard the vice priest is doing experiments. Yunmu paused, experiments. He pressed, where is the main experiment, where is the vice priest? The leader propped himself up, struggling to stand, Boss, I don't know the rest. The answer didn't satisfy him. Yunmu stood up and turned away. What a waste of time. He picked up a sharp knife and walked to the captured victim. The knife's tip swung forcefully. The rope on the girl's body immediately snapped. Naijai coldly walked away. Throwing the vegetables back, he called out, the rest of the vegetables, it's up to you. The woman was moved, tears streaming, whispering, thank you. The girl held the knife, causing the leader to panic. What do you want to do? His eyes bulged, his mouth stammering, don't. A second later, the place was filled with the smell of fresh blood. She walked away, turning to ask Yunmu, what is the holy heavenly sect up to? Capturing so many people, you're giving orders, not good. The corpse transport team is lost. They will investigate. Naijai suggested, then I'll tell Shen Chen to quickly return to Mantian City. This place is no longer safe. Suddenly, her footsteps paused for a moment. From the vast forest, a loud explosion rang out, full of terror. In the thick smoke, Yunmu held Naijai in his arms and immediately jumped high. The cannons on the ground continued to aim at the two of them. Yunmu held Naijai in his arms, his eyes looking down at the weapon. They had truly arrived. Yunmu flew with Naijai, hovering in midair. The people on the ground didn't let up, continuing to aim at Yunmu's face. Immediately, the cannonballs were fired, aiming directly at them. With these, they still dared to attack. Yunmu crossed through all the attacks in the blink of an eye. However, Yunmu suddenly stopped, muttering, my body. At this moment, he realized he couldn't move anymore, just as the two cannons were preparing to fire huge fireballs. A loud explosion rang out, shaking violently at the position where he was hovering. Dust and smoke engulfed the two of them. Without hesitation, Yunmu gritted his teeth, holding her with one hand while using the move, Ulami Tu Zai Zai Yan. The two cannons were immediately destroyed completely. Yunmu let out a sigh of relief, thankfully having the solar great flame defense. Yunmu loudly taunted, hey, go ahead, these things can't deal with me. A small figure stepped out from the bushes, unconvinced. No wonder it's Yunmu. Yunmu stared at the person. It was her again. Zinran looked up, facing directly. Yunmu gritted his teeth. Fake Zinran. His wings were partly damaged. Yunmu landed quickly, asking, why send her to kill me? She bluntly replied, that's not the case. My mission is only to bring back the divine weapon. Corners of Yunmu's mouth curled up. You're talking about that? It's in my Huijin. If you want to take it back, feel free. From under his feet, a stream of dark, gloomy energy began to emanate. But Yunmu let Naijai go, both hands spread wide, creating his second shadow behind him. Let's see if she has the skill for this. Zinran quickly drew her sword from her sleeve and responded, fine. She raised her weapon in front of her, her voice filled with determination. Let's see then. Zinran bravely charged forward, facing his power. A purple spiritual attack flew toward her. She immediately leaned back to avoid it. Zinran swung her sword diagonally, creating an attacking force toward Yunmu's shadow. Unexpectedly, the first shadow was hit by such a strike. She flew through it, the sword leaving a cut, and the first shadow's head immediately vanished. Yunmu realized the situation was not good. Proficient tactics combined with a mental attack, compensating for the lack of mysterious power, but would the mental attack deplete too much energy? He still casually placed both hands in his pockets, looking at the small figure of the woman in front of him. Why is she doing this? Zinran continued to use her strength, glaring, controlling the spiritual energy around the area. Yeonmu and Naijai once again froze, unable to move. She no longer hesitated, drawing her sword to strike at the two of them. Soon a few drops of blood fell to the ground, accompanied by a dry cough. The hand of Yeonmu's shadow quickly grabbed the sharp tip of Jin Ran's sword. However, she still refused to retreat, using all her strength to stab the tip of the sword through his hand, aiming directly at Yeonmu. Yeonmu looked at Jin Ran, who was beginning to exhaust herself, breathing heavily, blood flowing around her mouth. Speaking, continuous mental attacks are a great challenge for a complex body. Yeonmu's face grew serious, the divine weapon of the Shinto Tangxia sect. Question echoed in the gloomy space, is it worth risking it for this? Yeonmu still stood peacefully behind the shield of darkness. Jin Ran breathed heavily, clearly unable to control herself. She recalled the image of the pendant being opened. Inside was a happy family of 3. The vice bishop looked at it, deep in thought, then ordered to find a way to take the divine weapon from Yeonmu's hands. He clenched his fist, nearly growling if not. Back to reality, Jin Ran's eyes again gleamed with a fighting determination. She drew the sword from her sleeve, shouting loudly, not yet needed. Jin Ran angrily swung her sword, cutting Yeonmu's second shadow in half. Yeonmu controlled the sword with one hand, the other pointing at Naijai, instructing, she doesn't need to act, I'll handle it. He initiated his move, ending the battle. Yeonmu struck at the same time as Jin Ran. She jumped into midair. Sharp attacks forced her to use both swords to defend. Yeonmu's sword swung in a circle, trying to block the darkness. Finally his sword met Jin Ran's sword. Yeonmu smiled, not bad. Despite being injured, Jin Ran gritted her teeth, resolutely fighting, using the power from her eyes, thanking him for teaching her. Yeonmu's body trembled again, clearly attacked mentally. In less than a moment, Jin Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Yeonmu continued his actions. This technique surely requires a large amount of stamina. He swung his sword, sending her weapon flying into the air, and she fell backward. Yeonmu seriously swung the weapon, declaring the end furious slash in still water. A powerful slash pierced through her body. Yeonmu merely brushed past her. The end Jin Ran coughed weakly on the ground, dust still rising. She struggled to sit up, her voice weak. Why? Jin Ran stared at Yeonmu, confused. Why didn't you kill me? Yeonmu withdrew the divine weapon and explained, if I kill you, the Storm Squadron won't spare me. One word from him could make her change. Those idiots are waiting for her to return. Yes, Jin Ran's eyes widened in surprise, but she still couldn't accept it. I'm no longer connected to them. Yeonmu gently placed something in front of Jin Ran. Yes, that's why I say they're fools, take this. Then the two left, leaving her with the treasured pot, thinking about why she risks so much, but there must be a reason. Jin Ran bit her lip, her body beginning to tremble. She stood up, wiping the blood from her mouth. Senior Duxing always cared about the poisonous gold of the Shinto Tangxia sect, right? Jin Ran courageously decided to stand on the side of justice. I will take it to help you, and regarding the divine weapon, I will return it when everything ends, I promise. Yeonmu turned his head skillfully, refusing, no need, just get home safely, don't make them wait too long. As for the divine weapon, I'll get it myself. You're so happy, surprised, right? Shinto Tangxia sect. Yeonmu had a plan when placing the lung cup in the pot. I also have a special gift for you. His hatred swelled. The old grudge will be paid back every day. The scene shifted inside Man Tian City. The two walked while listening to people gossip. The reward is too high. This person must not be ordinary. Naijai saw Yeonmu sneaking into the crowd, curious. Hey, where are you going? Dan Ma raised his hand to respond, greed rising. Seems there is a reward to take. Might earn a big sum. Not taking it would be wasteful. After a while, Yeonmu moved through people to listen. Someone there announced, everyone look carefully at the wanted notice in my hand. Capturing this man alive will be rewarded at the Imperial Palace. Hesitated for a few seconds. The reward reached 1 billion, but Yeonmu's face turned pale seeing his ugly portrait. What is this drawn? Yeonmu was not afraid, even pointed and laughed. Naijai, look quick. The name on the wanted notice is amazing. Might as well catch him. As he wished, his hand was cuffed with number 8 chain. That person quickly handcuffed Yeonmu and dragged him away, laughing, brat, isn't this the person on the wanted notice? So easy to catch. Yeonmu snatched the painting up, comparing with himself, yelling continuously, what, which part of my face looks like this, joking. Around him, people looking saw no problem with resemblance, very similar, looking closely indeed the same, what is happening? One final remark, Yeonmu almost went mad, identical. I start doubting my own appearance. He no longer hesitated and dragged him away. All right, follow me. Left the man with empty cuffs, the person gone. He looked like a fool. Naijai quickly grabbed the person, running while annoyed. I really admire. Why is it like this every day? Raised the ring murmuring, truly a strong man, a billion reward, just a bit of slipping from cuffs. Adults comment on size, this cuff is too large. Soon, the people of Mantian City searched for the young pair. Where did they go? Why not seen? The boy raised his hand, eyes eager. It's the balloon. Turned out Nijai and Yun Mu wore bear suits selling balloons. She saw him exasperated, suggested, probably not in this square, go elsewhere to look. Yun Mu sighed, seems they have gone. Nijai still puzzled, where all wanted notices in the city. He in the bear suit walked ahead to the imperial palace, wondering their intent. Yun Mu stomped, furious at the ugly painting. See if they ignore it, even the leader speechless, turns out angry at this. Scarred hand muttered while looking at the wanted notice, Yun Mu is a figure of central China. Why involve our missing person? Another replied, I didn't believe at first, but the chief saw it. In the imperial palace meeting room, stacks of letters piled high. Two read carefully, wondering if anyone plotted against him, still only seeking someone to directly ask. Suddenly 2 stuffed bears pushed the door open. Yun Mu in the bear suit, annoyed, asked, who says this is the rule here? The 2 were confused. What are you? He slammed his hand on the table, papers flew up, asked again, who are these people? The young pair laughed, removed their clothes, sat with feet on the table, asking who they wanted to find. The 2 at the imperial palace quickly recognized Yun Mu, seized him again. Chief raised his hand to stop, too official. He was surprised. Chief. He faced him, saying, the talented officer comes here, I speak plainly. He listened calmly to the accusation, capturing county people, practicing alchemy on living subjects, learning forbidden techniques. The chief clasped hands, questioning truly. Scene shifted to the bizarre room of the evil people. Zinran Small sat crouched within 4 walls. Beside her was a team photo, everyone smiling. A subordinate called the young lady, hey little girl and guy. She looked up to hear the announcement. Vice leader asked her to come. At the palace, Yun Mu leaned back, voice mocking about the missing case, truly ridiculous. Person opposite clasped hands, negotiating. We won't make it difficult, just prove innocence, then can leave. He with burning spiritual power, arrogantly replied, if not agreed, then what? Spoke gravely, then only way left is to offend. Immediately ordered to call, where are the people? People around the young pair, he slowly stood, voice deep, escort the guests to rest, be polite. A man reached for Nijai, miss, please follow. She stepped back, don't touch me. Yun Mu put hands behind neck, voice sharp, big guy. His words sent chills down the spine, let her go. Subordinate looked back in confusion, dense aura. He bristled, none dared move, pressure of super mystic. Any action means death. Suddenly a shadow appeared from behind, familiar voice. I said visit and return to the city. No one greeted, been here half a day. One turned and recognized. Young master, ignoring a few steel men, moved straight, sensing strong aura from afar. Who did I think? Yun Mu frowned, looking at old friend, knowing you are a high-ranking disciple of the Man clan, unexpectedly entering the imperial palace at will. Long time no see. The 2 of them simultaneously extended their hands and clenched them tightly, meeting unexpectedly. They called each other in unison, brothers in arms. Young master unexpectedly extended his hand, surprised, asking, why are you doing this? Let's go to the room and have a few drinks. After that we'll discuss the matter. My business is going well. He even whispered, what are you wearing? Yun Mu still felt uncomfortable, hearing him ramble about a motherless child. The 2 subordinates, unaware of the situation, argued back, young master, this man is closely related to the disappearance case. If we let him go now, it will be hard to win him over later. After hearing this, his face darkened, glaring at the other man. You say everything is related to my brothers. Yes, it's just to protect Yun Mu. Oh, really, little brother. He immediately understood. There's nothing to worry about. The young master waved his hand. Very well, you all heard that. He says he hasn't done anything. Let's go drink some wine. The second in command stared wide-eyed. This is just like a joke. Liu Zong was still determined, young master. This is very important. If this continues, I'll have to take him away. He immediately defended his house, threatening Liu Zong. You're the governor now, why don't you respect anyone? Don't forget. The young master turned around, speaking slowly, reminding the other man, I am the young master of the Hong Man clan, the future leader of the Hong Man clan. If you want to lay a hand on me, then try. Placed his hand on Yun Mu's shoulder. The one you think is the culprit, he will become a great figure. A matter like this, he wouldn't bother with. The next words from the young master seemed unafraid. On the contrary, he felt it was futile. Only relying on the arrest letter to capture someone was foolish. He was delighted to have a fan witness the family argument. Yun Mu finally spoke up, all right, I didn't come here just to stir up trouble. Didn't you want to find clues about the case? Yunmu half spoke. I have them, and they're very important clues. Zinran walked stiffly towards the door, trying to push it open. The deputy sect leader stood by the window, looking at Zinran with satisfaction. You're here, I want. Gently stroked his chin, his voice seductive. What I want, you surely brought it. Zinran placed the item he wanted on the table. It was the artifact Yunmu had taken. The deputy sect leader was surprised, so it had become a complete item, truly an unexpected harvest. She frowned, hurriedly asking, where's my family? Wasn't going to let her leave easily. The deputy sect leader squinted at her. Don't worry, I'll return your family. It's just that things will be a bit different from before. Zinran was startled. What did he mean by this? He went straight to the point. I think you've seen the blood legion I created, right? She bit her lip tightly, silently thinking, those blood puppet experiment subjects in the vials. The deputy sect leader leisurely continued. Now there's a bit of a problem. Zinran recalled the scene of a body being pushed into a test tube, with cries coming from its mouth. He made a small request. I don't remember which vial contains them anymore. Maybe you should try finding them yourself. Unable to tell apart, these words from the deputy sect leader made her pause for a few seconds, already anticipating the conditions he would present. Zinran's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was forcing her to do. Her heart felt as if it was being crushed by a boulder. She unconsciously sank to the ground. Before her stood the deputy sect leader and his shadowy avatars, laughing wickedly, truly an interesting reaction. It turns out that a person's spirit is nearly broken like this. Eyes looked up, full of horror. A second later, her body couldn't bear it. Zinran had to bend over, one hand supporting the ground, the other clutching her chest, her breath becoming uncontrollable. He reached into his pocket, adding some more interesting information, telling her, even though they're in the vials, they've been begging me to spare you. Deputy sect leader leaned in close to her ear and whispered, especially that little one. How old is it now? 7 or 8. Its painful screams are the best sound I've ever heard. After saying this, he turned and walked away, but left Zinran with a suffocating feeling. Now you're free. I've promised them I wouldn't harm you. After all, your family put on a great show for me. Thank them properly. Her heart ached as if it had been sliced. She clenched her fist against her chest, feeling as if she had died in that moment. Zinran cried, remembering what she had done for him. I betrayed my friends, harmed my teacher, but She tightened her collar, blaming herself. I couldn't even save my family. Zinran was now completely broken. She thought that dying was better than living like this. Her other hand gripped the ground tightly, her anger reaching its peak. Zinran looked up, using her familiar method, focusing her mind. She could not bear it any longer, immediately rushing behind the deputy leader, drawing the sword from her sleeve. A second later, the air above was covered in bizarre black, purple streaks flying in fragments. From the palace, someone slammed their hand onto the table. The young master spoke. You mean all this was caused by the holy heavenly sect, and more people died than we thought? Yunmu admitted, yes, the bodies in that pit were more than a few dozen. He gritted his teeth, speaking angrily, again the holy heavenly sect, doing such things to our people. The young master did not hesitate, immediately declaring war. I declare, the Man tribe officially wages war on the holy heavenly sect. The subordinates hurriedly stood up, pounding the table, yet the young master did not stop. He quickly intervened. Do you understand what declaring war on such a powerful force means? Think carefully. He looked at the stubborn elders. Yet the subordinates had to prevent this war. The pit alone could not prove the holy heavenly sect was responsible. Declaring war would lead to disaster. Yunmu stood still, silently listening to the persuasion. Though he was a junior general of the spirit, mere words alone could not serve as proof. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, followed by a loud declaration, we believe. All eyes in the palace turned toward them. The subordinates recognized the leader, exclaimed, the senior of the Man tribe, is it you? Calmly ordered his granddaughter to come out. Do not be afraid, we are here. It turned out to be the victim Yunmu just rescued from the pit. She did not hesitate to speak the truth. Chief Governor, I can testify. The missing people were all taken by the holy heavenly sect. Young master was very surprised. You can testify? She nodded yes. Naijai recognized this girl as the one rescued from the massacre pit. The girl began recounting, while hunting in the forest, I was captured by the holy heavenly sect. I saw on their vehicle many of our people were taken. Many in the tribe were killed tragically. These words made the young master even more enraged. The victim calmly continued, I also secretly heard them discussing experiments on our people. Hearing this, everyone raised their hands, showing resolve to fight. Young master, let's declare war. Our tribe has no weaklings. Avenge our people. The holy heavenly sect must pay. Young master turned to ask, Chief Governor, do you still want to stop us? Liu Zong's I clenched the accusatory papers on the table. You brat, Do you think I am weak? If there is clear evidence, I declare war on the holy heavenly sect. Toss the papers into the air, officially opening the war against the holy heavenly sect. As if awaiting the order, everyone shouted in unison, full of rage. Liu Zong looked back at the young master and Yun Mu. Do not get too excited. The secret experimental troops of the holy heavenly sect, Manhwa, we still do not know their location. The time has come, Yun Mu interrupted. Do not worry, I know. He appeared confident. Your daughter has located them. In the Imperial Palace Lounge, team members were seated discussing. Senior, we should search. Perhaps Xin Ran can still be found. Yun Mu leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes, letting go of all worries. The holy heavenly sect will face the Man tribe. Once I bring you to the grand pavilion of Feng, then we will visit their headquarters. Lu quickly waved. No, we also want to go. Suddenly a strange sound made Shen Chen alert. Who is that? He ran to open the door and froze at the person appearing. From inside came a voice. Shen Chen, who is it? He recognized a team member and hurriedly said, it is Xin Ran. Person inside was surprised. Xin Ran is back. Just in time, she seemed exhausted and fell forward. Xin Ran fell onto Shen Chen's broad shoulder. He then noticed the bloodstains on her clothes and softly called, Xin Ran. The remaining three rushed out, anxiously asking, Xin Ran, are you all right? Shen Chen quickly laid her down. She opened her eyes and saw Yun Mu and Nai Jai, weakly speaking, sorry. Xin Ran opened her hand, saying, the poison needle I promised you, I have obtained it. Her eyes gradually dimmed, a faint smile at the corner of her lips promising to return safely. I have kept my word. Yun Mu witnessed this scene, feeling deeply moved. Team members of Feng, who originally did not believe this, were surprised. No, do not, perhaps there is still another way. Xin Ran. Shen Chen stepped forward, gently lifting her head. She softly called, Captain, Nguyen Han looks capable. One word from her tore many hearts here. May I return to the team? He could not control himself, tears streaming endlessly. Shen Chen screamed in pain. It was inevitable. The statement made Xin Ran feel relieved. A tear ran down her cheek. Xin Ran imagined her team gathering without that talented one. Everything might have been different, but life did not allow it. Her eyes slowly closed. In an instant, the tense atmosphere enveloped everywhere. In the cursed forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. Pink Man tribe rallied, shouting to protect their kin. Lab members held cannons and coordinated attacks, determined to guard the electric forbidden entrance. Waiting for the plan to succeed, the followers feared no one. Both sides charged into decisive battle as shouts echoed. Cannon fire had claimed many Man tribe lived. Lab subordinates worried seeing the remaining numbers, unsure how long it would take to finish. Inside, a group of soulless people formed a circle. At the center was the infamous Cruel Man. The priest urged the deputy leader. The Man tribe's force was strong. Followers could not resist much longer. He nodded. The moment was right. The day we seize the evil blade will be their death day. He remained calm, smoking, continuing. The leader committing a crime over a sword against the Pink Man tribe deserved right. He answered without hesitation, of course deserved. He spread his arms, thrusting at the sword planted in the ground, asserting this was a divine weapon. Emperor Tu frowned, asking, a divine weapon? The deputy leader answered immediately. Yes, Yun Xian recorded. Spell using this sword defeated the old god, seizing its divine position. Unexpectedly, after the spell's victory, the sword resisted, thrown out. The divine weapon retained its will despite a warning. The deputy leader continued. It was also the ultimate honor. He handed the Yun Mu treasure to Xin Ran, commanding, when the ritual is complete, I will tame the sword you guard outside, let no one disturb. Cauldron slowly lifted, the sword absorbing mystical energy while releasing the host's power. From above flowed blue spiritual energy, center glowing red, using holy energy as a bridge for continuous mystical blood transformation. The young deputy's voice echoed, transmitting power to the blood artifact. As red energy coiled around the sword, he was most delighted. The divine weapon would not escape his grasp. The sword absorbed mystical energy into itself. The deputy leader was slightly astonished at the aura, thinking silently, indeed a divine weapon, abandoned for millennia, its power remained fierce. He resolutely reached both hands toward the sword, yet the sword could not escape its fate under his control. Suddenly, a loud explosion behind drew his attention. Deputy leader hastily cultivated. The blood artifact could not withstand the spell's power, beginning to explode, had to accelerate. He gritted his teeth, using all strength, obediently submitting to me. Deeper into the vortex, spiritual energy thickened, just a little more. Not finished, nearby another explosion occurred. Amid the dust, a voice arose, sorry for the trouble, causing the leader to glance back. Yun Mu, hands in pockets, calmly looked down. I'm here to take some things. Horse asked, you are Yun Mu? Sternly answered, yes, you are the deputy leader, have cared for my students many times. The deputy leader sneered, bearing a grudge arriving late. Yun Mu smiled, not late. One more matter you don't know. Yun Mu, reminded of the treasure, the sword I gave Xin Ran, also prepared a surprise, leaving him stunned. Yun Mu shouted. As he left, the treasure radiated a blue whirl. The obsession of the queen slowly appeared in the aura. Ling Lung waved his hand, toppling a pile of experimental corpses. Deputy leader gripped the sacred sword. Not good, the blood artifact was violent, the spell's power rebelling. As expected, he was thrown far away. The sacred sword's power made blood flow from his eyes, coughing continuously. The wires behind his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Yun Mu slowly approached the red sword, realizing, you truly desire to possess it. You are the next to touch the sword. I will not let you succeed. The sword's tremendous power seemed ready to crush Yun Mu instantly. He gritted his teeth, enduring though drained, still fierce. System alert, great power infiltrating the host. After a minute, the core could not withstand, body would perish. Recommended to use spirit realm to share power. Yun Mu recalled, loudly activated the spirit realm. Power manifested. Moments later, the space seemed occupied by mystical blue. Spirit realm energy gradually absorbed at Yun Mu's position. Weapon emitted blue energy, red spiritual energy returning from the sword. Yun Mu held the sacred sword in one hand, gathered energy with the other. Red power converged in the spirit realm. Soon his palms were full of it. Satisfied, Yun Mu stomped firmly, pointing the energy source at the sacred sword, drawing it in. He remotely guided the two power streams to merge, suppressing the Millennium Sword. Moments later, killing aura from the sword vanished, leaving dents, revealing the sword's true form. Yun Mu withdrew easily, swinging to check. Yun Mu did not expect it so easy. Success came effortlessly. But unexpectedly, the sword emitted purple primordial energy, striking him directly. Yun Mu's eyes were affected, mouth agape, as if struck by a hidden lightning. Quickly closed his eyes to reduce loss. Upon opening them, even more confused, what was this? Yun Mu felt as if pushed to another galaxy. Before him were countless planets and stars. At the sacrificial altar, lab team with young master hurried to find Yun Mu, calling his name. After a while, the crowd entered the cave. Nijai saw him grasping the sword, shouted Yun Mu. And Lu and fellow disciples stared at his figure, puzzled. What is with the senior? Nijai beside him was confused, probably controlling the sword, better not intervene. A nearby man shouted, could not alert them. Deputy leader injured, struggling to stand, body deformed, spell's power corroded. One side revealed a beastly form. He screamed madly, Yun Mu. Half his face veined, the deputy leader sought Yun Mu, shouting to kill. Confirming Yun Mu, he charged, determined to slay. Everyone quickly formed a barrier, protecting Yun Mu. This moment at Yun Mu Star, the long sword shimmered with a purple light, and in the distance a planet appeared, dazzling with colors. He slowly opened his eyes, looked straight ahead and asked, who is that? A long-haired man with a blurred face appeared on that planet, surrounded by intense aura. Yun Mu gritted his teeth in frustration. What kind of existence is this that makes me want to kneel? This oppressive power is terrifying. Immediately the man spoke words of counsel. The killing god is truly formidable. Without cultivating such stellar intellect power, one could not endure. I could not withstand until today, forget it. Half alive is meaningless. Start anew, wait my sorrow. The day of return, even after 10,000 years. Things change as long as stellar energy reappears, that is the time to return. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy surged much more powerfully. Immediately, gravitational force from the planet erupted violently, rushing toward Yun Mu. His body nearly lost balance, trying to look ahead, wondering, is this the aura of the talent blade? This power feels so familiar. Power was about to envelop all of Yun Mu, he murmured. Seems like this is stellar energy, reaching its limit. When he could only see the world with one eye, he muttered, damn it. Outside, the deputy sect leader used the demon leg to stomp on the young master, and the My faction relied on small fry, daring to block me, truly overestimating themselves. Now the Hongman clan had already failed before him. Everyone lay scattered on the ground, in miserable condition. At this moment the deputy sect leader turned to him, angrily shouted, Yun Mu, dare to disrupt my arrangement, seize my evil blade. He advanced quickly toward him, full of rage but still in time. Nijai behind screamed in fear, no. The deputy sect leader reached behind Yun Mu, raised the demon hand and stared, killing. The talent blade is still mine. Nijai saw the approaching hand and screamed in terror, Yun Mu. However, just as the demon hand was about to touch him, it was struck back by the evil blade. The deputy sect leader looked at his trembling hand in fear, screaming with eyes half closed. Yun Mu appeared majestic, touching the talent blade with delight, saying, sorry, this blade is mine now. The Hongman clan had successfully tamed the demonic blade, now he held it firmly. The deputy sect leader looked stunned, unable to believe. A super mystic could block my strike. Could he have perceived the remaining divine information in the air? He immediately rushed at Yun Mu. Not letting him grow stronger, must kill today. As he raised the demon hand, Yun Mu immediately rolled the blade behind him. Then he gripped the hilt and thrust forward forcefully. The Hong Man warrior stabbed straight into the deputy sect leader's stomach unexpectedly, causing his eyes to bulge, letting out a grunt. Next, one hand held the hilt, the other touched the blade, summoning a surge of power. Yun Mu thrust the blade straight into him. The demonic light power and 10,000 lightning jolts made him convulse in pain and scream. But the deputy sect leader did not give up, wildly thrusting his demon hand toward Yun Mu. He leapt high, a gust of wind from his hand slammed down, rocks flying everywhere. Yun Mu landed, raising the blade behind, friction spreading the power along the edge. He gripped the hilt tightly, braced himself and swung hard forward. The Hong Man warrior unleashed the demonic light to annihilate, slashing diagonally twice at the deputy sect leader and throwing him back. Yun Mu stood still with the blade in hand. The man slowly fell with grievous wound. Nijai watched him collapse happily, asking, "Is it over?" Suddenly Li coughed up a mouthful of blood. Caused by the deputy sect leader, now he widened his eyes in triumph. "You fell into my trap." Yun Mu laughed coldly, realizing the blood was poison. He looked at the blood he had just wiped from his mouth, both surprised and fearful. The deputy sect leader stood, smiling cunningly, saying, "Your left hand is starting to numb." Thought the deputy sect leader was weak. He turned to Yun Mu, who dropped the blade, and he immediately said, "A lifetime of trickery, using countless people as experiments." The deputy sect leader advanced toward Yun Mu, raising the demon hand and speaking. "The perfect experiment is myself." The X-shaped slash wound is now slowly healing. As the pointed claw was about to touch, Yun Mu raised the blade to block with difficulty. He held the blade tightly, blood splattered, startling him. Then grabbing the blade, he kicked forcefully at him. Hong Man warrior flew into the wall, blood gushing from his throat, dirt and rocks scattered. Deputy sect leader raised the blade, thrilled. "The last person is mine. The impure and cursed blade are the perfect combination." Suddenly the Hong Man warrior spoke sternly. "If I were you, I'd throw the blade away, forget it. Why turn into this demonic form?" Hearing this, the deputy sect leader also instinctively raised the demon hand to look. Yun Mu smiled slyly, speaking slowly, "Corpse form, seal the master banquet." As he spoke, the black aura around the blade coiled around his hand. He panicked and screamed. He sat down heavily, dropped the blade. The other hand turned into a demon hand, extreme pain. Demon spikes grew on his hand. The deputy sect leader screamed miserably. Blood poured, he gritted his teeth, saying, "No, my body is about to shatter, need more flesh to sustain." After saying that, the deputy sect leader turned to the holy corpse of the sect, seeking the flesh he wanted. Immediately, the deputy sect leader moved to devour the flesh. Piles of coagulated mass like mountains, he quickly devoured each piece. Hong Man warrior, witnessing this, was astonished. Nijai slowly handed him a medicinal pill, saying, "Yun Mu, eat quickly, prevent the poison from spreading." Thanked her and bit down hard on the pill. As his body recovered, Yun Mu stood, moving forward. Nijai worriedly warned him to be careful. He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry." Then aura flared, eyes glowing purple, confirming it was time to end everything. The deputy sect leader also sensed it. He stopped speaking and listened. Yun Mu had reached the wreathen blade, Hyukai asked. "Facing death is not good, why gasp like that?" The man smiled slyly, said, "Your greatest mistake was not killing me earlier." He replied, "Now you have no chance." The deputy sect leader's entire body had turned demonic, huge and terrifying. Yun Mu looked at him mockingly. The more he transformed, the more disgusting he became. During that, the deputy sect leader got angry, stomped and sprang up. He charged madly, hands smashing down. Lifting his body's strength, he leapt, astonished by the speed and force. While Yun Mu was still dazed, the deputy sect leader teleported behind him, asking gleefully, "Where are you looking?" Then a heavy collision occurred, smoke and dust erupted, dark aura. As the smoke cleared, the Hong Man warrior stepped back a distance. He raised his shadow to block the demonic hand. His entire body stiffened, face showing shock. The deputy sect leader's body slowly regenerated. He arrogantly said, "I once said this body is perfect." Body restored, he said, "Each blood corpse harmonizes 100% with the body, an endless source of energy." Then he raised his hand to grip the blade. "What can you use to fight me?" The Hong Man warrior blocked the blade with difficulty. Deputy leader suddenly raised his sword and punched Yun Mu hard in the throat. Blood spilled from his neck again, and he thought hopelessly, "His strength is too great, I cannot fight back." With that thought, he quickly retreated, summoning a shadow army to fight against him. Shadow army immediately appeared and quickly moved forward. They all raised their hands simultaneously and attacked the deputy leader. He saw this and sneered. Then, while knocking away the shadows, he mocked, "Do you think these monsters can hurt me?" While the deputy leader was still facing the shadow army, Yun Mu and the sword quickly rushed to his back. He rushed forward and struck his left arm hard. He quickly used his right hand to punch Yun Mu in the face. Deputy leader's arm was severed, and Yun Mu retreated a distance. He rushed forward, blood splattered on his face, unable to help but think, is this the power of a saint? If this continues, even with the power of the cursed sword, it will be hard to fight him. At this point, the deputy leader's left arm had begun to recover. In desperation, Yun Mu suddenly remembered, wait, the cursed sword's power, it hasn't fully awakened yet. If I can use the power of the spirit realm to awaken it like in the memory, it will definitely be stronger. But just then, the deputy leader lunged at him and launched another attack. Yun Mu regained his composure, blocking the blow while silently calculating that he must buy enough time to defeat him. While the deputy leader continued to attack relentlessly, Yun Mu calmly dodged each blow, his goal being to buy time. Charged in recklessly, laughing incessantly, Yun Mu quickly fled. He was buying time while also figuring out how to make the cursed sword strong enough. Deputy leader now noticed the abnormality, thinking to himself, this guy is stalling. What exactly is he planning? Clenched his fist, full of determination. The cursed sword is still in his hands. No more time can be wasted. It must be dealt with immediately. The deputy leader used his divine punishment strike, punching Yun Mu, sending him flying through the air. He struck Yun Mu hard, and Yun Mu was pierced through his body. Yun Mu was struck. Blood flowed from his neck without stopping. Suddenly, the place where Yun Mu stood exploded violently, dust flying up, and the deputy leader laughed in satisfaction. The people of the Hong Man clan stood frozen, all staring at Yun Mu in shock. Naijai saw the scene, tears welling up in her eyes, calling his name Yun Mu. Deputy leader noticed her and smugly said, I forgot about you, don't worry, I'll help you soon. He immediately lunged towards Naijai, his hand full of killing intent, leaving her no room to resist. You will see him again soon enough. That moment, the power in the cursed sword surged powerfully. The power from the cursed sword blocked the deputy leader's hand, causing him to panic. What? Jumped back, seeing Yun Mu holding the sword. He curiously asked, You're not dead. Yun Mu smiled smugly and replied, Perhaps my luck is a little better. Are you ready to die yet? The deputy leader arrogantly replied, You think I'm prepared to die? What are you talking about? Before he could finish speaking, the image of Yun Mu's cold face, his sharp eyes, suddenly magnified in his mind. His hand trembled, fear creeping in as he wondered, why has this feeling of oppression become so strong all of a sudden? Fear overwhelmed the deputy leader, and he wondered, could it be because I've been wounded? He stood still, looking at Yun Mu and wondering, has he completely mastered the power of the cursed sword now? He reassured himself, no matter the reason, I must take it back. Just as he finished thinking, Yun Mu rushed past him. The strike was made, this is for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy leader realized too late, too fast, it's unbelievable. The continuous slashes pierced the deputy leader's body. Yun Mu rushed out with overwhelming strength. The deputy leader's body was now covered in blood and cuts, but he still maintained a contemptuous expression, saying to Yun Mu, Is this the power the cursed sword gave you? It's useless though, my body can regenerate infinitely. I'll wait until you're exhausted. Yun Mu didn't let him finish speaking, his eyes flashing, replying, Your body can't regenerate forever, look closely. Deputy leader looked down and was horrified to realize his wounds weren't healing. Is my body perfect? Why is this happening? Could he have the same power as me? In the midst of his confusion, the sounds of groaning echoed in his head. Give me back my life, sister. I don't want to die, I want revenge. The deputy leader screamed angrily, Who are you? Stop talking. Voice kept growing louder, I don't want to die. Where is my mother? Go die. He suddenly realized that the blood corpse inside him was rebelling against him. The cries of die kept coming. The blood corpse inside him was resisting him with all its might. Deputy leader couldn't accept this truth. He shouted helplessly, Why are you rebelling against me? I am your god. The blood corpse inside him slowly rose to the surface. Yun Mu's cursed sword was now raised in front of him. Yun Mu advanced, the power surging within him, his whole body glowing, gently saying, God, you're just garbage, go to hell and repent. Deputy leader saw the vicious slash coming from the cursed sword, and he panicked, yelling no. Finally he fell to the ground, defeated in a miserable manner. That man looked at Yun Mu, stammering, I lost, it can't be. Yun Mu wasted no time, slashing heavily, and the deputy leader vanished in an instant. He coldly said, There is nothing impossible, everything is over. After a while Yun Mu walked towards everyone, his body covered in blood. He looked at the cursed sword and tiredly thought, I didn't expect the power from mine to have such a strong side effect, or am I just too weak? He was exhausted, his vision blurred, and slowly closed his eyes, hearing his name being called Yunmu Sr. After a while, Yunmu opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the joy of everyone, and Lu said, I knew Senior would be fine. He lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, confused, asking, are you all trying to turn me into a mummy? Jia and Lu jumped for joy. Senior is awake. We should celebrate a bit. Suddenly, Nijai angrily shouted, you all have it easy, get out, he needs peace. He pushed everyone out, saying, go outside, he needs to rest, I can take care of him. Once done, she awkwardly walked over to Yunmu's bed, asking, how are you feeling now? He, tired of the bandages, gently replied, I feel fine, don't worry. Yunmu touched the cursed sword, thinking, I didn't expect my body to not be able to handle the power of the apocalypse. Then he felt confused. Why can't I feel the immense power in the cursed sword anymore? What's happening? At that moment the young master entered, kicked the door open, and yelled, brothers. He patted Yunmu's back lightly, happily saying, you're finally awake, you're our savior, you can't die. Yunmu looked at his face and asked, is the matter with the Holy Divine Church settled? He smugly replied, of course. He continued, we tore apart the face of the Holy Divine Church, and all the members in the land of Chu have been wiped out. The other sects of Hongman Chu have all been driven out. During this, Yunmu touched the sword beside him and continued asking, what's their purpose? Is it this cursed sword? The young master replied, yes, according to the information, this sword has such a history. Yunmu couldn't believe it. Disheartened, he said, the curse of the god, it sounds so strange, like a chaotic god who only knows how to cause trouble. Suddenly Nijai spoke seriously, startling Yunmu. She had a serious expression, announcing that the current situation was very dangerous. Yunmu was slightly suspicious, is my situation dangerous? Nijai affirmed, yes, that's right. He explained, no matter what god it is, just one word, one mark can greatly enhance someone else's power. Not to mention the weapons they used, if this news is leaked, you will be in danger. Yunmu stared at the cursed sword, his eyes intense. The young master placed his hand on his chest and promised, don't worry, only a few leaders know about this, you're our savior, we won't let it leak. However, he hesitated a little, but the Holy Divine Church might not be so sure. What should we do about that? Our household calmly replied, it's fine, whoever wants it can come and take it. He firmly asserted to them, if I can't even hold onto my own pain, then I deserve it. Two were very pleased upon hearing this. The young master praised Yunmu, very imposing, truly worthy of being our brother, don't worry, anyone who dares to touch him will have to face our entire clan. When everything was done, he, our household, finally spoke to him, right, I have something to ask of you. A moment later, under the pouring rain, the group headed towards the graves with black umbrellas in hand. Yunmu and his cable team arrived in front of Xinran's grave. In his hand was a scarecrow. He gently placed the scarecrow beside her grave and said with a heart full of sorrow, this is something I found in the Sacred Heaven Religion's laboratory that could help you. It's very important to you, right? You've worked hard, Xinran. He took the black umbrella and shielded the scarecrow. The others stood quietly behind, deeply moved. Then Enlu sadly told the story, Xinran. This memory is related to the event that led to the death of the victim this time. The senior at the memorial stone asked for a spot for her, so she could reunite with her family. After speaking, she clenched her lips, trying not to let the tears fall. The rain continued to fall relentlessly. Cable team had also returned and were preparing to leave. Xinran, what do you think? We will come back to visit you. Before she could finish, the rain suddenly stopped. Like a miracle, Xinran gave her final gift to everyone. Everyone gradually put down their umbrellas and looked up at the rainbow. The rain stopped. Indeed, thank you. Scene shifted to Tiancheng City. A polite employee greeted him, hello, can I help you with anything? She was startled when she saw Yunmu and his team, who were cloaked as though they were mafia. Shen Chen behind awkwardly said, Wu Jai, don't tell them we're acquainted. When she was about to press the button, she suddenly stopped upon hearing him, our household whisper, speak quietly, we're in a hurry, please hurry up. She withdrew her hand and replied, okay, I'll do it right away. A little while later, the system announced that our household had spent 60 million. The employee happily handed him the ticket. Here is your ticket. While Yunmu still stared blankly at the system screen and wondered, only 60 million. Wasn't it 600 million? The employee explained that he was a super VIP, receiving a 90% lifetime discount because he was a benefactor to Hong Manju. Then she shouted loudly, to Yunmu's surprise. He angrily pointed at the employee, who misunderstood and said, no need for pleasantries. The gazes around immediately focused on him. Everyone simultaneously shouted Yunmu's name, causing him to be very frightened. Second later, the fans rushed towards him like predators. Yun Mu, I love you, our hero, please don't go. Yun Mu ran for his life as if fleeing from a wild beast, shouting for help. Seeing the scene of dust rising from the chaos the girls caused, Naijai helplessly said to Enlu, let's go, we'll wait for him at the portal. She was still shocked by the sight before her. The senior is really well received, indeed, very well received. The 5 members of the cable team had arrived. Only Yun Mu was missing, still running away from the rabid fans. Spotting him from a distance, Naijai waved and called out, Yun Mu, hurry up. The portal is about to begin, otherwise we'll go ahead. Hearing this, Yun Mu tried his best to run. Wait a moment, damn it, watch me. He stopped running and leapt towards the group. The sight of him flying through the air astonished the female fans. As Yun Mu landed, Naijai immediately praised him. Not bad, Jia and Enlu held up a 100-point sign. He panted for a moment, then asked in confusion, what will happen if I wait a moment? As the portal began to prepare, he, our household, and his team waved goodbye. The female fans couldn't help but feel regretful. Idle, don't go Yun Mu. A second later, the entire team was transported away. Goodbye, Hong Manju. Soon after, Yun Mu's team quickly arrived at the inner city of Yunxianba. Group exited the portal, everyone in high spirits. Finally back, roasted meat, roasted chicken, sushi. At the same time, the crowd on both sides of the road began to stir. Everyone's gaze focused on Yun Mu. He's back, hurry and report to the sect. He's returned from Hong Manju. Our household, of course, didn't miss a word. He glanced at them. Yun Mu seriously reminded everyone, something feels strange, we need to be cautious. The whole team stopped and listened, but then they followed, okay. Suddenly, a stranger rushed out to block his way, holding a weapon. That person then spoke loudly, Yun Mu, I've finally waited for you. I heard you used a divine weapon to defeat the holy Xuan practitioner. Confidently declared, I have to see if you're really as terrifying as the rumors say. Come on, fight me. He froze when he saw Yun Mu walking straight ahead, uninterested, only disdainfully saying, sorry, but don't bother me. This enraged him, his body trembling with anger. The practitioner pointed at him and shouted, Yun Mu, you're refusing to challenge me. That's disrespecting Black Fox City. He casually waved his hand and replied coldly, so what? Many people want to challenge me. Our household calmly left a remark, line up. The other person turned pale upon hearing it, gritting his teeth in hatred. Enraged, he charged forward but was stopped by 2 of his subordinates. Yun Mu, stop right there, I have to kill you. The man in blue quickly intervened, senior brother, don't be angry, this is the inner city of Yunxianba. Practitioners are not allowed to fight. Previously, it was just to test Yun Mu's strength. We only need to follow him. A moment later, wherever Yun Mu went, he became the center of attention. From the crowd, several people continuously shouted, Yun Mu, accept my challenge. Naijai wasn't doing any better. Some girls even frantically yelled, Yun Mu, fight me. Seeing him still silent, everyone angrily scolded Yun Mu, fight. Howard and Lu, hearing this, impatiently spoke up. There's too many people, Jia responded. These people are standing too far apart. We can't divide them. This isn't a good situation. Suddenly, right where Yun Mu was walking, a young man casually suggested, indeed, if I were you, I'd find someone to fight. He, upon hearing this, curiously walked closer, asking why suggest that I fight. Ryu Chen pointed at the crowd and calmly explained, everyone is very curious about your strength but they're too shy to confront you. They can only send someone to test your strength. Instead of rejecting these challenges, just find someone to fight. Yun Mu somewhat agreed, lightly placed his hand on his seat, replying, that's reasonable indeed. He then skeptically asked, aren't you curious about my strength? Ryu Chen, hearing this, was momentarily surprised, then paused. He quickly understood, grinning maliciously. Of course. Yun Mu held the token in his hand, continuing, if you want to test muscles, you need to find someone willing to fight, right? Zhen immediately responded, that's right, find someone willing to fight. Immediately, he snapped his fingers, tossing the token into the air, heading toward the arena of the Void Realm. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the arena. Ryu Chen and Yun Mu faced each other, both full of energy, not backing down. Inside the city, their figures appeared on the big screen. Shocking everyone, General Azure Dragon Yun Mu is about to rematch with the top 10 of Yunxianbao, Ryu Chen. Yun Mu has been gaining fame recently. I heard he almost defeated the holy god of the sacred heaven religion, and that he used a divine weapon to defeat the holy Xuan practitioner. Is that true? Back in the arena, Yun Mu drew his dark sword. Ryu Chen immediately sneered. Oh, is this the divine weapon from the rumors? It's just ordinary. Seeing his attitude, he didn't relent, challenging again, let's see then. Ryu Chen immediately released his spiritual pressure, his left hand swirling with energy, his right hand igniting with flames, confidently declaring, I'm no longer the same as I was back then. Should try my new move, he said. Ryu Chen swung his hand, the spiritual force turned into a ring of light, charging fiercely towards him. Yun Mu swiftly used the Xuan flame to fly upwards, dodging the attack in an instant. Force still chased after him. Yun Mu thought to himself, it's automatically chasing me. He wasn't afraid but rather amused, turned back, smirked and remarked, you're much stronger now. Two were now very close. Ryu Chen even raised his fist to block his path. Yun Mu was caught between two forces. One side was the power of the golden flame, the other was Ryu Chen's energy aura. He gripped his sword tightly, muttering, indeed you're much stronger, but I'm still stronger. With that, Yun Mu swung his sword forcefully, cutting through the pressure from both sides, flipping the situation. Ryu Chen was pushed back, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, what kind of technique is this? Yun Mu looked at him with a mocking gaze, laughing, what technique? It's just power. Ryu Chen, furious, unleashed more inner strength from deep within, shouting, impossible. I have reached the super mystic realm. How can a single sword strike shatter an unawakened state? At the same time, his power began to gather, activating the black dragon flame immediately, forming the image of a majestic, illusory dragon. Ryu Chen roared 3 times in rage, I can't believe it. Then the dragon's shadow enveloped his body, charging forward with ruthless, uncompromising force. Yun Mu stood still, not dodging, silently assessing. I didn't expect you could visualize the attack of the mystic light, and the power is so formidable. Initially not intending to use the sword, Yun Mu thought then instantly assumed an attack stance, now realizing he had the right to witness it. Two collided, Ryu Chen's face full of anger and fury. He wore a sinister smile that sent chills down others' spine. Immediately after, the air tensed as two sources of spiritual energy collided violently. Yun Mu shouted, turtle curse power, break it for me, instantly. His black dragon flame surged through his body. In a flash, the overwhelming pressure of the black energy overwhelmed the black dragon flame, causing it to dissipate. Ryu Chen watched the black dragon shadow fade into the void, unable to help but exclaim, how can it be like this? Before Ryu Chen could steady himself, Yun Mu pressed the dark blade to his neck, declaring, it's over, you lost. Outside, the city dwellers witnessing the scene were terrified. The demonic power is truly frightening. This sword is no less. Yun Mu is indeed an extraordinary being. Ryu Chen was unwilling, I won't accept this. He unleashed the black dragon flame again but failed. Tears welled in his eyes, looking at the black dragon flame in his hand in pain. What are you doing, beloved black dragon? Yun Mu gently reassured, rest easy. When the turtle curse dissipates, you can continue your finishing move. Ryu Chen wondered. Earlier you mentioned the turtle curse power. It sounded like it came from darkness. He explained that the sword had been cursed by the turtle. Anyone who touched it would suffer the divine curse. Scene shifted, a dark room where an underground force monitored Yun Mu. The person at the center spoke. The original turtle indeed possesses power that could overwhelm the old holy sect. The scene continued to a sect. The sect leader seriously issued orders. No one may attack the divine artifact, only assign observers. All mystics responded yes. In the guild office, Duda leaned back in his chair, smiling. This kid is clever. Knowing to use the divine skin for intimidation is good, as long as the artifact doesn't fall into a major force. He was pleased, speaking with contempt towards Yun Mu. Let's see how many surprises you bring. Elsewhere and me was called out too often, irritably uttering a sound. Simultaneously, Duxing appeared from behind, calling Yun Mu in a deep voice. He asked why meet at a secluded cliff. He replied, of course to find the poison saint. Sometime later the two entered the forest. On the way he recounted when you were in Hong Man Zhou, the final power in the dark blade blocked that one's revival. Then you were unconscious for several days. Duxing threaded through the mountain gap and asked, is this the full process of achieving your body energy? You hurriedly replied, yes. Why suddenly curious about that sword? He pondered and replied, even with many enemies, entire great sects like Kao Yang sect, holy mystic sect, none are as dangerous as this sword. Yun Mu hesitated slightly when the spider inquired, still responding. The original order is meant to warn those foxes from causing trouble. Duxing glanced and guessed, no, I mean your sword is too easy. As if waiting for you, the original turtle body still holds retreat path. He pointed directly at him, continuing, his target is very likely you. Yun Mu stepped forward slowly, asked suspiciously, what does this mean? Does the turtle curse want to reclaim my body in the mortal realm? Duxing opened the secret room door, voice faint, who knows? That possibility cannot be excluded. Turned to look at him, perhaps he is the turtle curse. Yun Mu was puzzled. What does this mean? I don't understand. He descended the stairs, replying, it's fine. I was just joking, let's continue. Two encountered a green frog in a glass jar. Not just one. Yun Mu looked around. This place was cold and dark. Duxing replied, Those who reach extremes are eccentric to some degree. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the previous room. He was startled. Ah, an explosion, is there an ambush? A sweet voice rang out, surprising him. Ah, it hurts. The girl trembled from the explosion, her clothes in tatters, rubbing her head thinking, failed again, the ratio is still incorrect. She regained composure, looking at the two. Then she panicked and shouted, Mother, why are there people? Are you here to kill me? Dukshin quickly explained, the holy warrior guided us, asked if there was a poison saint. She turned pale, asking, are you the earth child Ziona? Ziona is the holy warrior. She stood up, saying, I often hear the girl mention you. Very proud, then snorted. He confidently introduced, I am the poison saint Mu Jin. Duxing rejoiced. Very well, the poison needles were taken earlier. Please prepare the antidote. Yun Mu silently assessed. Is this really the poison saint? Terrifying, unbelievable. Mu Jin stepped forward trembling. Sorry, can't prepare the antidote now. He smiled softly upon hearing. She wrung her head, panicking, shouted, just prepared the poison for testing but no antidote, only survives half an hour, must quickly prepare antidote. Yun Mu frowned, thinking, this girl is truly foolish. Mu Jin hastily worked, recalculating the ratio. 8 grams of toxic waste began to destabilize. Duxing stood silently. Am I really okay? A harsh voice came from behind, drawing their attention. The final poison saint finally found someone. A man in orange appeared, panting. Years ago the sect was poisoned by her. Yet I survived, enduring hardships finally found you. This time you will die. He dashed past the two, shouting, don't block my way. Duxing unconsciously watched, guessed, too fast, at least a super missed it. He reached Mu Jin, raised his hand ready to draw his sword. She still focused on preparing the antidote. 4 grams of highly toxic urine. Suddenly, a large burst of poison formed a serpent to attack. Before he could react, what is this? Made a few soft sounds, binding his hand. The serpent lunged. The poison instantly restrained the man in orange. His body was corroded by the strange poison. In the end, only the skeleton remained. Yun Mu was shocked. He was completely corroded. Duxing was also astonished. This is poison only a poison saint could make. He speculated, the woman appears normal but is very reliable, only pretending to be foolish. Thinking so, Yun Mu stepped forward, softly calling, hey, great poison saint. Mu Jin panicked, reflexively flicking the solution at him. Yun Mu foamed at the mouth, fell. She was flustered. Sorry, don't talk behind while preparing poison, I'm too timid. Duxing helplessly thought, truly foolish. Shortly after, Mu Jin finished preparing the antidote for both. She delightedly held the poison needle Duxing handed. Top 10 poisons, nearly touched. Yun Mu shouted, poison saint just finished the antidote, don't overdo it. She confidently patted her chest, rest assured, you two watch for me, don't disturb. He doubted, really okay. Seeing Mu Jin fall, Yun Mu worried, shouted, poison saint. Sometime later, Yun Mu held 2 vials of green liquid, announcing, completed. She stepped forward looking at the two. Zin Ran asked, who wants to try the medicine? The two panicked in unison, no need. Poison saint looked at both, eyes full of displeasure. Then focused on the small pig in the pen, raised for days, butchered. Bao Bao was startled. Warning, don't, this poison cannot be handled carelessly. If an accident occurs, brothers and sisters will starve. Mu Jin ignored, laughing gleefully, fatal needle, today you will be neutralized. The two watched. Bao Bao's cries faded. Silence filled the air, only her cries echoed. Mu Jin sat rubbing Bao Bao's head, sobbing sadly, failed, my little pig 337, rest assured dear, mother will avenge after 7 days, cook your favorite dish. She quietly removed the outer layer, making Yun Mu anxious, cannot use anything else instead of the poison green marrow, now must go. Duck Than lightly stroked his hair, voice stern, follow me for a moment. Yun Mu wondered, where are we going? One needs to return, decisively answered, going to gather essential ingredients for the antidote. Soon the 3 appeared at a forest. They hid behind trees, watching cautiously. Duck Than quickly assigned tasks. 2 would distract the enemies with skills or weapons. Just note, Duxing intervenes, wait, who are the enemies? What are their traits? Before finishing, she hurriedly used her foot to kick the 2 out. Yun Mu and Duxing were thrown a distance away. Mu Jin stood behind the bush, signaling to split action. This side assigned to the 2, absolutely no flying up. Yun Mu was angry, cannot fly up. He stayed silent, his sharp eyes noticed something unusual. A beam of light rose from the ground. Yun Mu stepped back, shouted, dodge quickly. Thus cleared, revealing a strange creature with shiny skin. He was astonished, what is this? Xing observed, recognized the patterns and cold breath. Could it be the green-boned serpent? Just as he finished speaking, the serpent surged, aggressively bared fangs growling to threat. Seeing ice bones gather at its mouth aimed at him, Duxing warned Yunmu careful, cold toxicity, blood clots in half an hour dangerous. He faced the sharp ice bones, asked again about the cold nature, the beast added just right. Great Flame Art countered the cold. Yunmu immediately used Infernal Flame Slash to burn the ice spell serpent. It suddenly countered, surrounded by flames, roared fiercely. Without hesitation, bared fangs lunged at him to attack. His face tensed, shouted for help. Duxing immediately responded on his way, activated special eyes to find the serpent's weakness. He squeezed the gun, 2 bullets flew straight at it. One hit the eye, the other pierced the skin, accurately targeting the fake serpent. Yunmu saw this, joined in, flew up, gripping his sword, declared, "If snake then cut into 7 pieces." Saying so, Yunmu decisively decapitated the serpent in an instant. After finishing the 2 high-five, he praised, "Well done, Duxing, modest, just average." Not long after, Yunmu noticed something odd. Why was there still a strange sound? The 2 froze, he remembered. Green bone serpents lived in packs. A series of giant serpents surrounded the 2. One suddenly swung its tail at Yunmu. He managed to block with his sword. He stepped back strongly, nose touching the ground, friction smoking to maintain stance. He frowned, sweat wet on his face, irritated, not understanding. Panicked, why were there so many snakes in this forest? In front of Yunmu, dozens of snake spirits, staring with hunger. One in the pack hissed softly, opened its mouth, shooting sharp ice bones at him. Yunmu countered, flew up. Strike caused it to lose momentum, crashed to the ground. Moved nimbly, roaring in rage, just a beast, do not underestimate. Twisted skillfully, slashed along the serpent's body, causing it to scream in pain. Duxing was no less, fired 2 shots, one by one cleanly. He called out Yunmu. Remembering the words he reminded, Duck Than said, "Do not fly up." Yunmu ignored, replied, "Forget her. Stupid head, untrustworthy, all caused by her earlier." Taking advantage of an opening, the serpent swung its tail, throwing him down. Duxing turned, Yunmu hurt, got up scolding. The beasts played sneaky again. Propped on his knee, said, "Till one and another appears, troublesome, resolve them all this time." He leaped, eyes flashing electricity, fury erupted, called out a skill, entered trance. Duxing panicked, stopped, wait. From another perspective, a deep voice sounded, monitoring eyes detected intruder. Yunmu's image appeared on a phone screen. The man muttered angrily, "Someone intruded my area, troublesome." Saying so, he took his coat and left, muttering, "Go handle it." At the same time, one appeared in a dark cave. Duck Than laughed joyfully, said to himself, "Finally found." The 2 kids successfully drew fire. He was not afraid of the fierce serpent. Stated directly, "Green Bone Serpent King, borrow some heads." It opened its mouth, flared fangs growled. With mysterious red eyes, the serpent decided to attack one. He remained calm, face fearless, exclaimed, "Truly a child with strong vitality. Time to sleep, mother will be angry." She quickly cupped her hands, creating dense aura. One jumped out with poison, shouted in the heart. She lunged, clawing a long path on its body, leaving poison, "Rest now." Green Bone Serpent screamed, poison spread causing paralysis, lost control. Duck Than watched with delight, teasing the unexperienced beast king. Only regret it was the serpent king. "I am the king of this world," declaring, the giant serpent collapsed. Mujin quickly regained a clumsy stance, took a few steps and slipped. He fell face down on the ground. Duck Than sat up, full of wounds, groaned, pain, twisted leg, face slammed, wants to go home. Defeated by idiot Green Bone Serpent King thought. On this side, a punch formed as Yunmu entered trance. Continuous punches hit the giant snake, each with extreme force. Loud shout and explosion occurred, blood cloud attracting remaining serpents. Amid smoke, 2 black hands appeared as if tearing everything apart. Yunmu's shadow warrior appeared, snorted. Duxing witnessed, admired, shadow fighter powerful beyond imagination, summoning skill, opposing the giant serpent. He observed, wondered, why not see the magic line on the summoned object? Duxing closed eyes, accepted left, the summoner not ordinary, Yunmu had mastered trance. Above, he hands in pockets, looked calmly at the shadow opposing the enemy serpent. A hissing sound appeared near his ear. The big snake's skin split, sharp teeth. Yunmu swung, infernal flame slash burst. The giant serpent flew, roared, "Clear the path." After the move, he clenched his hand, hesitated, trance looked cool, but Yunmu's eyes red, told himself, body pressure too high, if not for Fu Hai would not dare use skill. Behind him, a large snake opened mouth to strike down. He glanced, decided strike fast and straight. Yunmu turned, unleashed infernal flame slash straight at it. He glided past, leaving flames burning snake fragments, shouted, "Turn to ash." Duxing looked up, laughed in admiration, "Wow, magnificent scene." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the air with a deep voice calling, "That kid." A man charged forward, swinging a blade horizontally at Yunmu, then said, "What do you want with my pet?" This caused him on our side to quickly dodge, shouting, "Oh, that's too dangerous." He quickly landed on his hands and slid, while the man stood firm on the ground. Mu had a small bloodstain on his face, likely caused by the sword energy from earlier. He gently wiped it off and asked, "I say, who are you? That big sword of yours is swinging wildly, very dangerous." In front of him on our side was a middle-aged man, frowning as he looked with the large sword on his shoulder. He spoke, daring to play the game of changing roles. "Huh. This is my turf actually, you should introduce yourself first." Mu asked, "Your turf? Does that mean the snake pack is yours too?" He immediately answered, "Yes." He replied, "Well, your snakes are really rude." He said he didn't have time to respond. "We were abandoned here by that idiot, and before we could do anything, your snakes attacked us." He asked again, "Poison Saint, is that her name?" Mu replied without any caution, "Yes, do you know her? Then that's good." The man was Li Qing, and hearing him, he swung his blade and charged fiercely. "If the two of you are involved with her, no one will survive today." The collision between the two in midair caused a huge explosion, the aura covering everything below their feet. Qing looked up worriedly and called, "Mu." At this moment, Mu was knocked out of the dust cloud, falling backward toward him and replied, "I'm fine." He shouted loudly at Li Qing, "What are you doing? Why attack suddenly like that? I thought you were easy to talk to." He landed, steadied himself, and shouted, "Poison Saint's lackey, pay the price for my daughter." Along with his words, Li Qing frowned, his eyes and voice filled with hatred. Hearing the words of hatred, Mu imagined the terrifying face of Mu C-letter 1E9N with a vial of poison, and wondered, what did the Poison Saint do to his daughter? Li Qing immediately charged with his large blade in hand, shouting, "Die." He also quickly raised his weapon to counter. The powerful clash caused both to tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, "This guy really." Then Mu shoved him away and shouted, "What does my revenge have to do with you? If you want vengeance, go find the Poison Saint." Li Qing landed and looked over, asking, "Does it have anything to do with you?" He continued to swing his blade, lightning flashing out, and resolutely declared, "Poison Saint's lackeys all deserve to die." With that, the massive blade, carrying tremendous power, was aimed directly at Mu. The blade swung straight toward Mu, the distance closing almost immediately. He looked and muttered to himself, "The speed is too fast, no time to dodge, all that's left is to defend." Then he raised his blade to block. A surge of golden lightning appeared at the point of contact. The attack immediately dispelled, leaving him somewhat stunned. Mu's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he wondered, was it really that easy to block? At this moment, standing outside the battle, Qing shouted loudly, "Mu, that's Yang Gong, look above." Hearing that, he immediately looked up. His eyes widened in surprise, his pupils contracted, veins bulging, his voice hesitant. That's. A massive formation appeared in the sky. Inside the formation, large sabers gradually emerged. Mu stood there in a daze. Li Qing raised his hand to form a seal. Mystical energy appeared on his hand, and he said, "The arrangement is complete." The eternal blade formation opened. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of large sabers from the formation shot down, aimed at Mu, with him as the primary target. He continued to swing his blade, trying to block the large sabers coming from the formation. While defending in front, a large saber appeared above Mu's head. At the same time, another large saber appeared right in front of him, making him frown and think, "Damn, there's no way out this time." A massive explosion occurred in the sky, dust flying everywhere after the impact. Li Qing stood there, calmly watching. He then took out a cigarette, lit it gently, and took a puff. Taking a deep breath, he put the large saber back at his side. Li Qing's low voice rang out as the Poison Saint appeared, so she finally showed up. Yujin arrived immediately and demanded, "Hey, old man, why does your mother snake have so little poison?" He took out a vial of poison and replied, "To prevent any evil woman from coming to mix, I take a dose every 10 days. The Poison Saint saw this and asked, "Do you hate me that much?" Li Qing, without hesitation, threw away his cigarette and answered, "Hate you? Of course I hate you." He was angry, his veins bulging, shouting, "I hate you for life. If it weren't for you, how would my little angel, Diane, leave me?" Li Qing remembered his daughter in a pink dress and sighed. She was lively, cute, and pure back then. She even asked him, "Dad, do you like this dress?" On her birthday, instead of wishing for herself, Diane hoped for her dad's health to last forever. But then one day, Diane was poisoned by a rare poison. Li Qing invited the Poison Saint to treat her. She injected something into her, and soon after, Diane left him forever. Li Qing walked sorrowfully to his daughter's sickbed, then angrily called out her name, Diane. Back in the present, his eyes lit up, blaming her. It's all your fault that Diane died. Li Qing charged and controlled the blade, declaring decisively, I will make sure she and that woman both die. Duxing looked up anxiously. This is bad. The poison saint is at a disadvantage. We need to help her. There were continuous explosions and clashes in the sky. Yunmu took out a green jade sensor, smiled gently, and said, Don't rush, I have a plan. The two in the battle pushed each other down into the dense forest. Li Qing shouted, It's been many years, you're really good at dodging. Get ready, your life's over. In the blink of an eye, the poison saint appeared behind him, with purple mystical energy in her hand, shouting, 100-legged strike. Li Qing glanced over and immediately launched the next move, Toad cried. He was no pushover either, quickly swinging his blade horizontally, performing the star shatter cut. Yu Jin, unable to dodge in time, had to step back, exclaiming, really hard to approach. Li Qing looked over and asked, Why haven't you used your trump card yet? Xing sat watching and sighed. The poison saint seems to be fighting very passively. Yun Mu realized the problem, bracing his hands, and replied, It's because she brought it upon herself, who told her to always give in. He heard this and asked, You like to give in? He replied, Yes, that woman always uses poison to paralyze people. She's completely afraid to kill anyone. While the battle continued, Yun Mu kept analyzing. But that uncle clearly had no intention of stopping. It's very unstable like this. We need to end this situation now. Seeing the poison saint kneeling on the shattered ground, Li Qing's voice rang out, questioning, Hey, Mu Jin, why are you so sluggish now? He stood there, both suspicious and arrogant, without a serious fighting stance. Does she think if she puts on that lovely act, I'll go easy on her? He then swung his large blade and shouted, Then I definitely won't hold back. Just then Yun Mu's voice rang out, causing him to freeze. In the air, he looked down and said, Hey uncle, let me show you something interesting. Li Qing looked up, confused. What is it? He raised his hand to the sky. A golden beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Immediately after, Yun Mu clapped his hands together and said, Void Dreamscape open. A golden barrier immediately appeared, enclosing Li Qing. He punched hard at the barrier and asked, Is this a barrier? No way. He widened his eyes looking inside. At the same time, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. How can you have a weapon like the Void Wheel? Release me. Yun Mu landed, put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin confidently. Well, that's all. I didn't hurt him, just sealed his action. The poison saint turned around and said, Thanks for helping me. He rubbed his chin and asked, But who is this uncle? He's quite powerful, isn't he? Mu Jin replied, He's the top alchemist on the continent, master of the pharmacy, Li Qing. Inside the barrier, he kept punching the barrier, frowning and shouting, Let me out. Then Yun Mu walked closer to the barrier. Li Qing angrily punched the barrier and shouted, Brat, I will find a way out and then kill you. He responded with his nose, No need to find. The only way is to break the barrier, but do you know how? Do you know? Immediately, he took out a vial and asked, Just need enough strength, right? Take a good look, this is specially prepared for her. The poison saint, seeing this, panicked and rushed over, shouting, Using Holy Spirit water, are you crazy? She panicked and demanded. Li Yun Mu quickly opened the barrier, Stop him. This caused him to look over in confusion. At the same time, Li Qing didn't hesitate to bring the vial to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. Mu Jin stood in front of the barrier, looking in and asking, No more snorting. At this moment, the uncle exhaled a few cold breaths, along with cracking sounds from the barrier, clearly showing signs of breaking. In the blink of an eye, a surge of dark energy erupted from his body, accompanied by a deafening scream that completely shattered the shield. Yun Mu raised his hand to shield his face, feeling the immense pressure, then exclaimed, What kind of elixir has this uncle been drinking to unleash such terrifying power? It's truly bizarre. The poison saint silently observed and coldly said, That's not any elixir. Li Qing slowly stepped forward as the dust began to dissipate. He stood there, his eyes gleaming green, responding to Yun Mu's C-letter-1E9N. What he drank is a concoction I created a few years ago. Poison. Upon hearing this, Yun Mu became suspicious. Poison? Why would he drink poison at a time like this? The girl shouted in her mind, This old man is too stubborn. This poison can activate a person's potential, temporarily boosting their mystical power, but it comes at an extremely high price. Li Qing knelt, summoning more shadowy greatswords in preparation for a counterattack. He stomped hard on the ground, charging at Mu Jin, while her voice rang out as her mystical power was exhausted. Now it's time for him to die. Yun Mu's target had been locked. Li Qing poured all his energy into this final blow, aiming to finish off Yun Mu, while Duxing jumped to the side and shouted in unison, Poison Saint. Swung the greatsword high, shouting, Die. At the same time, Mu Jin remained expressionless before speaking up, Li Qing, you are truly a fool. After speaking, a powerful mystical force surrounded her. gradually forming into the shape of a gigantic serpent as Mu Jin raised her hands to push it forward, countering his attack. In an instant, Li Qing's greatsword was sent flying to the side, while the mystical force forcefully knocked him backward. Impact caused Li Qing to fall to his knees, his eyes turning white, and he let out a cry. The poison saint saw him fall to the ground, clenched his fists, and cursed this stubborn fool. She stepped closer, grabbed Li Qing's shirt, and urged, "Get up quickly." He was angry. "Do you really think I can't defeat you? All of this is because I've spared you as the father of Diane. She bent down, her voice sorrowful. "You know well that Diane called this poison crowned poison. There is no antidote for it, only prolonged suffering for the poisoned person." The poison saint remembered that day, the girl lying on the sickbed, a photo of her and her father on the bedside, and her standing there saying, Diane, wait a moment, I'll go make the medicine." Girl called out, "Sister Mu Jin, if Dad saw me like this, he would surely be heartbroken." The poison saint startled and turned back, reassuring the girl, "Don't worry, Diane. As long as you obediently recover, you'll get better." Girl continued to whisper, "Sister Mu Jin, you don't have to lie to me. I know I'll never get better." Her words left the poison saint dumbfounded. Diane shed tears, her voice choking. "In the end, I want to ask you for one thing." On the innocent face of the girl appeared bruises from the poison. She smiled and said, "Please help me be free. I don't want Dad to see me like this anymore." Back in the present, Mu Jin looked sorrowfully at Li Qing and said, Diane's departure will take away your reason to live, but your hatred for me, the fire of vengeance, will keep you alive. But now you've completely disregarded your life for revenge." After hearing her, he was astonished and said, "Impossible. You must be lying to me to get the six-phage poison." Master Li Qing refused to believe it. Yun Mu C letter 1E9N continued to shout, "Stop deceiving yourself and others. Have you never wondered why I've never been able to defeat you?" His gaze turned vacant, listening intently. Clearly, there were Wu Serpent six phages in this spiritual forest. Why is it that every time I come here, I'm defeated time and time again? She released her grip on Li Qing's collar, and he collapsed in front of her. He was in agony, grinding his teeth, tears streaming down his face. How painful must it be for a man to shed tears? His voice choking, "So it's true, Diane, I am a useless father." The poison saint stood there and continued, Diane once told me her biggest regret was not being with her family, traveling around the world to see the sights and taste delicious food. Then she took out a vial of solution and said to him, "If you really love her, drink this antidote." Mu Jin turned and walked away, tossing the vial and saying, "Go help Diane fulfill her last wish." Li Qing's face appeared on the vial. Perhaps he had made his decision. Scene switches to the poison saint's base. Yun Mu picked up the vial and asked, "Here, the Wu Serpent six-phage poison. The beast serpent six-phage in the spiritual forest is really terrifying. Almost got eaten by it." She sighed after hearing this. "It must have been tough for you guys." Then she turned around, her attitude changing instantly, angrily saying, "If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the pharmacy, couldn't get the poison, and now I'm forced to reveal my secret." A small snake lunged to attack Yun Mu. He quickly grabbed it and asked the poison saint, "Will that stubborn old man drink the antidote?" Mu Jin held the snake venom ampule, wide-eyed, then replied, "It's better if he dies, but he's a loving father. He may be somewhere by now." Li Qing was holding a small wooden box, on which was an image of Diane. He stood there looking into the distance, his thoughts returning to his daughter's vow. Li Qing would take his daughter to travel around the continent. After the emotional moments between father and daughter, now before us is the wide yawn of my elder brother. Yun Mu sat sighing, feeling that lately there's nothing to do, even though the antidote is ready, but still unsure how to get into the female world. Dixing tossed him a soda and said, "Why the gloom? We've got time, let's think of something slowly." Yun Mu continued, "Think slowly, huh? Surely by the time the 3-year universe war starts, I don't know if Zhu Ti can hold up." Dixing asked in surprise, "Universe-wide war?" He then turned and asked Yun Mu, "Do you know anything about the Freedom Group?" Yun Mu blankly asked, "What's the Freedom Group?" Dixing explained, "They are the group of people expelled from various sects, forming an underground gray organization." He continued, "They occupy gray zones on the continent, following their own rules. Some leaders have reached the level of war saints. They are called underground emperors. Even the Sage Guild can't do anything to them." Yun Mu immediately asked, "So they're like a mafia?" Duxing replied, "Yes, if they've been expelled from the sect, they can't participate in the universe war anymore. The masters of the Freedom Group will find ways to reach the battle saint stage." Duxing continued, "It's very likely that the Freedom Group knows how to enter the female world, These words left Yun Mu stunned. A thought flashed in his mind. Yun Mu stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave now." Diksheng asked again, "Leave where to?" Yun Mu replied, "If you're not familiar with the Freedom Group, then forget it." Just then Diksheng's father returned home, opened the door and asked, "Are you home, skipping school?" Mr. Zhang entered, looking down at Yun Mu through his glasses, then asked, "Are you Yun Mu?" Yun Mu hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm sorry for the trouble my parents caused you before." He smiled, took out some wine and said, "It's nothing. Diksheng keeps mentioning you. If there's anything you need, just tell me." Yun Mu didn't hesitate to ask, "Uncle, do you know the Freedom Group?" Diksheng was startled, spat out his drink, and ran over pointing and shouting, "Our family runs a proper business. How could we know the Freedom Group?" Mr. Zhang smiled, slowly raised his wine glass and replied, "I know them." Diksheng asked in surprise, "How does father know the Freedom Group?" He replied, "Business must have connections both above and below. You kids are still young. Don't get involved with them." Two young men listened carefully to the elder's advice. Diksheng continued, "Shui Residence is a place where the Sea Clan bids. Besides regular auctions, there's a special auction every year, where forces, including the Freedom Group, make their appearance." Mr. Zhang nodded, "That's right. This auction will happen in a few days. That's why I've come back. If you want to make connections, this is a good opportunity." He smiled, looked at the two of them and said, "But remember, it's just an opportunity. How far you can go depends on you." Yun Mu smiled, looking ahead. "An opportunity is good enough. Let's move forward." He smiled faintly, full of calculation, and continued, "Leave it to us." His words made even Mr. Zhang, a wealthy businessman, stop and think. After that he smiled and said, "Ha, now I understand why my foolish son likes you so much. Tomorrow I will go to the Central Continent branch of Shui Residence to discuss business. You two come along and join the auction as well." Next day Yun Mu said, "Although I had prepared myself to face these rich folks, seeing the luxurious cars still gave me chill." Diksheng reminded him, "You should stop looking so country. Now you must act like a wealthy person." Yun Mu looked at himself in the mirror and commented, "Why do rich people like to wear such stiff clothes? And their hairstyles are so strange." Diksheng frowned and said, "You have to bear with it. Look ahead." Yun Mu glanced, his eyes showing a silly look. Before them was a large, luxurious building. Yun Mu looked for a while and then said, "This must be it. Let's go, Diksheng." Diksheng adjusted his clothes, smiling confidently, "Let's meet these underground emperors together." At Framed Architecture Hill, the sky was blue, the clouds white, the sun golden, and everyone was entering to attend the auction. Diksheng turned and asked Yun Mu, "Have you thought of a way to find the Freedom Group yet?" Diksheng smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I've thought about it all night. I have a great plan. It will definitely succeed." Just as they were about to enter, the security guard stopped them. "Sorry, gentlemen," he announced, "the balance in your accounts is insufficient to participate in the auction at Shui Residence." Yun Mu broke into a sweat, turned to Diksheng and asked, "Aren't you loaded with money?" Diksheng replied, "My father hasn't let me spend any money for a long time." The man beside sneered, "Where did these two poor beggars come from? Can't even afford $1 billion. How dare they come to Shui Residence?" The girl with him also mocked, "If you're not coming in, don't block the way, you poor ghost." At that moment a familiar voice sounded, "Why aren't you two coming in?" The others were startled upon seeing him, wondering, "Oh my soul, who is that?" It was Diksheng's father, Mr. Zhang, a well-known figure in the business world. He immediately smiled and asked them, "Are you waiting for me?" He honestly replied, "We don't have enough money. We can't meet Shui Residence's requirement." The guards immediately bowed when they saw him, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang put his arm around Yun Mu's shoulder and wondered, "No way, my friend here. Your system must be malfunctioning. This friend of mine is General Azure Dragon, also a member of the Lee sect. How could he not have $1 billion?" Such a scene caused those around them to be astonished. General Azure Dragon at such a young age. Disciples of the Lee sect are all extraordinarily powerful, truly a genius of the youth. The guard, upon hearing this, smiled wryly, "So he's Mr. Zhang's friend. Truly sorry, our system is malfunctioning. Please come in." As they stepped into the corridor, Yun Mu turned to thank Mr. Zhang. "Thank you so much." Mr. Zhang put his hand in his pocket and waved it off. "It's nothing, I've also prepared a few things for you." Then took out 2 masks and a black card, instructing, "Remember to keep your identity hidden. After all, this is." The three entered the auction hall, a luxurious room with bright crystal lights, and many wealthy faces appeared. Moving to the VIP room of the auction house, a woman's surprised voice sounded, "This is, are you sure you want to auction this?" Yun Mu, already wearing a mask, replied, "Please arrange it quickly for me, don't miss this auction." He plucked a flower and smelled it, marveling inwardly, "This flower smells great." The staff hurriedly said, "Sir, each flower is 10 million. This woman was the boss of Shui Residence. Upon seeing the fruit of the fuxi tree, she was surprised, thinking to herself, Is this the fuxy fruit? He looked at Yun Mu and then suggested, sir, how about this? We buy this fuxy fruit, name your price, we won't refuse. Yun Mu looked at her and replied, Shui Residence really is generous, but I don't need money, I need information. The boss of Shui Residence stepped forward and invited, sir, please sit. I'm not sure what information you need. Yun Mu sat down, placed his hand on his chin, and smiled simply, I need a way into the female realm. This caused her to be startled, and she frowned, thinking, a way into the female realm. He continued, just to clarify, I'm not participating in the universe-wide battle. The boss replied, for someone so young to say this, it seems Shui Residence isn't fortunate enough to keep this fuxy fruit then. She exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, the way into the female realm is controlled by the Mystic Guild. We don't know any other methods, but I will make it an auction item tomorrow. You will definitely get what you need. After the information about the fuxy fruit was released, the entire continent was buzzing that night. Someone reported from the Holy Spirit continent, Boss, Shui Residence has sent the list of auction items. Upon reviewing the list, he asked in surprise, what is this? In Beiyang continent, a woman slammed the table and ordered, prepare all the guild's money and treasures, I must get the fuxy fruit. In Duizhou, a boss puffed his cigarette and firmly stated, this time I must participate in the auction. Finally, in Zhangzhou, an old man sat before the flower. Someone behind him spoke up, you really have a refined taste, sir. The man furrowed his brow and looked back, asking, is it you? It's been a long time, guild president. Duda replied, I also wanted to visit often, but now you're a free man, it's not very convenient for me to come. He held up the list and asked, have you seen Shui Residence's latest list? Duda focused on the paper and heard the old man speak, very interesting. I'm planning to go there myself. They say, if you live long enough, you can see everything. Didn't expect they would auction the fuxy fruit. Who will it be sold to? What does he really want? Seems like there's going to be a big change in the world soon. 5 days later at Shui Residence's headquarters in the auction room, everyone listened attentively. Please take your seats. Our auction will begin shortly. Seeing Yun Mu dozing off, drooling, Dexing hurriedly shook him awake. The auction is starting, don't sleep anymore. The MC stepped out and greeted, good evening ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shui Residence. I am the host for tonight's auction. I believe you have all been eagerly awaiting this evening's gala. Everyone wore masks to conceal their identities, and the MC announced, tonight is your chance to admire valuable items. The official auction begins now. First item up for auction was the blood of the divine beast. Yun Mu heard it and inwardly complained, this MC is so noisy, I can't sleep. The first items were claimed, with continuous hammering sounds and bid call. MC's voice rang out, the second item will be, Yun Mu wondered all these trivial things, when will the fuxy fruit come up? MC switched to a serious tone, very well. The third item is the soul binding token. Starting bid is 10 million. Hearing this, many people below mocked, are you crazy? A wooden token for 10 million. Exactly, it doesn't seem to have any mystical power at all. At that moment, the system announced, a high-grade treasure detected, recommending the owner to acquire it immediately. Yun Mu was startled and asked, you mean that token? He raised the card and murmured, though I don't know if it has any secrets, but since the system says so, it must be right. I bid 10 million. Girl behind immediately raised her hand, offering 100 million. Looking at that stylish girl, Yun Mu couldn't help but wonder, where did she come from? Bodyguard beside turned to ask the boss, this soul-binding token. He smiled and replied, calm down, this is a trap to reduce competition for the fuxy fruit. Everyone remained calm, waiting for the gathering. All of them knew the value of this item, but no one spoke, just showing that their goal was the fuxy fruit. Yun Mu wouldn't back down and decided to take it, raising the price to 110 million. The girl immediately raised her bid to 150 million. Yun Mu inwardly cursed, this woman is inflating the price. He raised his bid to 200 million. The crowd whispered, 200 million, are these too crazy? The girl raised her hand to contact her grandfather asking, should we continue? The reply came, I've seen it. He murmured, trying to trick those old men, didn't expect a young person to already recognize the value of the soul-binding token. The world really changes in amazing ways. He smiled, adjusted his hat, and ordered granddaughter raise the price further. The girl raised the price again, 300 million. Yun Mu was startled. The crowd buzzed, 300 million, it can't go any higher, for sure, 200 million is the limit. But Yun Mu stood up abruptly, making everyone in the room stunned, no more, I can't stand it any longer, I'll crush you, 600 million. Yun Mu challenged the girl, Jia, go. Girl smiled, thinking to herself, her grandfather sighed, pretty good. He pulled down his hat and ordered his granddaughter, let him have it. At the same time, someone whispered in the MC's ear, there's something wrong here, he asked, what's the matter? After getting the information, Lion said to Yun Mu, Your account balance seems insufficient. Explain. People in the room murmured, not enough money, this fraud. Yunmu smiled lightly, reached into his coat and replied, not enough. I donated some last week and forgot. He threw something toward the MC's desk. The MC looked at what was thrown down and asked, is this a black card? The black card was stuck into the table, causing it to crack. The MC was dazed for a moment, then smiled lightly. Yunmu leaned on the table and asked, this should be enough, right? Xing was surprised and asked, why are you spending so much to auction this? Yunmu simply replied, it's a treasure. He held the card and thought, what exactly does this system do? 600 million just to acquire it. The system announced, this item is a high-grade treasure, a protective token. Activating it will teleport the user 100 miles away. Clone will remain in the original position and continue to act. Clone copies the abilities and appearance of the user, lasting 3 minutes. Yunmu was surprised, so I have a chance to escape death. Truly a treasure, it's really precious. He happily expressed his feelings about the card, my protective talisman. I love you so much, Duxing thought to himself. Turns out Yunmu likes protective charms. I'll get him a few sometime. At the end of the auction, the MC announced, finally, we come to the last item, the one everyone has been waiting for. The red cloth was lifted, the item appeared. The MC said, this is the most expensive item in the last 10 auctions. Before everyone was the fuxi fruit, its value making many hidden forces coveted. The crowd continuously raised their auction paddle. The fuxi fruit, it's finally here, we must get it. MC, hurry and announce the price. The MC calmly said, this item is very special. The seller does not wish to sell it but wants to exchange it for something else. He pointed at the item and said, anyone who can provide a way into the female realm will get the fuxi fruit, but not participate in the universe-wide battle. A guest slammed his hand on the table and said, what are you talking about? He showed his displeasure and responded to the MC, outside the cosmic battle. There was no other way to access the female Oa realm. At that moment, someone stepped forward and declared, I want to possess this Fuzai fruit. That person was the girl who competed with Yunmu for the protection token, confidently saying, I know how to enter the female Oa realm. Those around looked doubtful. Could this girl really know the way in, or was she deceiving? Another spoke, this is the aquatic clan. A false claim will be exposed and hunted across the area. The mysterious man sitting there smiled lightly and whispered, my friend, I had agreed to keep the method secret, but now with a glimmer of hope, I shall reveal this secret. Without noticing when, the black mask came to sit beside him. Immediately he spoke, do you really want to do this? Remember, the Guild of Mystics forbade the unauthorized use of spatial water. If discovered, the punishment would be severe. He reminded, you'd better be careful. After all, my friend is not plentiful anymore. After the auction ended, in the information exchange room, Yunmu entered, the aquatic clan introduced. This is the owner of the Fuzai fruit. You may converse before finalizing the deal. He saw the girl and asked, is that you? What a coincidence, she replied, not many sell Fuzai fruits like you. Yunmu approached and patted her shoulder, but she was not the real buyer, right? He walked to the tea table, hesitating, leaving her standing there, hands clenched, angry. Yunmu bluntly asked the man holding the coffee cup, you are the one behind this, right? I have a few questions. His deep voice echoed, you want to ask me? Clearly you know the way into the female Oa realm. Why buy this Fuzai fruit, right? Yunmu nodded without hiding. The man explained, the spatial water is unstable. Entering it is dangerous. Only those with intense desire for power dare risk it. I am not that type. If you find it too dangerous, not willing to try, it is still not too late. Yunmu sat down and replied, you need not worry, just help me enter the spatial water, this Fuzai fruit will be yours. The man continued, it seems you have a way to handle the space tearing, then I ask no further. The two sat silently, finally reaching a decision, then finalized the deal. The man handed over a jade token, saying, this is the token. When you arrive, my people will take you to the spatial water. I know. I think you will be very familiar with it. Yunmu squinted and asked, very familiar. Images of the vast city at night, lights blazing, and the man's affirmation, yes, that spatial water is located in the spirit realm of the Guild of Mystics headquarters. Yunmu was thinking when startled by the man's voice, young man, consider this me rambling. The man put on his hat and continued, no matter your abilities when it comes to the mystic ancestors, do not seek answers, some matters are untouchable. The black hat was placed on the table. Yunmu, grateful, thanked the senior for the reminder. Rest assured, I have no interest in these matters. The man replied, good then. He removed the mask and instructed, if help is needed, go to the Black Street and tell them to find Wei Su. Unexpectedly, this man was the Emperor of Central Zhou, leader of the Bai Lan Du clan, Wei Su. Yunmu did not hesitate to remove his mask, replied, you agree to meet a junior like me, an honor. I am Yunmu, pleased to meet you. Scene shifts to the Guild of Mystics in Central Zhou. Yun Mu stood at the reception desk, waiting and complaining, so slow, these gangsters do nothing properly. Suddenly, a slender hand tapped his arm, greeting. A short-haired, confident girl appeared. She was Meow Meow. Wei Su's granddaughter, waving and smiling, waited long. Let's go. Yun Mu asked, you are the contact of Bai Landu. Let me see, where is the token? She waved it off. Formalities can be skipped. She raised a mask and asked, haven't we met before? Recognize me? Meow Meow was the girl at the auction. Yun Mu wondered, so it is you. If you have come, why did the senior give me the token? She pushed him, said, never mind, let's go quickly. Two young men in black suits looked at each other and sighed. Strange, could not find the person the old man said to meet. This is the place, let's search more. Arriving, Meow Meow said, this is it. Yun Mu marveled, unexpected, a luxurious spirit realm has such a cold place. She explained, this is the lowest development site, very few come here. She took out a device, pressed the red button and warned him, still be careful, alerting the guards will bring trouble. Yun Mu looked at the thing before him and asked, you call this a crack? Before them was a gate and a vast space emanating deep purple energy. He turned and asked, wait, why prepare weapons? Meow Meow replied, of course, preparing before venturing, who knows what is inside. Yun Mu looked at her, said, you brought me here so I can enter myself. Meow Meow exclaimed, what, not bringing me along? He dashed forward pleading, take me with you, I really want to risk it. Sneaking out, please take me. Yun Mu astonished, sneaking. No, too dangerous, I must call the senior to take you back. While Meow Meow tugged, Yun Mu sensed something unusual, paused and asked, what is it? He looked at the appearing sword and wondered, why does this sword keep screaming? The sword gradually appeared, its aura seemed similar to the spatial crack. Yun Mu gripped the sword tightly, streams of purple energy from the gate being drawn in. Exclaimed, this sword is absorbing power from the spirit realm. Meow Meow asked, what are you doing? If you continue, the guards will come. He replied, I don't know, I can't stop. Sure enough, two guards appeared asking who is tampering here. She shouted, guards are here, all your fault. The two masked guards spoke to each other. Is he manipulating spirit realm energy? Impossible, only mystic ancestors can control this energy. Yun Mu and Meow Meow were still dazed. The guards' voices echoed. Behind them was the spatial crack. They quickly leapt to attack and shouted, unauthorized use of spatial water is the gravest crime. Detain them. Yun Mu gritted his teeth. Cursed damn, can't move, damn sword, stop immediately. In the crisis, Meow Meow rushed and knocked the two guards aside. Yun Mu stood still, holding the sword. Meow Meow shouted, think of a way to stop the sword, let me handle these two. Black-haired guard warned, too dangerous. This kid's speed and sword path are no joke. Meow Meow frowned, looked at them and shouted, hey, you two, interfere with my adventure and pay the price. Iron gloves gradually appeared on her hands. Then she coldly stepped forward, playing outside and fighting. Lucky they were scared, just testing my new tool. Just said, sharp claws appeared from the glove. She rushed forward, swinging a pan at the two guards, but they were skilled, immediately creating a shield. Haimao turned, reminded teammates, this girl is not simple. Use alpha strategy, finish quickly. Teammates replied, understood. Finished speaking, slashing to block Meow Meow's claws. Ally quickly leapt back. Haimao concentrated mystical energy into his celestial battle staff. Then he slashed at Meow Meow. She could only cross her arms to block. He was knocked back, sat down, looked over, said, your stupid bear's strength is impressive. I won't confront you. Alert 50M, direction 12 o'clock. A gun scope appeared. Yun Mu immediately recognized Meow Meow and was startled. The ally quickly pulled the trigger. Red bullet shot out with immense force. She quickly leaned back, avoiding the attack. At the same time, Haimao gripped the staff decisively, caught her. A massive explosion erupted, rocks flying everywhere. He declared, this time you won't escape, ally, finish her off. The ally smiled coldly, aimed carefully and replied, coming, I like this fixed shot style. Retracted words, the bullet fired. Target was Meow Meow. The bullet carried tremendous energy. Hitting could be fatal. A sword appeared, easily slicing the bullet in half. The ally was surprised, exclaimed, what is happening? At the same time, Yun Mu stood behind him. The wicked sword flashed, he sensed danger, began to fear. Darkness appeared with two crisscrossing slashes. Ally turned, the sword was at his neck, the gun shattered. An Min was astonished, thought, absorbing the spirit realm's power really increased abilities noticeably. He gripped the sword hilt, feeling his hand shake, thought, why is this sword so hard to control? If I don't withdraw in time, after killing the guard it will be a big problem. Haimao saw the situation, shouted, stop the ally, no, I must finish quickly to assist. Meow Meow angrily shouted, damn it. He stole the prey again, all right, uncle, let's have some real fun today. She immediately released a sharp force and said, it's time to end this. Meow Meow sneered, launching her claws like hidden weapons. saying, "Let's see how you handle this, uncle." Aimao slid back in shock, looking at the weapon fragments flying towards him and exclaiming, "What is this?" He tried to defend himself, but the claw fragments pierced his body, shooting out rapidly. Aimao collapsed, blood and fluids pouring from his mouth, splattering on the ground. He stepped forward, exclaiming, "I didn't expect the gatekeeper dog to still be alive." She sat down and asked, "So uncle, do you want to continue?" Meow Meow leaned on her hand and said, "Bingo." The first risky round ended easily. Yun Mu reminded, "More night guards are coming, we need to leave quickly, what's the contact info of your senior?" She asked in surprise, "You still want him to catch me? You just called us teammates, you really are something." On the roof, the night guards appeared, declaring that no one could escape. He looked up in surprise, the guards arrived so quickly. "There are so many of them," Meow Meow responded. "Yeah, with this speed, there's more to fight." One of the night guards snapped his fingers, calling out the explosive orb. Flames erupted beneath their feet. Yun Mu grabbed Meow Meow and ran, "Be careful." She gritted her teeth in anger, cursing, "You bastard, daring to harm a beauty, let me go, I need to deal with them." He quickly stopped her, "You foolish girl, these guys are much stronger, do you want to die?" Then Yun Mu lunged into the spatial rift, with no way to escape, deciding to risk everything at this moment. The underlings spoke up, "Captain, they've entered the crack." The red-haired youth replied, "I see it, report immediately." The all-round expert of the Azure Dragon Junior General, Yun Mu. This time, after entering the rift, both felt the impact on their bodies. They were sucked away into the void, screaming in terror. Yun Mu sensed the danger and said, "Damn it, the instability of this rift is worse than before. If this continues, it will be unbearable. The body will be torn apart by the crack." On this side, seeing Meow Meow close her eyes, almost in a freefall state, he called out, "Hey, are you all right?" And Yun Mu shouted orders, and the system immediately created rapidly regenerating bodies for them. The two hovered in the undefined space, their bodies enveloped by mystical purple energy, he thought, impossible consciousness. The system now displayed a notification that it was regenerating their body. After a while, Meow Meow sat there calling in a dry tone, "Hey, hey, Yun Mu, wake up." He sat up and asked, "Where is this?" She immediately replied, "We have passed through the rift, and now seem to be inside a house in some city." Yun Mu stood up joyfully, laughing loudly in the city. "Could it be we fell straight into the capital? So lucky, He Yi Ting, Hua Huan. I thought you were dead." Meow Meow, seeing him run, called out in surprise, "Hey, wait for me." He reached out and pushed the door open, light spilling in from outside. Yun Mu's eyes widened, a strange look of extreme astonishment. He stared at the ruins before him and wondered, what happened here? Yun Mu asked dazedly, "Is everyone all right?" Meow Meow beside him also exclaimed, "My God, this is tragic, has war broken out?" Unable to wait any longer, he dashed forward. "That's right," she shouted, seeing this. "Hey, why did you leave me behind?" For a tree, the leaves were wilting and falling. He was dumbfounded and hesitant. Why even? Looked at the withered tree before him and said, "The Fu Hai tree is like this too. The Zhuang Ti is not here either." Yun Mu sank to his knees, speaking gloomily, "Hua Huan, Yi Ting, Zhuang Ti, where is everyone? Someone explain what happened." Meow Meow had caught up by now, leaning on the Fu Hai tree and asked, "Hey, if you leave me behind again, I will really be angry, damn it. Why is this tree so dry? It can't be saved anymore, right?" Suddenly purple tentacles appeared wrapping around her hands. Meow Meow screamed, "Ah, the tree's smoke is wrapping me." Yun Mu quickly pulled her back and launched forward, simultaneously scolding, "Idiot, only causing trouble, pull out your lightning technique." Just after pushing a few away, the tentacle immediately lunged at him. The housemate mocked, really persistent. Then he raised both hands and unleashed piercing lightning to block them. Lightning technique, supreme technique. Yun Mu stood observing. It seems that near the Fu Hai, that strange black smoke will initiate attack. He raised his hand and wondered, what is happening? Damn it. Everything is unclear, this is killing me. At the same time, a huge explosion occurred on the mountain ahead, catching their attention. Yun Mu exclaimed, "Is it a bomb? Could someone be fighting over there?" Sure enough, in the forest above, a fierce battle between monsters and humans was underway. Busty Girl encouraged, "Come on, reinforcements are coming." The girl behind immediately replied, "Don't worry, Captain Peach, I can hold on." The giant monster with a long red tongue reached out to attack the two. Just as it roared, a long wound appeared on its face. The two girls stood there dumbfounded, amazed at the power. Meow Meow looked at the monster cut in half and snapped, "Why do you keep stealing the beasts I've been aiming at?" Yun Mu pointed to the side and blocked, "All right, that monster on your side is gone, okay." Meow Meow crossed her arms in response, "Acceptable." And the two continued slaughtering the unfortunate monsters. Peach wondered, who are those two? After a while, everyone gradually settled after the monsters were eliminated. Only Meow Meow remained aggressively striking. "Don't run, I haven't even chopped yet." This time Captain Peach finally spoke, Thanks for helping drive back the monsters. You are a real man, he looked up first, then asked, are you the captain? He was curious what had actually happened here. Why were the two attacked by those monsters? She replied, I'm not sure about those monsters either. Never seen them before. Meow Meow turned and asked, how do you know she's the captain? Are you acquainted? Yun Mew explained, here, the bigger the chest, the stronger the combat power. Perhaps here you're just a civilian. He, hearing this, stayed up late chasing him, while Bo Dao thought to himself, wait, that guy, impossible. She stepped forward, rubbing his chest, asking, you're so strong, how come you have no chest? Where is it? Could it be bound? He replied, I'm a man, naturally my chest is flat. Hearing this, Bo Dao exclaimed in surprise, what a man? Soup still didn't understand from behind. Still the voice of the female captain, how can there be a man under the queen? Are you from elsewhere? Reporting. Someone from outside claiming to be the female queen's male friend, requesting an audience. The gatekeeper asked curiously, friend of the queen? He immediately replied, yes, I am Yun Mew, don't you know me? The female guards then thrust spears toward them, questioning, nonsense, the queen has no male friends. Say, who are you? What's your purpose in seeking the queen? He shouted, I am the princess appointed by the queen herself. If you don't know me, find someone who does and speak. Hua Huan, come out quickly. If you don't, I will die by your subordinates' hands. Two guards immediately asked again, Hua Huan, you just mentioned Hua Huan. No sooner said, she immediately ordered, capture them for me. Everyone around had spears at their doors. Meow Meow wondered, Yun Mew, what did you do to these women to gather so much force? He did not leave it, replied, what are you implying? I am your princess. From inside the shack, a loud laugh rang out, drawing his attention. A woman, hands before her, broke through the wall violently, speaking as she moved, truly unexpected. The muscular woman before Yun Mew exclaimed, heaven occasionally thinks of me. Those around greeted in unison, Queen Mantau. Hearing this, he was astonished, repeating, Queen Mantau. He looked at him, continuing, unexpected, the mortal enemy. Hua Huan's husband has walked into the trap himself. Mantau placed her finger on Yun Mew's chin, remarking, but Hua Huan's man doesn't even recognize his own country. Eyes too naive, he thought, turns out not from the Hua nation. The queen quickly ordered the captains to imprison these two. Yun Mew condensed his mystic power, cutting her off, no need, if this is not the queen's land, I won't stay as a guest. Saying this, he unleashed a strike, grabbed Meow Meow's hand, fleeing, leaving a cloud of dust behind. In almost a blink, Manthu ran alongside him. Yun Mew's eyes widened, thinking her speed is too fast. At the same time, the queen launched a kick, sending him flying backward, shouting, I already warned you. Yun Mew raised his hand to wipe his face, scolding, damn, the queen under the queen is perversely strong. Not stopping, she continued toward him, shouting, don't think you can escape so easily. Yun Mew calmly ordered, Shadow System, activate. Instantly, a wave of mystic energy struck Mantau, forcing her to raise her hands in defense. The queen thought something was attacking, yet clearly she couldn't see it. Not stopping, taking advantage, he continued channeling lightning into his hands and unleashed the Thunder Art technique. Lightning orb shot straight at Mantau, but she confidently declared she could dodge it. Unexpectedly, he placed the edge of his mouth into a mysterious smile. Only then did the queen turn around, witnessing an explosion, exclaiming something S behind. It was the shadow's attack again. She raised her hands in front, struggling to block. Mantau raised her face, sighing, such unseen attack methods are really difficult to handle. Immediately after, he activated a new move, Go. Li Ling Lung immediately rushed out from inside toward the queen. She exclaimed, this I can see, as long as I see I can dodge it. But before she could rejoice, Mantau frowned, glancing around. Something was coming from behind, not right. Explosions continuously erupted around her with an unpleasant voice. That thing is everywhere. The shadows generated extremely powerful explosions, dust and stones flying everywhere. The guards gasped, Your Majesty, what did that person attack with? Meow Meow looked at him, wondering, could Yun Mew be a summoner? He stood there, beside him with the army of shadows and the spirit dragons following, eyes fixed intently. He pointed at her, voice brimming with confidence. Hey, queen, compared to my wife, you're really inexperienced. Vale growled and crawled up, voice showing displeasure, is that so? Her eyes flashed with sharp intent, declaring, then the two of you must not meet, I've changed my mind. The queen lunged with a fist of incredible speed. Safety above all, killing here is best, he thought, too fast, is this an escape speed? Along with a threat to cut off a hand, the veil struck hard at his neck and dragged him away. Yun Mew immediately spat blood, choking sensation in his throat, and a gasp escaped. He shouted in pain, the queen's eyes wide as she unleashed a lethal strike. He slammed Yun Mew to the ground, the force shattering the surrounding earth and stone. He clutched his face, screaming, "Damn it, it hurts. Li Ling Lung, it feels like death is near." As he spoke, Ling Lung appeared behind the veil. She also glanced in that direction. Meow Meow beside him exclaimed in surprise, "What? This guy is married already." At the same time, Ling Lung struck continuously at the queen, forcing her backward. Thinking she had been successfully repelled, suddenly a call from behind startled Ling Lung. Veil grabbed her ankle, preparing to throw her, saying, "This househead is really troublesome." Finishing, she kicked directly into Ling Lung. Powerful strike sent her flying straight toward Meow Meow. Mew seized the chance, grabbed Meow Meow's hand, saying, "Follow me quickly." She hesitated but obeyed. He explained, "Don't worry, she's fine. With the Shadow Legion's support, now we need to." Yun Mew's gaze was urgent. "Must find Hua Huan quickly. If together, we can surely defeat her." Veil watched them run, but held back by Ling Lung. She cursed helplessly, "Damn it." She yelled, "Do not let them escape. Soldiers, capture those two," spears pointed at them. Yun Mew condensed his mystic power. Hands aflame, resolute, no choice left, in great flame. But before striking, the forest shook, birds scattering in all directions. He wondered, "What's that sound?" The guards warned each other, "Monsters are coming again." The veil called out to calm, "Don't fear, the soldiers and I will block the monster wave. Temporarily ignore those two." The Dongqing female legion confident, "With the queen present, what is there to fear?" Veil departed. "This time consider yourself lucky, saved by monsters heading to the queen's land right. We'll meet again soon." She turned to Yun Mew, threatening, "Then I'll make the couple die by my hands." Meow Meow exhaled, a little happy. Luckily no one interfered this time. "Let's go." Seeing him pensive, she asked, "What are you thinking? Aren't we in a hurry? Let's go." Yun Mew smiled. "Got it." Meow Meow startled. Why such a cruel smile? In shifts, forest, Mantle relentlessly attacking the monster. The strong blows sent monsters exploding. Soup admired, "The queen is strong. Facing many monsters alone," Bo Dao reminded, "Stay focused, defense has a gap." She added, "Must block the gap, or the rear villagers will be in danger." The Veil affirmed, "Bo Dao, evacuate villagers. I'll use ultimate to stop monsters. Don't worry, side effects harm health." She didn't care, flexed mystic power, declaring, "Harm who? I am the queen, protecting people is my duty." The Veil charged to attack monsters, shouted, "Do not harm my villagers." She moved continuously, dodging left and right, using combo moves to defeat all monsters. Veil raised her fist, slightly tired. Looking back, the monsters still advanced relentlessly. Queen stood firm, shouted, "Bring all you have, none shall pass today." After a while, Mantle knelt, earth and stones crushing monsters. Bo Dao ran up, "Your Majesty, monsters repelled, villagers safe." She replied, "I'm fine, just temporarily immobilized by side effects." At that moment 2 arrows shot forth. Yun Mew aimed straight at Bo Dao and Soup. They screamed in pain, "Damn, who is it?" Yun Mew held his bow, laughing, "What, don't recognize me?" Soldiers shouted, "Capture him, do not let him harm the queen." While everyone focused on him, Alcohol Stealth quietly restrained the queen, calling out to them. She smiled, claws at the Veil's neck. "I advise you not to move, your queen is in my hand." She yelled, "Those two, wait till I recover then fight." Yun Mew replied, "Think we're stupid, no need to wait for you to heal." His face cold, declared, "I'll use your weakness to take your life." The Veil panted, "Knee wound, you're ruthless." Yun Mew sneered, "Ruthless? As long as we win, it doesn't matter." He snorted, looking at monsters behind, contemptuous, "Don't be arrogant, wait till you escape them then speak." As she spoke, the spot where Yun Mew stood exploded violently. Meow Meow widened eyes, calling Yun Mew. The Veil frowned, murmuring, monsters launched a second, denser attack. Monsters poked heads from smoke, huge hands reaching out. A slash swung, its wrist severed, blood splattering. Yun Mew stood afar mocking, "The deep ones are truly rude." He rested the sword on his shoulder, face smeared with blood but still defiant. "Dare cut across me and her, die quickly. I truly fearless, many of you too." He counted, "Oh wow, 42 pieces." Yet he turned to flee, bye-bye, leaving the other two. "Just run," my anxious, questioning, "Over 40, go back." Not far, Yun Mew surrounded by 3 monsters. Meow Meow shouted, "Careful ahead." Blinked, displeased, "What now?" From nowhere an attacker struck its neck. Monster howled in pain. I froze, a one-hit kill, who is it? It was Hua Huan, wielding a staff, signaling sisters forward. The sudden appearance left Yun Mew dumbfounded. Witnessed fierce combat, wondered, where did the female warrior come from? Quickly taking down the chief freak. Another female guard rushed, my amazed, all are formidable. She spun, staff dancing beautifully, sweeping all monsters. Finally, the slain monsters fell with a thud. Yun Mew's eyes widened, "Wait, that move just now was." Yi Ting behind spoke, "Hey, I'm talking to you. why standing dumbfounded. Recognized an acquaintance, laughed aloud. My astonished Yiting, you've really grown. The girl folded arms due to growing age. Yunmu still talkative, great, all of you are safe, I'm relieved. Hua Huan rested the weapon on her shoulder, greeted warmly, surprisingly meeting him. My feelings are so sincere. The Hong Man warrior showed a sinister look, said, if you have appeared, let those villains witness your so-called power. Yunmu mirrored the action, adding a confident statement. United in effort, even the eastern sea will dry up. The monster looked displeased, charging straight at the two of them. It swung its massive wings, he nimbly ducked to avoid them. Hua Huan flew in to cooperate, chopping off one of its legs. She was like a brave beauty, her tone full of heroic spirit, truly impressive. Then Hua Huan took momentum from behind, charging alone at the monster, declaring she would handle everything, let's go. She spun, delivering a decisive slash through the enemy. Several streams of metallic sword energy also flew toward the monster. Yunmu placed one hand on his pouch, held the weapon with the other, standing majestic among the corpses, sighed, finally dealt with it. He suddenly recalled Yiting, is Ling Zhu okay? Reassured, the girl was busy next to a corpse, still stable. Yiting drew her sword from the monster and asked, why are you in the Fu Nation? He approached slowly, don't mention it. Yunmu felt annoyed, initially intending to go to Nuwa Nation, but the space transported him here. At first I thought it was Nuwa Nation, scared me. He was curious, does she know what these monsters really are? Yiting replied, I don't know either. The girl's eyes widened, as if discovering something special. Yiting tilted her head looking at the fragment in her hand, realizing it was a dragon scale. Not long after in the Fu Nation Nuwa domain, a voice echoed, thank you very much. Bo Dao placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Without you the army would have been defeated. Thank you for the timely rescue, further urging your majesty, quickly thank him. Man Thao blushed and turned away, thanks. Hearing this, Hua Huan couldn't contain herself, choked laughing, observing the proud stance of that person. He was puzzled, asking why help me, clearly an enemy. Hua Huan stood and explained, lips cold, teeth clenched. The monsters broke your defensive line, next they would attack Nuwa Nation. She quickly spoke, better to act than sit and wait to die. Coordinate forces of both nations against the monster. Man Thao murmured, now you think, before you just relied on brute force. She placed her hands on her hips and smiled. This is a lesson taught by the strategist, how impressive right, she looked disdainful, knew it immediately. Yiting reported, your majesty, I have finished investigating. Hua Huan waved, this is an adorable strategist, there's also a spirit order, so, what are those monsters? The girl lowered her head and added a condition, your majesty. We need to know the exact situation of the Fu Nation being attacked before deciding. Anthu recalled, since 5 days ago, the western city experienced a large number of monsters. She recounted the monsters were strong, destroyed the fortress severely. They had to retreat to the western forest. Fu Nation set up a temporary base to counterattack, but the monsters attacked again just 1 day later. She and others blocked many waves, but monsters kept coming. Ting nodded, I understand. She raised the purple fragment, your majesty. This is what was found on the monster, made of mud and mortar. Power comes from this piece. Subordinates analyzed this dragon scale. Yiting concluded, it is likely the legendary demon dragon scale. Bo Dao was surprised, demon dragon. Yunmu was also shocked. What is demon dragon? Hua Huan grabbed the chair, doubtful. It was sealed for 400 years, how did it appear? Who used the dragon scale to control the monsters? Manthal closed his eyes and affirmed, the power of the dragon scale can only be controlled by the demon dragon. Surely it broke the seal. Meow Meow teased the girl, hey, what is demon dragon? Ting explained as reminded, demon dragon is a terrifying magical beast. Immense power appeared in Nuwa domain. Masters paid a heavy price to seal it. Hua Huan ordered, now that the demon dragon appears, focus fully, find a way to destroy it. Yunmu pulled Meow Meow closer, continue, your majesty. The key is to understand what demon dragon wants. Yiting stroked her chin, Yunmu, demon dragon's goal is to kill, if not directly incarnated to destroy, then what is its real purpose? He then spoke, I think I know its target, based on the chaotic shouting, do you understand? The Hong Man warrior gritted his fist, if not mistaken, its purpose is exactly. Yunmu recalled the mystical tree, Fuzai. Fu Nation City, everyone rushed to the Fuzai tree. Yunmu sensed a strong polluted aura under the tree. Meow Meow said, at that time I was attacked by the tree. Hua Huan glanced over Man Thao. Check if the tree is damaged, Man Thao replied, the tree. She rushed to dig the soil correct. The tree is fine as long as the tree is okay. Suddenly Man Thao opened her eyes, paused for a few seconds. She stood up, stepped back slowly. Man Thao's eyes blazed, screamed, the apparatus is dry. Water extinguishes the circle. The queen could not restrain herself. Demon dragon, I must kill you. Subordinates quickly blocked. Do not act rashly. She waved her hands to push them aside. Clear the way for me. Everyone shouted, Your Majesty. Suddenly a long arm appeared behind Man Thao with a curse, saying that woman. Yue Huan used one hand to push her to the ground, scolding, still acting like a queen. He shouted insane, do you know where Demon Dragon is? She refused to explain, must find it even if the land shakes. Yue Huan gripped Man Thao's neck tightly. The nation lost but the people remain. Take responsibility for accompanying warriors. Could she forget everything? She realized, sorry. Yi Ting ran up frantically from afar. It's over, Your Majesty. The girl panted, revealing, Demon Dragon broke the seal. Weakening, relying on Fu Zai Tree's energy to recover, has not appeared yet. One tree is not enough, so what is the next target? In the Nuwa city, 2 women waved, Your Majesty, they are returning. Yue Huan hurriedly asked, how is the Fu Zai Tree? Anything unusual? The subordinate quickly replied, nothing, all fine. Yun Mu exhaled lightly, good, that means Snow Sister is also fine. Yi Ting hesitated, no, that one is cunning, may have already. The girl used all her strength, thrusting the blade straight at the tree. Blade struck it, spinning, a strange voice sounded, damn it, Fu Zai Tree is compromised. Yue Huan saw monsters sprouting like mushrooms from the ground. He frowned, sweat dripping, the Fu Zai Tree is compromised, so then. Hong Man warrior saw a woman tied in the tree, called out loudly, Snow Sister. Yun Mu raised the blade and shouted, damn it, Shadow Legion. Immediately warriors appeared, carrying treasures to face them. From one person they quickly struck down a monster. He still felt uneasy, thinking of Snow Sister. The small Hong Man warrior stood before 3 beasts absorbing mystic power. One prepared to bite Yun Mu's head, attacked from the side. Yun Mu watched the benefactor kick the monster, called out thanks to the girl. In the purple-black mystical aura, he ran, resentment, moving away from Snow Sister quickly. Swinging the sword, he cut through the bony structure. Yun Mu saw the vital energy vanish, exhaled lightly, sure Snow Sister is fine. His eyes widened, looking strange. Ling Zhu opened her eyes, smiling mysteriously. He didn't understand, wondered, Snow Sister, what is it? Ling Zhu was slowly lifted, surrounded by dense black aura. He listened to the vague call, his gaze unwavering, faintly sensing a warning. Her eyes glazed over, letting out a laugh as if controlled by some power. Ling Zhu said nothing, only bowed and quickly dashed toward him. Meow Meow sensed the situation and immediately rushed over, pushing the entranced person aside, highly alert. He froze, realizing the strange aura around Ling Zhu resembled an eerie presence. Placed his hand on the ground, whispering, TUY letter 1 EBFT to letter 1 EC9, don't blame me. He quickly came up with a plan. This was the only way he could help TUY letter 1 EBFT T letter 1 EC9 wake up. After speaking, he swung his sword and leaped, heading straight for Lakao Trung. He aimed a ferocious blade strike at Ling Zhu, but she lightly blocked it. He was violently pushed back, shocked by the strength that forced him to retreat. Ling Zhu glided forward, a smug smile on her face. He stood still, unable to do anything more, the situation critical. He immediately turned around, striking with a ring of golden light, but Ling Zhu quickly jumped to avoid it. He was about to make a direct attack but got caught on a stone, unable to continue. He looked at the tear on Ling Zhu's hand, thinking to himself, this can't be happening, I never touched her. Yet strangely her enchanted clothes are torn. He thought, as long as I get close to TUY letter 1 EBFT T letter 1 EC9, she'll dodge immediately. Could it be that the demonic energy is protecting her? While he was thinking, she appeared right behind him. As Ling Zhu prepared to strike, he leapt into the air, evading the blow. A violent explosion erupted right where he had just leaped. He fell to the ground, but instead of getting angry, he just laughed and said, really, this again? Anyway, seeing TUY letter 1 EBFT T letter 1 EC9 move again made everyone joyful. He struggled to sit up, remembering how in the past we always fought like this, just to see who was stronger. TUY letter 1 EBFT T letter 1 EC9, do you remember the last time we met? His eyes filled with killing intent. I haven't rested a single moment, and now the distance between me and you is still far. He stood up, gripped his blade tightly, and charged at Ling Zhu, determined to press on. Ling Zhu was caught off guard, standing still and unable to do anything. Felt like a strong blow, Ling Zhu fell backward, and seeing that she had no more fighting ability, he confidently walked over and said, as expected, I was right, my power can absorb any form of energy. All the energy from the demonic aura dissipated, revealing Ling Zu's exposed body. He pulled out an antidote, saying, "It'll take some time for the medicine to work, take a rest for now." He gently poured the medicine into Ling Zu's mouth, and she slowly swallowed it. He then planted his sword in the ground and said, "This sword is here to prevent the demonic energy from invading again." He turned and walked away. "If there's any problem, just call me. Little one, take care of TUY letter 1 EBFT to letter 1 EC9. His anger flared up, exploiting every chance, daring to even use TUY letter 1 EBFT to letter 1 EC9. He roared, "This time I'm really angry." He extended his hand and summoned a divine flame. He said, "Let's settle this now." Yun Mu's face became more serious than ever. "Destroyer God, it's time." Min Nha appeared behind, mocking, "I thought you had forgotten about me." Yun Mu replied, "Didn't you always want to help me break the seal? Now there's a little trouble." Min Nha smiled slyly. "Don't say anything, my power is getting stronger if so." Min Nha's eyes lit up. "Let me help you, just one hand." Min Nha gave a cunning smile, "Thanks." Man Th letter 1 EA7U and Hua Huan were still fighting the monsters. "Why do they keep rising from the ground like this? Ma Long is trying to wear us down." He rushed from a distance, pulling out a crossbow and preparing to shoot. He and Min Nha focused on creating a wave of dark power, as if reaching the peak of immortality. Shadow covered the area and he ordered, "By the blood oath, I summon you." Min Nha ordered, "Lower your guns," and immediately a flock of minion birds flew toward them. The two queens looked up, their eyes wide. Cold breeze appeared, starting the chase. The monsters beneath the ground were still roaring, and the birds also dived into battle. Each monster was attacked by the beak of the minion birds and couldn't fight back. Man Th letter 1 EA7U was surprised. "Hua Huan, you're so strong." Hua Huan shyly twisted her hair and replied, "It's nothing." Ting furrowed her brow, thinking, "The number of strange beasts has decreased. Ma Long should have appeared by now." Suddenly she stepped back, and the ground shook violently. Yiting pointed and shouted, "Look, the Fuxi tree." At this moment, a deadly aura began to form around the ancient tree. He was not surprised. Finally, it has shown itself. He looked at Ma Long taking form and sneered, "That turtle." And Th letter 1 EA7U immediately lunged, aiming for the Fuxi tree. She raised her hand, clenched it, and said, "Ma Long, I must destroy you to avenge the people." And Th letter 1 EA7U's punch went through Ma Long's body without causing any harm. Her cheek was wet with sweat, confused. What was that? And Th letter 1 EA7U recalled passing through the aura. "I didn't feel anything back then." Ma Long went crazy, opening his mouth to create a purple energy sphere. He used all his strength to push the energy sphere downward. Hua Huan and the others were thrown backward. And Th letter 1 EA7U blocked with both hands, protecting herself. Hua Huan on the ground tried to destroy the roots of the tree. Yiting turned around, as if realizing something. She reminded Queen Look. Turning back, she saw a branch flying toward her. Hua Huan swung her dagger, but was surprised to find that it couldn't cut through. After a while, both she and Yiting were tightly bound by Ma Long's vines. Meow Meow was furious seeing her teammates hung up high. "This bastard won't leave anyone alone." He and she hurriedly flew up to rescue the two women. "Place your hand on my little one." Both pairs gently landed on the ground safely. Hua Huan was surprised, asking, "How did you hit it?" "I couldn't do anything." He frowned. "Maybe we can only rely on each other to deal with this guy." He stuffed his hands into his pockets, muttering, "All right, come out, darkness." Again they appeared and he signaled, "Control Ma Long with darkness." He closed his eyes and whispered, "Leave it to Min Nha, the one who helped me before." He was full of energy. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Min Nha sat down, kneeling on one knee. "This ugly guy has finally shown up." Ma Long opened his mouth to attack immediately. Min Nha quickly ran to Ma Long and said, "Then let's handle this." Min Nha threw a punch at Ma Long, feeling relieved as it was easily defeated. He looked at Ma Long lying on the ground, sneering, "Just a monster you want to face me. If I were in my prime, something like you couldn't even touch a hair on me." Suddenly, it charged forward and collided violently with him, sending him flying far away. Minha was thrust violently into a crack in the rock, causing dust to rise in a cloud. He quickly spread his wings wide and shot into the air. Min Nha's eyes gleamed coldly as he gathered a point of light in his hand and said, "Dusk." A column of golden power, filled with terrifying force, slammed down onto the monster's head. Unmu raised his hand and excitedly said, "I just unlocked a new layer of the seal and my strength has grown noticeably. Guess all that training wasn't for nothing. Are we done yet?" Suddenly his expression froze as he looked ahead. In the midst of the dust cloud, black tentacles emerged, and Yunmu shouted a warning, "Hey, big brother, be careful." The black tentacles gradually coiled around Min Nha, who anxiously reminded him, "It's turned into gas now." Ghostly dragon wrapped around Min Nha and squeezed tightly. He remained calm, smiling provocatively. "You bastard, if an ordinary person were wrapped like this, they'd be dead by now." Min Nha smirked, "Pity that." He erupted with a surge of light power, causing the monster to vanish, and Min Nha laughed, "The one to meet you is me." Yunmu watched this scene in amazement. "Can't believe it. Just a little more and my soul would have flown to the heavens. From now on, I'll have to be more careful with everything I do." The monster was now nothing but a pool of slimy black liquid. They slowly began to reassemble, reforming its body. Min Nha grumbled, "It's merged again. Seems this is just a form of energy, no real body, so it's pretty hard to fight." Ghostly dragon, after being struck, went berserk and charged at him. Min Nha also faltered and had to shout, "Why so angry? Its strength and speed are much greater than before." Grabbed the ghostly dragon's mouth tightly and with all his strength lifted it, confidently saying, "But in terms of power, I am still stronger." Before he could savor the feeling of victory, the monster used its tail to strike him hard on the head. Min Nha groaned in pain, bent over holding his head, panting, trying to sneak attack. That hit really hurt. When he was careless, the monster's tail swung again, causing Min Nha to panic. "This is it." In a desperate moment, Meow Meow rushed forward and slashed at its tail, shouting, "Die." Min Nha watched this scene, unable to hide his surprise. He looked at her figure, recalling the girl who was with the little demon. Meow Meow leapt up and quickly charged in for a counterattack, ignoring the ghostly dragon's furious roar. Her claws lightly grazed the monster's tough-scaled tail. But from behind, another tail unexpectedly struck at Meow Meow. She was thrown into the pile of rocks. Meow Meow panted, looking at the monster advancing toward her, telling herself, "This is bad. No matter how much I enjoy playing around, this kind of risk will catch up to me soon." She forced a smile and said, "Can't deny it. I really overdid it this time." Suddenly, dark clouds appeared above the monster, and Yunmu's voice echoed from above, "Thunder magic." Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down straight onto the monster's head. Meow Meow gasped, exclaimed, "Isn't that the thunder magic of the king?" Yunmu finished his move and stepped lightly, saying, "Why do you all just rush in like this? I don't understand." He pointed to his head and smirked, "Can't you use your brains a bit? Min Nha and the ghostly dragon are almost evenly matched. If we cooperate, won't we surely win?" At this moment, the ghostly dragon was screeching in pain from Yunmu's lightning magic. Yunmu calmly declared, "The monster is temporarily paralyzed. Now it's time for us to adjust our strategy." Yunmu helped Meow Meow up and asked Min Nha, "Big brother, can you still move?" He sent the order and said, "You little brat, stop using that tone with me." Min Nha stood up and said, "Kid, its strength is not as strong as mine, but its body creates such a huge attack range." Yunmu frowned and murmured, "If that's the case, I'll be the bait with the girl from Bailandu while you attack it." Yunmu took a fighting stance and asked, "Are you ready?" Meow Meow replied, "Not yet, I have a proper name, you know." He dashed forward and said, "Call me Meow Meow, let's go." Meow Meow attacked the tough scales of the ghostly dragon with her claw. The ghostly dragon angrily charged at her, ready to tear her apart. Yunmu seized the opportunity and jumped onto the ghostly dragon's back. He adjusted his skills and performed the great Yang Flame technique. A burst of fire engulfed the ghostly dragon's body, causing it to howl in pain. It angrily flailed about, and Yunmu quickly leapt off and warned, "Be careful, it's gone crazy and is attacking wildly now." Min Nha seized the opportunity, charging forward and punching it hard, mocking, "Still want a rampage." He grabbed its tail and slammed it into its body. Min Nha confidently said, "Watch me pull out your dragon scale." At that moment, Min Nha ripped off a piece of the ghostly dragon's scale, causing it to roar in agony. He struck even harder, yelling, "If you want to fight me, you'll have to train underground for a few more years." The ghostly dragon prepared to burrow underground to escape. Its whole body slammed into the ground, causing rocks to scatter everywhere. Min Nha quickly leapt off the ghostly dragon. Yunmu praised him, "Well done, that's my big brother." Min Nha smiled but remained cautious, "It's not over yet." The ghostly dragon's form slowly began to regenerate, and Min Nha laughed, "Look, it's merging again." Yunmu looked at this scene, seemingly pleased, saying, "Can't believe we couldn't train it." He stood there taunting the ghostly dragon, "Let's see if it can still escape. No matter how many times, I'll keep hitting it until it surrendered." Hearing that declaration, the ghostly dragon snorted in displeasure. This time, the ghostly dragon didn't attack but prepared to burrow underground. Min Nha warned in surprise, "No way, it wants to escape again." Suddenly, Yunmu's voice rang out, "Big brother." Reminded him, push it into the spiritual world if it can't disappear normally. Yun Mu made a sinister expression, saying, then it belongs to me. Min Nha smiled and replied, you little brat so greedy, suck it in. The ghostly dragon was pulled back by Min Nha's force, unable to dig into the ground. The entire body of the ghostly dragon was slowly sucked into the black hole. Howled in frustration as its body slowly disappeared. Min Nha smiled and said, go in obediently. He increased the pulling force, making it fly inside. Min Nha muttered, go in. The ghostly dragon struggled, trying to escape even though only half of its body remained. Yun Mu stretched the bowstring and said, still struggling, give it up, you're already mine. It was shot straight into the black hole, and Yun Mu's voice rang out, stay put in there. The ghostly dragon angrily grabbed at the gap with both hands, trying to escape. However, the spatial gate closed before it could escape, and everyone cheered, we've won. The group cheered, our nation has been protected. The steamed bun's expression darkened, making the goddess worry, your majesty. Suddenly from afar, Hua Huan ran over, shouting, bring the spirit. He happily tossed him into the air and shouted, you did great. You saved us once again. Yun Mu frowned and said, put me down, there are too many people looking. Hua Huan set him down and told the kids, let's go, time to celebrate, no drunkenness, no return. Meow Meow happily shouted, no drunkenness, no return. Suddenly Man Thao spoke up, wait a moment, things aren't over yet. Her face turned stern as she commanded, Hua Huan, do you dare compete with me? The winner will possess this fuzai fruit. Ting shouted angrily, are you crazy? This fuzai tree belongs to our country. Why should we fight over who deserves it? Man Thao's eyes stared with accusation. You holding the fuz, I will never understand its true value. He explained, if the world loses the fuzai fruit, life cannot continue. No reproduction means no next generation. Man Thao exclaimed, our country and people will fall into disaster. I cannot watch everything be destroyed. Hua Huan reminded Man Thao, don't act rashly. We can find a way to resolve this together. She ignored the advice and launched an attack. There is only one fuzai fruit. How do you plan to handle it? Hua Huan leapt to block the way. Man Thao raised his eyes menacingly. Hua Huan, even if you dodge, your entire people won't escape. Today, if you refuse to fight me, I will let the people attack. When death comes, don't blame me. Hua Huan asked angrily, you threaten me. Yun Mu reminded from behind. Hua Huan, agree, otherwise she won't stop. She cried out, give Lin, fine, if you want to fight then I accept. Man Thao, satisfied, lunged forward to attack. That's right. The two fought in the air, their strikes shaking everything around. Hua Huan, defending while speaking. Man Thao, stop. She threw a punch straight at his face as a warning, you cannot resist me. Man Thao reacted angrily, I don't believe it. Hua Huan kicked Man Thao to the ground, saying, I will fight until you see reality. She gave Man Thao no chance to recover, charging to attack again. That strike covered the land and sky in dust and stone. When the dust cleared, Hua Huan looked at Man Thao helpless on the ground, saying, you have lost, Man Thao. He refused, saying, damn it, I have not lost, I can still stand. Man Thao's eyes filled with tears, mumbling, I don't need the country, but I cannot let my people perish. Now I truly lose, Hua Huan, please forgive me. He abandoned pride to plead, asking her to take in his people. They are innocent, Hua Huan called out Man Thao in surprise. Yun Mu sighed, even someone strong has to reach this point. Don't worry, I have a way. Hua Huan asked in surprise, what way does Du Lin have? He replied calmly, you should think a bit too. Yun Mu proposed a biological method. Surely you know about the branch. They silently watched the branch just planted in the ground, asking worriedly, is that all, are you sure? He replied decisively, yes, just water it on time and the tree grows, I have experience. Hua Huan rejoiced, telling Lin this is wonderful. Man Thao looked at him gratefully. I never expected to have a fuzai tree, I truly don't know how to repay. Yun Mu said, if you want to thank me, give me the dead tree. She was surprised, giving is fine, but what do you need the dead tree for? He replied casually, not usable yet but will be. Yi Ting frowned, this kid has some weird plan. Man Thao agreed, giving it to him, but how to get the tree? Yun Mu stood up, saying, thanks, I have a way. Jumped onto the branch calling Hua Huan, hey wife, help me out, help chop the tree. Hua Huan swung the sword, cutting the tree in half, an infernal overlapping strike. He snapped his fingers, mumbling, opening the spiritual space. Everyone watched in amazement as the fuzai tree slowly entered the spiritual space, marveling at the mysterious space. Smoothly entered while everyone panicked. Yun Mu also went in. Hua Huan clasped her hands joyfully, the mysterious one is really handsome. Man Thao doubted, what about this kid? Meow Meow frowned, this one won't run away. In the spiritual space, Ma Long wreaked havoc everywhere. Stared at him in shock, mumbling, truly shocking, made this place like this. The one deserves death. Ma Long angrily rushed to attack Yun Mu. He controlled gravity, forcing it flat to the ground. He smiled teasingly, feel the immense power pressing down. Yes, this world is mine. Yun Mu looked emotionless, saying, I am the deity here. Ma Long trembled before his might. Yun Mu touched it, saying, though I don't know where you came from, you clearly like the Fuzai tree, I have it too. Will give you the energy needed to grow slowly. He requested, be my pet, come on. Ma Long's eyes looked deep into him. Suddenly its body turned into smoke. Yun Mu panicked, shocked, what did you do? Ma Long transformed into a puppy, he was surprised, turned into a dog. Yun Mu sat down pleased, yes, without a true form, previously could only turn into a dragon. He watched it run around, saying, without a true form you can become anything, very convenient. Becoming a dog means you obey me. Ma Long barked, Yun Mu praised, good boy. He tamed Ma Long and gradually exited the spiritual space. Hua Huan stood outside in shock, giving Lin, finally he is out, something big happened. Yun Mu frowned, what happened to cause this chaos? He hurriedly said, just now while you were away, the group was revealed. Ling Zhu stood up looking at Yun Mu. Hua Huan shouted, that girl is awake. Yun Mu widened eyes in surprise, treat Zhu. She raised her hand, hesitantly greeting, hi, long time no see. He ran joyfully to hug Zhu, saying, great news. Yun Mu cried loudly, it's okay, great news. Zhu hugged him, feeling, you're taller now. Scene shifted to the female palace of Oa Kingdom, people strolling happily. Ling Zhu dressed stylishly, joking with Yun Mu, time without you, you improved a lot. He replied blankly, so, compared to this matter, Zhu should study how to return first. Suddenly Ling Zhu's voice coldly questioned, you two haven't thought about this issue. He frowned, saying no, she shouted, I take back the praise that you matured just now. Hua Huan couldn't bear to look at Yun Mu, Du Lin must leave quickly. You don't want him to go, Yi Ting said. The space trace opens in 2 years, stay and wait. He lowered his head, wanting to return early. Zhu's poison remains, with the divine poison nearby, I feel safe. Yun Mu asked Han, Miao Miao of Bok Lan Du's estate, but her figure had vanished. He was confused, where is Miao Miao? He has gone out fishing. Yi Ting ran angrily to scold, that is 100-year shark not edible, he asked. Miao Miao of Bok Lan Du's estate is the king. Surely there is after-sales service, right? She raised her hand to stop Yi Ting. Normally after-sales are unavailable, but when going out must have a fallback, so I prepared in advance. After roasting the fish, he watched her step in, asking the condition. She listed first condition, next time going out, you don't forget. You must take me along, help me ask Grandpa. Now Grandpa likes you a lot. Yun Mu agreed, fine, if not dangerous, I can lead you along. Miao Miao clasped hands, said second condition, I represent the Bok Lan Du family, invite you to be the seated official. We will always treat you well. Yun Mu frowned after hearing it, wondering why she suddenly acted this way. What does she want? She placed her hand on his shoulder, reminding him not to underestimate the eye of the Bai Lan Du clan, the tool he used to subdue the demon dragon. He leaned close, looked at his hand and said, I recognize it now. Yun Mu was slightly stunned seeing Miao Miao eating fish, pondering whether she recognized his spirit realm or would keep it secret. He squinted, considering that if she invited him, it must be goodwill, no reason to reveal the spirit realm. He smiled and said, all right, I accept the Bai Lan Du clan's invitation, and she responded cheerfully. Scene shifted to Fuzai Kingdom. Man Thao looked at him, asked with emotion, really must you go? If the Fuzai tree has problems, who will help? Yun Mu quickly replied, I noted all instructions, don't worry anymore. He turned to Hua Huan and Yi Ting, instructing, once the stable space water trace is found, visit often. The girl nodded and smiled, promised. Yun Mu called out loudly, must go Miao Miao, she replied, got it. Over here Miao Miao happily held the Fu Pai fruit, thinking, I also have a Fu Pai fruit. Grandpa will have nothing to say this time. She tossed the purple orb high and said, let's go look. This is the Bai Lan Du clan treasure, the orb to transport the water trace. The orb flew up with no reaction, leaving the three silent. After a while still silent, Zhu Ti suspiciously asked, is this trustworthy? Miao Miao awkwardly replied, it should be. Suddenly a spatial crack appeared above, saving Miao Miao. She cheered, of course it's trustworthy. Mu spread his wings, lifting the two into the air. Miao Miao urged, fly quickly, don't know when it will close, he exclaimed, damn. Female Oa Kingdom onlookers watched silently. Yun Mu argued, Miao Miao should lose weight, I can barely fly. She was angry, what am I heavy, damn. Scene changed, the three returned to the safe city. Miao Miao trembled hugging him, murmuring, every water trace jump is tiring, no more. Yun Mu thought, If the body hadn't been restored, they would have fallen asleep there. He noticed something odd, said, "Hey, something's not right." He looked around the street, he remarked, not a single person in sight. Suddenly a voice echoed from above, "You've been gone a long time." A group appeared above, looking down at Yunmu, saying, "Seeing you here worried us." They mocked, lacking the talent of our star generals, yet backed by a large escort. Yunmu stood beside Ling Zhu, frowned, said, "Seems the situation is not simple." He counted one by one, night guards on the tower, not yet 100, but around 70. People observed the leaders carefully, branch leaders all arrived, even the chief appeared. Duida was pleased. "If you are here, your crimes won't escape." Yunmu replied confidently, "Didn't expect a small civilian to bring the chief here. Clearly the crime is serious." He pondered, "Actually I didn't want to catch you, you ask, then you'll spare me next time." Duida waved it off, "Stop the nonsense, never." General Yunmu used the space crack on his own, crime at the peak. His voice cold, sentenced to death, others charged forward. Duida pointed at him, every word pronounced, "Execute immediately." Yunmu exclaimed in panic, "Sentenced to death." He immediately assumed a combat stance, shouting, "I know the crime is severe, but this is too much." Ling Zhu ran to block, honored leader. Yunmu used the space water trace to harm no one, all for good purpose. Night guards rushed at him, firing blue shining ropes. She panicked, dazzling as ever. Ling Zhu jumped, pushing Yunmu back from danger, warned, "Be careful." He slipped from her hands, shouted in panic, futile to speak to them. Meow Meow protected Ling Zhu, still weak. Terrifying power made our side fall several meters. He kneeled, breaking, dazed, unable to breathe. They are likely super profound disciples. Masked figure leapt from behind, advising Yunmu to stop, no escape. One swung to strike, he narrowly dodged. Yunmu raised hand to block a second strike. Who would endure the glare, caught his death. One suddenly appeared behind, whispered, "Resistance is futile." He raised 3 fingers, unleashed demonic mystic power except death. That man pointed forward, red fire engulfed Yunmu's position. Meow Meow worried Yunmu, "Are you alright? Our side escaped," he sneered. "Playing with fire exposed is shameful." Came running from behind, smirked, "Kid, don't celebrate early, pride will harm you." Unknown from where, a head rose from the ground. That man stretched to attack Yunmu, startling him, someone hiding underground. His eyes sharpened, spun on his heel. Yunmu spun, kicked him, laughed. The man burrowed again, annoying, plan failed, careful, he burrowed again. That man silently sought another point to ambush. Laughter echoed from underground. Earth Dragon technique specializes in ambush. He hid in the corner, thinking, just stay down, wait for ambush chance, time will come. Soon after, the ground exploded, terrifying. The masked man's mask shattered, looked fearfully at Yunmu hovering above. To take him down, causing chaos over a wide area. Ling Fei, North Hand leader, surprised, night guards defeated, worthy of young star general, Duida laughed, "Well done." From above issued order, "Don't waste, the kid is hard to subdue." Yunmu landed, Duida's order sounded, "Attack together." He unleashed all unique skills. Our side formed protective circle, spirit image, shielded. Leaders bewildered, what passed by, different mystic power, only the devil knows. Leaders more interested, this kid holds many undiscovered secrets. Yunmu sword swung sword with strength, lightning followed, every enemy knocked back. Our side fought frantically, another strike, lightning struck himself. But when he intended a move, the sword paused in its sheath. He frowned, watching the sword absorb red spirit power. Again, what's happening? Sword goes berserk at critical time. Leaders panic, he's mad, absorbing spirit realm mystic power. How possible, how control it? We do observe, only mystic master could command mystic power here. He turned to Zhao Xin, Hua Song leader, ordered quickly, seal news about Yunmu, he obeyed. A man in a hat provoked him, raising hand to endure glare, no escape. In danger, Meow Meow rushed up, used ultimate skill, death salute. She turned back, praised him. "You didn't discard that broken sword." Yunmu helpless, "Want to but can't, my hand." Looked at hand absorbing essence, yelled, "My hand," and it stuck. Something is entering body. Red essence clung to his face, no body almost full. Yunmu leaned back, essence reaching bones, could not contain anymore. His extremities red, breathing quickened. The night watch group below stared up in confusion. The pressure was so strong that it was unbearable. Yunmu couldn't contain his power, swinging a mighty slash like thunder, the dark blade cutting through. He stepped back a few paces, surprised that his slash could destroy the entire building. Was he a monster? Even at my house, they were stunned by that last strike. Unbelievable, could I really be this strong? He still hovered in the air, looking down below. Don't jump to conclusions. If he could wield this power, perhaps victory was still possible. After thinking, Yunmu charged at them. Wherever he passed, the assassins were taken down. From afar, an old hand rested on the girl's shoulder, whispering, "Let's go." The old man clasped his hands behind his back, reminding her, "Don't let emotions overpower reason." The girl hesitated. "Grandpa, He firmly said, "You will follow through today. You're my granddaughter. Don't disgrace this family, Naijai." He lowered her head, responding sadly, "Yes." Yeonmu stood below, summoning various magics, lightning magic, fire magic, merging with the image of the night watchman leaping down. Extended his hand behind his back, and instantly the place was engulfed in fire and thick smoke. Duda stood high, nodding. Indeed, he had developed quickly like a monster, truly wanted to dig out all his secrets. If given enough time, he might surpass me. He stroked his beard, surveying the situation, but first, he needed to survive through tonight. Below my house, he was fighting 2 assassins alone. Suddenly one rushed forward, throwing a frost punch. Yeonmu quickly dodged, his body lightly gliding by. His eyes widened, something seemed off. He had never seen such a scene before. The young girl in front of him surprised him. "Naijai, how did you end up here?" She hurriedly explained, "Didn't you forget? My grandfather is the president of the branch guild. The president of the main guild can mobilize any member." Naijai lowered her face, her voice dejected. "When I accepted this mission, I hoped it was just a dream. That bastard of yours, why must he always go against the guild? What am I supposed to do now?" Her grandfather urged from above, "Deep Nai, kill him." Continuing to speak only causes confusion. Naijai looked up, stammering, "Grandpa, He reminded her, "Remember, the one in front of you is a criminal who deserves the death penalty. Don't get involved with people like him." Yeonmu gently touched her shoulder. "Naijai." She turned around in shock. Turned around, his hand pressed against her cheek, lifting it up, smiling brightly. "Why are you frowning like that?" She blushed. He smiled brightly, without any complaints. "Just do your job well, don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Naijai's grandfather cleared his throat. "Deep Nai, what are you waiting for?" Meow Meow suddenly appeared behind. "Hey Yeonmu, remember to treat me to ice cream once this is over." "Who's that?" Meow Meow didn't have time to think, throwing a punch at Naijai, then shouted, "Continue the fight." She eagerly stepped forward. "Leave it to me, don't worry." Yeonmu muttered, "Why?" Exclaimed, "Thank you." Then he rushed off, leaving the 2 girls to continue fighting. Yeonmu watched the assassins relentlessly attacking. All of them were strong, including the presidents of the branches. He remembered the sinister face of Du, right, and the fox that wanted to wipe them all out, indeed a bit far-fetched. He unleashed countless strikes, thinking, now there was only one choice left. Ordered, "Kill all the black-clad ones around here." One reported, "President, Yeonmu is about to break through the encirclement." He calmly replied, almost." Duda removed his coat, handing it to Ming Jai. "It's good that Yeonmu helped clean up the mess at the branch." He pondered, "President, what do you want?" He didn't hesitate anymore, flying down. "Of course, I want to thank him properly." Down there, the battle continued fiercely. Yeonmu seriously assessed the situation. He was about to break through the encirclement. Suddenly a punch struck his face, causing him to stagger back. Yeonmu's body was thrown out, crashing through the solid wall. The sound of destruction echoed. His body was blasted through the building. After that last blow, Yeonmu collapsed in a corner. He lowered his head, sneering, "Damn it, this is bad, the level of that old fox." Amidst the wreckage, Yeonmu finally realized he had surpassed the battle saint. Dudu adjusted his sleeves, walking over and speaking. "I was planning to have you work for me, but now you've made such a big mistake. What a pity." Yeonmu gently wiped the blood from his mouth. "I work for you." He kept muttering, "When I first met you, I had a feeling." He shouted. Nausea also was the moment his figure appeared. Duda stood firm in front of his war god, surprisingly calling out these things. He passed through them unscathed, seeming well suited to be a monster scaring people. "Yeonmu, do you need an introduction?" He swung his sword from behind. "No need." Ling Long helped with a kick. The whole scene exploded, debris flying everywhere. The two stood there in the thick smoke. He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. She also didn't expect it, just clicking her tongue. Duda reached out, summoning 2 swirling energy sources to block the attack. He shouted, "Freeze," spiritual energy flinging the 2 back. Yeonmu was slammed into the ground again. The system warning, Jin Zhangzhao was broken. Warning, Demon's life force shattered, suffering severe injuries, unable to move, activating recovery function. Duda calmly stepped forward, hands in his pockets. "It's really a stubborn kid, but now it's time to finish." Suddenly next to him, a small puppy appeared, its fur bristling. It was a new form of demon dragon. After a while, a purple mist emanated from it, enveloping him. When it was done, it sat down and let out a burp. Yeonmu crawled on the ground, complimenting, "Well done, pup. I'll reward you with strong dog food when we get home." For some reason, a hole appeared in its belly, leaving the puppy surprised. Duda emerged from it, flying high above. He smugly pulled his coat aside, standing before him. Duda slowly called his name, Yeonmu. The enigmatic title of the 9,030,664th. At this moment, his face was covered in blood, unable to speak. He sat down, raising his hand to his head, declaring the situation handled. Green arrow suddenly shot straight into his head. Duda unexpectedly pulled back, exclaiming, "Who was that?" A voice called from above, causing Yunmu to strain to look up. "Hey, Yunmu, are you still alive?" People from the Shi family, the Du family, and the Zhang family arrived in time for backup. "Sorry we're late." Suddenly someone waved from below, "Hey, Duxing." Yunmu immediately recognized him. "Only Zhu, Yunmu, finally you have succeeded." The Hong Man warrior shouted wildly, "Damn, why are you only arriving now? If you were a little later they would have been visiting already." They teased again, "Let's go, don't save that fool." He hurriedly called back, "Hey, I was joking, come back." Duda squinted, pointing at each person, "The path to Tianlong City, then Tianyun City, through the Feng cities. Do you intend to resist the guild?" Duxing frowned. "In the guild, so what to them? He may be a criminal, but to us." Young man pointed frankly, "This kid is our hero." Duda sneered mockingly, "Hero, truly just a bunch of kids. I will stop the attack. Mingji, continue the execution." He reached into his coat pocket, obeyed, "Okay." Mingji raised his gun, encouraged, "Hey, watch carefully, that's your hero." An Yang aimed the barrel at Yun Mu, pulled the trigger, declared, "Death is imminent." The bullet nearly struck him, yet the Hong Man warrior stood dumbfounded. Unexpectedly in the critical moment, another person appeared, severing Mingji's arm, deflecting the bullet. Mingji screamed in pain. Duxing squinted, looking far away. Duda also spoke in surprise. Meanwhile, Yun Mu opened his eyes, increasingly panicked. The genius of the War God Hall turned back, raising a bloodied finger. "Is it too rude to touch someone from the hall without permission?" Duda covered his face in frustration. "War God Hall, their people are the most troublesome. Can a junior like him represent the hall to protect Yun Mu?" From high above, a voice echoed from a building, drawing his attention. "So I wonder if I can represent the War God Hall." War God Hall's Qin Feng had arrived. Duda muttered, "Old Qin." He looked up in surprise. "The old man, you're still alive." Qin Feng replied, "I am not dead. How could I dare die?" Duda said bluntly, "If today War God Hall wants to confront the guild mystics, right?" Old Qin did not waste words. "Let's see how you handle it." People prepared their weapons, Qin Feng's army ready to fight. Suddenly behind Duda came a loud laugh and a strange voice. Seeing both at once truly brings back memories. After all, we old men don't have long to live. Emperor Wei Su of the Earth Realm, Bai Lan and the black-clad guards came to fight, so not go have a drink, he's always surprising. Duda suspected, could Wei Su also have come? He smiled. "I came to fetch my granddaughter, do you believe it?" Yunmu still stood dumbfounded amid the chaotic scene. Suddenly, a few lightning bolts struck from above. A person clasped hands in salute, loudly spoke, "Here I demonstrate." Yunmu's teammates stood before him, shouting together, allying with the Li family. Yunmu's eyes widened, deeply moved everyone. Naijai knelt beside him, gently touched his arm, called Yunmu. Her grandfather was furious, nearly insane, and Naijai raised a finger to her lips, gritted teeth, "Sorry grandfather, I have decided." She frowned, clasped his hand, generating a flow of blood aura. "I must stand with Yunmu." Everyone murmured, "That is an oath once sworn, cannot be retracted. If betrayed, Ad will die." Duda displayed anger. "These people are formidable. Now they have formed an alliance. Confronting the guild mystics is not impossible." He stepped closer, apparently must change plans. Yunmu's teammates surged forward. What is he planning? Duda lightly handed a shaking bottle. "Don't be nervous. Act as if I am the villain. Give it to this girl. Tell Yunmu to drink." Naijai puzzled. "This is life-saving water." Yunmu drank from the bottle, looked suspiciously. "That old fox, don't know what he's thinking." Duda smirked. "Of course to save you. I have always valued you. Don't want you to die." Hearing this false claim, he shouted in frustration, "Stop talking nonsense. You always wanted me dead early. Kindness is chewed up." He showed a sad look, turned to a corner, said, "I'll leave now." Duda put on his coat and told Yunmu, "Oh right, my young officer. Tomorrow afternoon remember to come to my office." Suddenly he spoke seriously, "You will come because you have only one chance." Duda's words made Yunmu hesitate slightly. Opportunity. Turned his face, grinning slyly, said, "Now your situation, I think you understand better than anyone. The opportunity I mentioned can help you regain glory." He watched the guild's car slowly drive away, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. Then turned back and asked the two behind, "That's right, why are you two together?" Zio Wu placed his hand on Duxing's shoulder, proudly saying, "Don't ask. It's definitely thanks to the strategist Duxing. He saw your bounty notice and immediately came up with the plan to form this alliance." Next, he threw his arm around him, recounting, "After I presented this idea, no one objected, they agreed right away. He looked at the people in front of him, unable to help but admire. Yeonmu truly has some good friends. Hearing this, he clasped his hands together and sincerely declared, Lee Jia Yeonmu here swears, Lee Jia and my friends will form an alliance and will never betray. A smile appeared on his face. All the friends stared at Yeonmu. As Chen led the way, happily saying, all right, let's find a place to gather. I know a pretty good restaurant, let's go. However, he turned around, walked toward Naijai and asked Naijai what's wrong. She didn't dare to face him, stammering, I'm not going, I should head back first. As soon as Naijai finished speaking, Yeonmu grabbed her hand, placing his other hand on her shoulder, pulling her along. He hugged Naijai tightly, ignoring her words, cheerfully saying, let's hurry, I'm starving, making Naijai feel so embarrassed she could have exploded. Then turned around, smiling brightly, saying, you're treating me later. Naijai was surprised. She called out Yeonmu's name. 2 streams of tears had already fallen on her cheeks. Yeonmu had truly moved her to this extent. After a moment of overwhelming emotions, she happily walked back with him, responding, I'll treat. That night at the headquarters of the Guild of Mages. In the room of Duda, a knock was heard at the door and a voice called in, Old Fox, I'm here, speak. What's the plan this time? Seeing him blocking the iron shield in front of him, the old man was utterly helpless. Don't be so cautious. I've only ever done official work before. Hearing this, the man spoke, starting with the main issue, help me with something. After the success, the Guild of Mages will lift the bounty on you. Yeonmu immediately asked what the task was, silently calculating in his mind. If it's not too dangerous, he could give it a try. After all, he couldn't keep clashing with the guild forever. Duda then ordered here. A steel-wrapped heart flew straight toward Yeonmu. He took off his hat and picked it up, unable to help but ask, what is this aura? Is it pure energy? Dudu immediately replied, yes, that's right. He then put on a crafty expression, ordering, your task is to use this to destroy a spatial rift. Dudu explained slowly, since the Earth entered the Dark Age, humans became prey for magical beasts, nearly wiped out until the mages appeared. Hundreds of years passed, humans built safe zones for themselves, slowly forgetting the threat of magical beasts, but the Guild of Mages cannot forget. Most of the ends of the spatial rifts lead to the world of magical beasts, and this time, the rift that needs to be destroyed is a highly dangerous spatial rift. He then pointed at him, speaking loudly, and you. Duda walked closer to Yeonmu, urgently saying that only you can enter the spatial rift, regardless of its stability, so this mission can only be done by you. Hearing this, Yeonmu turned his face away, tiredly waving his hand, no, this sounds too dangerous, I'll go back first. After that, Duda grabbed his collar, not letting him leave. Yeonmu struggled continuously, let go of me, I feel like you want to kill me. Duda sighed, reassuring him, it's fine, if I kill you, wouldn't they come for me? Duda continued to persuade, you can rest assured, it's very safe. The device has a gem token, and when the time comes, you can throw the pure energy into the rift, then activate it from the outside. This only made Yeonmu more angry. He growled, safe my ass, let me go or I'll scream. Duda helplessly said, this entire building belongs to me, I'll let you go once you agree. Naijai's grandfather questioned Duda's decision. Clearly, he could let you and the alliance develop into his own people. Now he's pushing them to the enemy. Duda smirked, don't worry, I've planned everything. Your future son-in-law won't escape. Naijai heard this and couldn't help but ask, the sacred pearl. She stood up, strongly opposing, it's too dangerous. The sacred pearl belongs to the sacred sky sect. The guild leader wants you to go give your life. Yeonmu calmly responded while eating, I didn't want to agree, but when I heard about the sacred sky sect, I felt I had to go. He grabbed his hand, suggesting, we'll go with you. Duxing also agreed, that's right, it's too dangerous for you alone. He pulled out 2 suitcases, leaving them stunned, of course you're coming with me. I've already prepared luggage for you both. Duxing and Naijai regretted, they should have let the sacred sky sect handle this guy. 3 of them entered the sacred pearl. Yeonmu opened the spatial gate and exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe it was this easy. The 3 of them discussed together, unaware that someone was charging toward them. The sacred pearl is the central area of the sacred heavenly sect, so why haven't we seen any enemies? Perhaps they're hiding because they've been attacked fiercely by the mystic guild. Yeonmu held the holy weapon in his hand and cheerfully said as the strange shadow dove down, this mission is easier than I thought. When the shadow touched the ground, he immediately recognized it and quickly jumped away. reminding everyone stay alert. The shadow immediately headed toward Naijai, who was fleeing, its red eyes terrifying everyone. As the shadow was about to catch up to Naijai, Dixon quickly fired a gunshot, and the beast nimbly twisted its body to dodge the blow. Holding the smoking gun in his hand, he anxiously said, "Its speed is too fast, even Alicia's eyes can only barely keep up." The shadow slowly revealed its true form. A gigantic monster appeared, stunning everyone, not knowing what this was. Suddenly its eyes emitted a terrifying light, its sharp teeth grinding together. A terrifying surge of power emanated from the mystic beast without stopping. Just 1 second later, two fierce mystic beasts appeared. Another identical one appeared beside them. Yunmu watched this scene and suddenly asked two more, "What kind of mystic beasts are these?" Naijai stopped and said, "I've never seen this type of mystic beast in the Mystic Beast Compendium." At that moment, the mystic beast opened its mouth and emitted ear-piercing sounds. Three of them, Yunmu, Duxing, and Naijai, couldn't bear it. They were dizzy and kept groaning. "The headache is unbearable. The attack sound is too intense." The mystic beast charged forward, planted its hands on the ground, and kicked them far away. Duxing saw the mystic beast grab his gun, lying on the ground in fear, shouting, "Wait, could it?" A surge of power shot out from the gun, sending a few of Duxing's hairs flying. He thought in confusion, this mystic beast can use a gun. Immediately after, Naijai faced the mystic beast directly, and the two clashed fiercely. After a moment, she suddenly unleashed a powerful strike that sent the mystic beast flying far away. However, it quickly landed back on the ground, bracing itself with its hands, as though nothing had happened. Instantly, the mystic beast charged at her again, and delivered a powerful blow to Naijai. Naijai was thrown backward, just like the move she had just executed. Yunmu rushed over in time to catch her, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Naijai wiped the blood from her mouth, replying worriedly, "I'm fine. I didn't expect a mystic beast could learn human techniques." Xing saw the mystic beast roar wildly and angrily shouted, "Damn it, that huge monster is starting again." Yunmu immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, I have a plan."